Within an Inch of His Life. By Émile Gaboriau. First part, Fire at VALPINSON. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 1. These were the facts. In the night from the 22nd to the 23rd of June, 1871, towards 1 o'clock in the morning, the Paris suburb of Sauveterre, the principal and most densely populated suburb of that pretty town, was startled by the furious gallop of a horse on its ill-paved streets. A number of peaceful citizens rushed to the windows. The dark night allowed these only to see a peasant in his shirt sleeves, and bareheaded, who belabored a large grey mare, on which he rode bareback, with his heels and a huge stick. This man, after having passed the suburbs, turned into National Street, formerly Imperial Street, crossed Newmarket Square, and stopped at last before the fine house which stands at the corner of Castle Street. This was the house of the mayor of Sauveterre, M. Seneschal, a former lawyer, and now a member of the General Council. Having alighted, the peasant seized the bell knob, and began to ring so furiously, that, in a few moments, the whole house was in an uproar. A minute later, a big, stout servant man, his eyes heavy with sleep, came and opened the door, and then cried out in an angry voice. "Who are you, my man? What do you want? Have you taken too much wine? Don't you know at whose house you are making such a row?" "I wish to see the mayor," replied the peasant instantly. "Wake him up." M. Seneschal was wide awake. Dressed in a large dressing gown of grey flannel, a candlestick in his hand, troubled, and unable to disguise his trouble, he had just come down into the hall, and heard all that was said. "Here is the mayor," he said in an ill-satisfied tone. "What do you want of him at this hour, when all honest people are in bed?" Pushing the servant aside, the peasant came up to him, and said, making not the slightest attempt at politeness, "I come to tell you to send the fire engine." "The engine?" "Yes, at once. Make haste." The mayor shook his head. He said, according to a habit he had when he was at a loss what to do, And who would not have been embarrassed in his place? To get the engine out, and to assemble the firemen, he had to rouse the whole town. And to do this in the middle of the night was nothing less than to frighten the poor people of Sauveterre, who had heard the drums beating the alarm but too often during the war with the Germans, and then again during the reign of the Commune. Therefore M. Seneschal asked, "Is it a serious fire?" "Serious," exclaimed the peasant. "How could it be otherwise with such a wind as this, a wind that would blow off the horns of our oxen?" Uttered the mayor again. It was not exactly the first time, since he was mayor of Sauveterre, that he was thus roused by a peasant, who came and cried under his window, "Help! Fire, fire!" At first, filled with compassion, he had hastily called out the firemen, put himself at their head, and hurried to the fire. And when they reached it, out of breath, and perspiring, after having made 2 or 3 miles at double quick, they found what? A wretched heap of straw, worth about $10, and almost consumed by the fire. They had had their trouble for nothing. The peasants in the neighborhood had cried, "Wolf," so often, when there was no reason for it, that, even when the wolf really was there, the townspeople were slow in believing it. "Let us see," said M. Seneschal, "what is burning?" The peasant seemed to be furious at all these delays, and bit his long whip. "Must I tell you again and again," he said, "that everything is on fire, barns, outhouses, haystacks, the houses, the old castle, and everything? If you wait much longer, you won't find one stone upon another in VALPINSON." The effect produced by this name was prodigious. "What?" asked the mayor in a half-stifled voice, "VALPINSON is on fire?" "Yes. At Count Claudius." "Of course." "Fool! Why did you not say so at once, exclaimed the mayor. He hesitated no longer. "Quick," he said to his servant, "go and get me my clothes." "Wait, no. My wife can help me. There is no time to be lost. You run to Bolton, the drummer, you know, and tell him for me to beat the alarm instantly all over town. Then you run to Captain Parentos, and explain to him what you have heard. Ask him to get the keys of the engine house. Wait. When you have done that, come back and put the horse in. Fire at VALPINSON. I shall go with the engine. Go, run, knock at every door, cry, fire. Fire. Tell everybody to come to the Newmarket Square." When the servant had run off as fast as he could, the mayor turned to the peasant, and said, "And you, my good man, you get on your horse, and reassure the count. Tell them all to take courage, not to give up, we are coming to help them." But the peasant did not move. Before going back to VALPINSON, he said, "I have another commission to attend to in town." "Why? What is it?" "I am to get the doctor to go back with me." "The doctor? Why? Has anybody been hurt?" "Yes, master, Count Claudius." "How imprudent. I suppose he rushed into danger as usually." "Oh, no. He has been shot twice." The mayor of Sauveterre nearly dropped his candlestick. "Shot? Twice," he said. "Where? When? By whom?" "Ah. I don't know. But all I can tell you is this. They have carried him into a little barn that was not on fire yet. There I saw him myself lying on the straw, pale like a linen sheet, his eyes closed, and bloody all over. Great God! They have not killed him. He was not dead when I left." "And the countess?" "Our Lady," replied the peasant with an accent of profound veneration, "was in the barn on her knees by the count's side, washing his wounds with fresh water. The two little ladies were there too." Seneschal trembled with excitement. "It is a crime that has been committed, I suppose." "Why, of course. But who did it? What was the motive?" "Ah! That is the question. The count is very passionate, to be sure, quite violent, in fact, but still he is the best and fairest of men, everybody knows that. Everybody knows it. He never did any harm to anybody. That is what all say. As for the countess—" "Oh," said the peasant eagerly, "she is the saint of saints." The mayor tried to come to some conclusion. "The criminal, therefore, must be a stranger. We are overrun with vagabonds and beggars on the tramp. There is not a day on which a lot of ill-looking fellows do not appear at my office, asking for help to get away." The peasant nodded his head, and said, "That is what I think. And the proof of it is, that, as I came along, I made up my mind I would first get the doctor, and then report the crime at the police office." "Never mind," said the mayor. "I will do that myself. In 10 minutes I shall see the attorney of the Commonwealth. Now go. Don't spare your horse, and tell your mistress that we are all coming after you." In his whole official career Seneschal had never been so terribly shocked. He lost his head, just as he did on that unlucky day, when, all of a sudden, 900 militiamen fell upon him, and asked to be fed and lodged. Without his wife's help he would never have been able to dress himself. Still he was ready when his servant returned. The good fellow had done all he had been told to do, and at that moment the beat of the drum was heard in the upper part of the town. "Now, put the horse in," said Seneschal, "let me find the carriage at the door when I come back." In the streets he found all in an uproar. At every window a head popped out, full of curiosity or terror, on all sides house doors were opened, and promptly closed again. Great God, he thought, I hope I shall find Dobigin at home. Dobigin, who had been first in the service of the Empire, and then in the service of the Republic, was one of Seneschal's best friends. He was a man of about 40 years, with a cunning look in his eye, a permanent smile on his face, and a confirmed bachelor, with no small pride in his consistency. The good people of Sauveterre thought he did not look stern and solemn enough for his profession. To be sure, he was very highly esteemed, but his optimism was not popular. They reproached him for being too kind-hearted, too reluctant to press criminals whom he had to prosecute, and thus prone to encourage evildoers. He accused himself of not being inspired with the holy fire, and, as he expressed it in his own way, of robbing Themis of all the time he could, to devote it to the friendly muses. He was a passionate lover of fine books, rare editions, costly bindings, and fine illustrations, and much the larger part of his annual income of about 10,000 francs went to buying books. A scholar of the old-fashioned type, he professed boundless admiration for Virgil and Juvenal, but, above all, for Horace, and proved his devotion by constant quotations. Roused, like everybody else in the midst of his slumbers, this excellent man hastened to put on his clothes, when his old housekeeper came in, quite excited, and told him that Seneschal was there, and wanted to see him. "Show him in," he said, "show him in." And, as soon as the mayor entered, he continued. "For you will be able to tell me the meaning of all this noise, this beating of drums. Clamorque, virum, clangorque tuberum." "A terrible misfortune has happened," answered the mayor. From the tone of his voice one might have imagined it was he himself who had been afflicted. And the lawyer was so strongly impressed in this way, that he said, "My dear friend, what is the matter? Quid? Courage, my friend, keep cool. Remember that the poet advises us, in misfortune never to lose our balance of mind. Aequam, memento, rebus in arduis. Sever mentem." "Incendiaries have set Valpinson on fire," broke in the mayor. "You do not say so. Great God! Jupiter! Quot verbum audio. More than that. Count Claudius has been shot, and by this time he is probably dead. Oh! You hear the drummer is beating the alarm. I am going to the fire. And I have only come here to report the matter officially to you, and to ask you to see to it that justice be done promptly and energetically." There was no need of such a serious appeal to stop at once all the lawyer's quotations. "Enough," he said eagerly. "Come, let us take measures to catch the wretches." When they reached National Street, it was as full as at midday, for Sauveterre is one of those rare provincial towns in which an excitement is too rare a treat to be neglected. The sad event had by this time become fully known everywhere. At first the news had been doubted, but when the doctor's cab had passed the crowd at full speed, escorted by a peasant on horseback, the reports were believed. Nor had the firemen lost time. As soon as the mayor and D'Aubigen appeared on Newmarket Square, Captain Parento rushed up to them, and, touching his helmet with a military salute, said, "My men are ready. All. There are hardly 10 absentees." When they heard that Count and Countess Claudius were in need, great heavens, you know, they all were ready in a moment. "Well, then, start and make haste," commanded Seneschal. "We shall overtake you on the way. D'Aubigen and I are going to pick up Galpin, the magistrate." They had not far to go. The magistrate had already been looking for them all over town, he was just appearing on the square, and saw them at once. In striking contrast with the Commonwealth attorney, Galpin was a professional man in the full sense of the word, and perhaps a little more. He was the magistrate all over, from head to foot, and from the gaiters on his ankles to the light blonde whiskers on his face. Although he was quite young, yet no one had ever seen him smile, or heard him make a joke. He was so very stiff that D'Aubigen suggested he had been impaled alive on the sword of justice. At Sauveterre Galpin was looked upon as a superior man. He certainly believed it himself, hence he was very impatient at being confined to so narrow a sphere of action, and thought his brilliant ability wasted upon the prosecution of a chicken thief or a poacher. But his almost desperate efforts to secure a better office had always been unsuccessful. In vain he had enlisted a host of friends in his behalf. In vain he had thrown himself into politics, ready to serve any party that would serve him. But Galpin's ambition was not easily discouraged, and lately after a journey to Paris, he had thrown out hints at a great match, which would shortly procure him that influence in high places which so far he had been unable to obtain. When he joined the Bigeon and the mayor, he said, "Well, this is a horrible affair. It will make a tremendous noise." The mayor began to give him the details, but he said, "Don't trouble yourself. I know all you know. I met the peasant who had been sent in, and I have examined him." Then, turning to the Commonwealth attorney, he added, "I think we ought to proceed at once to the place where the crime has been committed." "I was going to suggest it to you," replied the Bigeon. "The gendarmes ought to be notified. Seneschal has just sent them word." The magistrate was so much excited, that his cold impassiveness actually threatened to give way for once. "There has been an attempt at murder." "Evidently. Then we can act in concert, and side by side, each one in his own line of duty, you examining, and I preparing for the trial." An ironical smile passed over the lips of the Commonwealth attorney. "You ought to know me well enough," he said, "to be sure that I have never interfered with your duties and privileges. I am nothing but a good old fellow, a friend of peace and of studies. Some piggerig senior, pyrodunk comes." "Then," exclaimed Seneschal, "nothing keeps us here any longer. I am impatient to be off, my carriage is ready, let us go." Chapter 2. In a straight line it is only a mile from Sauveterre to Valpinson, but that mile is as long as 2 elsewhere. Seneschal, however, had a good horse, the best perhaps in the county, he said, as he got into his carriage. In 10 minutes they had overtaken the firemen, who had left some time before them. And yet these good people, all of them master workmen of Sauveterre, masons, carpenters, and tilers, hurried along as fast as they could. They had half a dozen smoking torches with them to light them on the way. They walked, puffing and groaning, on the bad road, and pulling the 2 engines, together with the heavy cart on which they had piled up their ladders and other tools. "Keep up, my friends," said the mayor as he passed them, "keep up." 3 minutes farther on, a peasant on horseback appeared in the dark, riding along like a forlorn knight in a romance. The Bigeon ordered him to halt. He stopped. "You come from Valpinson?" asked Seneschal. "Yes," replied the peasant. "How is the count?" "He has come to at last." "What does the doctor say?" "He says he will live." "I am going to the druggist to get some medicines." Galpin, to hear better, was leaning out of the carriage. He asked, "Do they accuse anyone?" "No." "And the fire?" "They have water enough," replied the peasant, "but no engines, so what can they do?" "And the wind is rising again." "Oh, what a misfortune." He rode off as fast as he could, while Seneschal was whipping his poor horse, which, unaccustomed as it was to such treatment, instead of going any faster, only reared, and jumped from side to side. The excellent man was in despair. He looked upon this crime as if it had been committed on purpose to disgrace him, and to do the greatest possible injury to his administration. "For after all," he said, for the 10th time to his companions, "is it natural, I ask you, is it sensible, that a man should think of attacking the Count and the Countess Claudius? The most distinguished and the most esteemed people in the whole county, and especially a lady whose name is synonymous with virtue and charity." And, without minding the ruts and the stones in the road, Seneschal went on repeating all he knew about the owners of Valpinson. Count Trivolus Claudius was the last scion of one of the oldest families of the county. At 16, about 1829, he had entered the navy as an ensign, and for many years he had appeared at Sauveterre only rarely, and at long intervals. In 1859 he had become a captain, and was on the point of being made admiral, when he had all of a sudden sent in his resignation, and taken up his residence at the castle of Valpinson. Although the house had nothing to show of its former splendor but 2 towers falling to pieces, and an immense mass of ruin and rubbish. For 2 years he had lived here alone, busy with building up the old house as well as it could be done, and by great energy and incessant labor restoring it to some of its former splendor. It was thought he would finish his days in this way, when one day the report arose that he was going to be married. The report, for once, proved true. One fine day Count Claudius had left for Paris. And, a few days later, his friends had been informed by letter that he had married the daughter of one of his former colleagues, Miss Genevieve de Tasser. The amazement had been universal. The Count looked like a gentleman, and was very well preserved, but he was at least 47 years old, and Miss Genevieve was hardly 20. Now, if the bride had been poor, they would have understood the match, and approved it. It is but natural that a poor girl should sacrifice her heart to her daily bread. But here it was not so. The Marquis de Tasser was considered wealthy. And report said that his daughter had brought her husband $50,000. Next they had it that the bride was fearfully ugly, infirm, or at least hunchback, perhaps idiotic, or, at all events, of frightful temper. By no means. She had come down, and everybody was amazed at her noble, quiet beauty. She had conversed with them, and charmed everybody. Was it really a love match, as people called it at Sauveterre? Perhaps so. Nevertheless there was no lack of old ladies who shook their heads, and said 27 years' difference between husband and wife was too much, and such a match could not turn out well. All these dark forebodings came to naught. The fact was, that, for miles and miles around, there was not a happier couple to be found than the Count and the Countess Claudius. And 2 children, girls, who had appeared at an interval of 4 years, seemed to have secured the happiness of the house forever. It is true the Count retained somewhat of the haughty manners, the reserve, and the imperious tone, which he had acquired during the time that he controlled the destinies of certain important colonies. He was, moreover, naturally so passionate, that the slightest excitement made him turn purple in his face. But the Countess was as gentle and as sweet as he was violent. And as she never failed to step in between her husband and the object of his wrath, as both he and she were naturally just, kind to excess, and generous to all, they were beloved by everybody. There was only one point on which the Count was rather unmanageable, and that was the game laws. He was passionately fond of hunting, and watched all the year round with almost painful restlessness over his preserves, employing a number of keepers, and prosecuting poachers with such energy that people said he would rather miss 100 Napoleons than a single bird. The Count and the Countess lived quite retired, and gave their whole time, he to agricultural pursuits, and she to the education of her children. They entertained but little, and did not come to Sauveterre more than 4 times a year, to visit the Misses Laverand, or the old Baron de Chondor. Every summer, towards the end of July, they went to Royan, where they had a cottage. When the season opened, and the Count went hunting, the Countess paid a visit to her relatives in Paris, with whom she usually stayed a few weeks. It required a storm like that of 1870 to overthrow so peaceful an existence. When the old captain heard that the Prussians were on French soil, he felt all the instincts of the soldier and the Frenchman awake in his heart. He could not be kept at home, and went to headquarters. Although a royalist at heart, he did not hesitate a moment to offer his sword to Gambetta, whom he detested. They made him colonel of a regiment. And he fought like a lion, from the first day to the last, when he was thrown down and trod under foot in one of those fearful routs in which a part of Chanzy's army was utterly destroyed. When the armistice was signed, he returned to Valpinson. But no one except his wife ever succeeded in making him say a word about the campaign. He was asked to become a candidate for the assembly, and would have certainly been elected, but he refused, saying that he knew how to fight, but not how to talk. The Commonwealth attorney and the magistrate listened but very carelessly to these details, with which they were perfectly familiar. Suddenly Galpin asked, "Are we not getting near? I look and look, but I see no trace of a fire." "We are in a deep valley," replied the mayor. "But we are quite near now, and, at the top of that hill before us, you will see enough." This hill is well known in the whole province, and is frequently called the Sauveterre Mountain. It is so steep, and consists of such hard granite, that the engineers who laid out the great turnpike turned miles out of their way to avoid it. It overlooks the whole country, and, when M. Seneschal and his companions had reached the top, they could not control their excitement. "Horresco," murmured the attorney. The burning house itself was hid by high trees. But columns of fire rose high above the tops, and illumined the whole region with their somber light. The whole country was in a state of excitement. The short, square tower of Brecci sent the alarm from its big bell. And in the deep shade on all sides was heard the strange sound of the huge shells which the people here use for signals, and for the summoning of laborers at mealtimes. Hurried steps were heard on all the high roads and by-roads. And peasants were continuously rushing by, with a bucket in each hand. "It is too late for help," said M. Galpin. "Such a fine property," said the mayor, "and so well managed." And regardless of danger, he dashed forward, down the hill. For Valpinson lies in a deep valley, half a mile from the river. Here all was terror, disorder, and confusion, and yet there was no lack of hands or of goodwill. At the first alarm, all the people of the neighborhood had hurried up, and there were more coming every moment, but there was no one there to assume the command. They were mainly engaged in saving the furniture. The boldest tried to get into the rooms, and in a kind of rage, threw everything they could lay hold on out of the window. Thus the courtyard was already half full of beds and mattresses, chairs and tables, books, linen, and clothes. An immense clamor greeted the mayor and his companions. "Here comes the mayor," cried the peasants, encouraged by his presence, and all ready to obey him. M. Seneschal took in the whole situation at a glance. "Yes, here I am, my friends," he said, "and I thank you for your zeal. Now we must try not to waste our efforts. The farm buildings and the workshops are lost, we must give them up. Let us try to save the dwelling house. The river is not far. We must form a chain. Everybody in line, men and women. And now for water, water. Here come the engines." They really came thundering up, the firemen appeared on the scene. Captain Parento took the command. At last the mayor was at leisure to inquire after Count Claudius. "Master is down there," replied an old woman, pointing at a little cottage with a thatched roof. "The doctor has had him carried there." "Let us go and see how he is," said the mayor to his two companions. They stopped at the door of the only room of the cottage. It was a large room with a floor of beaten clay. While overhead the blackened beams were full of working tools and parcels of seeds. Two beds with twisted columns and yellow curtains filled one side, on that on the left hand lay a little girl, 4 years old, fast asleep, and rolled up in a blanket, watched over by her sister, who was 2 or 3 years older. On the other bed, Count Claudius was lying, or rather sitting, for they had supported his back by all the pillows that had been saved from the fire. His chest was bare, and covered with blood, and a man, Dr. Seignebos, with his coat off, and his sleeves rolled up above the elbows, was bending over him, and holding a sponge in one hand and a probe in the other, seemed to be engaged in a delicate and dangerous operation. The countess, in a light muslin dress, was standing at the foot of her husband's bed, pale but admirably composed and resigned. She was holding a lamp, and moved it to and fro as the doctor directed. In a corner 2 servant women were sitting on a box, and crying, their aprons turned over their heads. At last the mayor of Sauveterre overcame his painful impressions, and entered the room. Count Claudius was the first to perceive him, and said, "Ah, here is our good M. Seneschal. Come nearer, my friend, come nearer. You see the year 1871 is a fatal year. It will soon leave me nothing but a few handfuls of ashes of all I possessed." "It is a great misfortune," replied the excellent mayor, "but, after all, it is less than we apprehended. God be thanked, you are safe. Who knows? I am suffering terribly." The countess trembled. "Trivulus," she whispered in a tone of entreaty. "Trivulus." Never did lover glance at his beloved with more tenderness than Count Claudius did at his wife. Pardon me, my dear Genevieve, pardon me, if I show any want of courage. A sudden nervous spasm seized him, and then he exclaimed in a loud voice, which sounded like a trumpet. Sir! But sir! Thunder and lightning! You kill me! I have some chloroform here, replied the physician coldly. I do not want any. Then you must make up your mind to suffer, and keep quiet now, for every motion adds to your pain. Then sponging a jet of blood which spurted out from under his knife, he added. However, you shall have a few minutes' rest now. My eyes and my hand are exhausted. I see I am no longer young. Dr. Seignebos was 60 years old. He was a small, thin man, with a bald head and a bilious complexion, carelessly dressed, and spending his life in taking off, wiping, and putting back again his large gold spectacles. His reputation was widespread. And they told of wonderful cures which he had accomplished. Still he had not many friends. The common people disliked his bitterness, the peasants, his strictness in demanding his fees, and the townspeople, his political views. There was a story that one evening, at a public dinner, he had gotten up and said, I drink to the memory of the only physician of whose pure and chaste renown I am envious, the memory of my countryman, Dr. Guillotin of Saints. Had he really offered such a toast? The fact is, he pretended to be a fierce radical, and was certainly the soul and the oracle of the small socialistic clubs in the neighborhood. People looked aghast when he began to talk of the reforms which he thought necessary, and they trembled when he proclaimed his convictions, that the sword and the torch ought to search the rotten foundations of society. These opinions, certain utilitarian views of like eccentricity, and still stranger experiments which he openly carried on before the whole world, had led people more than once to doubt the soundness of his mind. The most charitable said, he is an oddity. This eccentric man had naturally no great fondness for M. Seneschal, the mayor, a former lawyer, and a legitimist. He did not think much of the Commonwealth attorney, a useless bookworm. But he detested M. Galpin. Still he bowed to the three men, and, without minding his patient, he said to them. You see, gentlemen, Count Claudius is in a bad plight. He has been fired at with a gun loaded with small shot. And wounds made in that way are very puzzling. I trust no vital part has been injured, but I cannot answer for anything. I have often in my practice seen very small injuries, wounds caused by a small-sized shot, which, nevertheless, proved fatal, and showed their true character only 12 or 15 hours after the accident had happened. He would have gone on in this way, if the magistrate had not suddenly interrupted him, saying, Doctor, you know I am here because a crime has been committed. The criminal has to be found out, and to be punished, hence I request your assistance, from this moment, in the name of the law. Chapter 3. By this single phrase M. Galpin made himself master of the situation, and reduced the doctor to an inferior position, in which, it is true, he had the mayor and the Commonwealth attorney to bear him company. There was nothing now to be thought of, but the crime that had been committed, and the judge who was to punish the author. But he tried in vain to assume all the rigidity of his official air and that contempt for human feelings which has made justice so hateful to thousands. His whole being was impregnated with intense satisfaction, up to his beard, cut and trimmed like the box hedges of an old-fashioned garden. Well, doctor, he asked, first of all, have you any objection to my questioning your patient? It would certainly be better for him to be left alone, growled Dr. Seignebos. I have made him suffer enough this last hour, and I shall directly begin again cutting out the small pieces of lead which have honeycombed his flesh. But if it must be. It must be. Well, then, make haste, for the fever will set in presently. M. Dubigeon could not conceal his annoyance. He called out. Galpin, Galpin. The other man paid no attention. Having taken a notebook and a pencil from his pocket, he drew up close to the sick man's bed, and asked him in an undertone. Are you strong enough, Count, to answer my questions? Oh, perfectly. Then, pray tell me all you know of the sad events of tonight. With the aid of his wife and Dr. Seniebos, the Count raised himself on his pillows, and began thus. Unfortunately, the little I know will be of no use in aiding justice to discover the guilty man. It may have been 11 o'clock, for I am not even quite sure of the hour, when I had gone to bed, and just blown out my candle. Suddenly a bright light fell upon the window. I was amazed, and utterly confused. For I was in that state of sleepiness which is not yet sleep, but very much like it. I said to myself, what can this be? But I did not get up, I only was roused by a great noise, like the crash of a falling wall. And then I jumped out of bed, and said to myself, the house is on fire. What increased my anxiety was the fact, which I at once recollected, that there were in the courtyard, and all around the house, some 16,000 bundles of dry wood, which had been cut last year. Half dressed, I rushed downstairs. I was very much bewildered, I confess, and could hardly succeed in opening the outer door, still I did open it at last. But I had barely put my foot on the threshold, when I felt in my right side, a little above the hip, a fierce pain, and heard at the same time, quite close to me, a shot. The magistrate interrupted him by a gesture. Your statement, Count, is certainly remarkably clear. But there is one point we must try to establish. Were you really fired at the moment you showed yourself at the door? Yes, sir. Then the murderer must have been quite near on the watch. He must have known that the fire would bring you out, and he was lying in wait for you. That was and still is my impression, declared the Count. M. Galpin turned to M. Dubidgeon. Then, he said to him, the murder is the principal fact with which we have to do, and the fire is only an aggravating circumstance, the means which the criminal employed in order to succeed the better in perpetrating his crime. Then, returning to the Count, he said. Pray go on. When I felt I was wounded, continued Count Claudius, my first impulse was instinctively to rush forward to the place from which the gun seemed to have been fired at me. I had not proceeded 3 yards, when I felt the same pain once more in the shoulder and in the neck. This second wound was more serious than the first, for I lost my consciousness, my head began to swim and I fell. You had not seen the murderer. I beg your pardon. At the moment when I fell, I thought I saw a man rush forth from behind a pile of faggots, cross the courtyard, and disappear in the fields. Would you recognize him? No. But you saw how he was dressed, you can give me a description? No, I cannot. I felt as if there was a veil before my eyes, and he passed me like a shadow. The magistrate could hardly conceal his disappointment. Never mind, he said, we'll find him out. But go on, sir. The Count shook his head. I have nothing more to say, he replied. I had fainted, and when I recovered my consciousness, some hours later, I found myself here lying on this bed. M. Galpin noted down the Count's answers with scrupulous exactness. When he had done, he asked again. We must return to the details of the attack, and examine them minutely. Now, however, it is important to know what happened after you fell. Who could tell us that? My wife, sir. I thought so. The Countess, no doubt, got up when you rose. My wife had not gone to bed. The magistrate turned suddenly to the Countess. And at a glance he perceived that her costume was not that of a lady who had been suddenly roused from slumber by the burning of her house. I see, he said to himself. Bertha, the Count went on to state, our youngest daughter, who is lying there on that bed, under the blanket, has the measles, and is suffering terribly. My wife was sitting up with her. Unfortunately the windows of her room look upon the garden, on the side opposite to that where the fire broke out. How, then, did the Countess become aware of the accident? Asked the magistrate. Without waiting for a more direct question, the Countess came forward and said. As my husband has just told you, I was sitting up with my little Bertha. I was rather tired. For I had sat up the night before also, and I had begun to nod, when a sudden noise aroused me. I was not quite sure whether I had really heard such a noise, but just then a second shot was heard. I left the room more astonished than frightened. Ah, sir." The fire had already made such headway, that the staircase was as light as in broad day. I went down in great haste. The outer door was open. I went out. And there, some 5 or 6 yards from me, I saw, by the light of the flames, the body of my husband lying on the ground. I threw myself upon him, but he did not even hear me, his heart had ceased to beat. I thought he was dead. I called for help. I was in despair. M. Seneschal and M. Dubidgeon trembled with excitement. "Well, very well," said M. Galpin, with an air of satisfaction, "very well done." "You know," continued the Countess, "how hard it is to rouse country people. It seems to me I remained ever so long alone there, kneeling by the side of my husband. At last the brightness of the fire awakened some of the farm hands, the workmen, and our servants. They rushed out, crying, 'Fire!' When they saw me, they ran up and helped me carry my husband to a place of safety, for the danger was increasing every minute. The fire was spreading with terrific violence, thanks to a furious wind. The barns were one vast mass of fire. The outbuildings were burning, the distillery was in a blaze, and the roof of the dwelling house was flaming up in various places. And there was not one cool head among them all. I was so utterly bewildered, that I forgot all about my children. And their room was already in flames, when a brave, bold fellow rushed in, and snatched them from the very jaws of death. I did not come to myself till Dr. Seignebos arrived, and spoke to me words of hope. This fire will probably ruin us. But what matters that, so long as my husband and my children are safe? Dr. Seignebos had more than once given utterance to his contemptuous impatience. He did not appreciate these preliminary steps. The others, however, the mayor, the attorney, and even the servants, had hardly been able to suppress their excitement. He shrugged his shoulders, and growled between his teeth. Mere formalities. How petty. How childish. After having taken off his spectacles, wiped them and replaced them 20 times, he had sat down at the rickety table in the corner of the room, and amused himself with arranging the 15 or 20 shot he had extracted from the Count's wounds. In long lines or small circles. But, when the Countess uttered her last words, he rose, and, turning to M. Galpin, said in a curt tone. "Now, sir, I hope you will let me have my patient again." The magistrate was not a little incensed. There was reason enough, surely. And, frowning fiercely, he said. "I appreciate, sir, the importance of your duties, but mine are, I think, by no means less solemn nor less urgent." "Oh. Consequently you will be pleased, sir, to grant me 5 minutes more." 10, if it must be, sir. Only I warn you that every minute henceforth may endanger the life of my patient." They had drawn near to each other, and were measuring each other with defiant looks, which betrayed the bitterest animosity. They would surely not quarrel at the bedside of a dying man. The Countess seemed to fear such a thing, for she said reproachfully. "Gentlemen, I pray, gentlemen." Perhaps her intervention would have been of no avail, if M. Seneschal and M. Dubidgeon had not stepped in, each addressing one of the two adversaries. M. Galpin was apparently the most obstinate of the two. For, in spite of all, he began once more to question the Count, and said. "I have only one more question to ask you, sir. Where and how were you standing, where and how do you think the murderer was standing? At the moment when the crime was committed?" "Sir," replied the Count, evidently with a great effort, "I was standing, as I told you, on the threshold of my door, facing the courtyard. The murderer must have been standing some 20 yards off, on my right, behind a pile of wood." When he had written down the answer of the wounded man, the magistrate turned once more to the physician, and said. "You heard what was said, sir. It is for you now to aid justice by telling us at what distance the murderer must have been when he fired." "I don't guess riddles," replied the physician coarsely. "Ah, have a care, sir," said M. Galpin. "Justice, whom I here represent, has the right and the means to enforce respect. You are a physician, sir, and your science is able to answer my question with almost mathematical accuracy." The physician laughed, and said, "Ah, indeed. Science has reached that point, has it?" "Which science?" "Medical jurisprudence, no doubt, that part of our profession which is at the service of the courts, and obeys the judge's behests." "Sir." But the doctor was not the man to allow himself to be defeated a second time. He went on coolly. "I know what you are going to say. There is no handbook of medical jurisprudence which does not peremptorily settle the question you ask me. I have studied these handbooks, these formidable weapons which you gentlemen of the bar know so well how to handle. I know the opinions of a Devergy and an Orfila, I know even what Casper and Tardieu, and a host of others teach on that subject. I am fully aware that these gentlemen claim to be able to tell you by the inch at what distance a shot has been fired. But I am not so skillful. I am only a poor country practitioner, a simple healer of diseases. And before I give an opinion which may cost a poor devil his life, innocent though he be, I must have time to reflect, to consult data, and to compare other cases in my practice." He was so evidently right in reality, if not in form, that even M. Galpin gave way. "It is merely as a matter of information that I request your opinion, sir," he replied. "Your real and carefully considered professional opinion will, of course, be given in a special statement." "Ah, if that is the case. Pray, inform me, then unofficially, what you think of the nature of the wounds of Count Claudius." Dar. Seignebos settled his spectacles ceremoniously on his nose, and then replied. "My impression, so far as I am now able to judge, is that the Count has stated the facts precisely as they were. I am quite ready to believe that the murderer was lying in ambush behind one of the piles of wood, and at the distance which he has mentioned. I am also able to affirm that the two shots were fired at different distances, one much nearer than the other. The proof of it lies in the nature of the wounds, one of which, near the hip, may be scientifically called. But we know at what distance a ball is spent," broke in M. Seneschal, whom the doctor's dogmatic tone began to annoy. "Ah, do we know that, indeed? You know it, M. Seneschal? Well, I declare I do not know it. To be sure, I bear in mind, what you seem to forget, that we have no longer, as in former days, only 3 or 4 kinds of guns. Did you think of the immense variety of firearms, French and English, American and German, which are nowadays found in everybody's hands? Do you not see, you who have been a lawyer and a magistrate, that the whole legal question will be based upon this grave and all-important point?" Thereupon the physician resumed his instruments, resolved to give no other answer, and was about to go to work once more when fearful cries were heard without, and the lawyers, the mayor, and the countess herself, rushed at once to the door. These cries were, unfortunately, not uttered without cause. The roof of the main building had just fallen in, burying under its ruins the poor drummer who had a few hours ago beaten the alarm, and one of the firemen, the most respected carpenter in Sauveterre, and a father of 5 children. Captain Parento seemed to be maddened by this disaster, and all vied with each other in efforts to rescue the poor fellows, who were uttering shrieks of horror that rose high above the crash of falling timbers. But all their endeavors were unavailing. One of the gendarmes and a farmer, who had nearly succeeded in reaching the sufferers, barely escaped being burnt themselves, and were only rescued after having been dangerously injured. Then only it seemed as if all became fully aware of the abominable crime committed by the incendiary. Then only the clouds of smoke and the columns of fire, which rose high into the air, were accompanied by fierce cries of vengeance rising heavenwards. "Death to the incendiary! Death!" At the moment M. Seneschal felt himself inspired with a sudden thought. He knew how cautious peasants are, and how difficult it is to make them tell what they know. He climbed, therefore, upon a heap of fallen beams, and said in a clear, loud voice, "Yes, my friends, you are right, death to the incendiary. Yes, the unfortunate victims of the basest of all crimes must be avenged. We must find out the incendiary, we must. You want it to be done, don't you? Well, it depends only on you. There must be someone among you who knows something about this matter. Let him come forward and tell us what he has seen or heard. Remember that the smallest trifle may be a clue to the crime. You would be as bad as the incendiary himself, if you concealed him. Just think it over, consider. Loud voices were heard in the crowd. Then suddenly a voice said, "There is one here who can tell." "Who?" "Cocolio. He was there from the beginning. It was he who went and brought the children of the Countess out of their room. What has become of him, Cocolio, Cocolio?" One must have lived in the country, among these simple-minded peasants, to understand the excitement and the fury of all these men and women as they crowded around the ruins of Valpinson. People in town do not mind brigands, in general. They have their gas, their strong doors, and the police. They are generally little afraid of fire. They have their fire alarms, and at the first spark the neighbor cries, "Fire!" The engines come racing up, and water comes forth as if by magic. But it is very different in the country. Here every man is constantly under a sense of his isolation. A simple latch protects his door, and no one watches over his safety at night. If a murderer should attack him, his cries could bring no help. If fire should break out, his house would be burnt down before the neighbors could reach it, and he is happy who can save his own life and that of his family. Hence all these good people, whom the mayor's words had deeply excited, were eager to find out the only man who knew anything about this calamity, Cocolio. He was well known among them, and for many years. There was not one among them who had not given him a piece of bread, or a bowl of soup, when he was hungry. Not one of them had ever refused him a night's rest on the straw in his barn, when it was raining or freezing, and the poor fellow wanted a shelter. For Cocolio was one of those unfortunate beings who labor under a grievous physical or moral deformity. Some 20 years ago, a wealthy landowner in Breccia had sent to the nearest town for half a dozen painters, whom he kept at his house nearly a whole summer, painting and decorating his newly built house. One of these men had seduced a girl in the neighborhood, whom he had bewitched by his long white blouse, his handsome brown mustache, his good spirits, gay songs, and flattering speeches. But, when the work was done, the tempter had flown away with the others, without thinking any more of the poor girl than of the last cigar which he had smoked. And yet she was expecting a child. When she could no longer conceal her condition, she was turned out of the house in which she had been employed, and her family, unable to support themselves, drove her away without mercy. Overcome with grief, shame, and remorse, poor Colette wandered from farm to farm, begging, insulted, laughed at, beaten even at times. Thus it came about, that in a dark wood, one dismal winter evening, she gave life to a male child. No one ever understood how mother and child managed to survive. But both lived, and for many a year they were seen in and around Sauveterre, covered with rags, and living upon the dear-bought generosity of the peasants. Then the mother died, utterly forsaken by human help, as she had lived. They found her body, one morning, in a ditch by the wayside. The child survived alone. He was then 8 years old, quite strong and tall for his age. A farmer took pity on him, and took him home. The little wretch was not fit for anything, he could not even keep his master's cows. During his mother's lifetime, his silence, his wild looks, and his savage appearance, had been attributed to his wretched mode of life. But when people began to be interested in him, they found out that his intellect had never been aroused. He was an idiot, and, besides, subject to that terrible nervous affection which at times shakes the whole body and disfigures the face by the violence of uncontrollable convulsions. He was not a deaf-mute. But he could only stammer out with intense difficulty a few disjointed syllables. Sometimes the country people would say to him, "Tell us your name, and you shall have a cent." Then it took him 5 minutes hard work to utter, amid 1,000 painful contortions, the name of his mother. Colette. Hence came his name Cocolio. It had been ascertained that he was utterly unable to do anything. And people ceased to interest themselves in his behalf. The consequence was, that he became a vagabond as of old. It was about this time that Dr. Seignebos, on one of his visits, met him one day on the public road. This excellent man had, among other extraordinary notions, the conviction that idiocy is nothing more than a defective state of the brains, which may be remedied by the use of certain well-known substances, such as phosphorus, for instance. He lost no time in seizing upon this admirable opportunity to test his theory. Kokoliou was sent for, and installed in his house. He subjected him to a treatment which he kept secret. And only a druggist at Sauveterre, who was also well known as entertaining very extraordinary notions, knew what had happened. At the end of 18 months, Kokoliou had fallen off terribly. He talked perhaps, a little more fluently. But his intellect had not been perceptibly improved. Dr. Seignebos was discouraged. He made up a parcel of things which he had given to his patient, put it into his hands, pushed him out of his door, and told him never to come back again. The doctor had rendered Kokoliou a sad service. The poor idiot had lost the habit of privation, he had forgotten how to go from door to door, asking for alms. And he would have perished, if his good fortune had not led him to knock at the door of the house at VALPINSON. Count Claudius and his wife were touched by his wretchedness, and determined to take charge of him. They gave him a room and a bed at one of the farmhouses, but they could never induce him to stay there. He was by nature a vagabond, and the instinct was too strong for him. In winter, frost and snow kept him in for a little while. But as soon as the first leaves came out, he went wandering again through forest and field, remaining absent often for weeks altogether. At last, however, something seemed to have been aroused in him, which looked like the instinct of a domesticated animal. His attachment to the Countess resembled that of a dog, even in the capers and cries with which he greeted her whenever he saw her. Often, when she went out, he accompanied her, running and frolicking around her just like a dog. He was also very fond of little girls, and seemed to resent it when he was kept from them, for people were afraid his nervous attacks might affect the children. With time he had also become capable of performing some simple service. He could be entrusted with certain messages, he could water the flowers, summon a servant, or even carry a letter to the post office at Brecky. His progress in this respect was so marked, that some of the more cunning peasants began to suspect that Kokoliou was not so innocent, after all, as he looked, and that he was cleverly playing the fool in order to enjoy life easily. "We have him at last," cried several voices at once. "Here he is, here he is." The crowd made way promptly, and almost immediately a young man appeared, led and pushed forward by several persons. Kokoliou's clothes, all in disorder, showed clearly that he had offered a stout resistance. He was a youth of about 18 years, very tall, quite beardless, excessively thin, and so loosely jointed, that he looked like a hunchback. A mass of reddish hair came down his low, retreating forehead. His small eyes, his enormous mouth bristling with sharp teeth, his broad flat nose, and his immense ears, gave to his face a strange idiotic expression, and to his whole appearance a most painful brutish air. "What must we do with him?" asked the peasants of the mayor. "We must take him before the magistrate, my friends," replied M. Seneschal, "down there in that cottage, where you have carried the count. And we'll make him talk," threatened his captors. "You hear? Go on, quick." Chapter 4. M. Galpin and the doctor had both considered it a point of honor who should show the most perfect indifference, and thus they had betrayed by no sign their curiosity to know what was going on outdoors. Dar. Seignebos was on the point of resuming the operation, and, as coolly as if he had been in his own rooms at home, he was washing the sponge which he had just used, and wiping his instruments. The magistrate, on the other hand, was standing in the center of the room, his arms crossed, his eyes fixed upon the infinite, apparently. It may be he was thinking of his star which had at last brought him that famous criminal case for which he had ardently longed many a year. Count Claudius, however, was very far from sharing their reserve. He was tossing about on his bed. And as soon as the mayor and his friend reappeared, looking quite upset, he exclaimed, "What does that uproar mean? And, when he had heard of the calamity, he added, "Great God! And I was complaining of my losses. 2 men killed. That is a real misfortune. Poor men. To die because they were so brave." Bolton, hardly 30 years old, Gillibolt, a father of a family, who leaves 5 children, and not a cent. The Countess, coming in at that moment, heard his last words. "As long as we have a mouthful of bread," she said in a voice full of deep emotion, "neither Bolton's mother, nor Gillibolt's children, shall ever know what want is." She could not say another word. For at that moment the peasants crowded into the room, pushing the prisoner before them. "Where is the magistrate?" they asked. "Here is a witness." "What, Kokoliou!" exclaimed the count. "Yes, he knows something, he said so himself. We want him to tell it to the magistrate. We want the incendiary to be caught." Dr. Seignebos had frowned fiercely. He execrated Kokoliou, whose sight recalled to him that great failure which the good people of Sauveterre were not likely to forget soon. "You do not really mean to examine him?" he asked, turning to M. Galpin. "Why not?" answered the magistrate dryly. "Because he is an imbecile, sir, an idiot. Because he cannot possibly understand your questions, or the importance of his answers. He may give us a valuable hint, nevertheless. A man who has no sense. You don't really think so? The law cannot attach any importance to the evidence of a fool." M. Galpin betrayed his impatience by an increase of stiffness, as he replied. "I know my duty, sir." "And I," replied the physician, "I also know what I have to do. You have summoned me to assist you in this investigation. I obey, and I declare officially, that the mental condition of this unfortunate man makes his evidence utterly worthless. I appeal to the Commonwealth Attorney." He had hoped for a word of encouragement from M. Dubidjon, but nothing came. Then he went on. "Take care, sir, or you may get yourself into trouble. What would you do if this poor fellow should make a formal charge against anyone? Could you attach any weight to his word?" The peasants were listening with open mouths. One of them said, "Oh, Kokoliou is not so innocent as he looks. He can say very well what he wants to say," the scamp, added another. "At all events, I am indebted to him for the life of my children," said the count gently. "He thought of them when I was unconscious, and when no one else remembered them. Come, Kokoliou, come nearer, my friend, don't be afraid, there is no one here to hurt you." It was very well the count used such kind words. For Kokoliou was thoroughly terrified by the brutal treatment he had received, and was trembling in all his limbs. "I am not afraid," he stammered out. "Once more I protest," said the physician. He had found out that he stood not alone in his opinion. Count Claudius came to his assistance, saying, "I really think it might be dangerous to question Kokoliou." But the magistrate was master of the situation, and conscious of all the powers conferred upon him by the laws of France in such cases. "I must beg, gentlemen," he said, in a tone which did not allow of any reply, "I must beg to be permitted to act in my own way." And sitting down, he asked Kokoliou, "Come, my boy, listen to me, and try to understand what I say. Do you know what has happened at Valpinson?" "Fire," replied the idiot. "Yes, my friend, fire, which burns down the house of your benefactor, fire, which has killed 2 good men. But that is not all, they have tried to murder the count. Do you see him there in his bed, wounded, and covered with blood? Do you see the countess, how she suffers? Did Kokoliou follow him? His distorted features betrayed nothing of what might be going on within him." "Nonsense!" growled the doctor, "what obstinacy! What folly!" M. Galpin heard him, and said angrily, "Sir, do not force me to remind you that I have not far from here, men whose duty it is to see that my authority is respected here." Then, turning again to the poor idiot, he went on. "All these misfortunes are the work of a vile incendiary. You hate him, don't you? you detest him, the rascal. Yes, said Cocolliu. You want him to be punished, don't you? Yes, yes. Well, then you must help me to find him out, so that the gendarmes may catch him, and put him in jail. You know who it is. You have told these people and... He paused, and after a moment, as Cocolliu kept silent, he asked. But, now I think of it, whom has this poor fellow talked to? Not one of the peasants could tell. They inquired, but no answer came. Perhaps Cocolliu had never said what he was reported to have said. The fact is, said one of the tenants at Valpinson, that the poor devil, so to say, never sleeps, and that he is roaming about all night around the house and the farm buildings. This was a new light for M. Galpin. Suddenly changing the form of his interrogatory, he asked Cocolliu. Where did you spend the night? In the court yard. Were you asleep when the fire broke out? No. Did you see it commence? Yes. How did it commence? The idiot looked fixedly at the Countess Claudius with the timid and abject expression of a dog who tries to read something in his master's eyes. Tell us, my friend, said the Countess gently, tell us. A flash of intelligence shone in Cocolliu's eyes. They set it on fire, he stammered. On purpose? Yes. Who? A gentleman. There was not a person present at this extraordinary scene who did not anxiously hold his breath as the word was uttered. The doctor alone kept cool, and exclaimed. Such an examination is sheer folly. But the magistrate did not seem to hear his words, and, turning to Cocolliu, he asked him, in a deeply agitated tone of voice. Did you see the gentleman? Yes. Do you know who he is? Very, very, well. What is his name? Oh, yes. What is his name? Tell us. Cocolliu's features betrayed the fearful anguish of his mind. He hesitated, and at last he answered, making a violent effort, Boiscoran. The name was received with murmurs of indignation and incredulous laughter. There was not a shadow of doubt or of suspicion. The peasant said. M. de Boiscoran an incendiary. Who does he think will believe that story? It is absurd. Said Count Claudius. Nonsense, repeated the mayor and his friend. Dr. Siegnibos had taken off his spectacles, and was wiping them with an air of intense satisfaction. What did I tell you? He exclaimed. But the gentleman did not condescend to attach any importance to my suggestions. The magistrate was by far the most excited man in the crowd. He had turned excessively pale, and made, visibly, the greatest efforts to preserve his equanimity. The Commonwealth attorney leaned over towards him, and whispered. If I were in your place, I would stop here, and consider the answer as not given. But M. Galpin was one of those men who are blinded by self-conceit, and who would rather be cut to pieces than admit that they have been mistaken. He answered. I shall go on. Then turning once more to Cocolliu, in the midst of so deep a silence that the buzzing of a fly would have been distinctly heard, he asked. Do you know, my boy, what you say? Do you know that you are accusing a man of a horrible crime? Whether Cocolliu understood, or not, he was evidently deeply agitated. Big drops of perspiration rolled slowly down his temples, and nervous shocks agitated his limbs, and convulsed his features. I am telling the truth, he said at last. M. de Boiscoran has set Valpinson on fire? Yes. How did he do it? Cocolliu's restless eyes wandered incessantly from the count, who looked indignant, to the countess, who seemed to listen with painful surprise. The magistrate repeated. Speak. After another moment's hesitation, the idiot began to explain what he had seen, and it took him many minutes to state, amid countless contortions, and painful efforts to speak, that he had seen M. de Boiscoran pull out some papers from his pocket, light them with a match, put them under a rick of straw nearby, and pushed the burning mass towards two enormous piles of wood which were in close contact with a vat full of spirits. "This is sheer nonsense," cried the doctor, thus giving words to what they all seemed to feel. But Galpin had mastered his excitement. He said solemnly, "At the first sign of applause or of displeasure, I shall send for the gendarmes, and have the room cleared." Then, turning once more to Coqueliu, he said, "Since you saw de Boiscoran so distinctly, tell us how he was dressed." "He had light trousers on," replied the idiot, stammering still most painfully, "a dark brown shooting jacket, and a big straw hat. His trousers were stuffed into his boots." 2 or 3 peasants looked at each other, as if they had at last hit upon a suspicious fact. The costume which Coqueliu had so accurately described was well known to them all. "And when he had kindled the fire," said the magistrate again, "what did he do next?" "He hid behind the woodpile." "And then?" "He loaded his gun, and, when master came out, he fired." Count Claudius was so indignant that he forgot the pain which his wounds caused him, and raised himself on his bed. "It is monstrous," he exclaimed, "to allow an idiot to charge an honorable man with such a crime. If he really saw de Boiscoran set the house on fire, and hide himself in order to murder me, why did he not come and warn me?" Mr. Galpin repeated the question submissively, to the great amazement of the mayor and de Bigen. "Why did you not give warning?" he asked Coqueliu. But the efforts which the unfortunate man had made during the last half-hour had exhausted his little strength. He broke out into stupid laughter. And almost instantly one of his fearful nervous attacks overcame him, he fell down yelling, and had to be carried away. The magistrate had risen, pale and deeply excited, but evidently meditating on what was to be done next. The Commonwealth attorney asked him in an undertone what he was going to do, and the lawyer replied, "Prosecute." "What can I do otherwise in my position? God is my witness that I tried my best, by urging this poor idiot, to prove the absurdity of his accusation. But the result has disappointed me. And now I can no longer hesitate. There have been 10 witnesses present at the examination. My honor is at stake. I must establish either the guilt or the innocence of the man whom Coqueliu accuses." Immediately, walking up to the count's bed, he asked, "Will you have the kindness, Count Claudius, to tell me what your relations are to de Boiscoran?" Surprise and indignation caused the wounded man to blush deeply. "Can it be possible, sir, that you believe the words of that idiot?" "I believe nothing," answered the magistrate. "My duty is to unravel the truth, and I mean to do it. The doctor has told you what the state of Coqueliu's mind is?" "Count, I beg you will answer my question." Count Claudius looked angry, but he replied promptly. "My relations with de Boiscoran are neither good nor bad. We have none. It is reported, I have heard it myself, that you are on bad terms." "On no terms at all. I never leave VALPINSON, and de Boiscoran spends 9 months of the year in Paris. He has never called at my house, and I have never been in his. You have been overheard speaking of him in unmeasured terms. That may be. We are neither of the same age, nor have we the same tastes or the same opinions. He is young, I am old. He likes Paris and the great world, I am fond of solitude and hunting. I am a legitimist, he used to be an Orleanist, and now he is a Republican. I believe that the descendant of our old kings alone can save the country, and he is convinced that the happiness of France is possible only under a republic. But 2 men may be enemies, and yet esteem each other. De Boiscoran is an honorable man, he has done his duty bravely in the war, he has fought well, and has been wounded." Galpin noted down these answers with extreme care. When he had done so, he continued. "The question is not one of political opinions only. You have had personal difficulties with de Boiscoran. Of no importance. I beg pardon, you have been at law. Our estates adjoin each other. There is an unlucky brook between us, which is a source of constant trouble to the neighbors. Galpin shook his head, and added. These are not the only difficulties you have had with each other. Everybody in the country knows that you have had violent altercations. Count Claudius seemed to be in great distress. It is true, we have used hard words. De Boiscoran had 2 wretched dogs that were continually escaping from his kennels, and came hunting in my fields. You cannot imagine how much game they destroyed. Exactly so. And one day you met de Boiscoran, and you warned him that you would shoot his dogs. I must confess I was furious. But I was wrong, 1,000 times wrong, I did threaten. That is it. You were both of you armed. You threatened one another, he actually aimed at you. Don't deny it. A number of persons have seen it, and I know it. He has told me so himself. Chapter 5. There was not a person in the whole district who did not know of what a fearful disease poor Cocolio was suffering, and everybody knew, also, that it was perfectly useless to try and help him. The 2 men who had taken him out had therefore laid him simply on a pile of wet straw, and then they had left him to himself, eager as they were to see and hear what was going on. It must be said, in justice to the several hundred peasants who were crowding around the smoking ruins of VALPINSON, that they treated the madman who had accused de Boiscoran of such a crime, neither with cruel jokes nor with fierce curses. Unfortunately, first impulses, which are apt to be good impulses, do not last long. One of those idle good-for-nothings, drunkards, envious scamps who are found in every community, in the country as well as in the city, cried out. And why not? These few words opened at once a door to all kinds of bold guesses. Everybody had heard something about the quarrel between Count Claudius and de Boiscoran. It was well known, moreover, that the provocation had always come from the Count, and that the latter had invariably given way in the end. Why, therefore, might not de Boiscoran, impatient at last, have resorted to such means in order to avenge himself on a man whom they thought he must needs hate, and whom he probably feared at the same time? Perhaps he would not do it, because he is a nobleman, and because he is rich, they added sneeringly. The next step was, of course, to look out for circumstances which might support such a theory, and the opportunity was not lacking. Groups were formed, and soon 2 men and a woman declared aloud that they could astonish the world if they chose to talk. They were urged to tell what they knew, and, of course, they refused. But they had said too much already. Willing or not willing, they were carried up to the house, where, at that very moment, Galpin was examining Count Claudius. The excited crowd made such a disturbance, that Seneschal, trembling at the idea of a new accident, rushed out to the door. What is it now? He asked. More witnesses, replied the peasants. Here are some more witnesses. The mayor turned round, and, after having exchanged glances with Dubigeon, he said to the magistrate. They are bringing you some more witnesses, sir. No doubt Galpin was little pleased at the interruption. But he knew the people well enough to bear in mind, that, unless he took them at the moment when they were willing to talk, he might never be able to get anything out of them at any other time. We shall return some other time to our conversation, he said to Count Claudius. Then, replying to Seneschal, he said. Let the witnesses come in, but one by one. The first who entered was the only son of a well-to-do farmer in the village of Brecci, called Ribaud. He was a young fellow of about 25, broad-shouldered, with a very small head, a low brow, and formidable crimson ears. For 20 miles all around, he was reputed to be an irresistible beau, a reputation of which he was very proud. After having asked him his name, his first names, and his age, Galpin said. What do you know? The young man straightened himself, and with a marvelously conceited air, which set all the peasants laughing, he replied. I was out that night on some little private business of my own. I was on the other side of the chateau of Boiscoran. Somebody was waiting for me, and I was behind time, so I cut right across the marsh. I knew the rains of the last days would have filled all the ditches. But, when a man is out on such important business as mine was, he can always find his way. Spare us those tedious details, said the magistrate coldly. The handsome fellow looked surprised, rather than offended, by the interruption, and then went on. As your honor desires. Well, it was about 8 o'clock, or a little more, and it was growing dark, when I reached the seal swamps. They were overflowing, and the water was 2 inches above the stones of the canal. I asked myself how I should get across without spoiling my clothes, when I saw M. de Boiscoran coming towards me from the other side. Are you quite sure it was he? Why, I should think so. I talked to him. But stop, he was not afraid of getting wet. Without much ado, he rolled up his trousers, stuffed them into the tops of his tall boots, and went right through. Just then he saw me, and seemed to be surprised. I was as much so as he was. Why, is it you, sir? I said. He replied, yes, I have to see somebody at Breckie. That was very probably so, still I said again, but you have chosen a queer way. He laughed. I did not know the swamps were overflowed, he answered, and I thought I would shoot some snipes. As he said this, he showed me his gun. At that moment I had nothing to say, but now, when I think it over, it looks queer to me. M. Galpin had written down the statement as fast as it was given. Then he asked. How was M. de Boiscoran dressed? Stop. He had grayish trousers on, a shooting jacket of brown velveteen, and a broad-brimmed Panama hat. The Count and the Countess looked distressed and almost overcome, nor did the mayor and his friend seem to be less troubled. One circumstance in Ribault's evidence seemed to have struck them with peculiar force, the fact that he had seen M. de Boiscoran push his trousers inside his boots. You can go, said M. Galpin to the young man. Let another witness come in. The next one was an old man of bad reputation, who lived alone in an old hut 2 miles from VALPINSON. He was called Father Gaudry. Unlike young Ribault, who had shown great assurance, the old man looked humble and cringing in his dirty, ill-smelling rags. After having given his name, he said. It might have been 11 o'clock at night, and I was going through the forest of Rochepomere, along one of the little bypaths. You were stealing wood, said the magistrate sternly. Great God, what an idea, cried the old man, raising his hands to heaven. How can you say such a thing? I steal wood. No, my dear sir, I was very quietly going to sleep in the forest, so as to be up with daylight, and gather champignons and other mushrooms to sell at Sauveterre. Well, I was trotting along, when, all of a sudden, I hear footsteps behind me. Naturally, I was frightened. Because you were stealing. Oh, no. My dear sir, only, at night, you understand. Well, I hid behind a tree, and almost at the same moment I saw M. de Boiscoran pass by. I recognized him perfectly in spite of the dark, for he seemed to be in a great rage, talked loud to himself, swore, gesticulated, and tore handfuls of leaves from the branches. Did he have a gun? Yes, my dear sir. For that was the very thing that frightened me so. I thought he was a keeper. The third and last witness was a good old woman, Mrs. Courtois, whose little farm lay on the other side of the forest of Rochepomere. When she was asked, she hesitated a moment, and then she said. I do not know much, but I will tell you all I do know. As we expected to have a house full of workmen a few days hence, and as I was going to bake bread tomorrow, I was going with my ass to the mill on Sauveterre Mountain to fetch flour. The miller had not any ready. But he told me, if I could wait, he would let me have some, and so I stayed to supper. About 10 o'clock, they gave me a bag full of flour. The boys put it on my ass, and I went home. I was about halfway, and it was, perhaps, 11 o'clock, when, just at the edge of the forest of Rochepomere, my ass stumbled, and the bag fell off. I had a great deal of trouble, for I was not strong enough to lift it alone. And just then a man came out of the woods, quite near me. I called to him, and he came. It was M. de Boiscoran. I asked him to help me, and at once, without losing a moment, he puts his gun down, lifts the bag from the ground, and puts it on my ass. I thank him. He says, "Welcome," and that is all. The mayor had been all this time standing in the door of the chamber, performing the humble duty of a doorkeeper, and barring the entrance to the eager and curious crowd outside. When Mrs. Courtois retired, quite bewildered by her own words, and regretting what she had said, he called out, "Is there anyone else who knows anything?" As nobody appeared, he closed the door, and said curtly, "Well, then, you can go home now, my friends. Let the law have free course." The law, represented by the magistrate, was a prey at that moment to the most cruel perplexity. M. Galpin was utterly overcome by consternation. He sat at the little table, on which he had been writing, his head resting on his hands, thinking, apparently, how he could find a way out of this labyrinth. All of a sudden he rose, and forgetting, for a moment, his customary rigidity, he let his mask of icy impassiveness drop off his face, and said, "Well," as if, in his despair, he had hoped for some help or advice in his troubles, "well." No answer came. All the others were as much troubled as he was. They all tried to shake off the overwhelming impression made by this accumulation of evidence, but in vain. At last, after a moment's silence, the magistrate said with strange bitterness, "You see, gentlemen, I was right in examining Kokoliou. Oh! Don't attempt to deny it, you share my doubts and my suspicions, I see it. Is there one among you who would dare assert that the terrible excitement of this poor man has not restored to him for a time the use of his reason? When he told you that he had witnessed the crime, and when he gave the name of the criminal, you looked incredulous. But then other witnesses came, and their united evidence, corresponding without a missing link, constitutes a terrible presumption." He became animated again. Professional habits, stronger than everything else, obtained once more the mastery. M. de Boiscoran was at VALPINSON tonight, that is clearly established. Well, how did he get here? By concealing himself. Between his own house and VALPINSON there are two public roads, one by Brecky, and another around the swamps. Does M. de Boiscoran take either of the two? No. He cut straight across the marshes, at the risk of sinking in, or of getting wet from head to foot. On his return he chooses, in spite of the darkness, the forest of Rochepomere, unmindful of the danger he runs to lose his way, and to wander about in it till daybreak. What was he doing this for? Evidently, in order not to be seen. And, in fact, whom does he meet? A loose fellow, Ribaud, who is himself in hiding on account of some love intrigue, a wood stealer, Gaudry, whose only anxiety is to avoid the gendarmes, an old woman, finally, Mrs. Courtois, who has been belated by an accident. All his precautions were well chosen, but Providence was watching. "Oh Providence," growled Dr. Signebos, "Providence." But M. Galpin did not even hear the interruption. Speaking faster and faster, he went on. Would it at least be possible to plead in behalf of M. de Boiscoran a difference in time? No. At what time was he seen to come to this place? At nightfall. It was 8:30, says Ribaud, when M. de Boiscoran crossed the canal at the Seal Swamps. He might, therefore, have easily reached VALPINSON at 9:30. At that hour the crime had not yet been committed. When was he seen returning home? Gaudry and the woman Courtois have told you the hour, after 11 o'clock. At that time Count Claudius had been shot, and VALPINSON was on fire. Do we know anything of M. de Boiscoran's temper at that time? Yes, we do. When he came this way he was quite cool. He is very much surprised at meeting Ribaud, but he explains to him very fully how he happens to be at that place, and also why he has a gun. He says he is on his way to meet somebody at Brecky, and he thought he would shoot some birds. Is that admissible? Is it even likely? However, let us look at him on his way back. Gaudry says he was walking very fast, he seemed to be furious, and was pulling handfuls of leaves from the branches. What does Mrs. Courtois say? Nothing. When she calls him, he does not venture to run. That would have been a confession, but he is in a great hurry to help her. And then? His way for a quarter of an hour is the same as the woman's. Does he keep her company? No. He leaves her hastily. He goes ahead, and hurries home. For he thinks Count Claudius is dead, he knows Valpinson is in flames, and he fears he will hear the bells ring, and see the fire raging. It is not often that magistrates allow themselves such familiarity. For judges, and even lawyers, generally fancy they are too high above common mortals, on such occasions, to explain their views, to state their impressions, and to ask, as it were, for advice. Still, when the inquiry is only begun, there are, properly speaking, no fixed rules prescribed. As soon as a crime has been reported to a French magistrate, he is at liberty to do anything he chooses in order to discover the guilty one. Absolutely master of the case, responsible only to his conscience, and endowed with extraordinary powers, he proceeds as he thinks best. But, in this affair at Valpinson, Galpin had been carried away by the rapidity of the events themselves. Since the first question addressed to Coqueliu, up to the present moment, he had not had time to consider. And his proceedings had been public, thus he felt naturally tempted to explain them. "And you call this a legal inquiry?" asked Dr. Seignebos. He had taken off his spectacles, and was wiping them furiously. "An inquiry founded upon what?" He went on with such vehemence that no one dared interrupt him, founded upon the evidence of an unfortunate creature, whom I, a physician, testify to be not responsible for what he says. Reason does not go out and become lighted again, like the gas in a street lamp. A man is an idiot, or he is not an idiot. He has always been one, and he always will be one. But you say the other statements are conclusive. Say, rather, that you think they are. Why? Because you are prejudiced by Coqueliu's accusation. But for it, you would never have troubled yourselves about what M. de Boiscoran did, or did not. He walked about the whole evening. He has a right to do so. He crossed the marsh. What hindered him? He went through the woods. Why should he not? He is met with by people. Is not that quite natural? But no, an idiot accuses him, and forthwith all he does looks suspicious. He talks. It is the insolence of a hardened criminal. He is silent. It is the remorse of a guilty man trembling with fear. Instead of naming M. de Boiscoran, Coqueliu might just as well have named me, Dr. Seignebos. At once, all my doings would have appeared suspicious, and I am quite sure 1,000 evidences of my guilt would have been discovered. It would have been an easy matter. Are not my opinions more radical even than those of M. de Boiscoran? For there is the key to the whole matter. M. de Boiscoran is a republican. M. de Boiscoran acknowledges no sovereignty but that of the people. Doctor, broke in the Commonwealth attorney, Doctor, you are not thinking of what you say. I do think of it, I assure you. But he was once more interrupted, and this time by Count Claudius, who said, "For my part, I admit all the arguments brought up by the magistrate. But, above all probabilities, I put a fact, the character of the accused. M. de Boiscoran is a man of honor and an excellent man. He is incapable of committing a mean and odious crime." The others assented. M. Seneschal added. "And I will tell you another thing. What would have been the purpose of such a crime? Ah, if M. de Boiscoran had nothing to lose. But do you know among all your friends a happier man than he is? Young, handsome, in excellent health, immensely wealthy, esteemed and popular with everybody. Finally, there is another fact, which is a family secret, but which I may tell you, and which will remove at once all suspicions. M. de Boiscoran is desperately in love with Miss Dionysia de Chandor. She returns his love, and the day before yesterday the wedding day was fixed on the 20th of the next month. In the meantime the hours had sped on. It was 3:30 by the clock of the church in Breckie. Day was breaking, and the light of the lamps was turning pale. The morning mists began to disappear, and the sunlight fell upon the window panes. But no one noticed this. All these men gathered around the bed of the wounded man were too deeply excited. Galpin had listened to the objection made by the others, without a word or a gesture. He had so far recovered his self-control, that it would have been difficult to see what impressions they made upon his mind. At last, shaking his head gravely, he said, "More than you, gentlemen, I feel a desire to believe de Boiscoran innocent. De Bijan, who knows what I mean, will tell you so. In my heart I pleaded his cause long before you. But I am the representative of the law, and my duty is above my affections. Does it depend on me to set aside Cocolliu's accusation, however stupid, however absurd, it may be? Can I undo the 3 statements made by the witnesses, and confirming so strongly the suspicions aroused by the first charge?" Count Claudius was distressed beyond expression. At last he said, "The worst thing about it is, that de Boiscoran thinks I am his enemy. I should not wonder if he went and imagined that these charges and vile suspicions have been suggested by my wife or by myself. If I could only get up. At least, let de Boiscoran know distinctly that I am ready to answer for him, as I would answer for myself. Cocolliu, the wretched idiot. Ah, Genevieve, my darling wife. Why did you induce him to talk? If you had not insisted, he would have kept silent forever." The Countess succumbed at last to the anxieties of this terrible night. At first she had been supported by that exaltation which is apt to accompany a great crisis, but latterly she had felt exhausted. She had sunk upon a stool, near the bed on which her 2 daughters were lying, and, her head hid in the pillow, she seemed to sleep. But she was not asleep. When her husband reproached her thus, she rose, pale, with swollen eyes and distorted features, and said in a piercing voice, "What? They have tried to kill my Trivulus, our children have been near unto death in the flames. And I should have allowed any means to be used by which the guilty one may be found out? No. I have only done what it was my duty to do. Whatever may come of it, I regret nothing. But, Genevieve, de Boiscoran is not guilty, he cannot possibly be guilty. How could a man who has the happiness of being loved by Dionysia de Chandor, and who counts the days to his wedding, how could he devise such a hideous crime?" "Let him prove his innocence," replied the Countess mercilessly. The doctor smacked his lips in the most impertinent manner. "There is a woman's logic for you," he murmured. "Certainly," said Seneschal, de Boiscoran's innocence will be promptly established. Nevertheless, the suspicion will remain. And our people are so constituted, that this suspicion will overshadow his whole life. 20 years hence, they will meet him, and they will say, "Oh, yes. The man who set Valpinson on fire." It was not Galpin this time who replied, but the Commonwealth attorney. He said sadly, "I cannot share your views. But that does not matter. After what has passed, our friend, Galpin cannot retrace his steps, his duty makes that impossible, and, even more so, what is due to the accused. What would all these people say, who have heard Cocolliu's deposition, and the evidence given by the witnesses, if the inquiry were stopped? They would certainly say de Boiscoran was guilty, but that he was not held responsible because he was rich and noble. Upon my honor I believe him to be innocent. But precisely because this is my conviction, I maintain that his innocence must be clearly established. No doubt he has the means of doing so. When he met Ribot, he told him he was on his way to see somebody at Breckie. But suppose he never went there, objected Seneschal. Suppose he did not see anybody there. Suppose it was only a pretext to satisfy Ribot's impertinent curiosity. Well, then, he would only have to tell the truth in court. And look! Here's an important proof which almost by itself relieves M. de Boiscoran. Would he not have loaded his gun with a ball, if he should ever have really thought of murdering the Count? But it was loaded with nothing but small shot. And he would never have missed me at 10 yards distance, said the Count. Suddenly somebody was heard knocking furiously at the door. Come in, cried M. Seneschal. The door opened and 3 peasants appeared, looking bewildered, but evidently well pleased. We have just, said one of them, found something curious. What? Asked M. Galpin. It looks very much like a case, but Petard says it is the paper of a cartridge. Count Claudius raised himself on his pillows, and said eagerly. Let me see. I have during these last days fired several times quite near to the house to frighten the birds away that eat my fruit. I want to see if the paper is mine. The peasant gave it to him. It was a very thin lead form, such as contain the cartridges used in American breech-loading guns. What was singular was that it was blackened by burnt powder, but it had not been torn, nor had it blazed up in the discharge. It was so perfectly uninjured, that one could read the embossed letters of the name of the manufacturer, Kleb. That cartridge never belonged to me, said the Count. But as he uttered these words he turned deadly pale, so pale, that his wife came close to him, and looked at him with a glance full of terrible anguish. Well? He made no reply. But at that moment such silence was so eloquent, that the Countess felt sickened, and whispered to him. Then Kokoliou was right, after all. Not one feature of this dramatic scene had escaped M. Galpin's eye. He had seen on every face signs of a kind of terror, still he made no remark. He took the metal case from the Count's hands, knowing that it might become an important piece of evidence. And for nearly a minute he turned it round and round, looking at it from all sides, and examining it in the light with the utmost attention. Then turning to the peasants, who were standing respectfully and uncovered close by the door, he asked them. Where did you find this cartridge, my friends? Close by the old tower, where they keep the tools, and where the ivy is growing all over the old castle. M. Seneschal had in the meantime succeeded in recovering his self-control, and said now. Surely the murderer cannot have fired from there. You cannot even see the door of the house from the old tower. That may be, replied the magistrate. But the cartridge case does not necessarily fall to the ground at the place where the gun is discharged. It falls as soon as the gun is cocked to reload. This was so true, that even Dr. Seignebos had nothing to say. Now, my friends, said M. Galpin, which of you has found the cartridge case? We were all together when we saw it, and picked it up. Well, then, all 3 of you must give me your names and your domicile, so that I can send for you when you are wanted. This was done. And, when all formalities were attended to, they went off with numberless bows and doffings of hats. Just at that moment the furious gallop of a horse was heard approaching the house. The next moment the man who had been sent to Sauveterre for medicines came in. He was furious. That rascal of a druggist, he said. I thought he would never open his shop. Dar. Seignebos had eagerly seized the things that were sent him, then, bowing with mock respect to the magistrate, he said. I know very well, sir, how pressing the necessity is to have the head of the culprit cut off. But I think it is almost as pressing to save the life of the murdered man. I have probably delayed the binding up of the Count's wounds longer than I ought to have done. And I beg you will now leave me alone, so as to enable me to do my duty to him. Chapter 6. There was nothing more to be done for the magistrate, the Commonwealth attorney, or the mayor. The doctor might assuredly have used more polite language, but people were accustomed to his brutal ways. For it is surprising with what readiness men are tolerated in France, under the pretext that they are as they are, and that they must be taken as they are. The 3 gentlemen, therefore, left the room, after having bid farewell to the Countess, and after having promised to send the Count news of all that might be discovered. The fire was going out for want of fuel. A few hours had sufficed to destroy all that the hard work and incessant cares of many years had accomplished. This charming and much envied estate presented now nothing but a few half-calcined walls, heaps of black and grey ashes, and still glowing timbers, from which columns of smoke were slowly rising upward. Thanks to Captain Parento, all that they had been able to save had been carried to a distance, and safely stored away under the shelter of the ruins of the old castle. There, furniture and other articles were piled up pell-mell. There, carts and agricultural machines were standing about, empty casks, and sacks of oats and rye. There, also, the cattle were gathered, that had been drawn from their stalls with infinite labor, and at great risk of life, horses, oxen, some sheep, and a dozen cows, who lowed piteously. Few of the people had left as yet. With greater zeal than ever the firemen, aided by the peasants, deluged the remains of the dwelling-house with water. They had nothing to fear from the fire. But they desired to keep the bodies of their unfortunate companions from being entirely consumed. "What a terrible scourge fire is," said M. Seneschal. Neither M. Galpin nor the mayor made any answer. They also felt their hearts oppressed by the sad sight before them, in spite of all the intense excitement before. For a fire is nothing as long as the feverish excitement, and the hope of saving something, continue to keep us up, and as long as the red flames illumine the horizon, but the next day, when all is over, then we realize the extent of the misfortune. The firemen recognized the mayor, and greeted him with cheers. He went rapidly towards them, and, for the first time since the alarm had been raised, the magistrate and the attorney were alone. They were standing close by each other, and for a moment kept silent, while each one tried to read in the other's eyes the secret of his thoughts. At last M. Dubidgeon asked. "Well?" M. Galpin trembled. "This is a fearful calamity," he said. "What is your opinion?" "Ah! Do I know it myself? I have lost my head, the whole thing looks to me like a nightmare. You cannot really believe that M. de Boiscoran is guilty?" "I believe nothing. My reason tells me he is innocent. I feel he must be innocent, and yet I see terrible evidence rising against him." The attorney was overwhelmed. "Alas," he said, "why did you, contrary to everybody's opinion, insist upon examining Cocolliu, a poor idiotic wretch?" But the magistrate remonstrated. "You do not mean to reproach me, sir, for having followed the impulses of my conscience. I reproach you for nothing. A horrible crime has been committed. And my duty compelled me to do all that lies in the power of man to discover the culprit. Yes, and the man who is accused of the crime is your friend, and only yesterday you spoke of his friendship as your best chance of success in life. Sir, are you surprised to find me so well informed? Ah, you do not know that nothing escapes the idle curiosity of a village. I know that your dearest hope was to become a member of M. de Boiscoran's family, and that you counted upon him to back you in your efforts to obtain the hand of one of his cousins. I do not deny that. Unfortunately, you have been tempted by the prestige you might gain in a great and famous trial. You have laid aside all prudence, and your projects are forgotten. Whether M. de Boiscoran is innocent or guilty, his family will never forgive you your interference. If he is guilty, they will blame you for having handed him over to justice. If he is innocent, they will blame you even more for having suspected him." M. Galpin hung his head as if to conceal his trouble. Then he asked. "And what would you do in my place?" "I would withdraw from the case, although it is rather late. If I did so, I should risk my career. Even that would be better for you than to engage in an affair in which you cannot feel the calmness nor the impartiality which are the first and indispensable virtues of an upright magistrate." The latter was becoming impatient. He exclaimed. "Sir, do you think I am a man to be turned aside from my duty by considerations of friendship or personal interest? I said nothing of the kind. Did you not see just now how I carried on the inquiry? Did you see me start when Cocolliu first mentioned M. de Boiscoran's name? If he had denounced anyone else, I should probably have let the matter rest there. But precisely because M. de Boiscoran is a friend of mine, and because I have great expectations from him, I have insisted and persisted, and I do so still. The Commonwealth attorney shrugged his shoulders. That is it exactly, he said. Because M. de Boiscoran is a friend of yours, you are afraid of being accused of weakness, and you are going to be hard, pitiless, unjust even, against him. Because you had great expectations from him, you will insist upon finding him guilty. And you call yourself impartial? M. Galpin assumed all his usual rigidity, and said solemnly. I am sure of myself. Have a care. My mind is made up, sir. It was time for M. Seneschal to join them again. He returned, accompanied by Captain Parento. Well, gentlemen, he asked, what have you resolved? We are going to Boiscoran, replied the magistrate. What? Immediately. Yes, I wish to find M. de Boiscoran in bed. I am so anxious about it, that I shall do without my clerk. Captain Parento bowed, and said. Your clerk is here, sir, he was but just inquiring for you. Thereupon he called out as loud as he could. Mechanet, Mechanet. A small grey-haired man, jovial and cheerful, came running up, and at once proceeded to tell at full length how a neighbor had told him what had happened, and how the magistrate had left town, whereupon he, also, had started on foot. And come after him as fast as he could. Now will you go to Boiscoran? Asked the mayor. I do not know yet. Mechanet will have to look for some conveyance. Quick like lightning, the clerk was starting off, when M. Seneschal held him back, saying. Don't go. I place my horse and my carriage at your disposal. Any one of these peasants can drive you. Captain Parento and I will get into some farmer's wagon, and thus get back to Sauveterre, for we ought to be back as soon as possible. I have just heard alarming news. There may be some disorder. The peasant women who attend the market have brought in most exciting reports, and exaggerated the calamities of last night. They have started reports that 10 or 12 men have been killed, and that the incendiary, M. de Boiscoran, has been arrested. The crowd has gone to poor Guillabalt's widow. And there have been demonstrations before the houses of several of the principal inhabitants of Sauveterre. In ordinary times, M. Seneschal would not have entrusted his famous horse, Corabi, for anything in the world, to the hands of a stranger. He considered it the best horse in the province. But he was evidently terribly upset, and betrayed it in his manner, and by the very efforts he made to regain his official dignity and self-possession. He made a sign, and his carriage was brought up, all ready. But, when he asked for somebody to drive, no one came forward. All these good people who had spent the night abroad were in great haste to return home, where their cattle required their presence. When young Ribaud saw the others hesitate, he said. Well, I'll drive the justice. And, taking hold of the whip and the reins, he took his seat on the front bench, while the magistrate, the Commonwealth attorney, and the clerk filled the vehicle. Above all, take care of Corabi, begged M. Seneschal, who at the last moment felt almost overcome with anxiety for his favorite. Don't be afraid, sir, replied the young man, as he started the horse. If I strike too hard, M. Mechanet will stop me. This Mechanet, the magistrate's clerk, was almost a power in Sauveterre, and the greatest personages there paid their court to him. His official duties were of very humble nature, and ill-paid. But he knew how to eke out his income by other occupations, of which the court took no notice, and these added largely both to his importance in the community and to his modest income. As he was a skillful lithographer, he printed all the visiting cards which the people of Sauveterre ordered at the principal printing office of Sauveterre, where The Independent was published. An able accountant, he kept books and made up accounts for some of the principal merchants in town. Some of the country people who were fond of litigation came to him for legal advice, and he drew up all kinds of law papers. For many years now, he had been director of the Firemen's Band, and manager of the Orpheon. He was a correspondent of certain Paris societies, and thus obtained free admission to the theatre not only, but also to the sacred precincts behind the scenes. Finally, he was always ready to give writing lessons, French lessons to little girls, or music lessons on the flute and the horn, to amateurs. These varied talents had drawn upon him the hostility of all the other teachers and public servants of the community, especially that of the mayor's clerk, and the clerks of the bank and great institutions of Sauveterre. But all these enemies he had gradually conquered by the unmistakable superiority of his ability, so that they fell in with the universal habit, and, when anything special happened, said to each other, "Let us go and consult Mechenet." He himself concealed, under an appearance of imperturbable good nature, the ambition by which he was devoured. He wanted to become rich, and to rise in the world. In fact, Mechenet was a diplomat, working in secret, but as cunning as Talleyrand. He had succeeded already in making himself the one great personage of Sauveterre. The town was full of him, nothing was done without him, and yet he had not an enemy in the place. The fact is, people were afraid of him, and dreaded his terrible tongue. Not that he had ever injured anybody, he was too wise for that. But they knew the harm he might do, if he chose, as he was master of every important secret in Sauveterre, and the best informed man in town as regarded all their little intrigues, their private foibles, and their dark antecedents. This gave him quite an exceptional position. As he was unmarried, he lived with his sisters, the Misses Mechenet, who were the best dressmakers in town, and, moreover, devout members of all kinds of religious societies. Through them he heard all that was going on in society, and was able to compare the current gossip with what he heard in court, or at the newspaper office. Thus he could say pleasantly, "How could anything escape me, when I have the church and the press, the court and the theatre, to keep me informed?" Such a man would have considered himself disgraced if he had not known every detail of M. de Boiscoran's private affairs. He did not hesitate, therefore, while the carriage was rolling along on an excellent road, in the fresh spring morning, to explain to his companions the case, as he called it, of the accused nobleman. M. de Boiscoran, called Jacques by his friends, was rarely on his estate, and then only stayed a month or so there. He was living in Paris, where his family owned a comfortable house in University Street. His parents were still alive. His father, the Marquis de Boiscoran, the owner of a large landed estate, a deputy under Louis Philippe, a representative in 1848, had withdrawn from public life when the Second Empire was established and spent, since that time, all his money and all his energies, in collecting rare old books, and especially costly porcelain, on which he had written a monograph. His mother, a Chalouse by birth, had enjoyed the reputation of being one of the most beautiful and most gifted ladies at the court of the citizen king. At a certain period in her life, unfortunately, slander had attacked her. And about 1845 or 1846, it was reported that she had had a remarkable affair with a young lawyer of distinction, who had since become one of the austerest and most renowned judges. As she grew old, the Marchioness devoted herself more and more to politics, as other women become pious. While her husband boasted that he had not read a newspaper for 10 years, she had made her salon a kind of parliamentary centre, which had its influence on political affairs. Although Jacques de Boiscoran's parents were still alive, he possessed a considerable fortune of his own, $5,000 or $6,000 a year. This fortune, which consisted of the chateau of Boiscoran, the farms, meadows, and forests belonging to it, had been left to him by one of his uncles, the oldest brother of his father, who had died a widower, and childless, in 1868. M. de Boiscoran was at this moment about 26 or 27 years old, dark complexion, tall, strong, well-made, not exactly a handsome man, but having, what was worth more, one of those frank, intelligent faces which prepossess one at first sight. His character was less well known at Sauveterre than his person. Those who had had any business with him described him as an honorable, upright man. His companions spoke of him as cheerful and gay, fond of pleasure, and always in good humor. At the time of the Prussian invasion, he had been made a captain of one of the volunteer companies of the district. He had led his men bravely under fire, and conducted himself so well on the battlefield, that Gen. Chanzy had rewarded him, when wounded, with the Cross of the Legion of Honor. And such a man should have committed such a crime at Valpinson, said M. de Bigen to the magistrate. No, it is impossible. And no doubt he will very easily scatter all our doubts to the four winds. And that will be done at once, said young Ribaut, for here we are. In many of the provinces of France the name of chateau is given to almost any little country house with a weathercock on its pointed roof. But Boiscoran was a real chateau. It had been built towards the end of the 17th century, in wretched taste, but massively, like a fortress. Its position is superb. It is surrounded on all sides by woods and forests. And at the foot of the sloping garden flows a little river, merrily splashing over its pebbly bed, and called the Magpie on account of its perpetual babbling. Chapter 7. It was 7 o'clock when the carriage containing the justice drove into the courtyard at Boiscoran, a vast court, planted with lime trees, and surrounded by farm buildings. The chateau was wide awake. Before her house door, the farmer's wife was cleaning the huge cauldron in which she had prepared the morning soup, the maids were going and coming, and at the stable a groom was rubbing down with great energy a thoroughbred horse. On the front steps stood Master Anthony, M. de Boiscoran's own man, smoking his cigar in the bright sunlight, and overlooking the farm operations. He was a man of nearly 50, still very active, who had been bequeathed to his new master by his uncle, together with his possessions. He was a widower now, and his daughter was in the Marchioness' service. As he had been born in the family, and never left it afterwards, he looked upon himself as one of them, and saw no difference between his own interests and those of his master. In fact, he was treated less like a servant than like a friend. And he fancied he knew everything about M. de Boiscoran's affairs. When he saw the magistrate and the Commonwealth attorney come up to the door, he threw away his cigar, came down quickly, and, bowing deeply, said to them with his most engaging smile, "Ah, gentlemen! What a pleasant surprise! My master will be delighted." With strangers, Anthony would not have allowed himself such familiarity, for he was very formal, but he had seen M. de Bigen more than once at the chateau, and he knew the plans that had been discussed between M. Galpin and his master. Hence he was not a little amazed at the embarrassed stiffness of the two gentlemen, and at the tone of voice in which the magistrate asked him. "Has M. de Boiscoran gotten up yet?" "Not yet," he replied. "And I have orders not to wake him. He came home late last night, and wanted to make up this morning." Instinctively the magistrate and the attorney looked away, each fearing to meet the other's eyes. "Ah! M. de Boiscoran came home late last night," repeated M. Galpin. "Towards midnight, rather after midnight than before." "And when had he gone out?" "He left here about 8. "How was he dressed?" "As usually. He had light grey trousers, a shooting jacket of brown velveteen, and a large straw hat." "Did he take his gun?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know where he went?" But for the respect which he felt for his master's friends, Anthony would not have answered these questions, which he thought were extremely impertinent. But this last question seemed to him to go beyond all fair limits. He replied, therefore, in a tone of injured self-respect. "I am not in the habit of asking my master where he goes when he leaves the house, nor where he has been when he comes back." M. de Bigen understood perfectly well the honorable feelings which actuated the faithful servant. He said to him with an air of unmistakable kindness, "Do not imagine, my friend, that I ask you these questions from idle curiosity. Tell me what you know, for your frankness may be more useful to your master than you imagine." Anthony looked with an air of perfect stupefaction, by turns at the magistrate and the Commonwealth attorney, at Mechinet, and finally at Ribaut, who had taken the lines, and tied Carabi to a tree. "I assure you, gentlemen, I do not know where M. de Boiscoran has spent the evening." "You have no suspicion?" "No. Perhaps he went to Breckie to see a friend?" "I do not know that he has any friends in Breckie." "What did he do after he came home?" The old servant showed evident signs of embarrassment. "Let me think," he said. "My master went up to his bedroom, and remained there 4 or 5 minutes. Then he came down, ate a piece of a pie, and drank a glass of wine. Then he lit a cigar, and told me to go to bed, adding that he would take a little walk, and undress without my help. And then you went to bed? Of course. So that you do not know what your master may have done. I beg your pardon. I heard him open the garden door. He did not appear to you different from usual. No, he was as he always is, quite cheerful. He was singing. Can you show me the gun he took with him? No. My master probably took it to his room. The Bijan was about to make a remark, when the magistrate stopped him by a gesture, and eagerly asked. How long is it since your master and Count Claudius have ceased seeing each other? Anthony trembled, as if a dark presentiment had entered his mind. He replied. A long time, at least I think so. You are aware that they are on bad terms? Oh. They have had great difficulties between them. Something unpleasant has happened, I know, but it was not much. As they do not visit each other, they cannot well hate each other. Besides, I have heard master say 100 times, that he looked upon Count Claudius as one of the best and most honorable men, that he respected him highly, and... For a minute or so Galpin kept silent, thinking whether he had forgotten anything. Then he asked suddenly. How far is it from here to VALPINSON? 3 miles, sir, replied Anthony. If you were going there, what road would you take? The high road which passes Breckie. You would not go across the marsh. Certainly not. Why not? Because the Seal is out of its banks, and the ditches are full of water. Is not the way much shorter through the forest? Yes, the way is shorter, but it would take more time. The paths are very indistinct, and overgrown with briars. The Commonwealth attorney could hardly conceal his disappointment. Anthony's answers seemed to become worse and worse. Now, said the magistrate again, if fire should break out at VALPINSON, would you see it from here? I think not, sir. There are hills and tall woods between. Can you hear the Breckie bells from here? When the wind is north, yes, sir. And last night, how was it? The wind was from the west, as it always is when we have a storm. So that you have heard nothing. You do not know what a terrible calamity. A calamity? I do not understand you, sir. This conversation had taken place in the courtyard, and at this moment there appeared 2 gendarmes on horseback, whom Galpin had sent for just before he left VALPINSON. When old Anthony saw them, he exclaimed. Great God! What is the meaning of this? I must wake master. The magistrate stopped him, saying harshly. Not a step. Don't say a word. And pointing out Ribaud to the gendarmes, he said. Keep that lad under your eyes, and let him have no communication with anybody. Then, turning again to Anthony, he said. Now show us to de Boiscoran's bedroom. Chapter 8. In spite of its grand feudal air, the château at Boiscoran was, after all, little more than a bachelor's modest home, and in a very bad state of preservation. Of the 80 or 100 rooms which it contained, hardly more than 8 or 10 were furnished, and this only in the simplest possible manner, a sitting room, a dining room, a few guest chambers. This was all de Boiscoran required during his rare visits to the place. He himself used in the second story a small room, the door of which opened upon the great staircase. When they reached this door, guided by old Anthony, the magistrate said to the servant. Knock. The man obeyed, and immediately a youthful, hearty voice replied from within. Who is there? It is I, said the faithful servant. I should like. Go to the devil, broke in the voice. But, sir. Let me sleep, rascal. I have not been able to close an eye till now. The magistrate, becoming impatient, pushed the servant aside, and, seizing the doorknob tried to open it. It was locked inside. But he lost no time in saying. It is I, M. de Boiscoran, open, if you please. Ah, dear M. Galpin, replied the voice cheerfully. I must speak to you. And I am at your service, illustrious jurist. Just give me time to veil my Apollonian form in a pair of trousers, and I appear. Almost immediately, the door opened, and M. de Boiscoran presented himself, his hair dishevelled, his eyes heavy with sleep, but looking bright in his youth and full health, with smiling lips and open hands. Upon my word, he said. That was a happy inspiration you had, my dear Galpin. You come to join me at breakfast? And, bowing to M. de Bijan, he added. Not to say how much I thank you for bringing our excellent Commonwealth attorney with you. This is a veritable judicial visit. But he paused, chilled as he was by M. de Bijan's icy face, and amazed at M. Galpin's refusal to take his proffered hand. Why, he said, what is the matter, my dear friend? The magistrate had never been stiffer in his life, when he replied. We shall have to forget our relations, sir. It is not as a friend I come today, but as a magistrate. M. de Boiscoran looked confounded. But not a shadow of trouble appeared on his frank and open face. I'll be hanged, he said, if I understand. Let us go in, said M. Galpin. They went in. And, as they passed the door, Mechanet whispered into the attorney's ear. Sir, that man is certainly innocent. A guilty man would never have received us thus. Silence, sir, said the Commonwealth attorney, however much he was probably of his clerk's opinion. Silence. And grave and sad he went and stood in one of the window embrasures. M. Galpin remained standing in the center of the room, trying to see everything in it, and to fix it in his memory, down to the smallest details. The prevailing disorder showed clearly how hastily M. de Boiscoran had gone to bed the night before. His clothes, his boots, his shirt, his waistcoat, and his straw hat lay scattered about on the chairs and on the floor. He wore those light grey trousers, which had been successively seen and recognized by Coqueliu, by Ribot, by Gaudry, and by Mrs. Courtois. Now, sir, began M. de Boiscoran, with that slight angry tone of voice which shows that a man thinks a joke has been carried far enough, will you please tell me what procures for me the honor of this early visit? Not a muscle in M. Galpin's face was moving. As if the question had been addressed to someone else, he said coldly. Will you please show us your hands, sir? M. de Boiscoran's cheeks turned crimson, and his eyes assumed an expression of strange perplexity. If this is a joke, he said, it has perhaps lasted long enough. He was evidently getting angry. M. de Bijan thought it better to interfere, and thus he said. Unfortunately, sir, the question is a most serious one. Do what the magistrate desires. More and more amazed, M. de Boiscoran looked rapidly around him. In the door stood Anthony, his faithful old servant, with anguish on his face. Near the fireplace, the clerk had improvised a table, and put his paper, his pens, and his horn inkstand in readiness. Then with a shrug of his shoulders, which showed that he failed to understand, M. de Boiscoran showed his hands. They were perfectly clean and white, the long nails were carefully cleaned also. When did you last wash your hands? Asked M. Galpin, after having examined them minutely. At this question, M. de Boiscoran's face brightened up. And, breaking out into a hearty laugh, he said. Upon my word. I confess you nearly caught me. I was on the point of getting angry. I almost feared. And there was good reason for fear, said M. Galpin. For a terrible charge has been brought against you. And it may be, that on your answer to my question, ridiculous as it seems to you, your honor may depend, and perhaps your liberty. This time there was no mistake possible. M. de Boiscoran felt that kind of terror which the law inspires even in the best of men, when they find themselves suddenly accused of a crime. He turned pale, and then he said in a troubled voice. What? A charge has been brought against me, and you, M. Galpin, come to my house to examine me? I am a magistrate, sir. But you were also my friend. If anyone should have dared in my presence to accuse you of a crime, of a mean act, of something infamous, I should have defended you, sir, with all my energy, without hesitation, and without a doubt. I should have defended you till absolute, undeniable evidence should have been brought forward of your culpability, and even then I should have pitied you, remembering that I had esteemed you so highly as to favor your alliance with my family. But you, I am accused, I do not know of what, falsely, wrongly, and at once you hasten hither, you believe the charge, and consent to become my judge. Well, let it be so. I washed my hands last night after coming home. M. Galpin had not boasted too much in praising his self-possession and his perfect control over himself. He did not move when the terrible words fell upon his ear. And he asked again in the same calm tone. What has become of the water you used for that purpose? It is probably still there, in my dressing room. The magistrate at once went in. On the marble table stood a basin full of water. That water was black and dirty. At the bottom lay particles of charcoal. On the top, mixed with the soap suds, were swimming some extremely slight but unmistakable fragments of charred paper. With infinite care the magistrate carried the basin to the table at which Mechenet had taken a seat, and, pointing at it, he asked M. de Boiscoran. Is that the water in which you washed your hands last night after coming home? Yes, replied the other with an air of careless indifference. You had been handling charcoal, or some inflammable material. Don't you see? Standing face to face, the Commonwealth attorney and clerk exchanged rapid glances. They had had the same feeling at that moment. If M. de Boiscoran was innocent, he was certainly a marvelously cool and energetic man, or he was carrying out a long premeditated plan of action. For every one of his answers seemed to tighten the net in which he was taken. The magistrate himself seemed to be struck by this, but it was only for a moment, and then, turning to the clerk, he said. Write that down. He dictated to him the whole evidence, most minutely and accurately, correcting himself every now and then to substitute a better word, or to improve his style. When he had read it over he said. Let us go on, sir. You were out last night? Yes, sir. Having left the house at 8, you returned only around midnight. After midnight. You took your gun? Yes, sir. Where is it? With an air of indifference, M. de Boiscoran pointed at it in the corner of the fireplace, and said. There it is. M. Galpin took it up quickly. It was a superb weapon, double-barreled, of unusually fine make, and very elegant. On the beautifully carved woodwork the manufacturer's name, Kleb, was engraven. When did you last fire this gun? Asked the magistrate. Some 4 or 5 days ago. What for? To shoot some rabbits who infested my woods. M. Galpin raised and lowered the cock with all possible care. He noticed that it was the Remington patent. Then he opened the chamber, and found that the gun was loaded. Each barrel had a cartridge in it. Then he put the gun back in its place, and, pulling from his pocket the leaden cartridge case which Petard had found, he showed it to M. de Boiscoran, and asked him. Do you recognize this? Perfectly, replied the other. It is a case of one of the cartridges which I have probably thrown away as useless. Do you think you are the only one in this country who has a gun by this maker? I do not think it, I am quite sure of it. So that you must, as a matter of course, have been at a spot where such a cartridge case as this has been found? Not necessarily. I have often seen children pick up these things, and play with them. The clerk, while he made his pen fly across his paper, could not resist the temptation of making all kinds of faces. He was too well acquainted with lawyers' tactics not to understand M. Galpin's policy perfectly well, and to see how cunningly it was devised to make every fact strengthen the suspicion against M. de Boiscoran. It is a close game, he said to himself. The magistrate had taken a seat. If that is so, he began again, I beg you will give me an account of how you spent the evening after 8 o'clock. Do not hurry, consider, take your time, for your answers are of the utmost importance. M. De Boiscoran had so far remained quite cool, but his calmness betrayed one of those terrible storms within, which may break forth, no one knows when. This warning, and, even more so, the tone in which it was given, revolted him as a most hideous hypocrisy. And, breaking out all of a sudden, he cried. "After all, sir, what do you want of me? What am I accused of?" M. Galpin did not stir. He replied. "You will hear it at the proper time. First answer my question, and believe me in your own interest. Answer frankly. What did you do last night?" "How do I know?" "I walked about." "That is no answer." "Still it is so." "I went out with no specific purpose, I walked at haphazard." "Your gun on your shoulder?" "I always take my gun, my servant can tell you so." "Did you cross the Seal Marshes?" "No." The magistrate shook his head gravely. He said. "You are not telling the truth." "Sir. Your boots there at the foot of the bed speak against you. Where does the mud come from with which they are covered?" "The meadows around Boiscoran are very wet." "Do not attempt to deny it. You have been seen there." "But young Ribaud met you at the moment when you were crossing the canal." M. de Boiscoran made no reply. "Where were you going?" asked the magistrate. For the first time a real embarrassment appeared in the features of the accused, the embarrassment of a man who suddenly sees an abyss opening before him. He hesitated, and, seeing that it was useless to deny, he said. "I was going to Breckie." "To whom?" "To my wood merchant, who has bought all this year's wood. I did not find him at home, and came back on the high road." M. Galpin stopped him by a gesture. "That is not so," he said severely. "Oh. You never went to Breckie." "I beg your pardon." "And the proof is, that, about 11 o'clock, you were hurriedly crossing the forest of Rochepomere." "I." "Yes, you. And do not say no. For there are your trousers torn to pieces by the thorns and briars through which you must have made your way. There are briars elsewhere as well as in the forest." "To be sure, but you were seen there." "By whom?" "By Gaudry the poacher. And he saw so much of you, that he could tell us in what a bad humor you were. You were very angry. You were talking loud, and pulling the leaves from the trees." As he said so, the magistrate got up and took the shooting jacket, which was lying on a chair not far from him. He searched the pockets, and pulled out of one a handful of leaves. "Look here. You see, Gaudry has told the truth." "There are leaves everywhere," said M. de Boiscoran half aloud. "Yes, but a woman, Mrs. Courtois, saw you come out of the forest of Rochepomere. You helped her to put a sack of flour on her ass, which she could not lift alone. Do you deny it?" "No, you are right, for, look here. On the sleeve of your coat I see something white, which, no doubt, is flour from her bag." M. de Boiscoran hung his head. The magistrate went on. "You confess, then, that last night, between 10 and 11 you were at Valpinson?" "No, sir, I do not. But this cartridge case which I have just shown you was picked up at Valpinson, close by the ruins of the old castle." "Well, sir, have I not told you before that I have seen 100 times children pick up these cases to play with? Besides, if I had really been at Valpinson, why should I deny it?" M. Galpin rose to his full height, and said in the most solemn manner. "I am going to tell you why. Last night, between 10 and 11, Valpinson was set on fire. And it has been burnt to the ground." "Oh. Last night Count Claudius was fired at twice." "Great God! And it is thought, in fact there are strong reasons to think, that you, Jacques de Boiscoran, are the incendiary and the assassin." Chapter 9. M. de Boiscoran looked around him like a man who has suddenly been seized with vertigo, pale, as if all his blood had rushed to his heart. He saw nothing but mournful, dismayed faces. Anthony, his old trusted servant, was leaning against the doorpost, as if he feared to fall. The clerk was mending his pen in the air, overcome with amazement. The pigeon hung his head. "This is horrible," he murmured, "this is horrible." He fell heavily into a chair, pressing his hands on his heart, as if to keep down the sobs that threatened to rise. Galpin alone seemed to remain perfectly cool. The law, which he imagined he was representing in all its dignity, knows nothing of emotions. His thin lips even trembled a little, as if a slight smile was about to burst forth. It was the cold smile of the ambitious man, who thinks he has played his little part well. Did not everything tend to prove that Jacques de Boiscoran was the guilty man, and that, in the alternative between a friend, and an opportunity of gaining high distinction, he had chosen well? After the silence of a minute, which seemed to be a century, he went and stood, with arms crossed on his chest, before the accused, and asked him, "Do you confess?" De Boiscoran sprang up as if moved by a spring, and said, "What? What do you want me to confess?" "That you have committed the crime at VALPINSON." The young man pressed his hands convulsively on his brow, and cried out, "But I am mad. I should have committed such a fearful, cowardly crime. Is that possible? Is that likely? I might confess, and you would not believe me. No. I am sure you would not believe my own words." He would have moved the marble on his mantelpiece sooner than Galpin. The latter replied in icy tones, "I am not part of the question here. Why will you refer to relations which must be forgotten? It is no longer the friend who speaks to you, not even the man, but simply the magistrate. You were seen. Who is the wretch?" "Cocolliu." De Boiscoran seemed to be overwhelmed. He stammered, "Cocolliu. That poor epileptic idiot whom the Countess Claudius has picked up." "The same. And upon the strength of the senseless words of a poor imbecile I am charged with incendiarism, with murder?" Never had the magistrate made such efforts to assume an air of impassive dignity and icy solemnity, as when he replied, "For an hour, at least, poor Cocolliu has been in the full enjoyment of his faculties. The ways of Providence are inscrutable." "But sir." "And what does Cocolliu depose?" "He says he saw you kindle the fire with your own hands, then conceal yourself behind a pile of wood, and fire twice at Count Claudius. And all that appears quite natural to you?" "No. At first it shocked me as it shocked everybody. You seem to be far above all suspicion. But a moment afterwards they pick up the cartridge case, which can only have belonged to you. Then, upon my arrival here, I surprise you in bed, and find the water in which you have washed your hands black with coal, and little pieces of charred paper swimming on top of it." "Yes," said de Boiscoran in an undertone, "it is fate." "And that is not all," continued the magistrate, raising his voice, "I examine you, and you admit having been out from 8 o'clock till after midnight. I ask what you have been doing, and you refuse to tell me. I insist, and you tell a falsehood. In order to overwhelm you, I am forced to quote the evidence of young Ribaud, of Gaudry, and Mrs. Courtois, who have seen you at the very places where you deny having been. That circumstance alone condemns you. Why should you not be willing to tell me what you have been doing during those 4 hours? You claim to be innocent. Help me, then, to establish your innocence. Speak, tell me what you were doing between 8 and midnight." De Boiscoran had no time to answer. For some time already, half-suppressed cries, and the sound of a large crowd, had come up from the courtyard. A gendarme came in quite excited. And, turning to the magistrate and the Commonwealth attorney, he said, "Gentlemen, there are several hundred peasants, men and women, in the yard, who clamor for de Boiscoran. They threaten to drag him down to the river. Some of the men are armed with pitchforks, but the women are the maddest. My comrade and I have done our best to keep them quiet." And just then, as if to confirm what he said, the cries came nearer, growing louder and louder. And one could distinctly hear. "Drown Boiscoran. Let us drown the incendiary." The attorney rose, and told the gendarme. "Go down and tell these people that the authorities are this moment examining the accused, that they interrupt us. And that, if they keep on, they will have to do with me." The gendarme obeyed his orders. De Boiscoran had turned deadly pale. He said to himself, "These unfortunate people believe my guilt." "Yes," said Galpin, who had overheard the words, "and you would comprehend their rage, for which there is good reason, if you knew all that has happened." "What else?" "2 Sauveterre firemen, one the father of 5 children, have perished in the flames. 2 other men, a farmer from Brecqui, and a gendarme who tried to rescue them, have been so seriously burned that their lives are in danger." De Boiscoran said nothing. "And it is you," continued the magistrate, "who is charged with all these calamities. You see how important it is for you to exculpate yourself." "Ah! How can I? If you are innocent, nothing is easier. Tell us how you employed yourself last night." "I have told you all I can say." The magistrate seemed to reflect for a full minute, then he said. "Take care, de Boiscoran, I shall have to have you arrested." "Do so." "I shall be obliged to order your arrest at once, and to send you to jail in Sauveterre." "Very well. Then you confess." "I confess that I am the victim of an unheard-of combination of circumstances. I confess that you are right, and that certain fatalities can only be explained by the belief in Providence, but I swear by all that is holy in the world, I am innocent." "Prove it." "Ah! Would I not do it if I could? Be good enough, then, to dress, sir, and to follow the gendarmes." Without a word, de Boiscoran went into his dressing room, followed by his servant, who carried him his clothes. Galpin was so busy dictating to the clerk the latter part of the examination, that he seemed to forget his prisoner. Old Anthony availed himself of this opportunity. "Sir," he whispered into his master's ear while helping him to put on his clothes. "What?" "Hush! Don't speak so loud. The other window is open. It is only about 20 feet to the ground is soft. Close by is one of the cellar openings, and in there, you know, there is the old hiding place. It is only 5 miles to the coast, and I will have a good horse ready for you tonight, at the park gate." A bitter smile rose on de Boiscoran's lips, as he said. "And you too, my old friend, you think I am guilty?" "I conjure you," said Anthony, "I answer for anything. It is barely 20 feet. In your mother's name." But, instead of answering him, de Boiscoran turned round, and called Galpin. When he had come in, he said to him, "Look at that window, sir. I have money, fast horses, and the sea is only 5 miles off. A guilty man would have escaped. I stay here, for I am innocent." In one point, at least, de Boiscoran had been right. Nothing would have been easier for him than to escape, to get into the garden, and to reach the hiding place which his servant had suggested to him. But after that? He had, to be sure, with old Anthony's assistance, some chance of escaping altogether. But, after all, he might have been found out in his hiding place, or he might have been overtaken in his ride to the coast. Even if he had succeeded, what would have become of him? His flight would necessarily have been looked upon as a confession of his guilt. Under such circumstances, to resist the temptation to escape, and to make this resistance well known, was in fact not so much an evidence of innocence as a proof of great cleverness. Galpin, at all events, looked upon it in that light. For he judged others by himself. Carefully and cunningly calculating every step he took in life, he did not believe in sudden inspirations. He said, therefore, with an ironical smile, which was to show that he was not so easily taken in. "Very well, sir. This circumstance shall be mentioned, as well as the others, at the trial." Very differently thought the Commonwealth attorney and the clerk. If the magistrate had been too much engaged in his dictation to notice anything, they had been perfectly able to notice the great excitement under which the accused had naturally labored. Perfectly amazed at first, and thinking, for a moment, that the whole was a joke, he had next become furiously angry, then fear and utter dejection had followed one another. But in precise proportion as the charges had accumulated, and the evidence had become overwhelming, he had, so far from becoming demoralized, seemed to recover his assurance. "There is something curious about it," growled Mechenet. M. de Bigeon, on the other hand, said nothing, but when M. de Boiscoran came out of his dressing-room, fully dressed and ready, he said, "One more question, sir." The poor man bowed. He was pale, but calm and self-possessed. "I am ready to reply," he said. "I'll be brief. You seem to be surprised and indignant at anyone's daring to accuse you. That was weakness. Justice is but the work of man, and must needs judge by appearances. If you reflect, you will see that the appearances are all against you. I see it but too clearly. If you were on a jury, you would not hesitate to pronounce a man guilty upon such evidence." "No, sir, no." The Commonwealth attorney bounded from his chair. He said, "You are not sincere." M. de Boiscoran sadly shook his head, and replied, "I speak to you without the slightest hope of convincing you, but in all sincerity. No, I should not condemn a man, as you say, if he asserted his innocence, and if I did not see any reason for his crime. For, after all, unless a man is mad, he does not commit a crime for nothing. Now I ask you, how could I, upon whom fortune has always smiled, I who am on the eve of marrying one whom I love passionately, how could I have set Valpinson on fire, and tried to murder Count Claudius?" M. Galpin had scarcely been able to disguise his impatience, when he saw the attorney take part in the affair. Seizing, therefore, the opportunity to interfere, he said, "Your reason, sir, was hatred. You hated the Count and the Countess mortally. Do not protest, it is of no use. Everybody knows it, and you yourself have told me so." M. de Boiscoran looked as if he were growing still more pale, and then replied in a tone of crushing disdain. "Even if that were so, I do not see what right you have to abuse the confidence of a friend, after having declared, upon your arrival here, that all friendship between us had ceased. But that is not so. I never told you any such thing. As my feelings have never changed, I can repeat literally what I have said. I have told you that the Count was a troublesome neighbor, a stickler for his rights, and almost absurdly attached to his preserves. I have also told you, that, if he declared my public opinions to be abominable, I looked upon his as ridiculous and dangerous. As for the Countess, I have simply said, half in jest, that so perfect a person was not to my taste. And that I should be very unhappy if my wife were a Madonna, who hardly ever deigned to put her foot upon the ground. And that was the only reason why you once pointed your gun at Count Claudius. A little more blood rushing to your head would have made you a murderer on that day." A terrible spasm betrayed M. de Boiscoran's fury, but he checked himself, and said, "My passion was less fiery than it may have looked. I have the most profound respect for the Count's character. It is an additional grief to me that he should have accused me." "But he has not accused you," broke in M. de Bigeon. "On the contrary, he was the first and the most eager to defend you. And, in spite of the signs which M. Galpin made, he continued. Unfortunately that has nothing to do with the force of the evidence against you. If you persist in keeping silence, you must look for a criminal trial for the galleys. If you are innocent, why not explain the matter? What do you wait for? What do you hope? Nothing." Mechenet had, in the meantime, completed the official report. "We must go," said M. Galpin. "Am I at liberty?" asked M. de Boiscoran, "to write a few lines to my father and my mother? They are old, such an event may kill them." "Impossible," said the magistrate. Then, turning to Anthony, he said, "I am going to put the seals on this room, and I shall leave it in the meanwhile in your keeping. You know your duty, and the penalties to which you would be subject, if, at the proper time, everything is not found in the same condition in which it is left now. Now, how shall we get back to Sauveterre? After mature deliberation it was decided that M. de Boiscoran should go in one of his own carriages, accompanied by one of the gendarmes. M. de Bigon, the magistrate, and the clerk would return in the mayor's carriage, driven by Ribaud, who was furious at being kept under surveillance. "Let us be off," said the magistrate, when the last formalities had been fulfilled. M. de Boiscoran came down slowly. He knew the court was full of furious peasants, and he expected to be received with hootings. It was not so. The gendarme whom the attorney had sent down had done his duty so well, that not a cry was heard. But when he had taken his seat in the carriage, and the horse went off at a trot, fierce curses arose, and a shower of stones fell, one of which wounded a gendarme. "Upon my word, you bring ill luck, prisoner," said the man, a friend of the other gendarme who had been so much injured at the fire. M. de Boiscoran made no reply. He sank back into the corner, and seemed to fall into a kind of stupor, from which he did not rouse himself till the carriage drove into the yard of the prison at Sauveterre. On the threshold stood Master Blangen, the jailer, smiling with delight at the idea of receiving so distinguished a prisoner. "I am going to give you my best room," he said, "but first I have to give a receipt to the gendarme, and to enter you in my book." Thereupon he took down his huge, greasy register, and wrote the name of Jacques de Boiscoran beneath that of Trument's Cheminot, a vagabond who had just been arrested for having broken into a garden. It was all over. Jacques de Boiscoran was a prisoner, to be kept in close confinement. Second part, The Boiscoran Trial. Chapter 1. The Paris house of the Boiscoran family, No. 216 University Street, is a house of modest appearance. The yard in front is small, and the few square yards of damp soil in the rear hardly deserve the name of a garden. But appearances are deceptive. The inside is marvelously comfortable, careful and painstaking hands have made every provision for ease, and the rooms display that solid splendor for which our age has lost the taste. The vestibule contains a superb mosaic, brought home from Venice, in 1798, by one of the Boiscorans, who had degenerated, and followed the fortunes of Napoleon. The balusters of the great staircase are a masterpiece of iron work. And the wainscoting in the dining room has no rival in Paris. All this, however, is a mere nothing in comparison with the Marquis's cabinet of curiosities. It fills the whole depth, and half the width, of the upper story. Is lighted from above like a huge atelier, and would fill the heart of an artist with delight. Immense glass cases, which stand all around against the walls, hold the treasures of the Marquis, priceless collections of enamels, ivories, bronzes, unique manuscripts, matchless porcelains, and, above all, his fiancées, his dear fiancées. The pride and the torment of his old age. The owner was well worthy of such a setting. Though 61 years old at that time, the Marquis was as straight as ever, and most aristocratically lean. He had a perfectly magnificent nose, which absorbed immense quantities of snuff. His mouth was large, but well furnished, and his brilliant eyes shone with that restless cunning which betrayed the amateur, who has continually to deal with sharp and eager dealers in curiosities and second-hand articles of virtu. In the year 1845 he had reached the summit of his renown by a great speech on the question of public meetings, but at that hour his watch seemed to have stopped. All his ideas were those of an Orleanist. His appearance, his costume, his high cravat, his whiskers, and the way he brushed his hair, all betrayed the admirer and friend of the citizen king. But for all that, he did not trouble himself about politics. In fact, he troubled himself about nothing at all. With the only condition that his inoffensive passion should be respected, the Marchioness was allowed to rule supreme in the house, administering her large fortune, ruling her only son, and deciding all questions without the right of appeal. It was perfectly useless to ask the Marquis anything, his answer was invariably, "Ask my wife." The good man had, the evening before, purchased a little at haphazard, a large lot of fiancées, representing scenes of the Revolution. And at about 3 o'clock, he was busy, magnifying glass in hand, examining his dishes and plates, when the door was suddenly opened. The Marchioness came in, holding a blue paper in her hand. 6 or 7 years younger than her husband, she was the very companion for such an idle, indolent man. In her walk, in her manner, and in her voice, she showed at once the woman who stands at the wheel, and means to be obeyed. Her once celebrated beauty had left remarkable traces enough to justify her pretensions. She denied having any claims to being considered handsome, since it was impossible to deny or conceal the ravages of time, and hence by far her best policy was to accept old age with good grace. Still, if the Marchioness did not grow younger, she pretended to be older than she really was. She had her grey hair puffed out with considerable affectation, so as to contrast all the more forcibly with her ruddy, blooming cheeks, which a girl might have envied, and she often thought of powdering her hair. She was so painfully excited, and almost undone, when she came into her husband's cabinet, that even he, who for many a year had made it a rule of his life to show no emotion, was seriously troubled. Laying aside the dish which he was examining, he said with an anxious voice, "What is the matter? What has happened? A terrible misfortune. Is Jacques dead?" cried the old collector. The Marchioness shook her head. "No. It is something worse, perhaps." The old man, who has risen at the sight of his wife, sank slowly back into his chair. "Tell me," he stammered out, "tell me. I have courage." She handed him the blue paper which she had brought in, and said slowly, "Here. A telegram which I have just received from old Anthony, our son's valet." With trembling hands the old Marquis unfolded the paper, and read. Terrible misfortune. Master Jacques accused of having set the chateau at VALPINSON on fire, and murdered Count Claudius. Terrible evidence against him. When examined, hardly any defense. Just arrested and carried to jail. In despair. What must I do? The Marchioness had feared lest the Marquis should have been crushed by this dispatch, which in its laconic terms betrayed Anthony's abject terror. But it was not so. He put it back on the table in the calmest manner, and said, shrugging his shoulders. It is absurd. His wife did not understand it. She began again. You have not read it carefully, my friend. I understand, he broke in, that our son is accused of a crime which he has not and cannot have committed. You surely do not doubt his innocence. What a mother you would be. On my part, I assure you I am perfectly tranquil. Jacques an incendiary. Jacques a murderer. That is nonsense. Ah! You did not read the telegram, exclaimed the Marchioness. I beg your pardon. You did not see that there was evidence against him. If there had been none, he could not have been arrested. Of course, the thing is disagreeable, it is painful. But he did not defend himself. Upon my word. Do you think that if tomorrow somebody accused me of having robbed the till of some shopkeeper, I would take the trouble to defend myself? But do you not see that Anthony evidently thinks our son is guilty? Anthony is an old fool, declared the Marquis. Then pulling out his snuff-box, and stuffing his nose full of snuff, he said. Besides, let us consider. Did you not tell me that Jacques is in love with that little Dionysia Chandor? Desperately. Like a real child. And she? She adores Jacques. Well. And did you not also tell me that the wedding day was fixed? Yes, 3 days ago. Has Jacques written to you about the matter? An excellent letter. In which he tells you he is coming up. Yes, he wanted to purchase the wedding presents himself. With a gesture of magnificent indifference the Marquis tapped the top of his snuff-box, and said. And you think a boy like our Jacques, a Boiscoran, in love, and beloved, who is about to be married, and has his head full of wedding presents, could have committed such a horrible crime? Such things are not worth discussing, and, with your leave, I shall return to my occupation. If doubt is contagious, confidence is still more so. Gradually the Marchioness felt reassured by the perfect assurance of her husband. The blood came back to her cheeks, and smiles reappeared on pale lips. She said in a stronger voice. In fact, I may have been too easily frightened. The Marquis assented by a gesture. Yes, much too easily, my dear. And, between us, I would not say much about it. How could the officers help accusing our Jacques if his own mother suspects him? The Marchioness had taken up the telegram, and was reading it over once more. And yet, she said, answering her own objections, who in my place would not have been frightened? This name of Claudius especially. Why? It is the name of an excellent and most honorable gentleman, the best man in the world, in spite of his sea-dog manners. Jacques hates him, my dear. Jacques does not mind him any more than that. They have repeatedly quarreled. Of course. Claudius is a furious legitimist, and as such he always talks with the utmost contempt of all of us who have been attached to the Orleans family. Jacques has been at law with him. And he has done right, only he ought to have carried the matter through. Claudius has claims on the Magpie, which divides our lands, absurd claims. He wants at all seasons, and according as he may desire, to direct the waters of the little stream into his own channels, and thus drown the meadows at Boiscoran, which are lower than his own. Even my brother, who was an angel in patience and gentleness, had his troubles with this tyrant. But the Marchioness was not convinced yet. There was another trouble, she said. What? Ah! I should like to know myself. Has Jacques hinted at anything? No. I only know this. Last year, at the Duchess of Champdos, I met by chance the Countess Claudius and her children. The young woman is perfectly charming. And, as we were going to give a ball the week after, it occurred to me to invite her at once. She refused, and did so in such an icy, formal manner, that I did not insist. She probably does not like dancing, growled the Marquis. That same evening I mentioned the matter to Jacques. He seemed to be very angry, and told me, in a manner that was hardly compatible with respect, that I had been very wrong, and that he had his reasons for not desiring to come in contact with those people. The Marquis felt so secure, that he only listened with partial attention, looking all the time aside at his precious fiancés. Well, he said at last, Jacques detests the Claudiuses. What does that prove? God be thanked, we do not murder all the people we detest. His wife did not insist any longer. She only asked. Well, what must we do? She was so little in the habit of consulting her husband, that he was quite surprised. The first thing is to get Jacques out of jail. We must see, we ought to ask for advice. At this moment a light knock was heard at the door. Come in, he said. A servant came in, bringing a large envelope, marked Telegraphic Dispatch. Private. Upon my word, cried the Marquis. I thought so. Now we shall be all right again. The servant had left the room. He tore open the envelope. But at the first glance at the contents the smile vanished, he turned pale, and just said. Great God! Quick as lightning, the Marchioness seized the fatal paper. She read at a glance. Come quick. Jacques in prison, close confinement. Accused of horrible crime. The whole town says he is guilty, and that he has confessed. Infamous calumny. His judge is his former friend, Galpin, who was to marry his cousin Laverand. Know nothing except that Jacques is innocent. Abominable intrigue. Grandpa Chandor and I will do what can be done. Your help indispensable. Come, come. Dionysia Shandor. Ah, my son is lost, cried the Marchioness with tears in her eyes. The Marquis, however, had recovered already from the shock. And I say more than ever, with Dionysia, who is a brave girl, Jacques is innocent. But I see he is in danger. A criminal prosecution is always an ugly affair. A man in close confinement may be made to say anything. "We must do something," said the mother, nearly mad with grief. "Yes, and without losing a minute. We have friends, let us see who among them can help us. I might write to M. Margerel." The Marquis, who had turned quite pale, became livid. "What?" he cried. "You dare utter that name in my presence? He is all-powerful, and my son is in danger." The Marquis stopped her with a threatening gesture, and cried with an accent of bitter hatred. "I would 1,000 times rather my son should die innocent on the scaffold than owe his safety to that man." His wife seemed to be on the point of fainting. "Great God! And yet you know very well that I was only a little indiscreet." "No more," said the Marquis harshly. Then, recovering his self-control by a powerful effort, he went on. "Before we attempt anything, we must know how the matter stands. You will leave for Sauveterre this evening." "Alone?" "No. I will find some able lawyer, a reliable jurist, who is not a politician, if such a one can be found nowadays. He will tell you what to do, and will write to me, so that I can do here whatever may be best. Dionysia is right. Jacques must be the victim of some abominable intrigue. Nevertheless, we shall save him, but we must keep cool, perfectly cool." And as he said this he rang the bell so violently, that a number of servants came rushing in at once. "Quick," he said, "send for my lawyer, Mr. Chapelain. Take a carriage." The servant who took the order was so expeditious, that, in less than 20 minutes, M. Chapelain arrived. "Ah! We want all your experience, my friend," said the Marquis to him. "Look here. Read these telegrams." Fortunately, the lawyer had such control over himself, that he did not betray what he felt. For he believed Jacques guilty, knowing as he did how reluctant courts generally are to order the arrest of a suspected person. "I know the man for the Marchioness," he said at last. "Ah! A young man whose modesty alone has kept him from distinguishing himself so far, although I know he is one of the best jurists at the bar, and an admirable speaker. What is his name?" "Manuel Folgat." "I shall send him to you at once." 2 hours later, M. Chapelain's protégé appeared at the house of the Boiscorans. He was a man of 31 or 32, with large, wide-open eyes, whose whole appearance was breathing intelligence and energy. The Marquis was pleased with him, and after having told him all he knew about Jacques' position, endeavored to inform him as to the people down at Sauveterre, who would be likely to be friends, and who enemies, recommending to him, above all, to trust M. Seneschal, an old friend of the family, and a most influential man in that community. "Whatever is humanly possible shall be done, sir," said the lawyer. That same evening, at 15 minutes past 8, the Marchioness of Boiscoran and Manuel Folgat took their seats in the train for Orleans. Chapter 2. The railway which connects Sauveterre with the Orleans line enjoys a certain celebrity on account of a series of utterly useless curves, which defy all common sense, and which would undoubtedly be the source of countless accidents, if the trains were not prohibited from going faster than 8 or 10 miles an hour. The depot has been built, no doubt for the greater convenience of travelers, at a distance of 2 miles from town, on a place where formerly the first banker of Sauveterre had his beautiful gardens. The pretty road which leads to it is lined on both sides with inns and taverns, on market days full of peasants, who try to rob each other, glass in hand, and lips overflowing with protestations of honesty. On ordinary days even, the road is quite lively, for the walk to the railway has become a favorite promenade. People go out to see the trains start or come in, to examine the new arrivals, or to exchange confidences as to the reasons why Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so have made up their mind to travel. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when the train which brought the Marchioness and Manuel Folgat at last reached Sauveterre. The former was overcome by fatigue and anxiety, having spent the whole night in discussing the chances for her son's safety, and was all the more exhausted as the lawyer had taken care not to encourage her hopes. For he also shared, in secret at least, M. Chapelain's doubts. He, also, had said to himself, that a man like M. De Boiscoran is not apt to be arrested, unless there are strong reasons, and almost overwhelming proofs of his guilt in the hands of the authorities. The train was slackening speed. If only Dionysia and her father, sighed the Marchioness, have thought of sending a carriage to meet us. Why so? Asked Manuel Folgat. Because I do not want all the world to see my grief and my tears. The young lawyer shook his head, and said. You will certainly not do that, madam, if you are disposed to follow my advice. She looked at him quite amazed, but he insisted. I mean, you must not look as if you wished not to be seen, that would be a great, almost irreparable mistake. What would they think if they saw you in tears and great distress? They would say you were sure of your son's guilt. And the few who may still doubt will doubt no longer. You must control public opinion from the beginning, for it is absolute in these small communities, where everybody is under somebody else's immediate influence. Public opinion is all-powerful. And say what you will, it controls even the jurymen in their deliberations. That is true, said the Marchioness, that is but too true. Therefore, madam, you must summon all your energy, conceal your maternal anxiety in your innermost heart, dry your tears, and show nothing but the most perfect confidence. Let everybody say, as he sees you, no mother could look so who thinks her son guilty. The Marchioness straightened herself, and said. You are right, sir, and I thank you. I must try to impress public opinion as you say. And, so far from wishing to find the station deserted, I shall be delighted to see it full of people. I will show you what a woman can do who thinks of her son's life. The Marchioness of Boiscoran was a woman of rare power. Drawing her comb from her dressing case, she repaired the disorder of her coiffure, with a few skillful strokes she smoothed her dress, her features, by a supreme effort of will, resumed their usual serenity. She forced her lips to smile without betraying the effort it cost her, and then she said in a clear, firm voice. Look at me, sir. Can I show myself now? The train stopped at the station. Manuel Folgat jumped out lightly. And, offering the Marchioness his hand to assist her, he said. You will be pleased with yourself, madam. Your courage will not be useless. All Sauveterre seems to be here. This was more than half true. Ever since the night before, a report had been current, no one knew how it had started, that the murderer's mother, as they charitably called her, would arrive by the 9 o'clock train. And everybody had determined to happen to be at the station at that hour. In a place where gossip lives for 3 days upon the last new dress from Paris, such an opportunity for a little excitement was not to be neglected. No one thought for a moment of what the poor old lady would probably feel upon being compelled thus to face a whole town, for its Sauveterre curiosity has at least the merit, that it is not hypocritical. Everybody is openly indiscreet, and by no means ashamed of it. They place themselves right in front of you, and look at you, and try to find out the secret of your joy or your grief. It must be borne in mind, however, that public opinion was running strongly against M. de Boiscoran. If there had been nothing against him but the fire at VALPINSON, and the attempts upon Count Claudius, that would have been a small matter. But the fire had had terrible consequences. 2 men had perished in it, and 2 others had been so severely wounded as to put their lives in jeopardy. Only the evening before, a sad procession had passed through the streets of Sauveterre. In a cart covered with a cloth, and followed by 2 priests, the almost carbonized remains of Bolton the drummer, and of poor Gillibald, had been brought home. The whole city had seen the widow go to the mayor's office, holding in her arms her youngest child, while the 4 others clung to her dress. All these misfortunes were traced back to Jacques, who was loaded with curses. And the people now thought of receiving his mother, the Marchioness, with fierce hootings. There she is, they said in the crowd, when she appeared in the station, leaning upon M. Folgat's arm. But they did not say another word, so great was their surprise at her appearance. Immediately 2 parties were formed. She puts a bold face on it, said some, while others declared, she is quite sure of her son's innocence. At all events, she had presence of mind enough to see what an impression she produced, and how well she had done to follow M. Folgat's advice. It gave her additional strength. As she distinguished in the crowd some people whom she knew, she went up to them, and, smiling, said, "Well, you know what has happened to us. It is unheard of. Here is the liberty of a man like my son at the mercy of the first foolish notion that enters the head of a magistrate. I heard the news yesterday by telegram, and came down at once with this gentleman, a friend of ours, and one of the first lawyers of Paris." M. Folgat looked embarrassed. He would have liked more considerate words. Still he could not help supporting the Marchioness in what she had said. "These gentlemen of the court," he said in measured tones, "will perhaps be sorry for what they have done." Fortunately a young man, whose whole livery consisted in a gold-laced cap, came up to them at this moment. "M. de Chandour's carriage is here," he said. "Very well," replied the Marchioness. And bowing to the good people of Sauveterre, who were quite dumbfounded by her assurance, she said, "Pardon me if I leave you so soon, but M. de Chandour expects us. I shall, however, be happy to call upon you soon, on my son's arm." The house of the Chandour family stands on the other side of the new marketplace, at the very top of the street, which is hardly more than a line of steps, which the mayor persistently calls upon the municipal council to grade, and which the latter as persistently refuse to improve. The building is quite new, massive but ugly, and has at the side a pretentious little tower with a peaked roof, which Dr. Seignebos calls a perpetual menace of the feudal system. It is true the Chandours once upon a time were great feudal lords, and for a long time exhibited a profound contempt for all who could not boast of noble ancestors and a deep hatred of revolutionary ideas. But if they had ever been formidable, they had long since ceased to be so. Of the whole great family, one of the most numerous and most powerful of the province, only one member survived, the Baron de Chandour, and a girl, his granddaughter, betrothed to Jacques de Boiscoran. Dionysia was an orphan. She was barely 3 years old, when within 5 months, she lost her father, who fell in a duel, and her mother, who had not the strength to survive the man whom she had loved. This was certainly for the child a terrible misfortune. But she was not left uncared for nor unloved. Her grandfather bestowed all his affections upon her. And the 2 sisters of her mother, the Misses Laverand, then already no longer young, determined never to marry, so as to devote themselves exclusively to their niece. From that day the 2 good ladies had wished to live in the Baron's house. But from the beginning he had utterly refused to listen to their propositions, asserting that he was perfectly able himself to watch over the child, and wanted to have her all to himself. All he would grant was, that the ladies might spend a day with Dionysia whenever they chose. Hence arose a certain rivalry between the aunts and the grandfather, which led both parties to most amazing exaggerations. Each one did what could be done to engage the affections of the little girl, each one was willing to pay any price for the most trifling caress. At 5 years Dionysia had every toy that had ever been invented. At 10 she was dressed like the first lady of the land, and had jewelry in abundance. The grandfather, in the meantime, had been metamorphosed from head to foot. Rough, rigid, and severe, he had suddenly become a love of a father. The fierce look had vanished from his eyes, the scorn from his lips, and both had given way to soft glances and smooth words. He was seen daily trotting through the streets, and going from shop to shop on errands for his grandchild. He invited her little friends, arranged picnics for her, helped her drive her hoops, and if needs be, led in a cotillion. If Dionysia looked displeased, he trembled. If she coughed, he turned pale. Once she was sick, she had the measles. He stayed up for 12 nights in succession, and sent to Paris for doctors, who laughed in his face. And yet the 2 old ladies found means to exceed his folly. If Dionysia learned anything at all, it was only because she herself insisted upon it, otherwise the writing master and the music master would have been sent away at the slightest sign of weariness. Sauveterre saw it, and shrugged its shoulders. What a wretched education, the ladies said. Such weakness is absolutely unheard of. They tender the child a sorry service. There was no doubt that such almost incredible spoiling, such blind devotion, and perpetual worship, came very near making of Dionysia the most disagreeable little person that ever lived. But fortunately she had one of those happy dispositions which cannot be spoiled, and besides, she was perhaps saved from the danger by its very excess. As she grew older she would say with a laugh, "Grandpapa Chandor, my aunts Laverand, and I, we do just what we choose." That was only a joke. Never did a young girl repay such sweet affection with rarer and nobler qualities. She was thus leading a happy life, free from all care, and was just 17 years old, when the great event of her life took place. M. de Chandor one morning met Jacques de Boiscoran, whose uncle had been a friend of his, and invited him to dinner. Jacques accepted the invitation, and came. Dionysia saw him, and loved him. Now, for the first time in her life, she had a secret unknown to Grandpapa Chandor and to her aunts. And for 2 years the birds and the flowers were the only confidants of this love of hers, which grew up in her heart, sweet like a dream, idealized by absence, and fed by memory. For Jacques' eyes remained blind for 2 years. But the day on which they were opened he felt that his fate was sealed. Nor did he hesitate a moment, and in less than a month after that, the Marquis de Boiscoran came down to Sauveterre, and in all form asked Dionysia's hand for his son. Ah! That was a heavy blow for Grandpapa Chandor. He had, of course, often thought of the future marriage of his grandchild. He had even at times spoken of it, and told her that he was getting old, and should feel very much relieved when he should have found her a good husband. But he talked of it as a distant thing, very much as we speak of dying. M. de Boiscoran brought his true feelings out. He shuddered at the idea of giving up Dionysia, of seeing her prefer another man to himself, and of loving her children best of all. He was quite inclined to throw the ambassador out of the window. Still he checked his feelings, and replied that he could give no reply till he had consulted his granddaughter. Poor grandpapa! At the very first words he uttered, she exclaimed, "Oh, I am so happy! But I expected it." M. de Chandor bent his head to conceal a tear which burned in his eyes. Then he said very low, "Then the thing is settled." At once, rather comforted by the joy that was sparkling in his grandchild's eyes, he began reproaching himself for his selfishness, and for being unhappy, when his Dionysia seemed to be so happy. Jacques had, of course, been allowed to visit the house as a lover. And the very day before the fire at VALPINSON, after having long and carefully counted the days absolutely required for all the purchases of the trousseau, and all the formalities of the event, the wedding day had been finally fixed. Thus Dionysia was struck down in the very height of her happiness, when she heard, at the same time, of the terrible charges brought against M. de Boiscoran, and of his arrest. At first, thunderstruck, she had lain nearly 10 minutes unconscious in the arms of her aunts, who, like the grandfather, were themselves utterly overcome with terror. But, as soon as she came to, she exclaimed, "Am I mad to give way thus? Is it not evident that he is innocent?" Then she had sent her telegram to the Marquis, knowing well, that, before taking any measures, it was all important to come to an understanding with Jacques' family. Then she had begged to be left alone. And she had spent the night in counting the minutes that must pass till the hour came when the train from Paris would bring her help. At 8 o'clock she had come down to give orders herself that a carriage should be sent to the station for the Marchioness, adding that they must drive back as fast as they could. Then she had gone into the sitting-room to join her grandfather and her aunts. They talked to her, but her thoughts were elsewhere. At last a carriage was heard coming up rapidly, and stopping before the house. She got up, rushed into the hall, and cried, "Here is Jacques' mother." Chapter 3. We cannot do violence to our natural feelings without paying for it. The Marchioness had nearly fainted when she could at last take refuge in the carriage. She was utterly overcome by the great effort she had made to present to the curious people of Sauveterre a smiling face and calm features. "What a horrible comedy," she murmured, as she sank back on the cushions. "Admit, at least, madam," said the lawyer, that it was necessary. You have won over, perhaps, 100 persons to your son's side. She made no reply. Her tears stifled her. What would she not have given for a few moments' solitude, to give way to all the grief of her heart, to all the anxiety of a mother? The time till she reached the house seemed to her an eternity. And, although the horse was driven at a furious rate, she felt as if they were making no progress. At last the carriage stopped. The little servant had jumped down, and opened the door, saying, "Here we are." The Marchioness got out with M. Folgat's assistance, and her foot was hardly on the ground, when the house door opened, and Dionysia threw herself into her arms, too deeply moved to speak. At last she broke forth. "Oh, my mother, my mother! What a terrible misfortune!" In the passage M. de Chandor was coming forward. He had not been able to follow his granddaughter's rapid steps. "Let us go in," he said to the two ladies, "don't stand there." For at all the windows curious eyes were peeping through the blinds. He drew them into the sitting room. Poor M. Folgat was sorely embarrassed what to do with himself. No one seemed to be aware of his existence. He followed them, however. He entered the room, and standing by the door, sharing the general excitement, he was watching by turns, Dionysia, M. de Chandor, and the two spinsters. Dionysia was then 20 years old. It could not be said that she was uncommonly beautiful. But no one could ever forget her again who had once seen her. Small in form, she was grace personified, and all her movements betrayed a rare and exquisite perfection. Her black hair fell in marvelous masses over her head, and contrasted strangely with her blue eyes and her fair complexion. Her skin was of dazzling whiteness. Everything in her features spoke of excessive timidity. And yet, from certain movements of her lips and her eyebrows, one might have suspected no lack of energy. Grandpapa Chandor looked unusually tall by her side. His massive frame was imposing. He did not show his 72 years, but was as straight as ever, and seemed to be able to defy all the storms of life. What struck strangers most, perhaps, was his dark red complexion, which gave him the appearance of an Indian chieftain, while his white beard and hair brought the crimson color still more prominently out. In spite of his Herculean frame and his strange complexion, his face bore the expression of almost childlike goodness. But the first glance at his eyes proved that the gentle smile on his lips was not to be taken alone. There were flashes in his grey eyes which made people aware that a man who should dare, for instance, to offend Dionysia, would have to pay for it pretty dearly. As to the two aunts, they were as tall and thin as a couple of willow rods, pale, discreet, ultra-aristocratic in their reserve and their coldness. But they bore in their faces an expression of happy peace and sentimental tenderness, such as is often seen in old maids whose temper has not been soured by celibacy. They dressed absolutely alike, as they had done now for 40 years, preferring neutral colors and modest fashions, such as suited their simple taste. They were crying bitterly at that moment, and M. Folgat felt instinctively that there was no sacrifice of which they were not capable for their beloved niece's sake. "Poor Dionysia," they whispered. The girl heard them, however. And, drawing herself up, she said, "But we are behaving shamefully. What would Jacques say, if he could see us from his prison? Why should we be so sad? Is he not innocent?" Her eyes shone with unusual brilliancy, her voice had a ring which moved Manuel Folgat deeply. "I can at least, in justice to myself," she went on saying, "assure you that I have never doubted him for a moment. And how should I ever have dared to doubt? The very night on which the fire broke out, Jacques wrote me a letter of 4 pages, which he sent me by one of his tenants, and which reached me at 9 o'clock. I showed it to Grandpapa. He read it, and then he said I was 1,000 times right, because a man who had been meditating such a crime could never have written that letter. I said so, and I still think so," added M. de Chandor, "and every sensible man will think so too." But his granddaughter did not let him finish. "It is evident therefore, that Jacques is the victim of an abominable intrigue, and we must unravel it. We have cried enough, now let us act. Then, turning to the Marchioness, she said. And my dear mother, I sent for you, because we want you to help us in this great work. And here I am, replied the old lady, not less certain of my son's innocence than you are. Evidently M. de Chandor had been hoping for something more, for he interrupted her, asking. And the Marquis? My husband remained in Paris. The old gentleman's face assumed a curious expression. Ah, that is just like him, he said. Nothing can move him. His only son is wickedly accused of a crime, arrested, thrown into prison. They write to him, they hope he will come at once. By no means. Let his son get out of trouble as he can. He has his fiancées to attend to. Oh, if I had a son. My husband, pleaded the Marchioness, thinks he can be more useful to Jacques in Paris than here. There will be much to be done there. Have we not the railway? Moreover, she went on, he entrusted me to this gentleman. She pointed out M. Folgat. M. Manuel Folgat, who has promised us the assistance of his experience, his talents, and his devotion. When thus formally introduced, M. Folgat bowed, and said. I am all hope. But I think with Miss Chandor, that we must go to work without losing a second. Before I can decide, however, upon what is to be done, I must know all the facts. Unfortunately we know nothing, replied M. de Chandor, nothing, except that Jacques is kept in close confinement. Well, then, we must try to find out. You know, no doubt, all the law officers of Sauveterre. Very few. I know the Commonwealth attorney. And the magistrate before whom the matter has been brought. The older of the two Mrs. Laverand rose, and exclaimed. That man, M. Galpin, is a monster of hypocrisy and ingratitude. He called himself Jacques' friend, and Jacques liked him well enough to induce us, my sister and myself, to give our consent to a marriage between him and one of our cousins, a Laverand. Poor child! When she learned the sad truth, she cried, Great God! God be blessed that I escaped the disgrace of becoming the wife of such a man. Yes, added the other old lady, if all Sauveterre thinks Jacques guilty, let them also say, his own friend has become his judge. M. Folgat shook his head, and said. I must have more minute information. The Marquis mentioned to me A.M. Seneschal, Mayor of Sauveterre. M. de Chandor looked at once for his hat, and said. To be sure. He is a friend of ours, and, if any one is well informed, he is. Let us go to him. Come. M. Seneschal was indeed a friend of the Chandors, the Lavarandis, and also of the Boiscorans. Although he was a lawyer he had become attached to the people whose confidential adviser he had been for more than 20 years. Even after having retired from business, M. Seneschal had still retained the full confidence of his former clients. They never decided on any grave question, without consulting him first. His successor did the business for them, but M. Seneschal directed what was to be done. Nor was the assistance all on one side. The example of great people like M. de Chandor and Jacques' uncle had brought many a peasant on business into M. Seneschal's office. And when he was, at a later period of his life, attacked by the fever of political ambition, and offered to sacrifice himself for his country, by becoming mayor of Sauveterre, and a member of the General Council. Their support had been of great service to him. Hence he was well nigh overcome when he returned, on that fatal morning, to Sauveterre. He looked so pale and undone, that his wife was seriously troubled. Great God, Augustus! What has happened? She asked. Something terrible has happened, he replied in so tragic a manner, that his wife began to tremble. To be sure, Mrs. Seneschal trembled very easily. She was a woman of 45 or 50 years, very dark, short, and fat, trying hard to breathe in the corsets which were specially made for her by the Misses Mechenet, the clerk's sisters. When she was young, she had been rather pretty, now she still kept the red cheeks of her younger days, a forest of jet black hair, and excellent teeth. But she was not happy. Her life had been spent in wishing for children, and she had none. She consoled herself, it is true, by constantly referring to all the most delicate details on the subject, mentioning not to her intimate friends only, but to anyone who would listen, her constant disappointments, the physicians she had consulted, the pilgrimages she had undertaken, and the quantities of fish she had eaten, although she abominated fish. All had been in vain, and as her hopes fled with her years, she had become resigned, and indulged now in a kind of romantic sentimentality, which she carefully kept alive by reading novels and poems without end. She had a tear ready for every unfortunate being, and some words of comfort for every grief. Her charity was well known. Never had a poor woman with children appealed to her in vain. In spite of all that, she was not easily taken in. She managed her household with her hand as well as with her eye, and no one surpassed her in the extent of her washings, or the excellence of her dinners. She was quite ready, therefore, to sigh and to sob when her husband told her what had happened during the night. When he had ended, she said, "That poor Dionysia is capable of dying of it. In your place, I would go at once to M. de Chandor, and inform him in the most cautious manner of what has happened." "I shall take good care not to do so," replied M. Seneschal, "and I tell you expressly not to go there yourself." For he was by no means a philosopher. And, if he had been his own master, he would have taken the first train, and gone off 100 miles, so as not to see the grief of the Mrs. Laverand and Grandpapa Chandor. He was exceedingly fond of Dionysia, he had been hard at work for years to settle and to add to her fortune, as if she had been his own daughter, and now to witness her grief. He shuddered at the idea. Besides, he really did not know what to believe, and influenced by M. Galpin's assurance, misled by public opinion, he had come to ask himself if Jacques might not, after all, have committed the crimes with which he was charged. Fortunately his duties were on that day so numerous and so troublesome, that he had no time to think. He had to provide for the recovery and the transportation of the remains of the two unfortunate victims of the fire. He had to receive the mother of one, and the widow and children of the other, and to listen to their complaints, and try to console them by promising the former a small pension, and the latter some help in the education of their children. Then he had to give directions to have the wounded men brought home, and, after that, he had gone out in search of a house for Count Claudius and his wife, which had given him much trouble. Finally, a large part of the afternoon had been taken up by an angry discussion with Dr. Seignebos. The doctor, in the name of outraged society, as he called it, and in the name of justice and humanity, demanded the immediate arrest of Coccoliu, that wretch whose unconscious statement formed the basis of the accusation. He demanded with a furious oath that the epileptic idiot should be sent to the hospital, and kept there so as to be professionally examined by experts. The mayor had for some time refused to grant the request, which seemed to him unreasonable. But the doctor had talked so loud and insisted so strongly, that at last he had sent 2 gendarmes to Brecci with orders to bring back Coccoliu. They had returned several hours later with empty hands. The idiot had disappeared. And no one in the whole district had been able to give any information as to this whereabouts. "And you think that is natural?" exclaimed Dr. Seignebos, whose eyes were glaring at the mayor from under his spectacles. "To me that looks like an absolute proof that a plot has been hatched to ruin M. de Boiscoran. But can't you be quiet?" M. Seneschal said angrily. "Do you think Coccoliu is lost? He will turn up again." The doctor had left him without insisting any longer, but before going home, he had dropped in at his club, and there, in the presence of 20 people he had declared that he had positive proof of a plot formed against M. de Boiscoran, whom the monarchists had never forgiven for having left them, and that the Jesuits were certainly mixed up with the business. This interference was more injurious than useful to Jacques, and the consequences were soon seen. That same evening, when M. Galpin crossed the New Market Place, he was wantonly insulted. Very naturally he went, almost in a fury, to call upon the mayor, to hold him responsible for this insult offered to justice in his person, and asking for energetic punishment. M. Seneschal promised to take the proper measures, and went to the Commonwealth attorney to act in concert with him. There he learned what had happened at Boiscoran, and the terrible result of the examination. So he had come home, quite sorrowful, distressed at Jacques' situation, and very much disturbed by the political aspect which the matter was beginning to wear. He had spent a bad night, and in the morning had displayed such fearful temper, that his wife had hardly dared to say a word to him. But even that was not all. At 2 o'clock precisely, the funeral of Bolton and Guillibald was to take place. And he had promised Captain Parento that he would be present in his official costume, and accompanied by the whole municipal council. He had already given orders to have his uniform gotten ready, when the servant announced visitors, M. de Chandor and friend. That was all that was wanting, he exclaimed. But, thinking it over, he added. Well, it had to come sooner or later. Show them in. M. Seneschal was too good to be so troubled in advance, and to prepare himself for a heartrending scene. He was amazed at the easy, almost cheerful manner with which M. de Chandor presented to him his companion. M. Manuel Folgat, my dear Seneschal, a famous lawyer from Paris, who has been kind enough to come down with the Marchioness de Boiscoran. I am a stranger here, M. Seneschal, said Folgat, I do not know the manner of thinking, the customs, the interests, the prejudices, of this country. In fact, I am totally ignorant, and I know I would commit many a grievous blunder, unless I could secure the assistance of an able and experienced counselor. M. de Boiscoran and M. de Chandor have both encouraged me to hope that I might find such a man in you. Certainly, sir, and with all my heart, replied M. Seneschal, bowing politely, and evidently flattered by this deference on the part of a great Paris lawyer. He had offered his guests seats. He had sat down himself, and resting his elbow on the arm of his big office chair, he rubbed his clean-shaven chin with his hand. This is a very serious matter, gentlemen, he said at last. A criminal charge is always serious, replied M. Folgat. Upon my word, cried M. de Chandor, you are not in doubt about Jacques' innocence. M. Seneschal did not say, no. He was silent, thinking of the wise remarks made by his wife the evening before. How can we know, he began at last, what may be going on in young brains of 25 when they are set on fire by the remembrance of certain insults? Wrath is a dangerous counselor. Grandpapa Chandor refused to hear any more. What? Do you talk to me of wrath? He broke in, and what do you see of wrath in this VALPINSON affair? I see nothing in it, for my part, but the very meanest crime, long prepared and coolly carried out. The mayor very seriously shook his head, and said. You do not know all that has happened. Sir, added M. Folgat, it is precisely for the purpose of hearing what has happened that we come to you. Very well, said M. Seneschal. Thereupon he went to work to describe the events which he had witnessed at VALPINSON, and those, which, as he had learned from the Commonwealth attorney, had taken place at Boiscoran. And this he did with all the lucidity of an experienced old lawyer who is accustomed to unravel the mysteries of complicated suits. He wound up by saying. Finally, do you know what Dobigin said to me, whose evidence you will certainly know how to appreciate? He said in so many words, Galpin could not but order the arrest of M. de Boiscoran. Is he guilty? I do not know what to think of it. The accusation is overwhelming. He swears by all the gods that he is innocent, but he will not tell how he spent the night. M. de Chandor, in spite of his vigor, was near fainting, although his face remained as crimson as ever. Nothing on earth could make him turn pale. Great God, he murmured, what will Dionysia say? Then, turning to M. Folgat, he said aloud. And yet Jacques had something in his mind for that evening. Do you think so? I am sure of it. But for that, he would certainly have come to the house, as he has done every evening for a month. Besides, he said so himself in the letter which he sent Dionysia by one of his tenants, and which she mentioned to you. He wrote, I curse from the bottom of my heart the business which prevents me from spending the evening with you. But I cannot possibly defer it any longer. Tomorrow. You see, said M. Seneschal. The letter is of such a nature, continued the old gentleman, that I repeat, no man who premeditated such a hideous crime could possibly have written it. Nevertheless, I confess to you, that, when I heard the fatal news, this very allusion to some pressing business impressed me painfully. But the young lawyer seemed to be far from being convinced. It is evident, he said, that M. de Boiscoran will on no account let it be known where he went. He told a falsehood, sir, insisted M. Seneschal. He commenced by denying that he had gone the way on which the witnesses met him. Very naturally, since he desires to keep the place unknown to which he went. He did not say any more when he was told that he was under arrest. Because he hopes he will get out of this trouble without betraying his secret. If that were so, it would be very strange. Stranger things than that have happened. To allow himself to be accused of incendiarism and murder when he is innocent. To be innocent, and to allow one's self to be condemned, is still stranger. And yet there are instances. The young lawyer spoke in that short, imperious tone which is, so to say, the privilege of his profession, and with such an accent of assurance, that M. de Chandor felt his hopes revive. M. Seneschal was sorely troubled. And what do you think, sir? He asked. That M. de Boiscoran must be innocent, replied the young advocate. And, without leaving time for objections, he continued. That is the opinion of a man who is not influenced by any consideration. I come here without any preconceived notions. I do not know Count Claudius any more than M. de Boiscoran. A crime has been committed, I am told the circumstances, and I at once come to the conclusion that the reasons which led to the arrest of the accused would lead me to set him at liberty. Oh! Let me explain. If M. de Boiscoran is guilty, he has shown, in the way in which he received M. Galpin at the house, a perfectly unheard of self-control, and a matchless genius for comedy. Therefore, if he is guilty, he is immensely clever. But allow me to finish. If he is guilty, he has in the examination shown a marvelous want of self-control, and, to be brief, a nameless stupidity. Therefore, if he is guilty, he is immensely stupid. But allow me to finish. Can one and the same person be at once so unusually clever and so unusually stupid? Judge yourself. But again, if M. de Boiscoran is guilty, he ought to be sent to the insane asylum, and not to prison. For anyone else but a madman would have poured out the dirty water in which he had washed his blackened hands, and would have buried anywhere that famous breech-loader, of which the prosecution makes such good use. Jacques is safe, exclaimed M. de Chandor. M. Seneschal was not so easily won over. That is specious pleading, he said. Unfortunately, we want something more than a logic conclusion to meet a jury with an abundance of witnesses on the other side. We will find more on our side. What do you propose to do? I do not know. I have just told you my first impression. Now I must study the case, and examine the witnesses, beginning with old Anthony. M. de Chandor had risen. He said. We can reach Boiscoran in an hour. Shall I send for my carriage? As quickly as possible, replied the young lawyer. M. de Chandor's servant was back in a quarter of an hour, and announced that the carriage was at the door. M. de Chandor and M. Folgat took their seats, and, while they were getting in, the mayor warned the young Paris lawyer. Above all, be prudent and circumspect. The public mind is already but too much inflamed. Politics are mixed up with the case. I am afraid of some disturbance at the burial of the fireman, and they bring me word that Dr. Seignebos wants to make a speech at the graveyard. Goodbye and good luck. The driver whipped the horse, and, as the carriage was going down through the suburbs, M. de Chandor said. I cannot understand why Anthony did not come to me immediately after his master had been arrested. What can have happened to him? Chapter 4. Seneschal's horse was perhaps one of the very best in the whole province, but de Chandour's was still better. In less than 50 minutes they had driven the whole distance to Boiscoran, and during this time de Chandour and Folgat had not exchanged 50 words. When they reached Boiscoran, the courtyard was silent and deserted. Doors and windows were hermetically closed. On the steps of the porch sat a stout young peasant, who, at the sight of the newcomers, rose, and carried his hand to his cap. "Where is Anthony?" asked de Chandour. "Upstairs, sir." The old gentleman tried to open the door, it resisted. "Oh, sir. Anthony has barricaded the door from the inside." "A curious idea," said de Chandour, knocking with the butt end of his whip. He was knocking fiercer and fiercer, when at last Anthony's voice was heard from within. "Who is there?" "It is I, Baron Chandour." The bars were removed instantly, and the old valet showed himself in the door. He looked pale and undone. The disordered condition of his beard, his hair, and his dress, showed that he had not been to bed. And this disorder was full of meaning in a man who ordinarily prided himself upon appearing always in the dress of an English gentleman. De Chandour was so struck by this, that he asked, first of all, "What is the matter with you, my good Anthony?" Instead of replying, Anthony drew the Baron and his companion inside. And, when he had fastened the door again, he crossed his arms, and said, "The matter is, well, I am afraid." The old gentleman and the lawyer looked at each other. They evidently both thought the poor man had lost his mind. Anthony saw it, and said quickly, "No, I am not mad, although, certainly, there are things passing here which could make one doubtful of one's own senses. If I am afraid, it is for good reasons." "You do not doubt your master?" asked Folgat. The servant cast such fierce, threatening glances at the lawyer, that de Chandour hastened to interfere. "My dear Anthony," he said, "this gentleman is a friend of mine, a lawyer, who has come down from Paris with the Marchioness to defend Jacques. You need not mistrust him, nay, more than that, you must tell him all you know, even if—" The trusty old servant's face brightened up, and he exclaimed, "Ah! If the gentleman is a lawyer! Welcome, sir. Now I can say all that weighs on my heart. No, most assuredly I do not think Master Jacques guilty. It is impossible he should be so, it is absurd to think of it. But what I believe, what I am sure of, is this, there is a plot to charge him with all the horrors of VALPINSON." "A plot?" broke in Folgat, "whose? How? And what for?" "Ah! That is more than I know. But I am not mistaken, and you would think so too, if you had been present at the examination, as I was. It was fearful, gentlemen, it was unbearable, so that even I was stupefied for a moment, and thought my master was guilty, and advised him to flee. The like has never been heard of before, I am sure. Everything went against him. Every answer he made sounded like a confession. A crime had been committed at VALPINSON, he had been seen going there and coming back by side paths. A fire had been kindled, his hands bore traces of charcoal. Shots had been fired. They found one of his cartridge cases close to the spot where Count Claudius had been wounded. There it was I saw the plot. How could all these circumstances have agreed so precisely if they had not been prearranged, and calculated beforehand? Our poor d'Abidjan had tears in his eyes, and even that meddlesome fellow, Mechenet, the clerk, was quite overcome. Galpin was the only one who looked pleased, but then he was the magistrate, and he put the questions. He, my master's friend. A man who was constantly coming here, who ate our bread, slept in our beds, and shot our game. Then it was, my dear Jacques, and my dear Boiscoran always, and no end of compliments and caresses. So that I often thought one of these days I should find him blackening my master's boots. Ah! He took his revenge yesterday, and you ought to have seen with what an air he said to master, we are friends no longer. The rascal. No, we are friends no longer, and, if God was just, you ought to have all the shot in your body that has wounded Count Claudius. The Chandor was growing more and more impatient. As soon, therefore, as Anthony's breath gave out a moment, he said. Why did you not come and tell me all that immediately? The old servant ventured to shrug his shoulders slightly, and replied. How could I? When the examination was over, that man, Galpin, put the seals everywhere, strips of linen, fastened on with sealing wax, as they do with dead people. He put one on every opening, and on some of them too. He put 3 on the outer door. Then he told me that he appointed me keeper of the house, that I would be paid for it, but that I would be sent to the galleys if any one touched the seals with the tip of the finger. When he had handed master over to the gendarmes, that man, Galpin, went away, leaving me here alone, dumbfounded, like a man who has been knocked in the head. Nevertheless, I should have come to you, sir, but I had an idea, and that gave me the shivers. Grandpapa Chandor stamped his foot, and said. Come to the point, to the point. It was this, you must know, gentlemen, that, in the examination, that breech-loading gun played a prominent part. That man, Galpin looked at it carefully, and asked master when he had last fired it off. Master said, about 5 days ago. You hear, I say, 5 days. Thereupon, that man, Galpin, puts the gun down, without looking at the barrels. Well, asked M. Folgat. Well, sir, Anthony, I had the evening before, I say the evening before, cleaned the gun, washed it, and... Upon my word, cried M. de Chandor, why did you not say so at once? If the barrels are clean, that is an absolute proof that Jacques is innocent. The old servant shook his head, and said. To be sure, sir. But are they clean? Oh. Master may have been mistaken as to the time when he last fired the gun, and then the barrels would be soiled, and, instead of helping him, my evidence might ruin him definitely. Before I say anything, I ought to be sure. Yes, said Folgat, approvingly, and you have done well to keep silence, my good man, and I cannot urge you too earnestly not to say a word of it to any one. That fact may become a decisive argument for the defense. Oh. I can keep my tongue, sir. Only you may imagine how impatient it has made me to see these accursed seals which prevent me from going to look at the gun. Oh, if I had dared to break one of them. Poor fellow. I thought of doing it. But I checked myself. Then it occurred to me that other people might think of the same thing. The rascals who have formed this abominable plot against Master Jacques are capable of anything, don't you think so? Why might not they come some night, and break the seals? I put the steward on guard in the garden, beneath the windows. I put his son as a sentinel into the courtyard. And I have myself stood watch before the seals with arms in my hands all the time. Let the rascals come on, they will find somebody to receive them. In spite of all that is said, lawyers are better than their reputation. Lawyers, accused of being skeptics above all men, are, on the contrary, credulous and simple-minded. Their enthusiasm is sincere, and, when we think they play a part, they are in earnest. In the majority of cases, they fancy their own side the just one, even though they should be beaten. Hour by hour, ever since his arrival at Sauveterre, M. Folgat's faith in Jacques' innocence had steadily increased. Old Anthony's tale was not made to shake his growing conviction. He did not admit the existence of a plot, however. But he was not disinclined to believe in the cunning calculations of some rascal, who, availing himself of circumstances known to him alone, tried to let all suspicion fall upon him, de Boiscoran, instead of himself. But there were many more questions to be asked, and Anthony was in such a state of feverish excitement, that it was difficult to induce him to answer. For it is not so easy to examine a man, however inclined he may be to answer. It requires no small self-possession, much care, and an imperturbable method, without which the most important facts are apt to be overlooked. M. Folgat began, therefore, after a moment's pause, once more, saying, "My good Anthony, I cannot praise your conduct in this matter too highly. However, we have not done with it yet. But as I have eaten nothing since I left Paris last night, and as I hear the bell strike 12 o'clock. M. de Chandor seemed to be heartily ashamed, and broke in. Ah, forgetful old man that I am. Why did I not think of it? But you will pardon me, I am sure. I am so completely upset. Anthony, what can you let us have? The housekeeper has eggs, potted fowl, ham. Whatever can be made ready first will be the best, said the young lawyer. In a quarter of an hour the table shall be set, replied the servant. He hurried away, while M. de Chandor invited M. Folgat into the sitting room. The poor grandfather summoned all his energy to keep up appearances. This fact about the gun will save him, won't it? He asked. Perhaps so, replied the famous advocate. And they were silent, the grandfather thinking of the grief of his grandchild, and cursing the day on which he had opened his house to Jacques, and with him to such heartrending anguish. The lawyer arranging in his mind the facts he had learned, and preparing the questions he was going to ask. They were both so fully absorbed by their thoughts, that they started when Anthony reappeared, and said, "Gentlemen, breakfast is ready." The table had been set in the dining room, and, when the two gentlemen had taken their seats, old Anthony placed himself, his napkin over his arm, behind them, but M. de Chandor called him, saying, "Put another plate, Anthony, and breakfast with us." "Oh, sir," protested the old servant, "sir." "Sit down," repeated the Baron, "if you eat after us, you will make us lose time, and an old servant like you is a member of the family." Anthony obeyed, quite overcome, but blushing with delight at the honor that was done him, for the Baron de Chandor did not usually distinguish himself to familiarity. When the ham and eggs of the housekeeper had been disposed of, M. Folgat said, "Now let us go back to business. Keep cool, my dear Anthony, and remember, that, unless we get the court to say that there is no case, your answers may become the basis of our defense." What were M. de Boiscoran's habits when he was here? When he was here, sir, he had, so to say, no habits. We came here very rarely, and only for a short time. Never mind, what was he doing here? He used to rise late, he walked about a good deal. He sometimes went out hunting, he sketched, he read, for master is a great reader, and is as fond of his books as the Marquis, his father, is of his porcelains. Who came here to see him? M. Galpin most frequently, Dr. Seignebos, the priest from Brecky, M. Seneschal, M. Dubidjan. How did he spend his evenings? At M. de Chandor's, who can tell you all about it? He had no other relatives in this country. No. You do not know that he had any lady friend? Anthony looked as if he would have blushed. "Oh, sir," he said, "you do not know, I presume, that master is engaged to Miss Dionysia." The Baron de Chandor was not a baby, as he liked to call it. Deeply interested as he was, he got up, and said, "I want to take a little fresh air." And he went out, understanding very well that his being Dionysia's grandfather might keep Anthony from telling the truth. That is a sensible man, thought M. Folgat. Then he added aloud. "Now we are alone, my dear Anthony, you can speak frankly. Did M. de Boiscoran keep a mistress?" "No, sir." "Did he ever have one?" "Never." "They will tell you, perhaps, that once upon a time he was rather pleased with a great, big red-haired woman, the daughter of a miller in the neighborhood, and that the gypsy of a woman came more frequently to the chateau than was needful. Now on one pretext, and now on another. But that was mere childishness. Besides, that was 5 years ago, and the woman has been married these 3 years to a basket-maker at Marennes. You are quite sure of what you say? As sure as I am of myself. And you would be as sure of it yourself, if you knew the country as I know it, and the abominable tongues the people have. There is no concealing anything from them. I defy a man to talk 3 times to a woman without their finding it out, and making a story of it. I say nothing of Paris. Folgat listened attentively. He asked. Ah. Was there anything of the kind in Paris? Anthony hesitated. At last he said. You see, master's secrets are not my secrets, and, after the oath I have sworn. It may be, however, that his safety depends upon your frankness in telling me all, said the lawyer. You may be sure he will not blame you for having spoken. For several seconds the old servant remained undecided, then he said. Master, they say, has had a great love affair. When? I do not know when. That was before I entered his service. All I know is, that, for the purpose of meeting the person, master had bought at Passy, at the end of Vine Street, a beautiful house, in the center of a large garden, which he had furnished magnificently. Ah! That is a secret, which, of course, neither master's father nor his mother knows to this day, and I only know it, because one day master fell down the steps, and dislocated his foot, so that he had to send for me to nurse him. He may have bought the house under his own name, but he was not known by it there. He passed for an Englishman, a Mr. Burnett, and he had an English maid-servant. And the person? Ah, sir. I not only do not know who she is, but I cannot even guess it, she took such extraordinary precautions. Now that I mean to tell you everything, I will confess to you that I had the curiosity to question the English maid. She told me that she was no farther than I was, that she knew, to be sure, a lady was coming there from time to time, but that she had never seen even the end of her nose. Master always arranged it so well, that the girl was invariably out on some errand or other when the lady came and when she went away. While she was in the house, master waited upon her himself. And when they wanted to walk in the garden, they sent the servant away, on some fool's errand, to Versailles or to Fontainebleau, and she was mad, I tell you. Folgat began to twist his mustache, as he was in the habit of doing when he was specially interested. For a moment, he thought he saw the woman, that inevitable woman who is always at the bottom of every great event in man's life. And just then she vanished from his sight, for he tortured his mind in vain to discover a possible if not probable connection between the mysterious visitor in Vine Street and the events that had happened at VALPINSON. He could not see a trace. Rather discouraged, he asked once more. After all, my dear Anthony, this great love affair of your master's has come to an end? It seems so, sir, since Master Jacques was going to marry Miss Dionysia. That reason was perhaps not quite as conclusive as the good old servant imagined, but the young advocate made no remark. And when do you think it came to an end? During the war, master and the lady must have been parted. For master did not stay in Paris. He commanded a volunteer company, and he was even wounded in the head, which procured him the cross. Does he still own the house in Vine Street? I believe so. Why? Because, some time ago, when master and I went to Paris for a week, he said to me one day, the war and the commune have cost me dear. My cottage has had more than 20 shells, and it has been in turn occupied by franksterers, communists and regulars. The walls are broken, and there is not a piece of furniture uninjured. My architect tells me, that all in all, the repairs will cost me some $10,000. What? Repairs? Then he thought of going back there. At that time, sir, master's marriage had not been settled. Yet. Still that would go to prove that he had at that time met the mysterious lady once more, and that the war had not broken off their relations. That may be. And has he never mentioned the lady again? Never. At this moment de Chandor's cough was heard in the hall, that cough which men affect and they wish to announce their coming. Immediately afterwards he reappeared, and Folgat said to him, to show that his presence was no longer inconvenient. Upon my word, sir, I was just on the point of going in search of you, for fear that you felt really unwell. Thank you, replied the old gentleman, the fresh air has done me good. He sat down, and the young advocate turned again to Anthony, saying, "Well, let us go on. How was he the day before the fire?" "Just as usual." "What did he do before he went out?" "He dined as usual with a good appetite, then he went upstairs and remained there for an hour. When he came down, he had a letter in his hand, which he gave to Michael, our tenant's son, and told him to carry it to Sauveterre, to Miss Chandor." "Yes. In that letter, M. de Boiscoran told Miss Dionysia that he was retained here by a matter of great importance." "Ah! Have you any idea what that could have been?" "Not at all, sir, I assure you." "Still let us see. M. de Boiscoran must have had powerful reasons to deprive himself of the pleasure of spending the evening with Miss Dionysia?" "Yes, indeed. He must also have had his reasons for taking to the marshes, on his way out, instead of going by the turnpike, and for coming back through the woods." Old Anthony was literally tearing his hair, as he exclaimed, "Ah, sir! These are the very words M. Galpin said. Unfortunately every man in his senses will say so." "I know, sir, I know it but too well. And Master Jacques himself knew it so well that at first he tried to find some pretext. But he has never told a falsehood. And he who is such a clever man could not find a pretext that had any sense in it. He said he had gone to Breckie to see his wood merchant. And why should he not?" Anthony shook his head, and said, "Because the wood merchant at Breckie is a thief, and everybody knows that master has kicked him out of the house some 3 years ago. We sell all our wood at Sauveterre." M. Folgat had taken out a notebook, and wrote down some of Anthony's statements, preparing thus the outline of his defense. This being done, he commenced again. "Now we come to Kokoliou." "Ah, the wretch," cried Anthony. "You know him?" "How could I help knowing him, when I lived all my life here at Boiscoran in the service of master's uncle?" "Then what kind of a man is he?" "An idiot, sir, or, as they here call it, an innocent, who has St. Vitus dance into the bargain, and epilepsy moreover." "Then it is perfectly notorious that he is imbecile." "Yes, sir, although I have heard people insist that he is not quite so stupid as he looks, and that, as they say here, he plays the ass in order to get his oats." M. de Chandor interrupted him, and said, "On this subject Dr. Seignebos can give you all the information you may want. He kept Kokoliou for nearly 2 years at his own house." "I mean to see the doctor," replied M. Folgat. "But first of all we must find this unfortunate idiot." "You heard what M. Seneschal said, he has put the gendarmes on his track." Anthony made a face, and said, "If the gendarmes should take Kokoliou, Kokoliou must have given himself up voluntarily." "Why so?" "Because, gentlemen, there is no one who knows all the byways and out-of-the-way corners of the country so well as that idiot, for he has been hiding all his life like a savage in all the holes and hiding-places that are about here. And, as he can live perfectly well on roots and berries, he may stay away 3 months without being seen by any one." "Is it possible?" exclaimed M. Folgat angrily. "I know only one man," continued Anthony, "who could find out Kokoliou, and that is our tenant's son Michael, the young man you saw downstairs." "Send for him," said M. de Chandor. Michael appeared promptly, and, when he had heard what he was expected to do, he replied, "The thing can be done, certainly, but it is not very easy. Kokoliou has not the sense of a man, but he has all the instincts of a brute. However, I'll try." There was nothing to keep either M. de Chandor or M. Folgat any longer at Boiscoran. Hence, after having warned Anthony to watch the seals well, and get a glimpse, if possible, of Jacques' gun, when the officers should come for the different articles, they left the chateau. It was 5 o'clock when they drove into town again. Dionysia was waiting for them in the sitting-room. She rose as they entered, looking quite pale, with dry, brilliant eyes. "What? You are alone here," said M. de Chandor. "Why have they left you alone? Don't be angry, grandpapa. I have just prevailed on the Marchioness, who was exhausted with fatigue, to lie down for an hour or so before dinner. And your aunts? They have gone out, grandpapa. They are probably, by this time, at M. Galpin's. M. Folgat started, and said, "Oh! But that is foolish in them," exclaimed the old gentleman. The young girl closed his lips by a single word. She said, "I asked them to go." Chapter 5. Yes, the step taken by the Mrs. Laverand was foolish. At the point which things had reached now, their going to see M. Galpin was perhaps equivalent to furnishing him the means to crush Jacques. But whose fault was it, but M. de Chandor's and M. Folgat's? Had they not committed an unpardonable blunder in leaving Sauveterre without any other precaution than to send word through M. Seneschal's servant, that they would be back for dinner, and that they need not be troubled about them? Not be troubled. And that to the Marchioness de Boiscoran and Dionysia, to Jacques' mother and Jacques' betrothed. Certainly, at first, the two wretched women preserved their self-control in a manner, trying to set each other an example of courage and confidence. But, as hour after hour passed by, their anxiety became intolerable. And gradually, as they confided their apprehensions to each other, their grief broke out openly. They thought of Jacques being innocent, and yet treated like one of the worst criminals, alone in the depth of his prison, given up to the most horrible inspirations of despair. What could have been his feelings during the 24 hours which had brought him no news from his friends? Must he not fancy himself despised and abandoned? "That is an intolerable thought," exclaimed Dionysia at last. "We must get to him at any price." "How?" asked the Marchioness. "I do not know, but there must be some way. There are things which I would not have ventured upon as long as I was alone, but, with you by my side, I can risk anything. Let us go to the prison." The old lady promptly put a shawl around her shoulders, and said, "I am ready, let us go." They had both heard repeatedly that Jacques was kept in close confinement, but neither of them realized fully what that meant. They had no idea of this atrocious measure, which is, nevertheless, rendered necessary by the peculiar forms of French law proceedings, a measure which, so to say, immures a man alive, and leaves him in his cell alone with the crime with which he is charged, and utterly at the mercy of another man, whose duty it is to extort the truth from him. The two ladies only saw the want of liberty, a cell with its dismal outfittings, the bars at the window, the bolts at the door, the jailer shaking his bunch of keys at his belt, and the tramp of the solitary sentinel in the long passages. "They cannot refuse me permission," said the old lady, "to see my son." "They cannot," repeated Dionysia. "And, besides, I know the jailer, Blangen, his wife was formerly in our service." When the young girl, therefore, raised the heavy knocker at the prison door, she was full of cheerful confidence. Blangen himself came to the door, and, at the sight of the two poor ladies, his broad face displayed the utmost astonishment. "We come to see M. de Boiscoran," said Dionysia boldly. "Have you a permit, ladies?" asked the keeper. "From whom?" "From M. Galpin." "We have no permit." "Then I am very sorry to have to tell you, ladies, that you cannot possibly see M. de Boiscoran. He is kept in close confinement, and I have the strictest orders." Dionysia looked threatening, and said sharply, "Your orders cannot apply to this lady, who is the Marchioness de Boiscoran." "My orders apply to everybody, madam." "You would not, I am sure, keep a poor, distressed mother from seeing her son." "Ah! But, madam, it does not rest with me. Who am I? Nothing more than one of the bolts, drawn or pushed at will." For the first time, it entered the poor girl's head that her effort might fail, still she tried once more, with tears in her eyes. "But I, my dear M. Blangen, think of me. You would not refuse me. Don't you know who I am? Have you never heard your wife speak of me?" The jailer was certainly touched. He replied, "I know how much my wife and myself are indebted to your kindness, madam. But, I have my orders, and you surely would not want me to lose my place, madam. If you lose your place, Dionysia de Chandor, promise you another place twice as good. Madam. You do not doubt my word, do you? God forbid, madam. But it is not my place only. If I did what you want me to do, I should be severely punished. The Marchioness judged from the jailer's tone that Dionysia was not likely to prevail over him, and so she said. Don't insist, my child. Let us go back. What? Without finding out what is going on behind these pitiless walls, without knowing even whether Jacques is dead or alive. There was evidently a great struggle going on in the jailer's heart. All of a sudden he cast a rapid glance around, and then said, speaking very hurriedly. I ought not to tell you, but never mind, I cannot let you go away without telling you that de Boiscoran is quite well. Ah! Yesterday, when they brought him here, he was, so to say, overcome. He threw himself upon his bed, and he remained there without stirring for over 2 hours. I think he must have been crying. A sob, which Dionysia could not suppress, made Blangen start. Oh, reassure yourself, madam, he added quickly. That state of things did not last long. Soon de Boiscoran got up, and said, Why, I am a fool to despair. Did you hear him say so? Asked the old lady. Not I. It was Trummans who heard it. Trummans? Yes, one of our jailbirds. Oh. He is only a vagabond, not bad at all, and he has been ordered to stand guard at the door of de Boiscoran's cell, and not for a moment to lose sight of it. It was Galpin who had that idea, because the prisoners sometimes in their first despair, a misfortune happens so easily, they become weary of life, Trummans would be there to prevent it. The old lady trembled with horror. This precautionary measure, more than anything else, gave her the full measure of her son's situation. However, Blangen went on, there is nothing to fear. De Boiscoran became quite calm again, and even cheerful, if I may say so. When he got up this morning, after having slept all night like a dormouse, he sent for me, and asked me for paper, ink, and pen. All the prisoners asked for that the second day. I had orders to let him have it, and so I gave it to him. When I carried him his breakfast, he handed me a letter for Miss Chandor. What? Cried Dionysia, you have a letter for me, and you don't give it to me. I do not have it now, madam. I had to hand it, as is my duty, to Galpin, when he came accompanied by his clerk, Mechanet, to examine de Boiscoran. And what did he say? He opened the letter, read it, put it into his pocket, and said, well. Tears of anger this time sprang from Dionysia's eyes. And she cried. What a shame. This man reads a letter written by Jacques to me. That is infamous. And, without thinking of thanking Blangen, she drew off the old lady, and all the way home did not say a word. Ah, poor child, you did not succeed, exclaimed the 2 old aunts, when they saw their niece come back. But, when they had heard everything, they said. Well, we'll go and see him, this little magistrate, who but the day before yesterday was paying us abject court to obtain the hand of our cousin. And we'll tell him the truth. And, if we cannot make him give us back Jacques, we will at least trouble him in his triumph, and take down his pride. How could poor Dionysia help adopting the notions of the old ladies, when their project offered such immediate satisfaction to her indignation, and at the same time served her secret hopes? Oh, yes. You are right, dear aunts, she said. Quick, don't lose any time, go at once. Unable to resist her entreaties, they started instantly, without listening to the timid objections made by the Marchioness. But the good ladies were sadly mistaken as to the state of mind of Galpin. The ex-lover of one of their cousins was not bedded on roses by any means. At the beginning of this extraordinary affair he had taken hold of it with eagerness, looking upon it as an admirable opportunity, long looked for, and likely to open wide the doors to his burning ambition. Then having once begun, and the investigation being underway, he had been carried away by the current, without having time to reflect. He had even felt a kind of unhealthy satisfaction at seeing the evidence increasing, until he felt justified and compelled to order his former friend to be sent to prison. At that time he was fairly dazzled by the most magnificent expectations. This preliminary inquiry, which in a few hours already had led to the discovery of a culprit the most unlikely of all men in the province, could not fail to establish his superior ability and matchless skill. But, a few hours later, M. Galpin looked no longer with the same eye upon these events. Reflection had come, and he had begun to doubt his ability, and to ask himself, if he had not, after all, acted rashly. If Jacques was guilty, so much the better. He was sure, in that case, immediately after the verdict, to obtain brilliant promotion. Yes, but if Jacques should be innocent? When that thought occurred to M. Galpin for the first time, it made him shiver to the marrow of his bones. Jacques innocent, that was his own condemnation, his career ended, his hopes destroyed, his prospects ruined forever. Jacques innocent, that was certain disgrace. He would be sent away from Sauveterre, where he could not remain after such a scandal. He would be banished to some out-of-the-way village, and without hope of promotion. In vain he tried to reason that he had only done his duty. People would answer, if they condescended at all to answer, that there are flagrant blunders, scandalous mistakes, which a magistrate must not commit. And that for the honor of justice, and in the interest of the law, it is better, under certain circumstances, to let a guilty man escape, than to punish an innocent one. With such anxiety on his mind, the most cruel that can tear the heart of an ambitious man, M. Galpin found his pillow stuffed with thorns. He had been up since 6 o'clock. At 11, he had sent for his clerk, Mechenet. And they had gone together to the jail to recommence the examination. It was then that the jailer had handed him the prisoner's letter for Dionysia. It was a short note, such as a sensible man would write who knows full well that a prisoner cannot count upon the secrecy of his correspondence. It was not even sealed, a fact which M. Blangen had not noticed. Dionysia, my darling, wrote the prisoner, the thought of the terrible grief I cause you is my most cruel, and almost my only sorrow. Need I stoop to assure you that I am innocent? I am sure it is not needed. I am the victim of a fatal combination of circumstances, which could not but mislead justice. But be reassured, be hopeful. When the time comes, I shall be able to set matters right. Jacques. Well, M. Galpin had really said after reading this letter. Nevertheless it had stung him to the quick. What assurance, he had said to himself. Still he had regained courage while ascending the steps of the prison. Jacques had evidently not thought it likely that his note would reach its destination directly, and hence it might be fairly presumed that he had written for the eyes of justice as well as for his lady-love. The fact that the letter was not sealed even, gave some weight to this presumption. After all we shall see, said M. Galpin, while Blangen was unlocking the door. But he found Jacques as calm as if he had been in his chateau at Boiscoran, haughty and even scornful. It was impossible to get anything out of him. When he was pressed, he became obstinately silent, or said that he needed time to consider. The magistrate had returned home more troubled than ever. The position assumed by Jacques puzzled him. Ah, if he could have retraced his steps! But it was too late. He had burnt his vessels, and condemned himself to go on to the end. For his own safety, for his future life, it was henceforth necessary that Jacques de Boiscoran should be found guilty, that he should be tried in open court, and there be sentenced. It must be. It was a question of life or death for him. He was in this state of mind when the two Misses Laveran called at his house, and asked to see him. He shook himself, and in an instant his overexcited mind presented to him all possible contingencies. What could the two old ladies want of him? Show them in, he said at last. They came in, and haughtily declined the chairs that were offered. I hardly expected to have the honor of a visit from you, ladies, he commenced. The older of the two, Miss Adelaide, cut him short, saying, I suppose not, after what has passed. And thereupon, speaking with all the eloquence of a pious woman who is trying to wither an impious man, she poured upon him a stream of reproaches for what she called his infamous treachery. What? How could he appear against Jacques, who was his friend, and who had actually aided him in obtaining the promise of a great match? By that one hope he had become, so to say, a member of the family. Did he not know that among kinsmen it was a sacred duty to set aside all personal feelings for the purpose of protecting that sacred patrimony called family honor? M. Galpin felt like a man upon whom a handful of stones falls from the fifth story of a house. Still he preserved his self-control, and even asked himself what advantage he might obtain from this extraordinary scene. Might it open a door for reconciliation? As soon, therefore, as Miss Adelaide stopped, he began justifying himself, painting in hypocritical colors the grief it had given him, swearing that he was able to control the events, and that Jacques was as dear to him now as ever. If he is so dear to you, broke in Miss Adelaide, why don't you set him free? Ah! How can I? At least give his family and his friends leave to see him. The law will not let me. If he is innocent, he has only to prove it. If he is guilty, he must confess. In the first case, he will be set free, in the other case, he can see whom he wishes. If he is so dear to you, how could you dare read the letter he had written to Dionysia? It is one of the most painful duties of my profession to do so. Ah! And does that profession also prevent you from giving us that letter after having read it? Yes. But I may tell you what is in it. He took it out of a drawer, and the younger of the two sisters, Miss Elizabeth, copied it in pencil. Then they withdrew, almost without saying goodbye. M. Galpin was furious. He exclaimed. Ah, old witches! I see clearly you do not believe in Jacques' innocence. Why else should his family be so very anxious to see him? No doubt they want to enable him to escape by suicide the punishment of his crime. But, by the great God, that shall not be, if I can help it. M. Folgat was, as we have seen, excessively annoyed at this step taken by the Misses Laverand, but he did not let it be seen. It was very necessary that he at least should retain perfect presence of mind and calmness in this cruelly tried family. M. de Chandor, on the other hand, could not conceal his dissatisfaction so well. And, in spite of his deference to his grandchild's wishes, he said, I am sure, my dear child, I don't wish to blame you. But you know your aunts, and you know, also, how uncompromising they are. They are quite capable of exasperating M. Galpin. What does it matter? Asked the young girl haughtily. Circumspection is all very well for guilty people, but Jacques is innocent. Miss Chandor is right, said M. Folgat, who seemed to succumb to Dionysia like the rest of the family. Whatever the ladies may have done, they cannot make matters worse. M. Galpin will be none the less our bitter enemy. Grandpapa Chandor started. He said. But. Oh. I do not blame him, broke in the young lawyer. But I blame the laws which make him act as he does. How can a magistrate remain perfectly impartial in certain very important cases, like this one, when his whole future career depends upon his success? A man may be a most upright magistrate, incapable of unfairness, and conscientious in fulfilling all his duties, and yet he is but a man. He has his interest at stake. He does not like the court to find that there is no case. The great rewards are not always given to the lawyer who has taken most pains to find out the truth. But M. Galpin was a friend of ours, sir. Yes, and that is what makes me fear. What will be his fate on the day when M. Jacques' innocence is established? They were just coming home, quite proud of their achievement, and waving in triumph the copy of Jacques' letter. Dionysia seized upon it. And, while she read it aside, Miss Adelaide described the interview, stating how haughty and disdainful she had been, and how humble and repentant M. Galpin had seemed to be. He was completely undone, said the two old ladies with one voice, he was crushed, annihilated. Yes, you have done a nice thing, growled the old baron, and you have much reason to boast, forsooth. My aunts have done well, declared Dionysia. Just see what Jacques has written. It is clear and precise. What can we fear when he says, "Be reassured, when the time comes, I shall be able to set matters right"? Folgat took the letter, read it, and shook his head. Then he said, "There was no need of this letter to confirm my opinion. At the bottom of this affair there is a secret which none of us have found out yet. But de Boiscoran acts very rashly in playing in this way with a criminal prosecution. Why did he not explain at once? What was easy yesterday may be less easy tomorrow, and perhaps impossible in a week. Jacques, sir, is a superior man," cried Dionysia, "and whatever he says is perfectly sure to be the right thing." His mother's entrance prevented the young lawyer from making any reply. 2 hours' rest had restored to the old lady a part of her energy, and her usual presence of mind, and she now asked that a telegram should be sent to her husband. "It is the least we can do," said de Chandor in an undertone, "although it will be useless, I dare say. Boiscoran does not care that much for his son." "Pshaw! Ah! If it was a rare faience, or a plate that is wanting in his collection, then would it be a very different story." Still the dispatch was drawn up and sent, at the very moment when a servant came in, and announced that dinner was ready. The meal was less sad than they had anticipated. Everybody, to be sure, felt a heaviness at heart as he thought that at the same hour a jailer probably brought Jacques his meal to his cell, nor could Dionysia keep from dropping a tear when she saw Folgat sitting in her lover's place. But no one, except the young advocate, thought that Jacques was in real danger. Seneschal, however, who came in just as coffee was handed round, evidently shared Folgat's apprehensions. The good mayor came to hear the news, and to tell his friends how he had spent the day. The funeral of the fireman had passed off quietly, although amid deep emotion. No disturbance had taken place, as was feared, and Dr. Seignebos had not spoken at the graveyard. Both a disturbance and a row would have been badly received, said Seneschal, for he was sorry to say, the immense majority of the people of Sauveterre did not doubt de Boiscoran's guilt. In several groups he had heard people say, "And still you will see they will not condemn him. A poor devil who should commit such a horrible crime would be hanged sure enough. But the son of the Marquis de Boiscoran, you will see, he'll come out of it as white as snow." The rolling of a carriage, which stopped at the door, fortunately interrupted him at this point. "Who can that be?" asked Dionysia, half frightened. They heard in the passage the noise of steps and voices, something like a scuffle, and almost instantly the tenant's son Michael pushed open the door of the sitting room, crying out, "I have gotten him. Here he is." And with these words he pushed in Kokoliou, all struggling, and looking around him, like a wild beast caught in a trap. "Upon my word, my good fellow," said Seneschal, "you have done better than the gendarmes." The manner in which Michael winked with his eyes showed that he had not a very exalted opinion of the cleverness of the gendarmes. "I promised the Baron," he said, "I would get hold of Kokoliou somehow or other. I knew that at certain times he went and buried himself, like the wild beast that he is, in a hole which he has scratched under a rock in the densest part of the forest of Rochepomere. I had discovered this den of his one day by accident. For a man might pass by 100 times, and never dream of where it was. But, as soon as the Baron told me that the innocent had disappeared, I said to myself, I am sure he is in his hole, let us go and see. So I gathered up my legs. I ran down to the rocks, and there was Kokoliou. But it was not so easy to pull him out of his den. He would not come, and, while defending himself, he bit me in the hand, like the mad dog that he is. And Michael held up his left hand, wrapped up in a bloody piece of linen. It was pretty hard work to get the madman here. I was compelled to tie him hand and foot, and to carry him bodily to my father's house. There we put him into the little carriage, and here he is. Just look at the pretty fellow. He was hideous at that moment, with his livid face spotted all over with red marks, his hanging lips covered with white foam, and his brutish glances. "Why would you not come?" asked M. Seneschal. The idiot looked as if he did not hear. "Why did you bite Michael?" continued the mayor. Coqueliu made no reply. "Do you know that M. de Boiscoran is in prison because of what you have said?" Still no reply. "Ah," said Michael, "it is of no use to question him. You might beat him till tomorrow, and he would rather give up the ghost than say a word." I am hungry," stammered Coqueliu. M. Folgat looked indignant. "And to think," he said, "that, upon the testimony of such a thing, a capital charge has been made." Grandpapa Chandor seemed to be seriously embarrassed. He said, "But now, what in the world are we to do with the idiot?" "I am going to take him," said M. Seneschal, "to the hospital. I will go with him myself, and let Dr. Seignebos know, and the Commonwealth attorney." Dr. Seignebos was an eccentric man, beyond doubt. And the absurd stories which his enemies attributed to him were not all unfounded. But he had, at all events, the rare quality of professing for his art, as he called it, a respect very nearly akin to enthusiasm. According to his views, the faculty were infallible, as much so as the Pope, whom he denied. He would, to be sure, in confidence, admit that some of his colleagues were amazing donkeys. But he would never have allowed any one else to say so in his presence. From the moment that a man possessed the famous diploma which gives him the right over life and death, that man became in his eyes an august personage for the world at large. It was a crime, he thought, not to submit blindly to the decision of a physician. Hence his obstinacy in opposing M. Galpin, hence the bitterness of his contradictions, and the rudeness with which he had requested the gentleman of the law to leave the room in which his patient was lying. For these devils, he said, would kill one man in order to get the means of cutting off another man's head. And thereupon, resuming his probes and his sponge, he had gone to work once more, with the aid of the Countess, digging out grain by grain the lead which had honeycombed the flesh of the Count. At 9 o'clock the work was done. "Not that I fancy I have gotten them all out," he said modestly, "but, if there is anything left, it is out of reach, and I shall have to wait for certain symptoms which will tell me where they are." As he had foreseen, the Count had grown rather worse. His first excitement had given way to perfect prostration, and he seemed to be insensible to what was going on around him. Fever began to show itself. And, considering the Count's constitution, it was easily to be foreseen that delirium would set in before the day was out. "Nevertheless, I think there is hardly any danger," said the doctor to the Countess, after having pointed out to her all the probable symptoms, so as to keep her from being alarmed. Then he recommended to her to let no one approach her husband's bed, and M. Galpin least of all. This recommendation was not useless. For almost at the same moment a peasant came in to say that there was a man from Sauveterre at the door who wished to see the Count. "Show him in," said the doctor, "I'll speak to him." It was a man called Tetard, a former constable, who had given up his place, and become a dealer in stones. But besides being a former officer of justice and a merchant, as his cards told the world, he was also the agent of a fire insurance company. It was in this capacity that he presumed, as he told the Countess, to present himself in person. He had been informed that the farm buildings at VALPINSON, which were insured in his company, had been destroyed by fire. That they had been purposely set on fire by M. de Boiscoran, and that he wished to confer with Count Claudius on the subject. Far from him, he added, to decline the responsibility of his company, he only wished to establish the facts which would enable him to fall back upon M. de Boiscoran, who was a man of fortune, and would certainly be condemned to make compensation for the injury done. For this purpose, certain formalities had to be attended to, and he had come to arrange with Count Claudius the necessary measures. "And I," said Dr. Seignebos, "I request you to take to your heels." He added with a thundering voice, "I think you are very bold to dare to speak in that way of M. de Boiscoran." M. Tetard disappeared without saying another word. And the doctor, very much excited by this scene, turned to the youngest daughter of the Countess, the one with whom she was sitting up when the fire broke out, and who was now decidedly better, after that nothing could keep him at Valpinson. He carefully pocketed the pieces of lead which he had taken from the Count's wounds, and then, drawing the Countess out to the door, he said, "Before I go away, madam, I should like to know what you think of these events." The poor lady, who looked as pale as death itself, could hardly hold up any longer. There seemed to be nothing alive in her but her eyes, which were lighted up with unusual brilliancy. "Ah! I do not know, sir," she replied in a feeble voice. "How can I collect my thoughts after such terrible shocks?" "Still you question Cocolliu. Who would not have done so, when the truth was at stake? And you are not surprised at the name he mentioned? You must have seen, sir." "I saw. And that is exactly why I ask you, and why I want to know what you really think of the state of mind of the poor creature. Don't you know that he is idiotic?" "I know, and that is why I was so surprised to see you insist upon making him talk. Do you really think, that, in spite of his habitual imbecility, he may have glimpses of sense? He had, a few moments before, saved my children from death. That proves his devotion for you. He is very much attached to me indeed, just like a poor animal that I might have picked up and cared for." "Perhaps so. And still he showed more than mere animal instinct." "That may well be so. I have more than once noticed flashes of intelligence in Cocolliu." The doctor had taken off his spectacles, and was wiping them furiously. It is a great pity that one of these flashes of intelligence did not enlighten him when he saw M. de Boiscoran make a fire and get ready to murder Count Claudius. The Countess leaned against the doorposts, as if about to faint. But it is exactly to his excitement at the sight of the flames, and at hearing the shots fired, that I ascribe Cocolliu's return to reason. "May be," said the doctor, "may be." Then putting on his spectacles again, he added, "That is a question to be decided by the professional men who will have to examine the poor imbecile creature." "What? Is he going to be examined?" "Yes, and very thoroughly, madam, I tell you. And now I have the honor of wishing you goodbye. However, I shall come back tonight, unless you should succeed during the day in finding lodgings in Sauveterre, an arrangement which would be very desirable for myself, in the first place, and not less so for your husband and your daughter. They are not comfortable in this cottage." Thereupon he lifted his hat, returned to town, and immediately asked M. Seneschal in the most imperious manner to have Cocolliu arrested. Unfortunately the gendarmes had been unsuccessful, and Dr. Seignebos, who saw how unfortunate all this was for Jacques, began to get terribly impatient, when on Saturday night, towards 10 o'clock, M. Seneschal came in, and said, "Cocolliu is found." The doctor jumped up, and in a moment his hat on his head, and stick in hand, asked, "Where is he?" "At the hospital. I have seen him myself put into a separate room. I am going there." "What, at this hour? Am I not one of the hospital physicians? And is it not open to me by night and by day? The sisters will be in bed." The doctor shrugged his shoulders furiously. Then he said, "To be sure, it would be a sacrilege to break the slumbers of these good sisters, these dear sisters, as you say. Ah, my dear Mayor! When shall we have laymen for our hospitals? And when will you put good stout nurses in the place of these holy damsels?" M. Seneschal had too often discussed that subject with the doctor, to open it anew. He kept silent, and that was wise, for Dr. Seignebos sat down, saying, "Well, I must wait till tomorrow." Chapter 6. The hospital in Sauveterre, says the guide-book, is, in spite of its limited size, one of the best institutions of the kind in the department. The chapel and the new additions were built at the expense of the Countess de Maupassant, the widow of one of the ministers of Louis Philippe. But what the guide-book does not say is, that the hospital was endowed with 3 free beds for pregnant women, by Mrs. Seneschal, or that the 2 wings on both sides of the great entrance gate have also been built by her liberality. One of these wings, the one on the right, is used by the janitor, a fine-looking old man, who formerly was beadle at the cathedral, and who loves to think of the happy days when he added to the splendor of the church by his magnificent presence. His red uniform, his gold bandolier, his halberd and his gold-headed cane. This janitor was, on Sunday morning, a little before 8 o'clock, smoking his pipe in the yard, when he saw Dr. Seniebos coming in. The doctor was walking faster than usual, his hat over his face, and his hands thrust deep into his pockets, evident signs of a storm. Instead of coming, as he did every day before making the rounds, into the office of the sister druggist, he went straight up to the room of the lady superior. There, after the usual salutations, he said. "They have no doubt brought you, my sister, last night, a patient, an idiot, called Kokoliou?" "Yes, doctor." "Where has he been put?" The mayor saw him himself put into the little room opposite the linen room. "And how did he behave?" "Perfectly well, the sister who kept the watch did not hear him stir." "Thanks, my sister," said Dr. Seniebos. He was already in the door, when the lady superior recalled him. "Are you going to see the poor man, doctor?" she asked. "Yes, my sister, why?" "Because you cannot see him." "I cannot." "No. The Commonwealth attorney has sent us orders not to let anyone, except the sister who nurses him, come near Kokoliou, no one, doctor, not even the physician, a case of urgency, of course, excepted." Dr. Seniebos smiled ironically. Then he said, laughing scornfully. "Ah, these are your orders, are they? Well, I tell you that I do not mind them in the least. Who can prevent me from seeing my patient? Tell me that. Let the Commonwealth attorney give his orders in his courthouse as much as he chooses, that is all right. But in my hospital? My sister, I am going to Kokoliou's room." "Doctor, you cannot go there. There is a gendarme at the door." "A gendarme?" "Yes, he came this morning with the strictest orders." For a moment the doctor was overcome. Then he suddenly broke out with unusual violence, and a voice that made the windows shake. "This is unheard of. This is an abominable abuse of power. I'll have my rights, and justice shall be done me, if I have to go to Thiers." Then he rushed out without ceremony, crossed the yard, and disappeared like an arrow, in the direction of the courthouse. At that very moment Dabidjan was getting up, feeling badly because he had had a bad, sleepless night, thanks to this unfortunate affair of de Boiscoran, which troubled him sorely, for he was almost of Galpin's opinion. In vain he recalled Jacques' noble character, his well-known uprightness, his keen sense of honor, the evidence was so strong, so overwhelming. He wanted to doubt, but experience told him that a man's past is no guarantee for his future. And, besides, like many great criminal lawyers, he thought, what he would never have ventured to say openly, that some great criminals act while they are under the influence of a kind of vertigo. And that this explains the stupidity of certain crimes committed by men of superior intelligence. Since his return from Boiscoran, he had kept close in his house, and he had just made up his mind not to leave the house that day, when someone rang his bell furiously. A moment later Dr. Seniebos fell into the room like a bombshell. "I know what brings you, doctor," said Dabidjan. "You come about that order I have given concerning Kokoliou." "Yes, indeed, sir. That order is an insult. I have been asked to give it as a matter of necessity, by Galpin. And why did you not refuse? You alone are responsible for it in my eyes. You are Commonwealth attorney, consequently the head of the bar, and superior to Galpin." Dabidjan shook his head and said. "There you are mistaken, doctor. The magistrate in such a case is independent of myself and of the court. He is not even bound to obey the Attorney General, who can make suggestions to him, but cannot give him orders. Galpin, in his capacity as examining magistrate, has his independent jurisdiction, and is armed with almost unlimited power. No one in the world can say so well as an examining magistrate what the poet calls Such is my will, such are my orders, and my will is sufficient. Hoc volo, hoc jubeo, sit pro ration voluntas. For once dar. Seignebo seemed to be convinced by M. Dubigeon's words. He said. Then, M. Galpin has even the right to deprive a sick man of his physician's assistance. If he assumes the responsibility, yes. But he does not mean to go so far. He was, on the contrary, about to ask you, although it is Sunday, to come and be present at a second examination of Kokoliou. I am surprised that you have not received his note, and that you did not meet him at the hospital. Well, I am going at once. And he went back hurriedly, and was glad he had done so, for at the door of the hospital he came face to face against M. Galpin, who was just coming in, accompanied by his faithful clerk, Mechenet. You came just in time, doctor, began the magistrate, with his usual solemnity. But, short and rapid as the doctor's walk had been, it had given him time to reflect, and to grow cool. Instead of breaking out into recriminations, he replied in a tone of mock politeness. Yes, I know. It is that poor devil to whom you have given a gendarme for a nurse. Let us go up, I am at your service. The room in which Kokoliou had been put was large, whitewashed, and empty, except that a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, stood about. The bed was no doubt a good one. But the idiot had taken off the mattress and the blankets, and lain down in his clothes on the straw bed. Thus the magistrate and the physician found him as they entered. He rose at their appearance. But, when he saw the gendarme, he uttered a cry, and tried to hide under the bed. M. Galpin ordered the gendarme to pull him out again. Then he walked up to him, and said. Don't be afraid, Kokoliou. We want to do you no harm. Only you must answer our questions. Do you recollect what happened the other night at VALPINSON? Kokoliou laughed, the laugh of an idiot, but he made no reply. And then, for a whole hour, begging, threatening, and promising by turns, the magistrate tried in vain to obtain one word from him. Not even the name of the Countess Claudius had the slightest effect. At last, utterly out of patience, he said. Let us go. The wretch is worse than a brute. Was he any better, asked the doctor, when he denounced M. de Boiscoran? But the magistrate pretended not to hear. And, when they were about to leave the room, he said to the doctor. You know that I expect your report, doctor. In 48 hours I shall have the honor to hand it to you, replied the latter. But as he went off, he said half aloud. And that report is going to give you some trouble, my good man. The report was ready then, and his reason for not giving it in, was that he thought, the longer he could delay it, the more chance he would probably have to defeat the plan of the prosecution. As I mean to keep it 2 days longer, he thought on his way home, why should I not show it to this Paris lawyer who has come down with the Marchioness? Nothing can prevent me, as far as I see, since that poor Galpin, in his utter confusion, has forgotten to put me under oath. But he paused. According to the laws of medical jurisprudence, had he the right, or not, to communicate a paper belonging to the case to the counsel of the accused? This question troubled him. For, although he boasted that he did not believe in God, he believed firmly in professional duty, and would have allowed himself to be cut in pieces rather than break its laws. But I have clearly the right to do so, he growled. I can only be bound by my oath. The authorities are clear on that subject. I have in my favor the decisions of the Court of Appeals of November 27 and December 27, 1828, those of the June 13, 1835, of the 3d May, 1844, of the June 26, 1866. The result of this mediation was, that, as soon as he had breakfasted, he put his report in his pocket, and went by side streets to M. de Chandour's house. The Marchioness and the 2 aunts were still at church, where they had thought it best to show themselves, and there was no one in the sitting-room but Dionysia, the old Baron, and M. Folgat. The old gentleman was very much surprised to see the doctor. The latter was his family physician, it is true, but, except in cases of sickness, the two never saw each other, their political opinions were so very different. If you see me here, said the physician, still in the door, it is simply because, upon my honor and my conscience, I believe M. Boiscoran is innocent. Dionysia would have liked to embrace the doctor for these words of his. And with the greatest eagerness she pushed a large easy chair towards him, and said in her sweetest voice, "Pray sit down, my dear doctor." "Thanks," he answered brusquely. "I am very much obliged to you." Then turning to M. Folgat, he said, according to his odd notion, "I am convinced that M. Boiscoran is the victim of his republican opinions which he has so boldly professed, for, Baron, your future son-in-law is a republican." Grandpapa Chandor did not move. If they had come and told him Jacques had been a member of the Commune, he would not have been any more moved. Dionysia loved Jacques. That was enough for him. "Well," the doctor went on, "I am a radical, I, M. Folgat," supplied the young lawyer. "Yes, M. Folgat, I am a radical, and it is my duty to defend a man whose political opinions so closely resemble mine. I come, therefore, to show you my medical report, if you can make any use of it in your defense of M. Boiscoran, or suggest to me any ideas." "Ah," exclaimed the young man. "That is a very valuable service. But let us understand each other," said the physician earnestly. "If I speak of listening to your suggestions, I take it for granted that they are based upon facts. If I had a son, and he was to die on the scaffold, I would not use the slightest falsehood to save him." He had, meanwhile, drawn the report from a pocket in his long coat, and now put it on the table with these words: "I shall call for it again tomorrow morning. In the meantime you can think it over. I should like, however, to point out to you the main point, the culminating point, if I may say so." At all events he was saying so, with much hesitation, and looking fixedly at Dionysia as if to make her understand that he would like her to leave the room. Seeing that she did not take the hint, he added, "A medical and legal discussion would hardly interest the young lady." "Why, sir, why, should I not be deeply, passionately, interested in anything that regards the man who is to be my husband?" "Because ladies are generally very sensational," said the doctor uncivilly, "very sensitive." "Don't think so, doctor. For Jacques' sake, I promise you I will show you quite masculine energy." The doctor knew Dionysia well enough to see that she did not mean to go, so he growled, "As you like it." Then, turning again to M. Folgat, he said, "You know there were 2 shots fired at Count Claudius. One, which hit him in the side, nearly missed him, the other, which struck his shoulder and his neck, hit well." "I know," said the advocate. "The difference in the effect shows that the 2 shots were fired from different distances, the second much nearer than the first." I know. Excuse me. If I refer to these details, it is because they are important. When I was sent for in the middle of the night to come and see Count Claudius, I at once set to work extracting the particles of lead that had lodged in his flesh. While I was thus busy, M. Galpin arrived. I expected he would ask me to show him the shot, but no, he did not think of it, he was too full of his own ideas. He thought only of the culprit, of his culprit. I did not recall to him the ABC of his profession, that was none of my business. The physician has to obey the directions of justice, but not to anticipate them. Well, then. Then M. Galpin went off to Boiscoran, and I completed my work. I have extracted 57 shot from the Count's wound in the side, and 109 from the wound on the shoulder and the neck, and, when I had done that, do you know what I found out? He paused, waiting to see the effect of his words. And, when everybody's attention seemed to him fully roused, he went on. I found out that the shot in the 2 wounds was not alike. M. de Chandor and M. Folgat exclaimed at one time. "Oh! The shot that was first fired," continued Dr. Seignebos, "and which has touched the side, is the very smallest sized dust. That in the shoulder, on the other hand, is quite large sized, such as I think is used in shooting hares. However, I have some samples. And with these words, he opened a piece of white paper, in which were 10 or 12 pieces of lead, stained with coagulated blood, and showing at once a considerable difference in size. Folgat looked puzzled. Could there have been two murderers? He asked half aloud. I rather think, said de Chandor, that the murderer had, like many sportsmen, one barrel ready for birds, and another for hares or rabbits. At all events, this fact puts all premeditation out of question. A man does not load his gun with small shot in order to commit murder. Dr. Senyebos thought he had said enough about it, and was rising to take leave, when de Chandor asked him how Count Claudius was doing. He is not doing well, replied the doctor. The removal, in spite of all possible precautions, has worn him out completely, for he is here in Sauveterre since yesterday, in a house which Seneschal has rented for him provisionally. He has been delirious all night through, and, when I came to see him this morning, I do not think he knew me. And the Countess? Asked Dionysia. The Countess, madam, is quite as sick as her husband, and, if she had listened to me, she would have gone to bed, too. But she is a woman of uncommon energy, who derives from her affection for her husband an almost incomprehensible power of resistance. As to Kokoliou, he added, standing already near the door, an examination of his mental condition might produce results which no one seems to expect now. But we will talk of that hereafter. And now, I must bid you all goodbye. Well? Asked Dionysia and de Chandor, as soon as they had heard the street door close behind Dr. Senyebos. But Folgat's enthusiasm had cooled off very rapidly. Before giving an opinion, he said cautiously, I must study the report of this estimable doctor. Unfortunately, the report contained nothing that the doctor had not mentioned. In vain did the young advocate try all the afternoon to find something in it that might be useful for the defense. There were arguments in it, to be sure, which might be very valuable when the trial should come on, but nothing that could be used to make the prosecution give up the case. The whole house was, therefore, cruelly disappointed and dejected, when, about 5 o'clock, old Anthony came in from Boiscoran. He looked very sad, and said, I have been relieved of my duties. At 2 o'clock Galpin came to take off the seals. He was accompanied by his clerk Mechanet, and brought Master Jacques with him, who was guarded by 2 gendarmes in citizens' clothes. When the room was opened, that unlucky man Galpin asked Master Jacques if those were the clothes which he wore the night of the fire, his boots, his gun, and the water in which he washed his hands. When he had acknowledged everything, the water was carefully poured into a bottle, which they sealed, and handed to one of the gendarmes. Then they put Master's clothes in a large trunk, his gun, several parcels of cartridge, and some other articles, which the magistrate said were needed for the trial. That trunk was sealed like the bottle, and put on the carriage. Then that man Galpin went off, and told me that I was free. And Jacques, Dionysia asked eagerly, how did he look? Master, madam, laughed contemptuously. Did you speak to him? Asked Folgat. Oh, no, sir. Galpin would not allow me. And did you have time to look at the gun? I could but just glance at the lock. And what did you see? The brow of the old servant grew still darker, as he replied sadly. I saw that I had done well to keep silent. The lock is black. Master must have used his gun since I cleaned it. Grandpapa Chandor and Folgat exchanged looks of distress. One more hope was lost. Now, said the young lawyer, tell me how de Boiscoran usually charged his gun. He used cartridges, sir, of course. They sent him, I think, 2,000 with the gun, some for balls, some with large shot and others with shot of every size. At this season, when hunting is prohibited, Master could shoot nothing but rabbits, or those little birds, you know, which come to our marshes, so he always loaded one barrel with tolerably large shot, and the other with small shot. But he stopped suddenly, shocked at the impression which his statement seemed to produce. Dionysia cried. That is terrible. Everything is against us. M. Folgat did not give her time to say any more. He asked. My dear Anthony, did M. Galpin take all of your master's cartridges away with him? Oh, no. Certainly not. Well, you must instantly go back to Boiscoran, and bring me 3 or 4 cartridges of every number of shot. All right, said the old man. I'll be back in a short time. He started immediately, and, thanks to his great promptness, he reappeared at 7 o'clock, at the moment when the family got up from dinner, and put a large package of cartridges on the table. M. de Chandor and M. Folgat had quickly opened some of them, and, after a few failures, they found 2 numbers of shot which seemed to correspond exactly to the samples left them by the doctor. There is an incomprehensible fatality in all this, said the old gentleman in an undertone. The young lawyer, also, looked discouraged. It is madness, he said, to try to establish M. de Boiscoran's innocence without having first communicated with him. And if you could do so tomorrow, asked Dionysia. Then, madam, he might give us the key to this mystery, which we are in vain trying to solve. Or, at least, he might tell us the way to find it all out. But that is not to be thought of. M. de Boiscoran is held in close confinement, and you may rest assured M. Galpin will see to it that no communication is held with his prisoner. Who knows, said the young girl. And immediately she drew M. de Chandor aside into one of the little card-rooms adjoining the parlor, and asked him. Grandpapa, am I rich? Never in her life had she thought of that, and she was to a certain extent utterly ignorant of the value of money. Yes, you are rich, my child, replied the old gentleman. How much do I have? You have in your own right, as coming to you from your poor father and from your mother, 25,000 francs a year, or a capital of about 550,000 francs. And is that a good deal? It is so much, that you are one of the richest heiresses of the district, but you have, besides, considerable expectations. Dionysia was so preoccupied, that she did not even protest. She went on asking. What do they call here to be well off? That depends, my child. If you will tell me. She interrupted him, putting down her foot impatiently, saying. Nothing. Please answer me. Well, in our little town, an income of 800 or 1,000 francs makes anybody very well off. Let us say 1,000. Well, 1,000 would make a man very comfortable. And what capital would produce such an income? At 5%, it would take 20,000 francs. That is to say, about the income of a year. Exactly. Never mind. I presume that is quite a large sum, and it would be rather difficult for you, grandpapa, to get it together by tomorrow morning. Not at all. I have that much in railway coupon bonds, and they are just as good as current money. Ah! Do you mean to say, that, if I gave anybody 20,000 francs in such bonds, it would be just the same to him as if I gave him 20,000 francs in banknotes? Just so. Dionysia smiled. She thought she saw light. Then she went on. If that is so, I must beg you, grandpapa, to give me 20,000 francs in coupon bonds. The old gentleman started. You are joking, he said. What do you want with so much money? You are surely joking. Not at all. I have never in my life been more serious, replied the young girl in a tone of voice which could not be mistaken. I beseech you, grandpapa, if you love me, give me these 20,000 francs this evening, right now. You hesitate. Oh God! You may kill me if you refuse. No, M. de Chandor was hesitating no longer. Since you will have it so, he said, I am going upstairs to get it. She clapped her hands with joy. That's it, she said. Make haste and dress. For I have to go out, and you must go with me. Then going up to her aunts and the Marchioness, she said to them. I hope you will excuse me, if I leave you, but I must go out. At this hour, cried Aunt Elizabeth. Where are you going? To my dressmaker's, the Misses Mechenet. I want a dress. Great God, cried Aunt Adelaide, the child is losing her mind. I assure you I am not, Aunt. Then let me go with you. Thank you, no. I shall go alone. That is to say, alone with dear grandpapa. And as M. de Chandor came back, his pockets full of bonds, his hat on his head, and his cane in his hand, she carried him off, saying, Come, quick, dear grandpapa, we are in a great hurry. Chapter 7. Although M. de Chandor was literally worshipping his grandchild on his knees, and had transferred all his hopes and his affections to her who alone survived of his large family. He had still had his thoughts when he went upstairs to take from his money-box so large a sum of money. As soon, therefore, as they were outside of the house, he said, Now that we are alone, my dear child, will you tell me what you mean to do with all this money? That is my secret, she replied. And you have not confidence enough in your old grandfather to tell him what it is, darling. He stopped a moment, but she drew him on, saying, You shall know it all, and in less than an hour. But, oh! You must not be angry, grandpapa. I have a plan, which is no doubt very foolish. If I told you, I am afraid you would stop me, and if you succeeded, and then something happened to Jacques, I should not survive the misery. And think of it, what you would feel, if you were to think afterwards, if I had only let her have her way. Dionysia, you are cruel. On the other hand, if you did not induce me to give up my project, you would certainly take away all my courage, and I need it all, I tell you, grandpapa, for what I am going to risk. You see, my dear child, and you must pardon me for repeating it once more, 20,000 francs are a big sum of money. And there are many excellent and clever people who work hard, and deny themselves everything, a whole life long, without laying up that much. Ah, so much the better, cried the young girl. So much the better. I do hope there will be enough so as to meet with no refusal. Grandpapa Chandor began to comprehend. After all, he said, you have not told me where we are going. To my dressmaker's. To the Mrs. Mechanet? Yes. M. de Chandor was sure now. We shall not find them at home, he said. This is Sunday, and they are no doubt at church. We shall find them, grandpapa, for they always take tea at 7:30, for their brothers, the clerk's sake. But we must make haste. The old gentleman did make haste, but it is a long way from the New Market Place to Hill Street. For the sisters Mechanet lived on the square, and, if you please, in a house of their own, a house which was to be the delight of their days, and which had become the trouble of their nights. They bought the house the year before the war, upon their brother's advice, and going halves with him, paying a sum of 47,000 francs, everything included. It was a capital bargain. For they rented out the basement and the first story to the first grocer in Sauveterre. The sisters did not think they were imprudent in paying down 10,000 francs in cash, and in binding themselves to pay the rest in 3 yearly installments. The first year all went well, but then came the war and numerous disasters. The income of the sisters and of the brother was much reduced, and they had nothing to live upon but his pay as clerk. So that they had to use the utmost economy, and even contract some debts, in order to pay the second installment. When peace came, their income increased again, and no one doubted in Sauveterre but that they would manage to get out of their difficulties, as the brother was one of the hardest working men. And the sisters were patronized by the most distinguished ladies of the whole country. Grandpapa, they are at home, said Dionysia, when they reached the square. Do you think so? I am sure. I see light in their windows. M. de Chandor stopped. What am I to do next? He asked. You are going to give me the bonds, grandpapa, and to wait for me here, walking up and down, whilst I am going to the Mrs. Mechanet. I would ask you to come up too, but they would be frightened at seeing you. Moreover, if my enterprise does not succeed, it would not matter much as long as it concerned only a little girl. The old gentleman's last doubts began to vanish. You won't succeed, my poor girl, he said. "Oh God!" She replied, checking her tears with difficulty, "Why will you discourage me?" He said nothing. Suppressing a sigh, he pulled the papers out of his pockets, and helped Dionysia to stuff them, as well as she could, into her pocket and a little bag she had in her hand. When she had done, she said, "Well, goodbye, grandpapa. I won't be long." And lightly, like a bird, she crossed the street, and ran up to her dressmaker's. The old ladies and their brother were just finishing their supper, which consisted of a small piece of pork and a light salad, with an abundance of vinegar. At the unexpected entrance of Miss Chandor they all started up. "You, miss," cried the elder of the two, "you." Dionysia understood perfectly well what that simple "you" meant. It meant, with the help of the tone of voice, what? "Your betrothed is charged with an abominable crime, there is overwhelming evidence against him, he is in jail, in close confinement, everybody knows he will be tried at the assizes, and he will be condemned, and you are here?" But Dionysia kept on smiling, as she had entered. "Yes," she replied, "it is I. I must have 2 dresses for next week, and I come to ask you to show me some samples." The Misses Mechenet, always acting upon their brother's advice, had made an arrangement with a large house in Bordeaux, by which they received samples of all their goods, and were allowed a discount on whatever they sold. "I will do so with pleasure," said the older sister. "Just allow me to light a lamp. It is almost dark." While she was wiping the chimney, and trimming the wick, she asked her brother, "Are you not going to the Orpheon?" "Not tonight," he replied. "Are you not expected to be there?" "No, I sent them word I would not come. I have to lithograph 2 plates for the printer, and some very urgent copying to do for the court." While he was thus replying, he had folded up his napkin and lighted a candle. "Good night," he said to his sisters. "I won't see you again tonight," and, bowing deeply to Miss Chandor, he went out, his candle in his hand. "Where is your brother going?" Dionysia asked eagerly. "To his room, madam. His room is just opposite on the other side of the staircase." Dionysia was as red as fire. Was she thus to let her opportunity slip, an opportunity such as she had never dared hope for? Gathering up all her courage, she said, "But, now I think of it, I want to say a few words to your brother, my dear ladies. Wait for me a moment. I shall be back in a moment." And she rushed out, leaving the dressmakers stupefied, gazing after her with open mouths, and asking themselves if the grand calamity had bereft the poor lady of reason. The clerk was still on the landing, fumbling in his pocket for the key of his room. "I want to speak to you instantly," said Dionysia. Mechenet was so utterly amazed, that he could not utter a word. He made a movement as if he wanted to go back to his sisters, but the young girl said, "No, in your room. We must not be overheard. Open, sir, please. Open, somebody might come." The fact is, he was so completely overcome, that it took him half a minute to find the keyhole, and put the key in. At last, when the door was opened, he moved aside to let Dionysia pass, but she said, "No, go in." He obeyed. She followed him, and, as soon as she was in the room, she shut the door again, pushing even a bolt which she had noticed. Mechenet the clerk was famous in Sauveterre for his coolness. Dionysia was timidity personified, and blushed for the smallest trifle, remaining speechless for some time. At this moment, however, it was certainly not the young girl who was embarrassed. "Sit down, M. Mechenet," she said, "and listen to me." He put his candlestick on a table, and sat down. "You know me, don't you?" asked Dionysia. "Certainly I do, madam." "You have surely heard that I am to be married to M. de Boiscoran." The clerk started up, as if he had been moved by a spring, beat his forehead furiously with his hand, and said, "Ah, what a fool I was! Now I see." "Yes, you are right," replied the girl. "I come to talk to you about M. de Boiscoran, my betrothed, my husband." She paused. And for a minute Mechenet and the young girl remained there face to face, silent and immovable, looking at each other, he asking himself what she could want of him, and she trying to guess how far she might venture. You can no doubt imagine, M. Mechenet, what I have suffered, since M. de Boiscoran has been sent to prison, charged with the meanest of all crimes. Oh, surely, I do, replied Mechenet. And, carried away by his emotion, he added. But I can assure you, madam, that I, who have been present at all the examinations, and who have no small experience in criminal matters, that I believe M. de Boiscoran innocent. I know M. Galpin does not think so, nor M. de Bijan, nor any of the gentlemen of the bar, nor the town, but, nevertheless, that is my conviction. You see, I was there when they fell upon M. de Boiscoran, asleep in his bed. Well, the very tone of his voice, as he cried out, "Oh, my dear Galpin," told me that the man is not guilty. "Oh, sir," stammered Dionysia, "thanks, thanks. There is nothing to thank me for, madam, for time has only confirmed my conviction. As if a guilty man ever bore himself as M. de Boiscoran does. You ought to have seen him just now, when we had gone to remove the seals, calm, dignified, answering coldly all the questions that were asked. I could not help telling M. Galpin what I thought. He said I was a fool. Well, I maintain, on the contrary, that he is. Ah! I beg your pardon, I mean that he is mistaken. The more I see of M. de Boiscoran, the more he gives me the impression that he has only a word to say to clear up the whole matter. Dionysia listened to him with such absorbing interest, that she well nigh forgot why she had come. Then, she asked, "You think M. de Boiscoran is not much overcome?" "I should lie if I said he did not look sad, madam," was the reply. "But he is not overcome. After the first astonishment, his presence of mind returned, and M. Galpin has in vain tried these 3 days by all his ingenuity and his cleverness." Here he stopped suddenly, like a drunken man who recovers his consciousness for a moment, and becomes aware that he has said too much in his cups. He exclaimed. "Great God! What am I talking about? For heaven's sake, madam, do not let anybody hear what I was led by my respectful sympathy to tell you just now." Dionysia felt that the decisive moment had come. She said. "If you knew me better, sir, you would know that you can rely upon my discretion. You need not regret having given me by your confidence some little comfort in my great sorrow. You need not. For." Her voice nearly failed her, and it was only with a great effort she could add. "For I come to ask you to do even more than that for me, oh. Yes, much more." Mechenet had turned painfully pale. He broke in vehemently. "Not another word, madam, your hope already is an insult to me. You ought surely to know that by my profession, as well as by my oath, I am bound to be as silent as the very cell in which the prisoners are kept. If I, the clerk, were to betray the secret of a criminal prosecution." Dionysia trembled like an aspen leaf, but her mind remained clear and decided. She said. "You would rather let an innocent man perish. Madam. You would let an innocent man be condemned, when by a single word you could remove the mistake of which he is the victim. You would say to yourself, 'It is unlucky, but I have sworn not to speak.' And you would see him with quiet conscience mount the scaffold. No, I cannot believe that. No, that cannot be true. I told you, madam, I believe in M. de Boiscoran's innocence. And you refuse to aid me in establishing his innocence. O God! What ideas men form of their duty! How can I move you? How can I convince you? Must I remind you of the torture this man suffers, whom they charge with being an assassin? Must I tell you what horrible anguish we suffer, we, his friends, his relatives, how his mother weeps, how I weep, I, his betrothed? We know he is innocent. And yet we cannot establish his innocence for want of a friend who would aid us, who would pity us." In all his life the clerk had not heard such burning words. He was moved to the bottom of his heart. At last he asked, trembling. "What do you want me to do, madam?" "Oh. Very little, sir, very little, just to send him, the Boiscoran 10 lines, and to bring us his reply." The boldness of the request seemed to stun the clerk. He said, "Never. You will not have pity. I should forfeit my honor. And, if you let an innocent one be condemned, what would that be?" Mechenet was evidently suffering anguish. Amazed, overcome, he did not know what to say, what to do. At last he thought of one reason for refusing, and stammered out. "And if I were found out? I should lose my place, ruin my sisters, destroy my career for life." With trembling hands, Dionysia drew from her pocket the bonds which her grandfather had given her, and threw them in a heap on the table. She began. "There are 20,000 francs. The clerk drew back frightened. He cried. "Money! You offer me money!" "Oh, don't be offended," began the young girl again, with a voice that would have moved a stone. "How could I want to offend you, when I ask of you more than my life? There are services which can never be paid. But, if the enemies of M. de Boiscoran should find out that you have aided us, their rage might turn against you." Instinctively the clerk unloosed his cravat. The struggle within him, no doubt, was terrible. He was stifled. 20,000 francs, he said in a hoarse voice. "Is it not enough?" asked the young girl. "Yes, you are right, it is very little. But I have as much again for you, twice as much." With haggard eyes, Mechenet had approached the table, and was convulsively handling the pile of papers, while he repeated. 20,000 francs. 1,000 a year. No, double that much, and moreover, our gratitude, our devoted friendship, all the influence of the two families of Boiscoran and Chandor, in a word, fortune, position, respect. But by this time, thanks to a supreme effort of will, the clerk had recovered his self-control. "No more, madam, say no more." And with a determined, though still trembling voice, he went on. "Take your money back again, madam. If I were to do what you want me to do, if I were to betray my duty for money, I should be the meanest of men. If, on the other hand, I am actuated only by a sincere conviction and an interest in the truth, I may be looked upon as a fool. But I shall always be worthy of the esteem of honorable men. Take back that fortune, madam, which has made an honest man waver for a moment in his conscience. I will do what you ask, but for nothing." If Grandpapa was getting tired of walking up and down in the square, the sisters of Mechenet found time pass still more slowly in their workroom. They asked each other, "What can Miss Dionysia have to say to brother?" At the end of 10 minutes, their curiosity, stimulated by the most absurd suppositions, had become such martyrdom to them, that they made up their minds to knock at the clerk's door. "Ah, leave me alone!" he cried out, angry at being thus interrupted. But then he considered a moment, opened hastily, and said quite gently. "Go back to your room, my dear sisters, and, if you wish to spare me a very serious embarrassment, never tell anybody in this world that Miss Chandor has had a conversation with me." Trained to obey, the two sisters went back, but not so promptly that they should have not seen the bonds which Dionysia had thrown upon the table, and which were quite familiar in their appearance to them, as they had once owned some of them themselves. Their burning desire to know was thus combined with vague terror, and, when they got back to their room, the younger asked, "Did you see?" "Yes, those bonds," replied the other. "There must have been 500 or 600. Even more, perhaps. That is to say, a very big sum of money. An enormous one. What can that mean, Holy Virgin? And what have we to expect? And brother asking us to keep his secret." He looked as pale as his shirt, and terribly distressed. Miss Dionysia was crying like a Magdalene. It was so. Dionysia, as long as she had been uncertain of the result, had felt in her heart that Jacques' safety depended on her courage and her presence of mind. But now, assured of success, she could no longer control her excitement, and, overcome by the effort, she had sunk down on a chair and burst out into tears. The clerk shut the door, and looked at her for some time. Then, having overcome his own emotions, he said to her, "Madam." But, as she heard his voice, she jumped up, and taking his hands into hers, she broke out. "Oh, sir! How can I thank you? How can I ever make you aware of the depth of my gratitude?" "Don't speak of that," he said almost rudely, trying to conceal his deep feeling. "I will say nothing more," she replied very gently. "But I must tell you that none of us will ever forget the debt of gratitude which we owe you from this day. You say the great service which you are about to render us is not free from danger. Whatever may happen, you must remember, that, from this moment, you have in us devoted friends." The interruption caused by his sisters had had the good effect of restoring to Mechenet a good portion of his habitual self-possession. He said, "I hope no harm will come of it, and yet I cannot conceal from you, madam, that the service which I am going to try to render you presents more difficulties than I thought." "Great God," murmured Dionysia. M. Galpin, the clerk went on saying, "is, perhaps, not exactly a superior man, but he understands his profession, he is cunning, and exceedingly suspicious. Only yesterday he told me that he knew the Boiscoran family would try everything in the world to save M. de Boiscoran from justice. Hence he is all the time on the watch, and takes all kinds of precautions. If he dared to it, he would have his bed put across his cell in the prison. That man hates me, M. Mechenet. Oh, no, madam. But he is ambitious, he thinks his success in his profession depends upon his success in this case. And he is afraid the accused might escape or be carried off." Mechenet was evidently in great perplexity, and scratched his ear. Then he added, "How am I to go about to let M. de Boiscoran have your note? If he knew beforehand, it would be easy. But he is unprepared. And then he is just as suspicious as M. Galpin. He is always afraid lest they prepare him a trap, and he is on the lookout. If I make him a sign, I fear he will not understand me, and, if I make him a sign, will not M. Galpin see it? That man is lynx-eyed. Are you never alone with M. de Boiscoran?" "Never for an instant, madam. I only go in with the magistrate, and I come out with him. You will say, perhaps, that in leaving, as I am behind, I might drop the note cleverly. But, when we leave, the jailer is there, and he has good eyes. I should have to dread, besides, M. de Boiscoran's own suspicions. If he saw a letter coming to him in that way, from me, he is quite capable of handing it at once to M. Galpin." He paused, and after a moment's meditation he went on. "The safest way would probably be to win the confidence of M. Blangen, the keeper of the jail, or of some prisoner, whose duty it is to wait on M. de Boiscoran, and to watch him." "Trummins," exclaimed Dionysia. The clerk's face expressed the most startled surprise. He said, "What? You know his name?" "Yes, I do, for Blangen mentioned him to me, and the name struck me the day when M. de Boiscoran's mother and I went to the jail, not knowing what was meant by close confinement." The clerk was disappointed. "Ah," he said, "now I understand M. Galpin's great trouble. He has, no doubt, heard of your visit, and imagined that you wanted to rob him of his prisoner." He murmured some words, which Dionysia could not hear. And then, coming to some decision, apparently, he said, "Well, never mind. I'll see what can be done. Write your letter, madam, here are pens and ink." The young girl made no reply, but sat down at Mechenet's table. But, at the moment when she was putting pen to paper she asked, "Has M. de Boiscoran any books in his prison?" "Yes, madam." At his request M. Galpin himself went and selected, in M. de Bijan's library, some books of travels and some of Cooper's novels for him. Dionysia uttered a cry of delight. "Oh Jacques," she said, "how glad I am you counted upon me." And, without noticing how utterly Mechenet seemed to be surprised, she wrote. We are sure of your innocence, Jacques, and still we are in despair. Your mother is here, with a Paris lawyer, A.M. Folgat, who is devoted to your interests. What must we do? Give us your instructions. You can reply without fear, as you have our book. Dionysia. Read this, she said to the clerk, when she had finished. But he did not avail himself of the permission. He folded the paper, and slipped it into an envelope, which he sealed. Oh, you are very kind, said the young girl, touched by his delicacy. Not at all, madam. I only try to do a dishonest thing in the most honest way. Tomorrow, madam, you shall have your answer. I will call for it. Mechenet trembled. Take care not to do so, he said. The good people of Sauveterre are too cunning not to know that just now you are not thinking much of dress. And your calls here would look suspicious. Leave it to me to see to it that you get M. de Boiscoran's answer. While Dionysia was writing, the clerk had made a parcel of the bonds which she had brought. He handed it to her, and said, Take it, madam. If I want money for Blangen, or for Trumans, I will ask you for it. And now you must go, you need not go into my sisters. I will explain your visit to them. Chapter 8. What can have happened to Dionysia, that she does not come back, murmured Grandpapa Chandor, as he walked up and down the square, and looked, for the 20th time, at his watch. For some time the fear of displeasing his grandchild, and of receiving a scolding, kept him at the place where she had told him to wait for her, but at last it was too much for him, and he said, Upon my word, this is too much. I'll risk it. And, crossing the road which separates the square from the houses, he entered the long, narrow passage in the house of the sisters Mechenet. He was just putting his foot on the first step of the stairs, when he saw a light above. He distinguished the voice of his granddaughter, and then her light step. At last, he thought. And swiftly, like a schoolboy who hears his teacher coming, and fears to be caught in the act, he slipped back into the square. Dionysia was there almost at the same moment, and fell on his neck, saying, Dear grandpapa, I bring you back your bonds, and then she rained a shower of kisses upon the old gentleman's furrowed cheeks. If anything could astonish M. de Chandor, it was the idea that there should exist in this world a man with a heart hard, cruel, and barbarous enough, to resist his Dionysia's prayers and tears, especially if they were backed by 20,000 francs. Nevertheless, he said mournfully, Ah! I told you, my dear child, you would not succeed. And you were mistaken, dear grandpapa, and you are still mistaken, for I have succeeded. But, you bring back the money. Because I have found an honest man, dearest grandpapa, a most honorable man. Poor fellow, how I must have tempted his honesty. For he is very much embarrassed, I know it from good authority, ever since he and his sisters bought that house. It was more than comfort, it was a real fortune, I offered him. Ah! You ought to have seen how his eyes brightened up, and how his hands trembled, when he took up the bonds. Well, he refused to take them, after all. And the only reward he asks for the very good service which he is going to render us. M. de Chandor expressed his assent by a gesture, and then said, You are right, darling, that clerk is a good man, and he has won our eternal gratitude. I ought to add, continued Dionysia, that I was ever so brave. I should never have thought that I could be so bold. I wish you had been hid in some corner, grandpapa, to see me and hear me. You would not have recognized your grandchild. I cried a little, it is true, when I had carried my point. Oh, dear, dear child, murmured the old gentleman, deeply moved. You see, grandpapa, I thought of nothing but of Jacques' danger, and of the glory of proving myself worthy of him, who is so brave himself. I hope you will be satisfied with me. He would be hard to please, indeed, if he were not, exclaimed M. de Chandor. The grandfather and his child were standing all the while under the trees in the great square while they were thus talking to each other. And already a number of people had taken the opportunity of passing close by them, with ears wide open, and all eagerness, to find out what was going on. It is a way people have in small towns. Dionysia remembered the clerk's kindly warnings. And, as soon as she became aware of it, she said to her grandfather, "Come, grandpapa. People are listening. I will tell you the rest as we are going home." And so, on their way, she told him all the little details of her interview. And the old gentleman declared, in all earnest, that he did not know which to admire most, her presence of mind, or Menchinette's disinterestedness. "All the more reason," said the young girl, "why we should not add to the dangers which the good man is going to run for us. I promised him to tell nobody, and I mean to keep my promise. If you believe me, dear grandpapa, we had better not speak of it to anybody, not even to my aunts. You might just as well declare at once, little scamp, that you want to save Jacques quite alone, without anybody's help." "Ah, if I could do that! Unfortunately, we must take M. Folgat into our confidence, for we cannot do without his advice." Thus it was done. The poor aunts, and even the Marchioness, had to be content with Dionysia's not very plausible explanation of her visit. And a few hours afterwards M. de Chandor, the young girl, and M. Folgat held a council in the Baron's study. The young lawyer was even more surprised by Dionysia's idea, and her bold proceedings, than her grandfather. He would never have imagined that she was capable of such a step. She looked so timid and innocent, like a mere child. He was about to compliment her, but she interrupted him eagerly, saying, "There is nothing to boast of. I ran no risk." "A very substantial risk, madam, I assure you." "Pshaw!" exclaimed M. de Chandor. "To bribe an official," continued M. Folgat, "is a very grave offense. The criminal code has a certain paragraph, No. 179, which does not trifle, and punishes the man who bribes, as well as the man who is bribed." "Well, so much the better," cried Dionysia. "If poor M. Menchinette has to go to prison, I'll go with him." And, without noticing the dissatisfaction expressed in her grandfather's features, she added, turning to M. Folgat, "After all, sir, you see that your wishes have been fulfilled. We shall be able to communicate with M. de Boiscoran. He will give us his instructions." "Perhaps so, madam." "How? Perhaps? You said yourself." "I told you, madam, it would be useless, perhaps even imprudent, to take any steps before we know the truth. But will we know it? Do you think that M. de Boiscoran, who has good reasons for being suspicious of everything, will at once tell us all in a letter which must needs pass through several hands before it can reach us? He will tell us all, sir, without reserve, without fear, and without danger." "Oh! I have taken my precautions." "You will see. Then we have only to wait." Alas, yes. They had to wait, and that was what distressed Dionysia. She hardly slept that night. The next day was one unbroken torment. At each ringing of the bell, she trembled, and ran to see. At last, towards 5 o'clock, when nothing had come, she said, "It is not to be today, provided, O God, that poor Menchinette has not been caught." And, perhaps in order to escape for a time the anguish of her fears, she agreed to accompany Jacques' mother, who wanted to pay some visits. Ah, if she had but known! She had not left the house 10 minutes, when one of those street boys, who abound at all hours of the day on the great square, appeared, bringing a letter to her address. They took it to M. de Chandor, who, while waiting for dinner, was walking in the garden with M. Folgat. "A letter for Dionysia," exclaimed the old gentleman, as soon as the servant had disappeared. "Here is the answer we have been waiting for." He boldly tore it open. Alas! It was useless. The note within the envelope ran thus: 31:9, 17, 19, 23, 25, 28, 32, 101, 102, 129, 137, 504, 515, 37:2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, 24, 27, 52, 54, 118, 119, 120, 200, 201, 41:7, 9, 17, 21, 22, 44, 45, 46. And so on, for 2 pages. Look at this, and try to make it out, said M. de Chandor, handing the letter to M. Folgat. The young man actually tried it. But, after 5 minutes' useless efforts, he said, I understand now why Miss Chandor promised us that we should know the truth. M. de Boiscoran and she have formerly corresponded with each other in cipher. Grandpapa Chandor raised his hands to heaven. Just think of these little girls. Here we are utterly helpless without her, as she alone can translate those hieroglyphics for you. If Dionysia had hoped, by accompanying the Marchioness on her visits, to escape from the sad presentiments that oppressed her, she was cruelly disappointed. They went to M. Seneschal's house first. But the mayor's wife was by no means calculated to give courage to others in an hour of peril. She could do nothing but embrace alternately Jacques' mother and Dionysia, and, amid 1,000 sobs, tell them over and over again, that she looked upon one as the most unfortunate of mothers, and upon the other as the most unfortunate of betrothed maidens. Does the woman think Jacques is guilty? Thought Dionysia, and felt almost angry. And that was not all. As they returned home, and passed the house which had been provisionally taken for Count Claudius and his family, they heard a little boy calling out, "Oh mamma, come quick! Here are the murderer's mother and his sweetheart." Thus the poor girl came home more downcast than before. Immediately, however, her maid, who had evidently been on the lookout for her return, told her that her grandfather and the lawyer from Paris were waiting for her in the Baron's study. She hastened there without stopping to take off her bonnet, and, as soon as she came in, M. de Chandor handed her Jacques' letter, saying, "Here is your answer." She could not repress a little cry of delight, and rapidly touched the letter with her lips, repeating, "Now we are safe, we are safe." M. de Chandor smiled at the happiness of his granddaughter. "But, Miss Hypocrite," he said, "it seems you had great secrets to communicate to M. de Boiscoran, since you resorted to cipher, like arch-conspirators." M. Folgat and I tried to read it, but it was all Greek to us. Now only the young lady remembered M. Folgat's presence, and, blushing deeply, she said, "Latterly Jacques and I had been discussing the various methods to which people resort who wish to carry on a secret correspondence. This led him to teach me one of the ways. 2 correspondents choose any book they like, and each takes a copy of the same edition. The writer looks in his volume for the words he wants, and numbers them. His correspondent finds them by the aid of these numbers. Thus, in Jacques' letters, the numbers followed by a colon refer to the pages, and the others to the order in which the words come." "Ah, said Grandpapa Chandor, "I might have looked a long time." "It is a very simple method," replied Dionysia, "very well known, and still quite safe. How could an outsider guess what book the correspondents have chosen? Then there are other means to mislead indiscreet people. It may be agreed upon, for instance, that the numbers shall never have their apparent value, or that they shall vary according to the day of the month or the week. Thus, today is Monday, the 2nd day of the week. Well, I have to deduct 1 from each number of a page, and add 1 to each number of a word. And you will be able to make it all out?" asked M. de Chandor. "Certainly, dear Grandpapa. Ever since Jacques explained it to me, I have tried to learn it as a matter of course. We have chose a book which I am very fond of, Cooper's Spy, and we amused ourselves by writing endless letters. Oh! It is very amusing, and it takes time, because one does not always find the words that are needed, and then they have to be spelled letter by letter." "And M. de Boiscoran has a copy of Cooper's novels in his prison?" asked M. Folgat. "Yes, sir. M. Mechonet told me so. As soon as Jacques found he was to be kept in close confinement, he asked for some of Cooper's novels, and M. Galpin, who is so cunning, so smart, and so suspicious, went himself and got them for him. Jacques was counting upon me. Then, dear child, go and read your letter, and solve the riddle, said M. de Chandor. When she had left, he said to his companion, how she loves him. How she loves this man Jacques. Sir, if anything should happen to him, she would die. M. Folgat made no reply, and nearly an hour passed, before Dionysia, shut up in her room, had succeeded in finding all the words of which Jacques' letter was composed. But when she had finished, and came back to her grandfather's study, her youthful face expressed the most profound despair. This is horrible, she said. The same idea crossed, like a sharp arrow, the minds of M. de Chandor and M. Folgat. Had Jacques confessed? Look, read yourself, said Dionysia, handing them the translation. Jacques wrote. Thanks for your letter, my darling. A presentiment had warned me, and I had asked for a copy of Cooper. I understand but too well how grieved you must be at seeing me kept in prison without my making an effort to establish my innocence. I kept silence, because I hoped the proof of my innocence would come from outside. I see that it would be madness to hope so any longer, and that I must speak. I shall speak. But what I have to say is so very serious, that I shall keep silence until I shall have had an opportunity of consulting with someone in whom I can feel perfect confidence. Prudence alone is not enough now, skill also is required. Until now I felt secure, relying on my innocence. But the last examination has opened my eyes, and I now see the danger to which I am exposed. I shall suffer terribly until the day when I can see a lawyer. Thank my mother for having brought one. I hope you will pardon me, if I address myself first to another man. I want a man who knows the country and its customs. That is why I have chosen M. Magloire. And I beg you will tell him to hold himself ready for the day on which, the examination being completed, I shall be relieved from close confinement. Until then, nothing can be done, nothing, unless you can obtain that the case be taken out of M. G.'s hands, and be given to someone else. That man acts infamously. He wants me to be guilty. He would himself commit a crime in order to charge me with it, and there is no kind of trap he does not lay for me. I have the greatest difficulty in controlling myself every time I see this man enter my cell, who was my friend, and now is my accuser. Ah, my dear ones! I pay a heavy price for a fault of which I have been, until now, almost unconscious. And you, my only friend, will you ever be able to forgive me the terrible anxiety I cause you? I should like to say much more, but the prisoner who has handed me your note says I must be quick, and it takes so much time to pick out the words. J. When the letter had been read, M. Folgat and M. de Chandor sadly turned their heads aside, fearing lest Dionysia should read in their eyes the secret of their thoughts. But she felt only too well what it meant. You cannot doubt Jacques, grandpapa, she cried. No, murmured the old gentleman feebly, no. And you, M. Folgat, are you so much hurt by Jacques' desire to consult another lawyer? I should have been the first, madam, to advise him to consult a native. Dionysia had to summon all her energy to check her tears. Yes, she said, this letter is terrible, but how can it be otherwise? Don't you see that Jacques is in despair, that his mind wanders after all these fearful shocks? Somebody knocked gently at the door. It is I, said the Marchioness. Grandpapa Chandor, M. Folgat, and Dionysia looked at each other for a moment. And then the advocate said, the situation is too serious, we must consult the Marchioness. He rose to open the door. Since the three friends had been holding the council in the Baron's study, a servant had come 5 times in succession to knock at the door, and tell them that the soup was on the table. Very well, they had replied each time. At last, as they did not come down yet, Jacques' mother had come to the conclusion that something extraordinary had occurred. Now, what could this be, that they should keep it from her, she thought. If it were something good, they would not have concealed it from her. She had come upstairs, therefore, with the firm resolution to force them to let her come in. When M. Folgat opened the door, she said instantly, "I mean to know all." Dionysia replied to her, "Whatever you may hear, my dear mother, pray remember, that if you allow a single word to be torn from you, by joy or by sorrow, you cause the ruin of an honest man, who has put us all under such obligations as can never be fully discharged. I have been fortunate enough to establish a correspondence between Jacques and us. O Dionysia! I have written to him, and I have received his answer. Here it is." The Marchioness was almost beside herself, and eagerly snatched at the letter. But, as she read on, it was fearful to see how the blood receded from her face, how her eyes grew dim, her lips turned pale, and at last her breath failed to come. The letter slipped from her trembling hands. She sank into a chair, and said, stammering, "It is no use to struggle any longer, we are lost." There was something grand in Dionysia's gesture and the admirable accent of her voice, as she said, "Why don't you say at once, my mother, that Jacques is an incendiary and an assassin?" Raising her head with an air of dauntless energy, with trembling lips, and fierce glances full of wrath and disdain, she added, "And do I really remain the only one to defend him, who, in his days of prosperity, had so many friends? Well, so be it." Naturally, M. Folgat had been less deeply moved than either the Marchioness or M. de Chandor, and hence he was also the first to recover his calmness. "We shall be two, madam, at all events," he said. "For I should never forgive myself, if I allowed myself to be influenced by that letter. It would be inexcusable, since I know by experience what your heart has told you instinctively. Imprisonment has horrors which affect the strongest and stoutest of minds. The days in prison are interminable, and the nights have nameless terrors. The innocent man in his lonely cell feels as if he were becoming guilty, as the man of soundest intellect would begin to doubt himself in a madhouse." Dionysia did not let him conclude. She cried, "That is exactly what I felt, sir. But I could not express it as clearly as you do." Ashamed at their lack of courage, M. de Chandor and the Marchioness made an effort to recover from the doubts which, for a moment, had well nigh overcome them. "But what is to be done?" asked the old lady. "Your son tells us, madam, we have only to wait for the end of the preliminary examination." "I beg your pardon," said M. de Chandor, "we have to try to get the case handed over to another magistrate." M. Folgat shook his head. "Unfortunately, that is not to be dreamt of. A magistrate acting in his official capacity cannot be rejected like a simple juryman. However, Article 542 of the Criminal Code is positive on the subject." "Ah! What does it say?" asked Dionysia. "It says, in substance, madam, that a demand for a change of magistrate, on the score of well-founded suspicion, can only be entertained by a court of appeals, because the magistrate, within his legitimate sphere, is a court in himself. I do not know if I express myself clearly." "Oh, very clearly," said M. de Chandor. "Only, since Jacques wishes it." "To be sure, but M. de Boiscoran does not know." "I beg your pardon." "He knows that the magistrate is his mortal enemy." "Be it so. But how would that help us? Do you think that a demand for a change of venue would prevent M. Galpin from carrying on the proceedings?" "Not at all. He would go on until the decision comes from the Court of Appeals. He could, it is true, issue no final order, but that is the very thing M. de Boiscoran ought to desire, since such an order would make an end to his close confinement, and enable him to see an advocate." "That is atrocious," murmured M. de Chandor. "It is atrocious, indeed, but such are the laws of France." In the meantime Dionysia had been meditating. And now she said to the young advocate, "I have understood you perfectly, and tomorrow your objections shall be known to M. de Boiscoran. Above all," said the lawyer, "explain to him clearly that any such steps as he proposes to take will turn to his disadvantage. M. Galpin is our enemy, but we can make no specific charge against him. They would always reply, if M. de Boiscoran is innocent, why does he not speak? This is what Grandpapa Chandor would not admit. Still, he said, if we could bring influential men to help us. Can you? Certainly. Boiscoran has old friends, who, no doubt, are all-powerful still under the present government. He was, in former years, very intimate with M. de Margerel. M. Folgat's expression was very encouraging. Ah, he said, if M. de Margerel could give us a lift. But he is not easily approached. We might send Boiscoran to see him, at least. Since he remained in Paris for the purpose of assisting us there, now he will have an opportunity. I will write to him tonight. Since the name of Margerel had been mentioned, the Marchioness had become, if possible, paler than ever. At the old gentleman's last words she rose, and said anxiously, "Do not write, sir, it would be useless. I do not wish it." Her embarrassment was so evident, that the others were quite surprised. "Have Boiscoran and M. de Margerel had any difficulty?" asked M. de Chandor. "Yes. But," cried Dionysia, "it is a matter of life and death for Jacques." Alas! The poor woman could not speak of the suspicions which had darkened the whole life of the Marquis de Boiscoran, nor of the cruel penalty which the wife was now called upon to pay for a slight imprudence. "If it is absolutely necessary," she said with a half-stifled voice, "if that is our very last hope, then I will go and see M. de Margerel myself." M. Folgat was the only one who suspected what painful antecedents there might be in the life of the Marchioness, and how she was harassed by their memory now. He interposed, therefore, saying, "At all events, my advice is to await the end of the preliminary investigation. I may be mistaken, however, and, before any answer is sent to M. Jacques, I desire that the lawyer to whom he alludes should be consulted." "That is certainly the wisest plan," said M. de Chandor. And, ringing for a servant, he sent him at once to M. Magloire, to ask him to call after dinner. Jacques de Boiscoran had chosen wisely. M. Magloire was looked upon in Sauveterre as the most eloquent and most skillful lawyer, not only of the district, but of the whole province. And what is rarer still, and far more glorious, he had, besides, the reputation of being unsurpassed in integrity and a high sense of honor. It was well known that he would never have consented to plead a doubtful cause. And they told of him a number of heroic stories, in which he had thrown clients out of the window, who had been so ill-advised to come to him, money in hand, to ask him to undertake an unclean case. He was naturally not a rich man, and preserved, at 54 or 5, all the habits of a frugal and thrifty young man. After having married quite young, M. Magloire had lost his wife after a few months, and had never recovered from the loss. Although 30 years old, the wound had never healed, and regularly, on certain days, he was seen wending his way to the cemetery, to place flowers on a modest grave there. Any other man would have been laughed at for such a thing at Sauveterre. But with him they dared not do so, for they all respected him highly. Young and old knew and reverenced the tall man with the calm, serene face, the clear, bright eyes, and the eloquent lips, which, in their well-cut, delicate lines, by turns glowed with scorn, with tenderness, or with disdain. Like Dr. Seignebos, M. Magloire also was a Republican, and, at the last imperial elections, the Bonapartists had had the greatest trouble, aided though they were by the whole influence of the government, and shrinking from no unfair means, to keep him out of the chamber. Nor would they have been successful after all, but for the influence of Count Claudius, who had prevailed upon a number of electors to abstain from voting. This was the man, who, towards 9 o'clock, presented himself, upon the invitation of M. de Chandor, at his house, where he was anxiously expected by all the inmates. His greeting was affectionate, but at the same time so sad, that it touched Dionysia's heart most painfully. She thought she saw that M. Magloire was not far from believing Jacques guilty. And she was not mistaken, for M. Magloire let them see it clearly, in the most delicate manner, to be sure, but still so as to leave no doubt. He had spent the day in court, and there had heard the opinions of the members of the court, which was by no means favorable to the accused. Under such circumstances, it would have evidently been a grave blunder to yield to Jacques' wishes, and to apply for a change of venue from M. Galpin to some other magistrate. The investigation will last a year, cried Dionysia, since M. Galpin is determined to obtain from Jacques the confession of a crime which he has not committed. M. Magloire shook his head, and replied, "I believe, on the contrary, madam, that the investigation will be very soon concluded. But if Jacques keeps silent, neither the silence of an accused, nor any other caprice or obstinacy of his, can interfere with the regular process. Called upon to produce his justification, if he refuses to do so, the law proceeds without him. Still, sir, if an accused person has reasons, there are no reasons which can force a man to let himself be accused unjustly. But even that case has been foreseen. The accused is at liberty not to answer a question which may inculpate him. Nemo tenetur praeter esse ipsum. But you must admit that such a refusal to answer justifies a judge in believing that the charges are true which the accused does not refute." The great calmness of the distinguished lawyer of Sauveterre terrified his listeners more and more, except M. Folgat. When they heard him use all those technical terms, they felt chilled through and through like the friends of a wounded man who hear the grating noise of the surgeon's knife. "My son's situation appears to you very serious, sir?" asked the Marchioness in a feeble voice. "I said it was dangerous, madam." "You think, as M. Folgat does, that every day adds to the danger to which he is exposed?" "I am but too sure of that." "And if M. de Boiscoran is really innocent?" "Ah, M. Magloire," broke in Dionysia, "how can you, who are a friend of Jacques, say so?" M. Magloire looked at the young girl with an air of deep and sincere pity, and then said, "It is precisely because I am his friend, madam, that I am bound to tell you the truth. Yes, I know and I appreciate all the noble qualities which distinguish M. de Boiscoran. I have loved him, and I love him still. But this is a matter which we have to look at with the mind, and not with the heart. Jacques is a man. And he will be judged by men. There is clear, public, and absolute evidence of his guilt on hand. What evidence has he to offer of his innocence? Moral evidence only." "O God," murmured Dionysia. "I think, therefore, with my honorable brother." And M. Magloire bowed to M. Folgat. "I think, that, if M. de Boiscoran is innocent, he has adopted an unfortunate system. Ah! If luckily there should be an alibi. He ought to make haste, great haste, to establish it. He ought not to allow matters to go on till he is sent up into court. Once there, an accused is 3/4 condemned already." For once it looked as if the crimson in M. de Chandour's cheeks was growing pale. "And yet," he exclaimed, "Jacques will not change his system, anyone who knows his mulish obstinacy might be quite sure of that." "And unfortunately he has made up his mind," said Dionysia, "as M. Magloire, who knows him so well, will see from this letter of his." Until now nothing had been said to let the Sauveterre lawyer suspect that communications had been opened with the prisoner. Now that the letter had been alluded to, it became necessary to take him into confidence. At first he was astonished, then he looked displeased, and, when he had been told everything, he said, "This is great imprudence. This is too daring." Then looking at M. Folgat, he added, "Our profession has certain rules which cannot be broken without causing trouble. To bribe a clerk, to profit by his weakness and his sympathy." The Paris lawyer had blushed imperceptibly. He said, "I should never have advised such imprudence, but, when it was once committed, I did not feel bound to insist upon its being abandoned, and even if I should be blamed for it, or more, I mean to profit by it." M. Magloire did not reply. But, after having read Jacques' letter, he said, "I am at M. de Boiscoran's disposal, and I shall go to him as soon as he is no longer in close confinement. I think, as Miss Dionysia does, that he will insist upon saying nothing. However, as we have the means of reaching him by letter, well, here I am myself ready to profit by the imprudence that has been committed. Beseech him, in the name of his own interest, in the name of all that is dear to him, to speak, to explain, to prove his innocence." Thereupon M. Magloire bowed, and withdrew suddenly, leaving his audience in consternation. So very evident was it, that he left so suddenly in order to conceal the painful impression which Jacques' letter had produced upon him. "Certainly," said M. de Chandor, "we will write to him, but we might just as well whistle. He will wait for the end of the investigation." "Who knows?" murmured Dionysia. And, after a moment's reflection, she added, "We can try, however." And, without vouchsafing any further explanation, she left the room, and hastened to her chamber to write the following letter. "I must speak to you. There is a little gate in our garden which opens upon Charity Lane. I will wait for you there. However late it may be when you get these lines, come. Dionysia." Then, having put the note into an envelope, she called the old nurse, who had brought her up, and, with all the recommendations which extreme prudence could suggest, she said to her, "You must see to it that M. Mechenet the clerk gets this note tonight. Go. Make haste." Chapter 9. During the last 24 hours, Mechenet had changed so much, that his sisters recognized him no longer. Immediately after Dionysia's departure, they had come to him, hoping to hear at last what was meant by that mysterious interview. But at the first word he had cried out with a tone of voice which frightened his sisters to death. "That is none of your business. That is nobody's business." And he had remained alone, quite overcome by his adventure, and dreaming of the means to make good his promise without ruining himself. That was no easy matter. When the decisive moment arrived, he discovered that he would never be able to get the note into M. de Boiscoran's hands, without being caught by that lynx-eyed M. Galpin. As the letter was burning in his pocket, he saw himself compelled, after long hesitation, to appeal for help to the man who waited on Jacques, to Trumans, in fine. The latter was, after all, a good enough fellow. His only besetting sin being unconquerable laziness, and his only crime in the eyes of the law perpetual vagrancy. He was attached to Mechenet, who upon former occasions, when he was in jail, had given him some tobacco, or a little money to buy a glass of wine. He made therefore no objection, when the clerk asked him to give a letter to M. de Boiscoran, and to bring back an answer. He acquitted himself, moreover, faithfully and honestly of his commission. But, because everything had gone well once, it did not follow that Mechenet felt quite at peace. Besides being tormented by the thought that he had betrayed his duty, he felt wretched in being at the mercy of an accomplice. How easily might he not be betrayed? A slight indiscretion, an awkward blunder, an unlucky accident, might do it. What would become of him then? He would lose his place and all his other employments, one by one. He would lose confidence and consideration. Farewell to all ambitious dreams, all hopes of wealth, all dreams of an advantageous marriage. And still, by an odd contradiction, Mechenet did not repent what he had done, and felt quite ready to do it over again. He was in this state of mind when the old nurse brought him Dionysia's letter. "What, again?" he exclaimed. And when he had read the few lines, he replied, "Tell your mistress I will be there." But in his heart he thought some untoward event must have happened. The little garden gate was half open, he had only to push it to enter. There was no moon. But the night was clear, and at a short distance from him, under the trees, he recognized Dionysia, and went towards her. "Pardon me, sir," she said, "for having dared to send for you." Mechenet's anxiety vanished instantly. He thought no longer of his strange position. His vanity was flattered by the confidence which this young lady put in him, whom he knew very well as the noblest, the most beautiful, and the richest heiress in the whole country. "You were quite right to send for me, madam," he replied, "if I can be of any service to you." In a few words she had told him all, and, when she asked his advice, he replied. I am entirely of M. Folgat's opinion, and think that grief and isolation begin to have their effect upon M. de Boiscoran's mind. Oh, that thought is maddening, murmured the poor girl. I think, as M. Magloire does, that M. de Boiscoran, by his silence, only makes his situation much worse. I have a proof of that. M. Galpin, who, at first, was all doubt and anxiety, is now quite reassured. The Attorney General has written him a letter, in which he compliments his energy. And then? Then we must induce M. de Boiscoran to speak. I know very well that he is firmly resolved not to speak. But if you were to write to him, since you can write to him, a letter would be useless. But useless, I tell you. But I know a means. You must use it promptly, madam, don't lose a moment. There is no time. The night was clear, but not clear enough for the clerk to see how very pale Dionysia was. Well, then, I must see M. de Boiscoran, I must speak to him. She expected the clerk to start, to cry out, to protest. Far from it, he said in the quietest tone. To be sure, but how? Blangin the keeper, and his wife, keep their places only because they give them a support. Why might I not offer them, in return for an interview with M. de Boiscoran, the means to go and live in the country? Why not, said the clerk. And in a lower voice, replying to the voice of his conscience, he went on. The jail in Sauveterre is not at all like the police stations and prisons of larger towns. The prisoners are few in number, they are hardly guarded. When the doors are shut, Blangin is master within. I will go and see him tomorrow, declared Dionysia. There are certain slopes on which you must glide down. Having once yielded to Dionysia's suggestions, Mechenet had, unconsciously, bound himself to her forever. No, do not go there, madam, he said. You could not make Blangin believe that he runs no danger. Nor could you sufficiently arouse his cupidity. I will speak to him myself. Oh sir, exclaimed Dionysia, how can I ever? How much may I offer him? Asked the clerk. Whatever you think proper, anything. Then, madam, I will bring you an answer tomorrow, here, and at the same hour. And he went away, leaving Dionysia so buoyed up by hope, that all the evening, and the next day, the two aunts and the Marchioness, neither of whom was in the secret, asked each other incessantly. What is the matter with the child? She was thinking, that, if the answer was favorable, ere 24 hours had gone by, she would see Jacques, and she kept saying to herself. If only Mechenet is punctual. He was so. At 10 o'clock precisely, he pushed open the little gate, just as the night before, and said at once. It is all right. Dionysia was so terribly excited, that she had to lean against a tree. Blangin agrees, the clerk went on. I promised him 16,000 francs. Perhaps that is rather much. It is very little. He insists upon having them in gold. He shall have it. Finally, he makes certain conditions with regard to the interview, which will appear rather hard to you. The young girl had quite recovered by this time. What are they? Blangin is taking all possible precautions against detection, although he is quite prepared for the worst. He has arranged it this way, tomorrow evening, at 6 o'clock, you will pass by the jail. The door will stand open, and Blangin's wife, whom you know very well, as she has formerly been in your service, will be standing in the door. If she does not speak to you, you keep on, something has happened. If she does speak to you, go up to her, you, quite alone, and she will show you into a small room which adjoins her own. There you will stay till Blangin, perhaps at a late hour, thinks he can safely take you to M. de Boiscoran's cell. When the interview is over, you come back into the little room, where a bed will be ready for you, and you spend the night there, for this is the hardest part of it, you cannot leave the prison till next day. This was certainly terrible. Still, after a moment's reflection, Dionysia said. Never mind. I accept. Tell Blangin, M. Mechenet, that it is all right. That Dionysia should accept all the conditions of Blangen the jailer was perfectly natural, but to obtain M. de Chandour's consent was a much more difficult task. The poor girl understood this so well, that, for the first time in her life, she felt embarrassed in her grandfather's presence. She hesitated, she prepared her little speech, and she selected carefully her words. But in spite of all her skill, in spite of all the art with which she managed to present her strange request, M. de Chandour had no sooner understood her project than he exclaimed. Never, never, never. Perhaps in his whole life the old gentleman had never expressed himself in so positive a manner. His brow had never looked so dark. Usually, when his granddaughter had a petition, his lips might say, no, but his eyes always said, yes. Impossible, he repeated, and in a tone of voice which seemed to admit of no reply. Surely, in all these painful events, he had not spared himself, and he had so far done for Dionysia all that she could possibly expect of him. Her will had been his will. As she had prompted, he had said, yes, or no. What more could he have said or done? Without telling him what she was going to do with it, Dionysia had asked him for 20,000 francs, and he had given them to her, however big the sum might be everywhere, however immense in a small town like Sauveterre. He was quite ready to give her as much again, or twice as much, without asking any more questions. But for Dionysia to leave her home one evening at 6 o'clock, and not to return to it till the next morning. That I cannot permit, he repeated. But for Dionysia to spend a night in the Sauveterre jail, in order to have an interview with her betrothed, who was accused of incendiarism and murder. To remain there all night, alone, absolutely at the mercy of the jailer, a hard, coarse, covetous man. That I will never permit, exclaimed the old gentleman once more. Dionysia remained calm, and let the storm pass. When her grandfather became silent, she said. But if I must? M. de Chandour shrugged his shoulders. She repeated in a louder tone. If I must, in order to decide Jacques to abandon this system that will ruin him, to induce him to speak before the investigation is completed? That is not your business, my child, said the old gentleman. Oh. That is the business of his mother, the Marchioness of Boiscoran. Whatever Blangen agrees to venture for your sake, he will do as well for her sake. Let the Marchioness go and spend the night at the jail. I agree to that. Let her see her son. That is her duty. But surely she will never shake Jacques' resolution. And you think you have more influence over him than his mother? It is not the same thing, dear papa. Never mind. This, never mind, of Grandpapa Chandour was as positive as his, impossible, but he had begun to discuss the question, and to discuss means to listen to arguments on the other side. Do not insist, my dear child, he said again. My mind is made up, and I assure you. Don't say so, papa, said the young girl. And her attitude was so determined, and her voice so firm, that the old gentleman was quite overwhelmed for a moment. But, if I am not willing, he said. You will consent, dear papa, you will certainly not force your little granddaughter, who loves you so dearly, to the painful necessity of disobeying you for the first time in her life. Because, for the first time in her life I am not doing what my granddaughter wants me to do. Dear papa, let me tell you. Rather listen to me, poor child, and let me show you to what dangers, to what misfortunes, you expose yourself. To go and spend a night at this prison would be risking, understand me well, your honor, that tender, delicate honor which is tarnished by a breath, which involves the happiness and the peace of your whole life. But Jacques' honor and life are at stake. Poor imprudent girl. How do you know but he would be the very first to blame you cruelly for such a step? Men are made so, the most perfect devotion irritates them at times. Be it so. I would rather endure Jacques' unjust reproaches than the idea of not having done my duty. M. de Chandour began to despair. And if I were to beg you, Dionysia, instead of commanding? If your old grandfather were to beseech you on his knees to abandon your fatal project? You would cause me fearful pain, dear papa, but it would be all in vain, for I must resist your prayers, as I must resist your orders. Inexorable! Cried the old gentleman. She is immovable. And suddenly changing his tone, he cried. But, after all, I am master here. Dear papa, pray. And since nothing can move you, I will speak to Mechenet, I will let Blangin know my will. Dionysia, turning as pale as death, but with burning eyes, drew back a step, and said. If you do that, grandpapa, if you destroy my last hope. Well. I swear to you by the sacred memory of my mother, I will be in a convent tomorrow, and you will never see me again in your life, not even if I should die, which would certainly soon. M. De Chandor, raising his hands to heaven, and with an accent of genuine despair, exclaimed. Ah, my God! Are these our children? And is this what is in store for us old people? We have spent a lifetime in watching over them. We have submissively gratified all their fancies, they have been our greatest anxiety, and our sweetest hope, we have given them our life day by day, and we would not hesitate to give them our life's blood drop by drop. They are everything to us, and we imagine they love us, poor fools that we are. One fine day, a man goes by, a careless, thoughtless man, with a bright eye and a ready tongue, and it is all over. Our child is no longer our own. Our child no longer knows us. Go, old man, and die in your corner. Overwhelmed by his grief, the old man staggered and sank into a chair, as an old oak, cut by the woodman's axe, trembles and falls. Ah, this is fearful, murmured Dionysia. What you say, grandpapa, is too fearful. How can you doubt me? She had knelt down. She was weeping, and her hot tears fell upon the old gentleman's hands. He started up as he felt them on his icy cold hand. And, making one more effort, he said. Poor, poor child. And suppose Jacques is guilty, and, when he sees you, confesses his crime, what then? Dionysia shook her head. That is impossible, she said. And still, even if it were so, I ought to be punished as much as he is, for I know, if he had asked me, I should have acted in concert with him. She is mad, exclaimed M. de Chandor, falling back into his chair. She is mad. But he was overcome, and the next day, at 5 in the afternoon, his heart torn by unspeakable grief, he went down the steep street with his daughter on his arm. Dionysia had chosen her simplest and plainest dress. And the little bag she carried on her arm contained not 16 but 20,000 francs. As a matter of course, it had been necessary to take the Marchioness into their confidence, but neither she, nor the Misses Laverand, nor M. Folgat, had raised an objection. Down to the prison, grandfather and grandchild had not exchanged a word, but, when they reached it, Dionysia said. I see Mrs. Blangin at the door, let us be careful. They came nearer. Mrs. Blangin saluted them. Come, it is time, said the young girl. Till tomorrow, dear papa. Go home quickly, and be not troubled about me. Then joining the keeper's wife, she disappeared inside the prison. Chapter 10. The prison of Sauveterre is in the castle at the upper end of town, in a poor and almost deserted suburb. This castle, once upon a time of great importance, had been dismantled at the time of the siege of Rochelle. And all that remains are a few badly repaired ruins, ramparts with fosses that have been filled up, a gate surmounted by a small belfry, a chapel converted into a magazine, and finally 2 huge towers connected by an immense building. The lower rooms in which are vaulted. Nothing can be more mournful than these ruins, enclosed within an ivy-covered wall, and nothing would indicate the use that is made of them, except the sentinel which stands day and night at the gate. Ancient elm trees overshadow the vast courts. And on the old walls, as well as in every crevice, there grow and bloom enough flowers to rejoice 100 prisoners. But this romantic prison is without prisoners. It is a cage without birds, says the jailer often in his most melancholy voice. He takes advantage of this to raise his vegetables all along the slopes, and the exposure is so excellent, that he is always the first in Sauveterre who had young peas. He has also taken advantage of this, with leave granted by the authorities, to fit up very comfortable lodgings for himself in one of the towers. He has 2 rooms below, and a chamber upstairs, which you reach by a narrow staircase in the thickness of the wall. It was to this chamber that the keeper's wife took Dionysia with all the promptness of fear. The poor girl was out of breath. Her heart was beating violently, and, as soon as she was in the room, she sank into a chair. "Great God!" cried the woman. "You are not sick, my dear young lady? Wait, I'll run for some vinegar." "Never mind," replied Dionysia in a feeble voice. "Stay here, my dear Colette, don't go away." For Colette was her name, though she was as dark as gingerbread, nearly 45 years old, and boasted of a decided mustache on her upper lip. "Poor young lady," she said. "You feel badly at being here." "Yes," replied Dionysia. "But where is your husband?" "Downstairs, on the lookout, madam. He will come up directly." Very soon afterwards, a heavy step was heard on the stairs. And Blangin came in, looking pale and anxious, like a man who feels that he is running a great risk. "Neither seen nor known," he cried. "No one is aware of your presence here. I was only afraid of that dog of a sentinel. And, just as you came by, I had managed to get him round the corner, offering him a drop of something to drink. I begin to hope I shall not lose my place." Dionysia accepted these words as a summons to speak out. "Ah!" she said, "don't mind your place, don't you know I have promised you a better one?" And, with a gaiety which was very far from being real, she opened her little bag, and put upon the table the rolls which it contained. "Ah, that is gold," said Blangin with eager eyes. "Yes. Each one of these rolls contains 1,000 francs, and here are 16. An irresistible temptation seized the jailer. "May I see?" he asked. "Certainly," replied the young girl. "Look for yourself and count." She was mistaken. Blangin did not think of counting, not he. What he wanted was only to gratify his eye by the sight of the gold, to hear its sound, to handle it. With feverish eagerness he tore open the wrappings, and let the pieces fall in cascades upon the table, and, as the heap increased, his lips turned white and perspiration broke out on his temples. "And all that is for me?" he said with a stupid laugh. "Yes, it is yours," replied Dionysia. "I did not know how 16,000 francs would look. How beautiful gold is! Just look, wife." But Colette turned her head away. She was quite as covetous as her husband, and perhaps even more excited, but she was a woman, and she knew how to dissemble. "Ah, my dear young lady," she said, "never would my old man and myself have asked you for money, if we had only ourselves to think of. But we have children." "Your duty is to think of your children," replied Dionysia. "I know 16,000 francs is a big sum. Perhaps you will be sorry to give us so much money." "I am not sorry at all, I would even add to it willingly." And she showed them one of the other 4 rolls in her bag. "Then, to be sure, what do I care for my place?" cried Blangin. And, intoxicated by the sight and the touch of the gold, he added, "You are at home here, madam, and the jail and the jailer are at your disposal. What do you desire? Just speak. I have 9 prisoners, not counting M. de Boiscoran and Trumans. Do you want me to set them all free?" "Blangin," said his wife reprovingly. "What? Am I not free to let the prisoners go? Before you play the master, wait, at least, till you have rendered our young lady the service which she expects from you." "Certainly." "Then go and conceal this money," said the prudent woman, "or it might betray us." And, drawing from her cupboard a woolen stocking, she handed it to her husband, who slipped the 16,000 francs into it, retaining about a dozen gold pieces, which he kept in his pocket so as always to have in his hands some tangible evidence of his new fortune. When this was done, and the stocking, full to overflowing, had been put back in the cupboard under a pile of linen, she ordered her husband. "Now, you go down. Somebody might be coming. And, if you were not there to open when they knock, that might look suspicious." Like a well-trained husband, Blangin obeyed without saying a word, and then his wife bethought herself how to entertain Dionysia. She hoped, she said, her dear young lady would do her the honor to take something. That would strengthen her, and, besides, help her to pass the time, for it was only 7 o'clock, and Blangin could not take her to the Boiscoran's cell before 10, without great danger. "But I have dined," Dionysia objected. "I do not want anything." The woman insisted only the more. She remembered, God be thanked, her dear young lady's taste. And she had made her an admirable broth, and some beautiful dessert. And, while thus talking, she set the table, having made up her mind that Dionysia must eat at all hazards, at least, so says the tradition of the place. The eager zeal of the woman had, at least, this advantage, that it prevented Dionysia from giving way to her painful thoughts. Night had come. It was 9 o'clock, then it struck 10. At last, the watch came round to relieve the sentinels. A quarter of an hour after that, Blangin reappeared, holding a lantern and an enormous bunch of keys in his hands. "I have seen Trummins to bed," he said. "You can come now, madam." Dionysia was all ready. "Let us go," she said simply. Then she followed the jailer along interminable passages, through a vast vaulted hall, in which their steps resounded as in a church, then through a long gallery. At last, pointing at a massive door, through the cracks of which the light was piercing, he said, "Here we are." But Dionysia seized his arm, and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Wait a moment." She was almost overcome by so many successive emotions. She felt her legs give way under her, and her eyes become dim. In her heart she preserved all her usual energy, but the flesh escaped from her will and failed her at the last moment. "Are you sick?" asked the jailer. "What is the matter?" She prayed to God for courage and strength. When her prayer was finished, she said, "Now, let us go in." And, making a great noise with the keys and the bolts, Blangin opened the door to Jacques de Boiscoran's cell. Jacques counted no longer the days, but the hours. He had been imprisoned on Friday morning, June 23, and this was Wednesday night, June 28. He had been 132 hours, according to the graphic description of a great writer, living, but struck from the roll of the living. And buried alive. Each one of these 132 hours had weighed upon him like a month. Seeing him pale and haggard, with his hair and beard in disorder, and his eyes shining brightly with fever, like half-extinguished coals, one would hardly have recognized in him the happy lord of Boiscoran, free from care and trouble. Upon whom fortune had ever smiled, that haughty skeptical young man, who from the height of the past defied the future. The fact is, that society, obliged to defend itself against criminals, has invented no more fearful suffering than what is called close confinement. There is nothing that will sooner demoralize a man, crush his will, and utterly conquer the most powerful energy. There is no struggle more distressing than the struggle between an innocent man accused of some crime, and the magistrate, a helpless being in the hands of a man armed with unlimited power. If great sorrow was not sacred, to a certain degree, Dionysia might have heard all about Jacques. Nothing would have been easier. She would have been told by Blangin, who was watching de Boiscoran like a spy, and by his wife, who prepared his meals, through what anguish he had passed since his imprisonment. Stunned at first, he had soon recovered. And on Friday and Saturday he had been quiet and confident, talkative, and almost cheerful. But Sunday had been a fatal day. 2 gendarmes had carried him to Boiscoran to take off the seals. And on his way out he had been overwhelmed with insults and curses by the people who had recognized him. He had come back terribly distressed. On Tuesday, he had received Dionysia's letter, and answered it. This had excited him fearfully, and, during a part of the night, Trummans had seen him walk up and down in his cell with all the gestures and incoherent imprecations of a madman. He had hoped for a letter on Wednesday. When none came, he had sunk into a kind of stupor, during which Galpin had been unable to draw a word from him. He had taken nothing all day long but a little broth and a cup of coffee. When the magistrate left him, he had sat down, leaning his head on his elbows, facing the window, and there he had remained, never moving, and so deeply absorbed in his reveries, that he had taken no notice when they brought him light. He was still in this state, when, a little after 10 o'clock, he heard the grating of the bolts of his cell. He had become so well acquainted with the prison that he knew all its regulations. He knew at what hours his meals were brought, at what time Trummans came to clean up his room, and when he might expect the magistrate. After night, he knew he was his own master till next morning. So late a visit therefore, must needs bring him some unexpected news, his liberty, perhaps, that visitor for whom all prisoners look so anxiously. He started up. As soon as he distinguished in the darkness the jailer's rugged face, he asked eagerly. "Who wants me?" Blangin bowed. He was a polite jailer. Then he replied. "Sir, I bring you a visitor." And, moving aside, he made way for Dionysia, or, rather, he pushed her into the room, for she seemed to have lost all power to move. "A visitor," repeated de Boiscoran. But the jailer had raised his lantern, and the poor man could recognize his betrothed. "You," he cried, "you here." And he drew back, afraid of being deceived by a dream, or one of those fearful hallucinations which announce the coming of insanity, and take hold of the brains of sick people in times of overexcitement. "Dionysia." He barely whispered, "Dionysia." If not her own life, for she cared nothing for that, but Jacques' life, had at that moment depended on a single word, Dionysia could not have uttered it. Her throat was parched, and her lips refused to move. The jailer took it upon himself to answer. "Yes," he said, "Miss Chandor. At this hour, in my prison. She had something important to communicate to you. She came to me." "Oh Dionysia," stammered Jacques, "what a precious friend." "And I agreed," said Blangin in a paternal tone of voice, "to bring her in secretly. It is a great sin I commit. And if it ever should become known, but one may be ever so much a jailer, one has a heart, after all. I tell you so merely because the young lady might not think of it. If the secret is not kept carefully, I should lose my place, and I am a poor man, with wife and children." "You are the best of men," exclaimed de Boiscoran, far from suspecting the price that had been paid for Blangin's sympathy, "and, on the day on which I regain my liberty, I will prove to you that we whom you have obliged are not ungrateful." "Quite at your service," replied the jailer modestly. Gradually, however, Dionysia had recovered her self-possession. She said gently to Blangin, "Leave us now, my good friend." As soon as he had disappeared, and without allowing de Boiscoran to say a word, she said, speaking very low. "Jacques, grandpapa has told me, that by coming thus to you at night, alone, and in secret, I run the risk of losing your affection, and of diminishing your respect." "Ah, you did not think so. Grandpapa has more experience than I have, Jacques." Still I did not hesitate. "Here I am, and I should have run much greater risks, for your honor is at stake, and your honor is my honor, as your life is my life. Your future is at stake, our future, our happiness, all our hopes here below." Inexpressible joy had illumined the prisoner's face. "Oh God," he cried, "one such moment pays for years of torture." But Dionysia had sworn to herself, as she came, that nothing should turn her aside from her purpose. So she went on. "By the sacred memory of my mother, I assure you, Jacques, that I have never for a moment doubted your innocence." The unhappy man looked distressed. "You," he said, "but the others? But de Chandor? Do you think I would be here, if he thought you were guilty? My aunts and your mother are as sure of it as I am. And my father? You said nothing about him in your letter. Your father remained in Paris in case some influence in high quarters should have to be appealed to. Jacques shook his head, and said. I am in prison at Sauveterre, accused of a fearful crime, and my father remains in Paris. It must be true that he never really loved me. And yet I have always been a good son to him down to this terrible catastrophe. He has never had to complain of me. No, my father does not love me. Dionysia could not allow him to go off in this way. Listen to me, Jacques, she said, let me tell you why I ran the risk of taking this serious step, that may cost me so dear. I come to you in the name of all your friends, in the name of M. Folgat, the great advocate whom your mother has brought down from Paris, and in the name of M. Magloire, in whom you put so much confidence. They all agree you have adopted an abominable system. By refusing obstinately to speak, you rush voluntarily into the gravest danger. Listen well to what I tell you. If you wait till the examination is over, you are lost. If you are once handed over to the court, it is too late for you to speak. You will only, innocent as you are, make one more on the list of judicial murders. Jacques de Boiscoran had listened to Dionysia in silence, his head bowed to the ground, as if to conceal its pallor from her. As soon as she stopped, all out of breath, he murmured. Alas! Everything you tell me I have told myself more than once. And you did not speak. I did not. Ah, Jacques, you are not aware of the danger you run. You do not know. I know, he said, interrupting her in a harsh, hoarse voice, I know that the scaffold, or the galleys, are at the end. Dionysia was petrified with horror. Poor girl! She had imagined that she would only have to show herself to triumph over Jacques' obstinacy, and that, as soon as she had heard what he had to say, she would feel reassured. And instead of that. What a misfortune, she cried. You have taken up these fearful notions, and you will not abandon them. I must keep silent. You cannot. You have not considered. Not considered, he repeated. And in a lower tone he added. And what do you think I have been doing these 130 mortal hours since I have been alone in this prison, alone to confront a terrible accusation, and a still more terrible emergency? That is the difficulty, Jacques, you are the victim of your own imagination. And who could help it in your place? M. Folgat said so only yesterday. There is no man living, who, after 4 days' close confinement, can keep his mind cool. Grief and solitude are bad counselors. Jacques, come to yourself, listen to your dearest friends who speak to you through me. Jacques, your Dionysia beseeches you. Speak. I cannot. Why not? She waited for some seconds. And, as he did not reply, she said, not without a slight accent of bitterness in her voice. Is it not the first duty of an innocent man to establish his innocence? The prisoner, with a movement of despair, clasped his hands over his brow. Then bending over Dionysia, so that she felt his breath in her hair, he said. And when he cannot, establish his innocence? She drew back, pale unto death, tottering so that she had to lean against the wall, and cast upon Jacques de Boiscoran glances in which the whole horror of her soul was clearly expressed. What do you say? She stammered. O God! He laughed, the wretched man. With that laugh which is the last utterance of despair. And then he replied. I say that there are circumstances which upset our reason, unheard of circumstances, which could make one doubt of oneself. I say that everything accuses me, that everything overwhelms me, that everything turns against me. I say, that if I were in M. Galpin's place, and if you were in mine, I should act just as he does. That is insanity, cried Dionysia. But Jacques de Boiscoran did not hear her. All the bitterness of the last days rose within him, he turned red, and became excited. At last, with gasping voice, he broke forth. Establish my innocence. Ah! That is easily said. But how? No, I am not guilty, but a crime has been committed, and for this crime justice will have a culprit. If it is not I who fired at Count Claudius, and set Valpinson on fire, who is it? Where were you, they ask me, at the time of the murder? Where was I? Can I tell it? To clear myself is to accuse others. And if I should be mistaken? Or if, not being mistaken, I should be unable to prove the truthfulness of my accusation? The murderer and the incendiary, of course, took all possible precautions to escape detection, and to let the punishment fall upon me. I was warned beforehand. Ah, if we could always foresee, could know beforehand. How can I defend myself? On the first day I said, such a charge cannot reach me, it is a cloud that a breath will scatter. Madman that I was. The cloud has become an avalanche, and I may be crushed. I am neither a child nor a coward. And I have always met phantoms face to face. I have measured the danger, and I know it is fearful. Dionysia shuddered. She cried. What will become of us? This time M. de Boiscoran heard her, and was ashamed of his weakness. But, before he could master his feelings, the young girl went on, saying. But never mind. These are idle thoughts. Truth soars invincible, unchangeable, high above all the ablest calculations and the most skillful combinations. Jacques, you must tell the truth, the whole truth, without subterfuge or concealment. I can do so no longer, murmured he. Is it such a terrible secret? It is improbable. Dionysia looked at him almost with fear. She did not recognize his old face, nor his eye, nor the tone of his voice. She drew nearer to him, and taking his hand between her own small white hands, she said. But you can tell it to me, your friend, your. He trembled, and, drawing back, he said. To you less than anybody else. And, feeling how mortifying such an answer must be, he added. Your mind is too pure for such wretched intrigues. I do not want your wedding dress to be stained by a speck of that mud into which they have thrown me. Was she deceived? No. But she had the courage to seem to be deceived. She went on quietly. Very well, then. But the truth will have to be told sooner or later. Yes, to M. Magloire. Well, then, Jacques, write down at once what you mean to tell him. Here are pen and ink, I will carry it to him faithfully. There are things, Dionysia, which cannot be written. She felt she was beaten. She understood that nothing would ever bend that iron will, and yet she said once more. But if I were to beseech you, Jacques, by our past and our future, by that great and eternal love which you have sworn. Do you really wish to make my prison hours 1,000 times harder than they are? Do you want to deprive me of my last remnant of strength and of courage? Have you really no confidence in me any longer? Could you not believe me a few days more? He paused. Somebody knocked at the door, and almost at the same time Blangen the jailer called out through the wicket. Time is passing. I want to be downstairs when they relieve guard. I am running a great risk. I am a father of a family. Go home now, Dionysia, said Jacques eagerly, go home. I cannot think of your being seen here. Dionysia had paid dear enough to know that she was quite safe, still she did not object. She offered her brow to Jacques, who touched it with his lips, and half dead, holding on to the walls, she went back to the jailer's little room. They had made up a bed for her, and she threw herself on it, dressed as she was, and remained there, immovable, as if she had been dead, overcome by a kind of stupor which deprived her even of the faculty of suffering. It was bright daylight, it was 8 o'clock, when she felt somebody pulling her sleeve. The jailer's wife said to her. My dear young lady, this would be a good time for you to slip away. Perhaps they will wonder to see you alone in the street. But they will think you are coming home from 7 o'clock mass. Without saying a word, Dionysia jumped down, and in a moment she had arranged her hair and her dress. Then Blangen came, rather troubled at not seeing her leave the house. And she said to him, giving him one of the 1,000-franc rolls that were still in her bag. This is for you, I want you to remember me, if I should need you again. And, dropping her veil over her face, she went away. Chapter 11. Baron Chandor had had one terrible night in his life, every minute of which he had counted by the ebbing pulse of his only son. The evening before, the physicians had said, "If he lives this night, he may be saved." At daybreak he had expired. Well, the old gentleman had hardly suffered more during that fatal night than he did this night, during which Dionysia was away from the house. He knew very well that Blangin and his wife were honest people, in spite of their avarice and their covetousness. He knew that Jacques de Boiscoran was an honorable man. But still, during the whole night, his old servant heard him walk up and down his room, and at 7 o'clock in the morning he was at the door, looking anxiously up and down the street. Towards 7:30, Folgat came up. But he hardly wished him good morning, and he certainly did not hear a word of what the lawyer told him to reassure him. At last, however, the old man cried, "Ah, there she is." He was not mistaken. Dionysia was coming round the corner. She came up to the house in feverish haste, as if she had known that her strength was at an end, and would barely suffice to carry her to the door. Grandpapa Chandor met her with a kind of fierce joy, pressed her in his arms, and said over and over again, "Oh Dionysia! Oh, my darling child, how I have suffered! How long you have been! But it is all over now. Come, come, come." And he almost carried her into the parlor, and put her down tenderly into a large easy-chair. He knelt down by her, smiling with happiness, but, when he had taken her hands in his, he said, "Your hands are burning. You have a fever." He looked at her, she had raised her veil. "You are pale as death," he went on. "Your eyes are red and swollen." "I have cried, dear papa," she replied gently. "Cried? Why? Alas, I have failed." As if moved by a sudden shock, de Chandor started up, and cried, "By God's holy name, the like has not been heard since the world was made." "What? You went, you Dionysia de Chandor, to him in his prison, you begged him. And he remained inflexible." "Yes, dear papa. He will say nothing till after the preliminary investigation is over. We were mistaken in the man, he has no courage and no feeling." Dionysia had risen painfully, and said feebly, "Ah, dear papa. Do not blame him, do not accuse him. He is so unhappy. But what reasons does he give? He says the facts are so very improbable that he should certainly not be believed. And that he should ruin himself if he were to speak as long as he is kept in close confinement, and has no advocate. He says his position is the result of a wicked conspiracy. He says he thinks he knows the guilty one, and that he will denounce the person, since he is forced to do so in self-defense." Folgat, who had until now remained a silent witness of the scene, came up, and asked, "Are you quite sure, madam, that that was what de Boiscoran said?" "Oh, quite sure, sir. And, if I lived 1,000 years, I should never forget the look of his eyes, or the tone of his voice." De Chandor did not allow her to be interrupted again. "But surely, my dear child, Jacques told you, something more precise." "No. You did not ask him even what those improbable facts were." "Oh, yes." "Well?" "He said that I was the very last person who could be told." "That man ought to be burned over a slow fire," said de Chandor to himself. Then he added in a louder voice, "And you do not think all this very strange, very extraordinary? It seems to me horrible. I understand. But what do you think of Jacques?" "I think, dear papa, that he cannot act otherwise, or he would not do it. Jacques is too intelligent and too courageous to deceive himself easily. As he alone knows everything, he alone can judge. I, of course, am bound to respect his will more than anybody else." But the old gentleman did not think himself bound to respect it. And, exasperated as he was by this resignation of his grandchild, he was on the point of telling her his mind fully, when she got up with some effort, and said, in an almost inaudible voice, "I am broken to pieces. Excuse me, grandpapa, if I go to my room." She left the parlor. M. de Chandor accompanied her to the door, remained there till he had seen her get upstairs, where her maid was waiting for her, and then came back to M. Folgat. "They are going to kill me, sir," he cried, with an explosion of wrath and despair which was almost frightful in a man of his age. She had in her eyes the same look that her mother had when she told me, after her husband's death, "I shall not survive him." And she did not survive my poor son. And then I, old man, was left alone with that child. And who knows but she may have in her the germ of the same disease which killed her mother. Alone. And for these 20 years I have held my breath to listen if she is still breathing as naturally and regularly. "You are needlessly alarmed," began the advocate. But Grandpapa Chandor shook his head, and said, "No, no. I fear my child has been hurt in her heart's heart. Did you not see how white she looked, and how faint her voice was? Great God! Wilt thou leave me all alone here upon earth? O God! For which of my sins dost thou punish me and my children? For mercy's sake, call me home before she also leaves me, who is the joy of my life. And I can do nothing to turn aside this fatality, stupid inane old man that I am. And this Jacques de Boiscoran, if he were guilty, after all. Ah, the wretch! I would hang him with my own hands." Deeply moved, M. Folgat had watched the old gentleman's grief. Now he said, "Do not blame M. de Boiscoran, sir, now that everything is against him. Of all of us, he suffers, after all, most. For he is innocent. Do you still think so? More than ever. Little as he has said, he has told Miss Dionysia enough to confirm me in my conjecture, and to prove to me that I have guessed right." "When?" "The day we went to Boiscoran." The Baron tried to remember. "I do not recollect," he said. "Don't you remember," said the lawyer, "that you left us, so as to permit Anthony to answer my questions more freely?" "To be sure," cried M. de Chandor, "to be sure." "And then you thought—" "I thought I had guessed right, yes, sir, but I am not going to do anything now. M. de Boiscoran tells us that the facts are improbable. I should, therefore, in all probability, soon be astray. But, since we are now bound to be passive till the investigation is completed, I shall employ the time in examining the country people, who will, probably, tell me more than Anthony did. You have, no doubt, among your friends, some who must be well informed, M. Seneschal, Dr. Seignebos." The latter did not keep M. Folgat waiting long. For his name had hardly been mentioned, when he himself repeated it in the passage, telling a servant, "Say it is I, Dr. Seignebos, Dr. Seignebos." He fell like a bombshell into the room. It was 4 days now since he had last presented himself there, for he had not come himself for his report and the shot he had left in M. Folgat's hands. He had sent for them, excusing himself on the score of his many engagements. The fact was, however, that he had spent nearly the whole of these 4 days at the hospital, in company with one of his brother practitioners, who had been sent for by the court to proceed, jointly with Dr. Seignebos, to an examination of Kokoliou's mental condition. "And this is what brings me here," he cried, still in the door, "for this opinion, if it is not put into proper order, will deprive M. de Boiscoran of his best and surest chance of escape." After what Dionysia had told them, neither M. de Chandor nor M. Folgat attached much importance to the state of Kokoliou's mind, still this word escape attracted their attention. There is nothing unimportant in a criminal trial. "Is there anything new?" asked the advocate. The doctor first went to close the doors carefully, and then, putting his cane and broad-brimmed hat upon the table, he said, "No, there is nothing new. They still insist, as before, upon ruining M. de Boiscoran. And, in order to do that, they shrink from nothing. They. Who are they? Asked M. de Chandor. The doctor shrugged his shoulders contemptuously. Are you really in doubt, sir? He replied. And yet the facts speak clearly enough. In this department, there is a certain number of physicians who are not very keenly alive to the honor of their profession, and who are, to tell the truth, consummate apes. Grave as the situation was, M. Folgat could hardly suppress a smile, the doctor's manner was so very extraordinary. But there is one of these apes, he went on, who, in length of ears and thickness of skin, surpasses all the others. Well, he is the very one whom the court has chosen and associated with me. Upon this subject it was desirable to put a check upon the doctor. M. de Chandor therefore interrupted him, saying, In fine, my learned brother is fully persuaded that his mission as a physician employed by a court of justice is to say amen to all the stories of the prosecution. Kokoliou is an idiot, says M. Galpin peremptorily. He is an idiot, or ought to be one, re-echoes my learned brother. He spoke on the occasion of the crime by an inspiration from on high, the magistrate goes on to say. Evidently, adds the brother, there was an inspiration from on high. For this is the conclusion at which my learned brother arrives in his report, Kokoliou is an idiot who had been providentially inspired by a flash of reason. He does not say it in these words, but it amounts to the same thing. He had taken off his spectacles, and was wiping them industriously. But what do you think, doctor? Asked M. Folgat. Dar. Seignebos solemnly put on again his spectacles, and replied coldly. My opinion, which I have fully developed in my report, is, that Kokoliou is not idiotic at all. M. Chandor started, the proposition seemed to him monstrous. He knew Kokoliou very well. He had seen him wander through the streets of Sauveterre during the 18 months which the poor creature had spent under the doctor's treatment. What? Kokoliou not idiotic, he repeated. No. Dar. Seignebos declared peremptorily, and you have only to look at him to be convinced. Has he a large flat face, disproportionate mouth, a yellow, tanned complexion, thick lips, defective teeth, and squinting eyes? Does his deformed head sway from side to side, being too heavy to be supported by his neck? Is his body deformed, and his spine crooked? Do you find that his stomach is big and pendant, that his hands drop upon his thighs, that his legs are awkward, and the joints unusually large? These are the symptoms of idiocy, gentlemen, and you do not find them in Kokoliou. I, for my part, see in him a scamp, who has an iron constitution, who uses his hands very cleverly, climbs trees like a monkey, and leaps ditches 10 feet wide. To be sure, I do not pretend that his intellect is normal. But I maintain that he is one of those imbeciles who have certain faculties very fully developed, while others, more essential, are missing. While M. Folgat listened with the most intense interest, M. de Chandor became impatient, and said. The difference between an idiot and an imbecile. There is a world between them, cried the doctor. And at once he went on with overwhelming volubility. The imbecile preserves some fragments of intelligence. He can speak, make known his wants, and express his feelings. He associates ideas, compares impressions, remembers things, and acquires experience. He is capable of cunning and dissimulation. He hates and likes and fears. If he is not always sociable, he is susceptible of being influenced by others. You can easily obtain perfect control over him. His inconsistency is remarkable, and still he shows, at times, invincible obstinacy. Finally, imbeciles are, on account of this semi-lucidity, often very dangerous. You find among them almost all those monomaniacs whom society is compelled to shut up in asylums, because they cannot master their instincts. Very well said, repeated M. Folgat, who found here some elements of a plea, very well said. The doctor bowed. Such a creature is Kokoliou. Does it follow that I hold him responsible for his actions? By no means. But it follows that I look upon him as a false witness brought forth to ruin an honest man. It was evident that such views did not please M. de Chandor. Formerly, he said, you did not think so. No, I even said the contrary, replied Dr. Seignebos, not without dignity. I had not studied Cocolliu sufficiently, and I was taken in by him, I confess it openly. But this avowal of mine is an evidence of the cunning and the astute obstinacy of these wretched creatures, and of their capacity to carry out a design. After a year's experience, I sent Cocolliu away, declaring, and certainly believing, that he was incurable. The fact is, he did not want to be cured. The country people, who observe carefully and shrewdly, were not taken in. They will tell you, almost to a man, that Cocolliu is bad, but not an idiot. That is the truth. He has found out, that, by exaggerating his imbecility, he could live without work, and he has done it. When he was taken in by Count Claudius, he was clever enough to show just so much intelligence as was necessary to make him endurable, without being compelled to do any work. In a word, said M. de Chandor incredulously, Cocolliu is a great actor. Great enough to have deceived me, replied the doctor, yes, sir. Then turning to M. Folgat, he went on. All this I had told my learned brother, before taking him to the hospital. There we found Cocolliu more obstinate than ever in his silence, which even M. Galpin had not induced him to break. All our efforts to obtain a word from him were fruitless, although it was very evident to me that he understood very well. I proposed to resort to quite legitimate means, which are employed to discover feigned defects and diseases, but my learned brother refused and was encouraged in his resistance by M. Galpin, I do not know upon what ground. Then I asked that the Countess Claudius should be sent for, as she has a talent of making him talk. M. Galpin would not permit it, and there we are. It happens almost daily, that two physicians employed as experts differ in their opinions. The courts would have a great deal to do, if they had to force them to agree. They appoint simply a third expert, whose opinion is decisive. This was necessarily to be done in Cocolliu's case. And as necessarily, continued Dr. Seignebos, the court, having appointed a first ass, will associate with me a second ass. They will agree with each other, and I shall be accused and convicted of ignorance and presumption. He came, therefore, as he now said, to ask M. de Chandor to render him a little service. He wanted the two families, Chandor and Boiscoran, to employ all their influence to obtain that a commission of physicians from outside, if possible, from Paris, should be appointed to examine Cocolliu, and to report on his mental condition. I undertake, he said, to prove to really enlightened men, that this poor creature is partly pretending to be imbecile, and that his obstinate speechlessness is only adopted in order to avoid answers which would compromise him. At first, however, neither M. de Chandor nor M. Folgat gave any answer. They were considering the question. Mind, said the doctor again, shocked at their silence, mind, I pray, that if my view is adopted, as I have every reason to hope, a new turn will be given to the whole case. Why yes. The ground of the accusation might be taken from under the prosecution, and that was what kept M. Folgat thinking. And that is exactly, he commenced at last, what makes me ask myself whether the discovery of Cocolliu's rascality would not be rather injurious than beneficial to M. de Boiscoran. The doctor was furious. He cried. I should like to know. Nothing can be more simple, replied the advocate. Cocolliu's idiocy is, perhaps the most serious difficulty in the way of the prosecution, and the most powerful argument for the defense. What can M. Galpin say, if M. de Boiscoran charges him with basing a capital charge upon the incoherent words of a creature void of intelligence, and, consequently, irresponsible? Ah! Permit me, said Dr. Seignebos. But M. de Chandor heard every syllable. Permit yourself, doctor, he said. This argument of Cocolliu's imbecility is one which you have pleaded from the beginning, and which appeared to you, you said, so conclusive, that there was no need of looking for any other. Before the doctor could find an answer, M. Folgat went on. Let it be, on the contrary, a established that Kokoliou really knows what he says, and all is changed. The prosecution is justified, by an opinion of the faculty, in saying to M. de Boiscoran, you need not deny any longer. You have been seen, here is a witness. These arguments must have struck Dr. Seignebos very forcibly, for he remained silent for at least 10 long seconds, wiping his gold spectacles with a pensive air. Had he really done harm to Jacques de Boiscoran, while he meant to help him? But he was not the man to be long in doubt. He replied in a dry tone. I will not discuss that, gentlemen. I will ask you only one question, yes or no, do you believe in M. de Boiscoran's innocence? We believe in it fully, replied the two men. Then, gentlemen, it seems to me we are running no risk in trying to unmask an impostor. That was not the young lawyer's opinion. To prove that Kokoliou knows what he says, he replied, would be fatal, unless we can prove at the same time that he has told a falsehood, and that his evidence has been prompted by others. Can we prove that? Have we any means to prove that his obstinacy in not replying to any questions arises from his fear that his answers might convict him of perjury? The doctor would hear nothing more. He said rather uncourteously. Lawyers' quibbles. I know only one thing, and that is truth. It will not always do to tell it, murmured the lawyer. Yes, sir, always, replied the physician, always, and at all hazards, and whatever may happen. I am M. de Boiscoran's friend, but I am still more the friend of truth. If Kokoliou is a wretched impostor, as I am firmly convinced, our duty is to unmask him. Dr. Seignebos did not say, and he probably did not confess it to himself, that it was a personal matter between Kokoliou and himself. He thought Kokoliou had taken him in, and been the cause of a host of small witticisms, under which he had suffered cruelly, though he had allowed no one to see it. To unmask Kokoliou would have given him his revenge, and return upon his enemies the ridicule with which they had overwhelmed him. I have made up my mind, he said, and, whatever you may resolve, I mean to go to work at once, and try to obtain the appointment of a commission. It might be prudent, M. Folgat said, to consider before doing anything, to consult with M. Magloire. I do not want to consult with Magloire when duty calls. You will grant us 24 hours, I hope. Dr. Seignebos frowned till he looked formidable. Not an hour, he replied, and I go from here to M. D'Abidjan, the Commonwealth attorney. Thereupon, taking his hat and cane, he bowed and left, as dissatisfied as possible, without stopping even to answer M. de Chandor, who asked him how Count Claudius was, who was, according to reports in town, getting worse and worse. Hang the old original, cried M. de Chandor before the doctor had left the passage. Then turning to M. Folgat, he added. I must, however, confess that you received the great news which he brought rather coldly. The very fact of the news being so very grave, replied the advocate, made me wish for time to consider. If Kokoliou pretends to be imbecile, or, at least, exaggerates his incapacity, then we have a confirmation of what M. de Boiscoran last night told Miss Dionysia. It would be the proof of an odious trap of a long premeditated vengeance. Here is the turning point of the affair evidently. M. de Chandor was bitterly undeceived. What, he said, you think so, and you refuse to support Dr. Seignebos, who is certainly an honest man. The young lawyer shook his head. I wanted to have 24 hours delay, because we must absolutely consult M. de Boiscoran. Could I tell the doctor so? Had I a right to take him into Miss Dionysia's secret? You are right, murmured M. de Chandor, you are right. But, in order to write to M. de Boiscoran, Dionysia's assistance was necessary, and she did not reappear till the afternoon, looking very pale, but evidently armed with new courage. M. Folgat dictated to her certain questions to ask the prisoner. She hastened to write them in cipher, and about 4 o'clock the letter was sent to Mechenet, the clerk. The next evening the answer came. Dr. Seignebos is no doubt right, my dear friends, wrote Jacques. I have but two good reasons to be sure that Kokoliou's imbecility is partly assumed, and that his evidence has been prompted by others. Still I must beg you will take no steps that would lead to another medical investigation. The slightest imprudence may ruin me. For heaven's sake wait till the end of the preliminary investigation, which is now near at hand, from what M. Galpin tells me. The letter was read in the family circle. And the poor mother uttered a cry of despair as she heard those words of resignation. Are we going to obey him, she said, when we all know that he is ruining himself by his obstinacy? Dionysia rose, and said. Jacques alone can judge his situation, and he alone, therefore, has the right to command. Our duty is to obey. I appeal to M. Folgat. The young advocate nodded his head. Everything has been done that could be done, he said. Now we can only wait. Chapter 12. The famous night of the fire at Valpinson had been a godsend to the good people of Sauveterre. They had henceforth an inexhaustible topic of discussion, ever new and ever rich in unexpected conjectures, the Boiscoran case. When people met in the streets, they simply asked. What are they doing now? Whenever, therefore, M. Galpin went from the courthouse to the prison, or came striding up National Street with his stiff, slow step, 20 good housewives peeped from behind their curtains to read in his face some of the secrets of the trial. They saw, however, nothing there but traces of intense anxiety, and a pallor which became daily more marked. They said to each other. You will see poor M. Galpin will catch the jaundice from it. The expression was commonplace. But it conveyed exactly the feelings of the ambitious lawyer. This Boiscoran case had become like a festering wound to him, which irritated him incessantly and intolerably. I have lost my sleep by it, he told the Commonwealth attorney. Excellent M. D'Abidjan, who had great trouble in moderating his zeal, did not pity him particularly. He would say in reply. Whose fault is it? But you want to rise in the world, and increasing fortune is always followed by increasing care. Ah! Said the magistrate. I have only done my duty, and, if I had to begin again, would do just the same. Still every day he saw more clearly that he was in a false position. Public opinion, strongly arrayed against M. de Boiscoran, was not, on that account, very favorable to him. Everybody believed Jacques guilty, and wanted him to be punished with all the rigor of the law, but, on the other hand, everybody was astonished that M. Galpin should choose to act as magistrate in such a case. There was a touch of treachery in this proceeding against a former friend, in looking everywhere for evidence against him, in driving him into court, that is to say, towards the galleys or the scaffold, and this revolted people's consciences. The very way in which people returned his greeting, or avoided him altogether, made the magistrate aware of the feelings they entertained for him. This only increased his wrath against Jacques, and, with it his trouble. He had been congratulated, it is true, by the Attorney General, but there is no certainty in a trial, as long as the accused refuses to confess. The charges against Jacques, to be sure, were so overwhelming, that his being sent before the court was out of question. But by the side of the court there is still the jury. And in fine, my dear, said the Commonwealth attorney, you have not a single eyewitness. And from time immemorial an eyewitness has been looked upon as worth 100 hearsays. I have Kokoliou, said M. Galpin, who was rather impatient of all these objections. Have the doctors decided that he is not an idiot? No, Dr. Seignebos alone maintains that doctrine. Well, at least Kokoliou is willing to repeat his evidence. No. Why, then you have virtually no witness. Yes, M. Galpin understood it but too well, and hence his anxiety. The more he studied his accused, the more he found him in an enigmatic and threatening position, which was ominous of evil. Can he have an alibi, he thought. Or does he hold in reserve one of those unforeseen revelations, which at the last moment destroy the whole edifice of the prosecution, and cover the prosecuting attorney with ridicule? Whenever these thoughts occurred to him, they made big drops of perspiration run down his temples, and then he treated his poor clerk Mechenet like a slave. And that was not all. Although he lived more retired than ever, since this case had begun, many a report reached him from the Chandor family. To be sure, he was 1,000 miles from imagining that they had actually opened communications with the prisoner, and, what is more, that this intercourse was carried on by Mechenet, his own clerk. He would have laughed if one had come and told him that Dionysia had spent a night in prison, and paid Jacques a visit. But he heard continually of the hopes and the plans of the friends and relations of his prisoner. And he remembered, not without secret fear and trembling, that they were rich and powerful, supported by relations in high places, beloved and esteemed by everybody. He knew that Dionysia was surrounded by devoted and intelligent men, by M. de Chandor, M. Seneschal, Dr. Seignebos, M. Magloire, and, finally, that advocate whom the Marchioness de Boiscoran had brought down with her from Paris, M. Folgat. And heaven knows what they would not try, he thought, to rescue the guilty man from the hands of justice. It may well be said, therefore, that never was prosecution carried on with as much passionate zeal or as much minute assiduity. Every one of the points upon which the prosecution relied became, for M. Galpin, a subject of special study. In less than a fortnight he examined 67 witnesses in his office. He summoned the fourth part of the population of Brecci. He would have summoned the whole country, if he had dared. But all his efforts were fruitless. After weeks of furious investigations, the inquiry was still at the same point, the mystery was still impenetrable. The prisoner had not refuted any of the charges made against him, but the magistrate had, also, not obtained a single additional piece of evidence after those he had secured on the first day. There must be an end of this, however. One warm afternoon in July, the good ladies in National Street thought they noticed that M. Galpin looked even more anxious than usual. They were right. After a long conference with the Commonwealth attorney and the presiding judge, the magistrate had made up his mind. When he reached the prison, he went to Jacques' cell and there, concealing his embarrassment under the greatest stiffness, he said, "My painful duty draws to an end, sir, the inquiry with which I have been charged will be closed. Tomorrow the papers, with a list of the objects to be used as evidence, will be sent to the Attorney General, to be submitted to the court." Jacques de Boiscoran did not move. "Well," he said simply. "Have you nothing to add, sir?" asked M. Galpin. "Nothing, except that I am innocent." M. Galpin found it difficult to repress his impatience. He said, "Well, then, prove it. Refute the charges which have been brought against you, which overwhelm you, which induce me, the court, and everybody else, to consider you guilty. Speak, and explain your conduct." Jacques kept obstinately silent. "Your resolution is fixed," said the magistrate once more, "you refuse to say anything." "I am innocent." M. Galpin saw clearly that it was useless to insist any longer. "From this moment," he said, "you are no longer in close confinement. You can receive the visits of your family in the prison parlor. The advocate whom you will choose will be admitted to your cell to consult with you." "At last," exclaimed Jacques with explosive delight. And then he added, "Am I at liberty to write to M. de Chandor?" "Yes," replied M. Galpin, "and, if you choose to write at once, my clerk will be happy to carry your letter this evening to its destination." Jacques de Boiscoran availed himself on the spot of this permission, and he had done very soon, for the note which he wrote, and handed to M. Mechenet, contained only the few words: "I shall expect M. Magloire tomorrow morning at 9. J." Ever since the day on which they had come to the conclusion that a false step might have the most fatal consequences, Jacques de Boiscoran's friends had abstained from doing anything. Besides, what would have been the use of any efforts? Dr. Seignebos's request, though unsupported, had been at least partially granted, and the court had summoned a physician from Paris, a great authority on insanity, to determine Cocolliu's mental condition. It was on a Saturday that Dr. Seignebos came triumphantly to announce the good news. It was the following Tuesday that he had to report his discomfiture. In a furious passion he said, There are asses in Paris as well as elsewhere. Or, rather, in these days of trembling egotism and eager servility, an independent man is as difficult to find in Paris as in the provinces. I was looking for a savant who would be inaccessible to petty considerations. And they send me a trifling fellow, who does not dare to be disagreeable to the gentlemen of the bar. Ah, it was a cruel disappointment. And all the time worrying his spectacles, he went on. I had been informed of the arrival of my learned brother, and I went to receive him myself at the railway station. The train comes in. And at once I make out my man in the crowd, a fine head, well set in grizzly hair, a noble eye, eloquent lips. There he is. I say to myself. Hm. He looked rather dandyish, to be sure, a lot of decorations in his buttonhole, whiskers trimmed as carefully as the box in my garden, and, instead of honest spectacles, a pair of eyeglasses. But no man is perfect. I go up to him, I give him my name, we shake hands, I ask him to breakfast, he accepts, and here we are at table, he doing justice to my Bordeaux, and I explaining to him the case systematically. When we have done, he wishes to see Coqueliu. We go to the hospital, and there, after merely glancing at the creature, he says, that man is simply the most complete idiot I have ever seen in my life. I was a little taken aback, and tried to explain the matter to him. But he refuses to listen to me. I beseech him to see Coqueliu once more, he laughs at me. I feel hurt, and ask him how he explains the evidence which this idiot gave on the night of the fire. He laughs again, and replies that he does not explain it. I begin to discuss the question, and he marches off to court. And do you know where he dined that day? At the hotel with my other learned brother of the commission. And there they drew up a report which makes of Coqueliu the most perfect imbecile that was ever dreamed of. He was walking up and down in the room with long strides, and, unwilling to listen, he went on. But Master Galpin need not think of crowing over us yet. The end is not yet, they will not get rid of Dr. Seignebos so easily. I have said that Coqueliu was a wretched cheat, a miserable impostor, a false witness, and I shall prove it. Boiscoran can count upon me. He broke off here, and, placing himself before M. Folgat, he added. And I say M. De Boiscoran may count upon me, because I have my reasons. I have formed very singular suspicions, sir, very singular. M. Folgat, Dionysia, and the Marchioness urged him to explain. But he declared that the moment had not come yet, that he was not perfectly sure yet. And he left again, vowing that he was overworked, that he had forsaken his patients for 48 hours, and that the Countess Claudius was waiting for him, as her husband was getting worse and worse. What can the old man suspect? Grandpapa Chandor asked again, an hour after the doctor had left. M. Folgat might have replied that these probable suspicions were no doubt his own suspicions, only better founded, and more fully developed. But why should he say so, since all inquiry was prohibited, and a single imprudent word might ruin everything? Why, also, should he excite new hopes, when they must needs wait patiently till it should seem good to M. Galpin to make an end to this melancholy suspense? They heard very little nowadays of Jacques de Boiscoran. The examinations took place only at long intervals, and it was sometimes 4 or 5 days before Mechenet brought another letter. This is intolerable agony, repeated the Marchioness over and over again. The end was, however, approaching. Dionysia was alone one afternoon in the sitting-room, when she thought she heard the clerk's voice in the hall. She went out at once and found him there. Ah, she cried, the investigation is ended. For she knew very well that nothing less would have emboldened Mechenet to show himself openly at their house. Yes, indeed, madam, replied the good man. And upon M. Galpin's own order I bring you this letter from M. de Boiscoran. She took it, read it at a single glance, and forgetting everything, half delirious with joy, she ran to her grandfather and M. Folgat, calling upon a servant at the same time to run and fetch M. Magloire. In less than an hour, the eminent advocate of Sauveterre arrived, and when Jacques' letter had been handed to him, he said with some embarrassment. I have promised M. de Boiscoran my assistance, and he shall certainly have it. I shall be at the prison tomorrow morning as soon as the doors open, and I will tell you the result of our interview. He would say nothing more. It was very evident that he did not believe in the innocence of his client, and, as soon as he had left, M. de Chandor exclaimed. Jacques is mad to entrust his defense to a man who doubts him. M. Magloire is an honorable man, Papa, said Dionysia, and, if he thought he could compromise Jacques, he would resign. Yes, indeed, M. Magloire was an honorable man, and quite accessible to tender sentiments. For he felt very reluctant to go and see the prisoner, charged as he was with an odious crime, and, as he thought, justly charged, a man who had been his friend, and whom, in spite of all, he could not help loving still. He could not sleep for it that night, and noticed his anxious air as he crossed the street next morning on his way to the jail. Blangen the keeper was on the lookout for him, and cried. Ah, come quick, sir. The accused is devoured with impatience. Slowly, and his heart beating furiously, the famous advocate went up the narrow stairs. He crossed the long passage, Blangen opened a door, he was in Jacques de Boiscoran's cell. At last you are coming, exclaimed the unhappy young man, throwing himself on the lawyer's neck. At last I see an honest face, and hold a trusty hand. Ah! I have suffered cruelly, so cruelly, that I am surprised my mind has not given way. But now you are here, you are by my side, I am safe. The lawyer could not speak. He was terrified by the havoc which grief had made of the noble and intelligent face of his friend. He was shocked at the distortion of his features, the unnatural brilliancy of his eyes, and the convulsive laugh on his lips. Poor man, he murmured at last. Jacques misunderstood him, he stepped back, as white as the walls of his cell. You do not think me guilty, he exclaimed. An inexpressibly sad expression convulsed his features. To be sure, he went on with his terrible convulsive laughter, the charges must be overwhelming indeed, if they have convinced my best friends. Alas! Why did I refuse to speak that first day? My honor, what a phantom! And still, victimized as I am by an infamous conspiracy, I should still refuse to speak, if my life alone were at stake. But my honor is at stake. Dionysia's honor, the honor of the Boiscorans. I shall speak. You, M. Magloire, shall know the truth, you shall see my innocence in a word. And, seizing M. Magloire's hand, he pressed it almost painfully, as he added in a hoarse voice. One word will explain the whole thing to you, I was the lover of the Countess Claudius. Chapter 13. If he had been less distressed, Jacques de Boiscoran would have seen how wisely he had acted in choosing for his defender the great advocate of Sauveterre. A stranger, M. Folgat, for instance, would have heard him silently, and would have seen in the revelation nothing but the fact without giving it a personal value. In M. Magloire, on the contrary, he saw what the whole country would feel. And M. Magloire, when he heard him declare that the Countess Claudius had been his mistress, looked indignant, and exclaimed. That is impossible. At least Jacques was not surprised. He had been the first to say that they would refuse to believe him when he should speak, and this conviction had largely influenced him in keeping silence so long. It is impossible, I know, he said, and still it is so. Give me proofs. Said M. Magloire. I have no proofs. The melancholy and sympathizing expression of the great lawyer changed instantly. He sternly glanced at the prisoner, and his eye spoke of amazement and indignation. There are things, he said, which it is rash to affirm when one is not able to support them with proof. Consider. My situation forces me to tell all. Why, then, did you wait so long? I hoped I should be spared such a fearful extremity. By whom? By the Countess. M. Magloire's face became darker and darker. I am not often accused of partiality, he said. Count Claudius is, perhaps, the only enemy I have in this country, but he is a bitter, fierce enemy. To keep me out of the chamber, and to prevent my obtaining many votes, he stooped to acts unworthy of a gentleman. I do not like him. But in justice I must say that I look upon the Countess as the loftiest, the purest, and noblest type of the woman, the wife, and the mother. A bitter smile played on Jacques' lips. And still I have been her lover, he said. When? How? The Countess lived at VALPINSON, you lived in Paris. Yes, but every year the Countess came and spent the month of September in Paris, and I came occasionally to Boiscoran. It is very singular that such an intrigue should never have been suspected even. We managed to take our precautions. And no one ever suspected anything. No one. But Jacques was at last becoming impatient at the attitude assumed by M. Magloire. He forgot that he had foreseen all the suspicions to which he found now he was exposed. Why do you ask all these questions, he said. You do not believe me. Well, be it so. Let me at least try to convince you. Will you listen to me? M. Magloire drew up a chair, and sitting down, not as usually, but across the chair, and resting his arms on the back, he said. I listen. Jacques de Boiscoran, who had been almost livid, became crimson with anger. His eyes flashed wrath. That he should be treated thus. Never had all the haughtiness of M. Galpin offended him half as much as this cool, disdainful condescension on the part of M. Magloire. It occurred to him to order him out of his room. But what then? He was condemned to drain the bitter cup to the very dregs, for he must save himself, he must get out of this abyss. You are cruel, Magloire, he said in a voice of ill-suppressed indignation, and you make me feel all the horrors of my situation to the full. Ah, do not apologize. It does not matter. Let me speak. He walked up and down a few times in his cell, passing his hand repeatedly over his brow, as if to recall his memory. Then he began, in a calmer tone of voice. It was in the first days of the month of August, in 1866, and at Boiscoran, where I was on a visit to my uncle, that I saw the Countess Claudius for the first time. Count Claudius and my uncle were, at that time, on very bad terms with each other, thanks to that unlucky little stream which crosses our estates, and a common friend, M. de Besson, had undertaken to reconcile them at a dinner to which he had invited both. My uncle had taken me with him. The Countess had come with her husband. I was just 20 years old, she was 26. When I saw her, I was overcome. It seemed to me that I had never in all my life met a woman so perfectly beautiful and graceful, that I had never seen so charming a face, such beautiful eyes, and such a sweet smile. She did not seem to notice me. I did not speak to her. And still I felt within me a kind of presentiment that this woman would play a fatal part in my life. This impression was so strong, that, as we left the house, I could not keep from mentioning it to my uncle. He only laughed, and said that I was a fool, and that, if my existence should ever be troubled by a woman, it would certainly not be by the Countess Claudius. He was apparently right. It was hard to imagine that anything should ever again bring me in contact with the Countess. M. de Besson's attempt at reconciliation had utterly failed, the Countess lived at VALPINSON, and I went back to Paris. Still I was unable to shake off the impression, and the memory of the dinner at M. de Besson's house was still in my mind, when a month later, at a party at my mother's brother's, M. de Chalus, I thought I recognized the Countess Claudius. It was she. I bowed, and, seeing that she recognized me, I went up to her, trembling, and she allowed me to sit down by her. She told me then that she had come up to Paris for a month, as she did every year, and that she was staying at her father's, the Marquis de Tasser. She had come to this party much against her inclination, as she disliked going out. She did not dance, and thus I talked to her till the moment when she left. I was madly in love when we parted, and still I made no effort to see her again. It was mere chance again which brought us together. One day I had business at Melun, and, reaching the station rather late, I had but just time to jump into the nearest car. In the compartment was the Countess. She told me, and that is all I ever recollected of the conversation, that she was on her way to Fontainebleau to see a friend, with whom she spent every Tuesday and Saturday. Usually she took the 9 o'clock train. This was on a Tuesday. And during the next 3 days a great struggle went on in my heart. I was desperately in love with the Countess, and still I was afraid of her. But my evil star conquered, and the next Saturday, at 9 o'clock, I was at the station again. The Countess has since confessed to me that she expected me. When she saw me, she made a sign, and, when they opened the doors, I managed to find a place by her side. M. Magloire had for some minutes given signs of great impatience. Now he broke forth. This is too improbable. At first Jacques de Boiscoran made no reply. It was no easy task for a man, tried as he had been of late, to stir up thus the ashes of the past, and it made him shudder. He was amazed at seeing on his lips this secret which he had so long buried in his innermost heart. Besides, he had loved in good earnest, and his love had been returned. And there are certain sensations which come to us only once in life, and which can never again be effaced. He was moved to tears. But as the eminent advocate of Sauveterre repeated his words, and even added, "No, it is not credible. I do not ask you to believe me," he said gently, "I only ask you to hear me." And, overcoming with all his energy the kind of torpor which was mastering him, he continued. This trip to Fontainebleau decided our fate. Other trips followed. The Countess spent her days with her friend, and I passed the long hours in roaming through the woods. But in the evening we met again at the station. We took a coupe, which I had engaged beforehand, and I accompanied her in a carriage to her father's house. Finally, one evening, she left her friend's house at the usual hour, but she did not return to her father's house till the day after. Jacques, broke in M. Magloire, shocked, as if he had heard a curse. Jacques. M. de Boiscoran remained unmoved. "Oh," he said, "I know you must think it strange. You fancy that there is no excuse for the man who betrays the confidence of a woman who has once given herself to him. Wait, before you judge me." And he went on, in a firmer tone of voice. "At that time I thought I was the happiest man on earth. And my heart was full of the most absurd vanity at the thought that she was mine, this beautiful woman, whose purity was high above all calumny. I had tied around my neck one of those fatal ropes which death alone can sever, and, fool that I was, I considered myself happy. Perhaps she really loved me at that time. At least she did not hesitate, and, overcome by the only real great passion of her life, she told me all that was in her innermost heart. At that time she did not think yet of protecting herself against me, and of making me her slave. She told me the secret of her marriage, which had at one time created such a sensation in the whole country. When her father, the Marquis de Brissac, had given up his place, he had soon begun to feel his inactivity weigh upon him, and at the same time he had become impatient at the narrowness of his means. He had ventured upon hazardous speculations. He had lost everything he had, and even his honor was at stake. In his despair he was thinking of suicide, when chance brought to his house a former comrade, Count Claudius. In a moment of confidence, the Marquis confessed everything. And the other had promised to rescue him, and save him from disgrace. That was noble and grand. It must have cost an immense sum. And the friends of our youth who are capable of rendering us such services are rare in our day. Unfortunately, Count Claudius could not all the time be the hero he had been at first. He saw Geneviève de Tasser. He was struck with her beauty. And overcome by a sudden passion, forgetting that she was 20, while he was nearly 50, he made his friend aware that he was still willing to render him all the services in his power, but that he desired to obtain Genevieve's hand in return. That very evening the ruined nobleman entered his daughter's room, and, with tears in his eyes, explained to her his terrible situation. She did not hesitate a moment. Above all, she said to her father, "Let us save our honor, which even your death would not restore." Count Claudius is cruel to forget that he is 30 years older than I am. From this moment I hate and despise him. Tell him I am willing to be his wife." And when her father, overcome with grief, told her that the Count would never accept her hand in this form, she replied, "Oh, do not trouble yourself about that. I shall do the thing handsomely, and your friends shall have no right to complain. But I know what I am worth, and you must remember hereafter, that, whatever service he may render you, you owe him nothing." Less than a fortnight after this scene, Genevieve had allowed the Count to perceive that he was not indifferent to her, and a month later she became his wife. The Count, on his side, had acted with the utmost delicacy and tact, so that no one suspected the cruel position of the Marquis de Tasser. He had placed 200,000 francs in his hands to settle his most pressing debts. In his marriage contract he had acknowledged having received with his wife a dower of the same amount, and finally, he had bound himself to pay to his father-in-law and his wife an annual income of 10,000 francs. This had absorbed more than half of all he possessed. Magloire no longer thought of protesting. Sitting stiffly on his chair, his eyes wide open, like a man who asks himself whether he is asleep or awake, he murmured, "That is incomprehensible. That is unheard of." Jacques was becoming gradually excited. He went on. "This is, at least, what the Countess told me in her first hours of enthusiasm. But she told it to me calmly, coldly, like a thing that was perfectly natural. Certainly, she said, Count Claudius has never had to regret the bargain he made. If he has been generous, I have been faithful. My father owes his life to him, but I have given him years of happiness to which he was not entitled. If he has received no love, he has had all the appearance of it, and an appearance far more pleasant than the reality." When I could not conceal my astonishment, she added, laughing heartily, "Only I brought to the bargain a mental reservation. I reserved to myself the right to claim my share of earthly happiness whenever it should come within my reach. That share is yours, Jacques, and do not fancy that I am troubled by remorse. As long as my husband thinks he is happy, I am within the terms of the contract." That was the way she spoke at that time, Magloire, and a man of more experience would have been frightened. But I was a child, I loved her with all my heart. I admired her genius, I was overcome by her sophisms. A letter from Count Claudius aroused us from our dreams. The Countess had committed the only and the last imprudence of her whole life. She had remained 3 weeks longer in Paris than was agreed upon, and her impatient husband threatened to come for her. "I must go back to Valpinson," she said. "For there is nothing I would not do to keep up the reputation I have managed to make for myself. My life, your life, my daughter's life, I would give them all, without hesitation, to protect my reputation." This happened, the dates have remained fixed in my mind as if engraven on bronze, on the October 12th. "I cannot remain longer than a month," she said to me, "without seeing you. A month from today, that is to say, on November 12th, at 3 o'clock precisely, you must be in the forest of Rochepomere, at the Red Men's Crossroads. I will be there." And she left Paris. I was in such a state of depression, that I scarcely felt the pain of parting. The thought of being loved by such a woman filled me with extreme pride, and, no doubt, saved me from many an excess. Ambition was rising within me whenever I thought of her. I wanted to work, to distinguish myself, to become eminent in some way. "I want her to be proud of me," I said to myself, ashamed at being nothing at my age but the son of a rich father. 10 times, at least, Magloire had risen from his chair, and moved his lips, as if about to make some objection. But he had pledged himself, in his own mind, not to interrupt Jacques, and he did his best to keep his pledge. In the meantime, Jacques went on, the day fixed by the Countess was drawing near. I went down to Boiscoran, and on the appointed day, at the precise hour, I was in the forest at the Red Men's Crossroads. I was somewhat behind time, and I was extremely sorry for it, but I did not know the forest very well, and the place chosen by the Countess for the rendezvous is in the very thickest part of the old wood. The weather was unusually severe for the season. The night before, a heavy snow had fallen, the paths were all white, and a sharp wind blew the flakes from the heavily loaded branches. From afar off, I distinguished the Countess, as she was walking, up and down in a kind of feverish excitement, confining herself to a narrow space, where the ground was dry, and where she was sheltered from the wind by enormous masses of stone. She wore a dress of dark red silk, very long, a cloak trimmed with fur, and a velvet hat to match her dress. In 3 minutes I was by her side. But she did not draw her hand from her muff to offer it to me. And, without giving me time to apologize for the delay, she said in a dry tone. "When did you reach Boiscoran?" "Last night." "How childish you are," she exclaimed, stamping her foot. "Last night? And on what pretext?" "I need no pretext to visit my uncle." "And was he not surprised to see you drop from the clouds at this time of the year?" "Why, yes, a little," I answered foolishly, incapable as I was of concealing the truth. Her dissatisfaction increased visibly. "And how did you get here?" she commenced again. "Did you know this crossroad?" "No," I inquired about it. "From whom?" "From one of my uncle's servants. But his information was so imperfect, that I lost my way." She looked at me with such a bitter, ironical smile, that I stopped. "And all that, you think, is very simple," she broke in. "Do you really imagine people will think it very natural that you should thus fall like a bombshell upon Boiscoran, and immediately set out for the Red Men's crossroads in the forest? Who knows but you have been followed? Who knows but behind one of these trees there may be eyes even now watching us?" And as she looked around with all the signs of genuine fear, I answered. "And what do you fear? Am I not here?" I think I can even now see the look in her eyes as she said. "I fear nothing in the world, do you hear me? Nothing in the world, except being suspected, for I cannot be compromised. I like to do as I do, I like to have a lover. But I do not want it to be known, because, if it became known, there would be mischief. Between my reputation and my life I have no choice. If I were to be surprised here by any one, I would rather it should be my husband than a stranger. I have no love for the Count, and I shall never forgive him for having married me, but he has saved my father's honor, and I owe it to him to keep his honor unimpaired. He is my husband, besides, and the father of my child. I bear his name, and I want it to be respected. I should die with grief and shame and rage, if I had to give my arm to a man at whom people might look and smile. Wives are absurdly stupid when they do not feel that all the scorn with which their unfortunate husbands are received in the great world falls back upon them. No. I do not love the Count, Jacques, and I love you. But remember, that, between him and you, I should not hesitate a moment, and that I should sacrifice your life and your honor, with a smile on my lips, even though my heart should break, if I could, by doing so, spare him the shadow of a suspicion." I was about to reply, but she said. "No more. Every minute we stay here increases the danger. What pretext will you plead for your sudden appearance at Boiscoran?" "I do not know," I replied. "You must borrow some money from your uncle, a considerable sum, to pay your debts. He will be angry, perhaps, but that will explain your sudden fancy for traveling in the month of November. Goodbye, goodbye." All amazed, I cried. "What? You will not let me see you again, at least from afar? During this visit that would be the height of imprudence. But, stop. Stay at Boiscoran till Sunday. Your uncle never stays away from High Mass, go with him to church. But be careful, control yourself. A single imprudence, one blunder, and I should despise you. Now we must part. You will find in Paris a letter from me." Jacques paused here, looking to read in M. Magloire's face what impression his recital had produced so far. But the famous lawyer remained impassive. He sighed, and continued. "I have entered into all these details, Magloire, because I want you to know what kind of a woman the Countess is, so that you may understand her conduct. You see that she did not treat me like a traitor, she had given me fair warning, and shown me the abyss into which I was going to fall. Alas! So far from being terrified, these dark sides of her character only attracted me the more. I admired her imperious air, her courage, and her prudence, even her total lack of principle, which contrasted so strangely with her fear of public opinion. I said to myself with foolish pride, "She certainly is a superior woman." She must have been pleased with my obedience at church, for I managed to check even a slight trembling which seized me when I saw her and bowed to her as she passed so close to me that my hand touched her dress. I obeyed her in other ways also. I asked my uncle for 6,000 francs, and he gave them to me, laughing. For he was the most generous man on earth, but he said at the same time, "I thought you had not come to Boiscoran merely for the purpose of exploring the forest of Rochepomere." This trifling circumstance increased my admiration for the Countess Claudius. How well she had foreseen my uncle's astonishment, when I had not even dreamed of it. She has a genius for prudence, I thought. Yes, indeed she had a genius for it, and a genius for calculation also, as I soon found out. When I reached Paris, I found a letter from her waiting for me, but it was nothing more than a repetition of all she had told me at our meeting. This letter was followed by several others, which she begged me to keep for her sake, and which all had a number in the upper corner. The first time I saw her again, I asked her, "What are these numbers?" "My dear Jacques," she replied, "a woman ought always to know how many letters she has written to her lover. Up to now, you must have had 9. This occurred in May, 1867, at Rochefort, where she had gone to be present at the launching of a frigate, and where I had followed her, at her suggestion, with a view to spending a few hours in each other's company. Like a fool, I laughed at the idea of this epistolary responsibility, and then I thought no more of it. I was at that time too busy otherwise. She had recalled to me the fact that time was passing, in spite of the sadness of our separation, and that the month of September, the month of her freedom, was drawing near. Should we be compelled again, like the year before, to resort to these perilous trips to Fontainebleau? Why not get a house in a remote quarter of town? Every wish of hers was an order for me. My uncle's liberality knew no end. I bought a house. At last, in the midst of all of Jacques' perplexities, there appeared a circumstance which might furnish tangible evidence. Magloire started, and asked eagerly, "Ah, you bought a house?" "Yes, a nice house with a large garden, in Vine Street, Passy." "And you own it still?" "Yes." "Of course you have the title papers?" Jacques looked in despair. "Here, again, fate is against me. There is quite a tale connected with that house." The features of the Sauveterre lawyer grew dark again, much quicker than they had brightened up just now. "Ah," he said, "a tale, ah. I was scarcely of age," resumed Jacques, "when I wanted to purchase this house. I dreaded difficulties. I was afraid my father might hear of it. In fine, I wanted to be as prudent as the Countess was. I asked, therefore, one of my English friends, Sir Francis Burnett, to purchase it in his name. He agreed, and he handed me, with the necessary bills of sale, also a paper in which he acknowledged my right as proprietor. But then... Oh! Wait a moment. I did not take these papers to my rooms in my father's house. I put them into a drawer of a bureau in my house at Passy. When the war broke out, I forgot them. I had left Paris before the siege began, you know, being in command of a company of volunteers from this department. During the 2 sieges, my house was successively occupied by the National Guards, the soldiers of the Commune, and the regular troops. When I got back there, I found the 4 walls pierced with holes by the shells. But all the furniture had disappeared, and with it the papers. And Sir Francis Burnett? He left France at the beginning of the invasion, and I do not know what has become of him. 2 friends of his in England, to whom I wrote, replied, the one that he was probably in Australia, the other that he was dead. And you have taken no other steps to secure your rights to a piece of property which legally belongs to you? No, not till now. You mean to say virtually that there is in Paris a house which has no owner, is forgotten by everybody, and unknown even to the tax-gatherer. I beg your pardon. The taxes have always been regularly paid. And the whole neighborhood knows that I am the owner. But the individuality is not the same. I have unceremoniously assumed the identity of my friend. In the eyes of the neighbors, the small dealers nearby, the workmen and contractors whom I have employed, for the servants and the gardener, I am Sir Francis Burnett. Ask them about Jacques de Boiscoran, and they will tell you, don't know. Ask them about Sir Francis Burnett, and they will answer, oh, very well, and they will give you my portrait. Magloire shook his head as if he were not fully convinced. Then, he asked again, you declare that the Countess Claudius has been at this house? More than 50 times in 3 years. If that is so, she must be known there. No. But Paris is not like Sauveterre, my dear friend. And people are not solely occupied with their neighbors' doings. Vine Street is quite a deserted street, and the Countess took the greatest precautions in coming and going. Well, granted, as far as the outside world is concerned. But within? You must have had somebody to stay in the house and keep it in order when you were away, and to wait upon you when you were there? I had an English maid-servant. Well, this girl must know the Countess. She has never caught a glimpse of her even. Oh. When the Countess was coming down, or when she was going away, or when we wanted to walk in the garden, I sent the girl on some errand. I have sent her as far as Orleans to get rid of her for 24 hours. The rest of the time we stayed upstairs, and waited upon ourselves. Evidently Magloire was suffering. He said. You must be under a mistake. Servants are curious, and to hide from them is only to make them mad with curiosity. That girl has watched you. That girl has found means to see the Countess when she came there. She must be examined. Is she still in your service? No, she left me when the war broke out. Why? She wanted to return to England. Then we cannot hope to find her again. I believe not. We must give it up, then. But your manservant? Old Anthony was in your confidence. Did you never tell him anything about it? Never. Only once I sent for him to come to Vine Street when I had sprained my foot in coming downstairs. So that it is impossible for you to prove that the Countess Claudius ever came to your house in Passy? You have no evidence of it and no eyewitness? I used to have evidence. She had brought a number of small articles for her private use. But they have disappeared during the war. Ah, yes, said Magloire, always the war. It has to answer for everything. Never had any of Galpin's examinations been half as painful to Jacques de Boiscoran as this series of quick questions, which betrayed such distressing incredulity. Did I not tell you, Magloire, he resumed, that the Countess had a genius for prudence? You can easily conceal yourself when you can spend money without counting it. Would you blame me for not having any proofs to furnish? Is it not the duty of every man of honor to do all he can to keep even a shadow of suspicion from her who has confided herself to his hands? I have done my duty, and whatever may come of it, I shall not regret it. Could I foresee such unheard of emergencies? Could I foresee that a day might come when I, Jacques de Boiscoran, should have to denounce the Countess Claudius, and should be compelled to look for evidence and witnesses against her? The eminent advocate of Sauveterre looked aside, and, instead of replying, he said in a somewhat changed voice. Go on, Jacques, go on. Jacques de Boiscoran tried to overcome the discouragement which well-nigh mastered him, and said. It was on the 2 September, 1867, that the Countess Claudius for the first time entered this house in Passy, which I had purchased and furnished for her. And during the 5 weeks which she spent in Paris, she came almost every day, and spent several hours there. At her father's house she enjoyed absolute and almost uncontrolled independence. She left her daughter, for she had at that time but one child, with her mother, the Marchioness de Tasser, and she was free to go and to come as she liked. When she wanted still greater freedom, she went to see her friend in Fontainebleau. And every time she did this she secured 24 or 48 hours over and above the time for the journey. I, for my part, was as perfectly free from all control. Ostensibly, I had gone to Ireland; in reality, I lived in Vine Street. These 5 weeks passed like a dream, and yet I must confess, the parting was not as painful as might have been supposed. Not that the bright prism was broken, but I always felt humiliated by the necessity of being concealed. I began to be tired of these incessant precautions, and I was quite ready to give up being Sir Francis Burnett, and to resume my identity. We had, besides, promised each other never to remain a month without seeing each other, at least for a few hours, and she had invented a number of expedients by which we could meet without danger. A family misfortune came just then to our assistance. My father's eldest brother, that kind uncle who had furnished me the means to purchase my house in Passy, died, and left me his entire fortune. As owner of Boiscoran, I could, henceforth, live as much as I chose in the province, and at all events come there whenever I liked, without anybody's inquiring for my reasons. Chapter 14. Jacques de Boiscoran was evidently anxious to have done with his recital, to come to that night of the fire at Valpinson, and to learn at last from the eminent advocate of Sauveterre what he had to fear or to hope. After a moment's silence, for his breath was giving out, and after a few steps across his cell, he went on in a bitter tone of voice. "But why trouble you with all these details, Magloire? Would you believe me any more than you do now, if I were to enumerate to you all my meetings with the Countess Claudius, or if I were to repeat all her most trifling words?" We had gradually learnt to calculate all our movements, and made our preparations so accurately, that we met constantly, and feared no danger. We said to each other at parting, or she wrote to me, on such a day, at such an hour, at such a place. And however distant the day, or the hour, or the place, we were sure to meet. I had soon learned to know the country as well as the cleverest of poachers, and nothing was so useful to us as this familiarity with all the unknown hiding-places. The Countess, on her side, never let 3 months pass by without discovering some urgent motive which carried her to Rochelle, to Angoulême, or to Paris, and I was there to meet her. Nothing kept her from these excursions. Even when indisposed, she braved the fatigues of the journey. It is true, my life was well nigh spent in travelling, and at any moment, when least expected, I disappeared for whole weeks. This will explain to you that restlessness at which my father sneered, and for which you, yourself, Magloire, used to blame me. "That is true," replied the latter. "I remember." Jacques de Boiscoran did not seem to notice the encouragement. I should not tell the truth if I were to say that this kind of life was unpleasant to me. Mystery and danger always add to the charms of love. The difficulties only increased my passion. I saw something sublime in this success with which 2 superior beings devoted all their intelligence and cleverness to the carrying on of a secret intrigue. The more fully I became aware of the veneration with which the Countess was looked up to by the whole country, the more I learned to appreciate her ability in dissembling and her profound perversity, and I was all the more proud of her. I felt the pride setting my cheeks aglow when I saw her at Brecky, for I came there every Sunday for her sake alone, to see her pass calm and serene in the imposing security of her lofty reputation. I laughed at the simplicity of all these honest, good people, who bowed so low to her, thinking they saluted a saint. And I congratulated myself with idiotic delight at being the only one who knew the true Countess Claudius, she who took her revenge so bravely in our house in Passy. But such delights never last long. It had not taken me long to find out that I had given myself a master, and the most imperious and exacting master that ever lived. I had almost ceased to belong to myself. I had become her property. And I lived and breathed and thought and acted for her alone. She did not mind my tastes and my dislikes. She wished a thing, and that was enough. She wrote to me, "Come," and I had to be instantly on the spot. She said to me, "Go." And I had to leave at once. At first I accepted these evidences of her despotism with joy, but gradually I became tired of this perpetual abdication of my own will. I disliked to have no control over myself, to be unable to dispose of 24 hours in advance. I began to feel the pressure of the halter around my neck. I thought of flight. One of my friends was to set out on a voyage around the world, which was to last 18 months or 2 years, and I had an idea of accompanying him. There was nothing to retain me. I was, by fortune and position, perfectly independent. Why should I not carry out my plan? Ah, why? The prism was not broken yet. I cursed the tyranny of the Countess, but I still trembled when I heard her name mentioned. I thought of escaping from her. But a single glance moved me to the bottom of my heart. I was bound to her by the 1,000 tender threads of habit and of complicity, those threads which seem to be more delicate than gossamer, but which are harder to break than a ship's cable. Still, this idea which had occurred to me brought it about that I uttered for the first time the word separation in her presence, asking her what she would do if I should leave her. She looked at me with a strange air and asked me, after a moment's hesitation, "Are you serious? Is it a warning?" I dared not carry matters any farther, and, making an effort to smile, I said, "It is only a joke." "Then," she said, "let us not say anything more about it. If you should ever come to that, you would soon see what I would do." I did not insist. But that look remained long in my memory, and made me feel that I was far more closely bound than I had thought. From that day it became my fixed idea to break with her. "Well, you ought to have made an end of it," said Magloire. Jacques de Boiscoran shook his head. "That is easily said," he replied. "I tried it, but I could not do it. 10 times I went to her, determined to say, 'Let us part,' and 10 times, at the last moment, my courage failed me. She irritated me. I almost began to hate her, but I could not forget how much I had loved her, and how much she had risked for my sake. Then, why should I not confess it, I was afraid of her. This inflexible character, which I had so much admired, terrified me. And I shuddered, seized with vague and somber apprehensions, when I thought what she was capable of doing. I was thus in the utmost perplexity, when my mother spoke to me of a match which she had long hoped for. This might be the pretext which I had so far failed to find. At all events, I asked for time to consider, and, the first time I saw the Countess again, I gathered all my courage, and said to her, "Do you know what has happened? My mother wants me to marry." She turned as pale as death, and looking me fixedly in the eyes, as if wanting to read my innermost thoughts, she asked, "And you, what do you want?" I replied with a forced laugh, "I want nothing just now. But the thing will have to be done sooner or later. A man must have a home, affections which the world acknowledges." "And I," she broke in, "what am I to you?" "You," I exclaimed, "you, Genevieve. I love you with all the strength of my heart. But we are separated by a gulf, you are married." She was still looking at me fixedly. "In other words," she said, "you have loved me as a pastime. I have been the amusement of your youth, the poetry of 20 years, that love romance which every man wants to have. But you are becoming serious, you want sober affections, and you leave me. Well, be it so. But what is to become of me when you are married?" I was suffering terribly. "You have your husband," I stammered, "your children." She stopped me. "Yes," she said. "I shall go live at VALPINSON, in that country full of associations, where every place recalls a rendezvous. I shall live with my husband, whom I have betrayed, with daughters, one of whom, that cannot be, Jacques." I had a fit of courage. "Still," I said, "I may have to marry." "What would you do?" "Oh. Very little," she replied. "I should hand all your letters to Count Claudius." During the 30 years which he had spent at the bar, M. Magloire had heard many a strange confession, but never in his life had all his ideas been overthrown as in this case. "That is utterly confounding," he murmured. But Jacques went on. Was this threat of the Countess meant in earnest? I did not doubt it, but affecting great composure, I said. You would not do that. By all that I hold dear and sacred in this world, she replied, I would do it. Many months have passed by since that scene, Magloire, many events have happened, and still I feel as if it had taken place yesterday. I see the Countess still, whiter than a ghost. I still hear her trembling voice. And I can repeat to you her words almost literally. Ah! You are surprised at my determination, Jacques. I understand that. Wives who have betrayed their husbands have not accustomed their lovers to be held responsible by them. When they are betrayed, they dare not cry out; when they are abandoned, they submit; when they are sacrificed, they hide their tears, for to cry would be to avow their wrong. Who would pity them, besides? Have they not received their well-known punishment? Hence it is that all men agree, and there are some of them cynical enough to confess it, that a married woman is a convenient lady-love, because she can never be jealous, and she may be abandoned at any time. Ah! We women are great cowards. If we had more courage, you men would look twice before you would dare speak of love to a married woman. But what no one dares I will dare. It shall not be said that in our common fault there are two parts, and that you shall have had all the benefit of it, and that I must bear all the punishment. What? You might be free tomorrow to console yourself with a new love. And I should have to sink under my shame and remorse. No, no. Such bonds as those that bind us, riveted by long years of complicity, are not broken so easily. You belong to me, you are mine. And I shall defend you against all and every one, with such arms as I possess. I told you that I valued my reputation more than my life, but I never told you that I valued life. On the eve of your wedding day, my husband shall know all. I shall not survive the loss of my honor, but at least I shall have my revenge. If you escape the hatred of Count Claudius, your name will be bound up with such a tragic affair that your life will be ruined forever. That was the way she spoke, Magloire, and with a passion of which I can give you no idea. It was absurd, it was insane, I admit. But is not all passion absurd and insane? Besides, it was by no means a sudden inspiration of her pride, which made her threaten me with such vengeance. The precision of her phrases, the accuracy of her words, all made me feel that she had long meditated such a blow, and carefully calculated the effect of every word. I was thunderstruck. And as I kept silence for some time, she asked me coldly. Well? I had to gain time, first of all. Well, I said, I cannot understand your passion. This marriage which I mentioned has never existed as yet, except in my mother's imagination. True? She asked. I assure you. She examined me with suspicious eyes. At last she said. Well, I believe you. But now you are warned, let us think no more of such horrors. She might think no more of them, but I could not. I left her with fury in my heart. She had evidently settled it all. I had for lifetime this halter around my neck, which held me tighter day by day and, at the slightest effort to free myself, I must be prepared for a terrible scandal, for one of those overwhelming adventures which destroy a man's whole life. Could I ever hope to make her listen to reason? No, I was quite sure I could not. I knew but too well that I should lose my time, if I were to recall to her that I was not quite as guilty as she would make me out. If I were to show her that her vengeance would fall less upon myself than upon her husband and her children, and that, although she might blame the Count for the conditions of their marriage, her daughters, at least, were innocent. I looked in vain for an opening out of this horrible difficulty. Upon my honor, Magloire, there were moments when I thought I would pretend getting married, for the purpose of inducing the Countess to act, and of bringing upon myself these threats which were hanging over me. I fear no danger. But I cannot bear to know it to exist, and to wait for it with folded hands. I must go forth and meet it. The thought that the Countess should use her husband for the purpose of keeping me bound shocked me. It seemed to me ridiculous and ignoble that she should make her husband the guardian of her love. Did she think I was afraid of her? In the meantime, My mother had asked me what was the result of my reflections on the subject of marriage. And I blushed with shame as I told her that I was not disposed to marry as yet, as I felt too young to accept the responsibility of a family. It was so, but, under other circumstances, I should hardly have put in that plea. I was thus hesitating, and thinking how and when I should be able to make an end of it, when the war broke out. I felt naturally bound to offer my services. I hastened to Boiscoran. They had just organized the volunteers of the district. And they made me their captain. With them I joined the army of the lawyer. In my state of mind, war had nothing fearful for me, every excitement was welcome that made me forget the past. There was, consequently, no merit in my courage. Nevertheless, as the weeks passed, and then the months, without my hearing a word about the Countess Claudius, I began secretly to hope that she had forgotten me, and that, time and absence doing their work, she was giving me up. When peace was made, I returned to Boiscoran, and the Countess gave no more signs of life now than before. I began to feel reassured, and to recover possession of myself, when one day M. de Chandor invited me to dinner. I went. I saw Miss Dionysia. I had known her already for some time, and the recollection of her had, perhaps, had its influence upon my desire to quit the Countess. Still I had always had self-control enough to avoid her lest I should draw some fatal vengeance upon her. When I was brought in contact with her by her grandfather, I had no longer the heart to avoid her. And, on the day on which I thought I read in her eyes that she loved me, I made up my mind, and I resolved to risk everything. But how shall I tell you what I suffered, Magloire, and with what anxiety I asked every evening when I returned to Boiscoran? No letter yet. None came. And still it was impossible that the Countess Claudius should not have heard of my marriage. My father had called on M. de Chandor, and asked him for the hand of his granddaughter for me. I had been publicly acknowledged as her betrothed. And nothing was now to be done but to fix the wedding day. This silence frightened me. Exhausted and out of breath, Jacques de Boiscoran paused here, pressing both of his hands on his chest, as if to check the irregular beating of his heart. He was approaching the catastrophe. And yet he looked in vain to the advocate for a word or a sign of encouragement. M. Magloire remained impenetrable, his face remained as impassive as an iron mask. At last, with a great effort, Jacques resumed. Yes, this calm frightened me more than a storm would have done. To win Dionysia's love was too great happiness. I expected a catastrophe, something terrible. I expected it with such absolute certainty, that I had actually made up my mind to confess everything to M. de Chandor. You know him, Magloire. The old gentleman is the purest and brightest type of honor itself. I could entrust my secrets to him with as perfect safety as I formerly entrusted Genevieve's name to the night winds. Alas! Why did I hesitate? Why did I delay? One word might have saved me. And I should not be here, charged with an atrocious crime, innocent, and yet condemned to see how you doubt the truth of my words. But fate was against me. After having for a week postponed my confession every day to the next, one evening, after Dionysia and I had been talking of presentiments, I said to myself, tomorrow it shall be done. The next morning, I went to Boiscoran much earlier than usual, and on foot, because I wanted to give some orders to a dozen workmen whom I employed in my vineyards. I took a short cut through the fields. Alas! Not a single detail has escaped from my memory. When I had given my orders, I returned to the high road, and there met the priest from Brecci, who is a friend of mine. You must, he said, keep me company for a little distance. As you are on your way to Sauveterre, it will not delay you much to take the crossroad which passes by VALPINSON and the forest of Rochepomere. On what trifles our fate depends. I accompanied the priest, and only left him at the point where the high road and the crossroad intersect. As soon as I was alone, I hastened on. And I was almost through the wood, when, all of a sudden, some 20 yards before me, I saw the Countess Claudius coming towards me. In spite of my emotion, I kept on my way, determined to bow to her, but to pass her without speaking. I did so, and had gone on a little distance, when I heard her call me. Jacques. I stopped, or, rather, I was nailed to the spot by that voice which for a long time had held such entire control over my heart. She came up to me, looking even more excited than I was. Her lips trembled, and her eyes wandered to and fro. "Well," she said, "it is no longer a fancy, this time you marry Miss Chandor." The time for half measures had passed. "Yes," I replied. "Then it is really true," she said again. "It is all over now. I suppose it would be in vain to remind you of those vows of eternal love which you used to repeat over and over again. Look down there under that old oak. They are the same trees, this is the same landscape, and I am still the same woman, but your heart has changed." I made no reply. "You love her very much, do you?" she asked me. I kept obstinately silent. "I understand," she said, "I understand you but too well." "And Dionysia?" "She loves you so much she cannot keep it to herself. She stops her friends to tell them all about her marriage, and to assure them of her happiness." "Oh, yes, indeed, very happy. That love which was my disgrace is her honor. I was forced to conceal it like a crime, she can display it as a virtue. Social forms are, after all, very absurd and unjust, but a fool is he who tries to defy them." Tears, the very first tears I had ever seen her shed, glittered in her long silky eyelashes. "And to be nothing more to you, nothing at all." "Ah, I was too cautious. Do you recollect the morning after your uncle's death, when you, now a rich man, proposed that we should flee? I refused, I clung to my reputation. I wanted to be respected. I thought it possible to divide life into two parts, one to be devoted to pleasure, the other, to the hypocrisy of duty. Poor fool that I was! And still I discovered long ago that you were weary of me. I knew you so well. Your heart was like an open book to me, in which I read your most secret thoughts. Then I might have retained you. I ought to have been humble, obliging, submissive. Instead of that, I tried to command. And you," she said after a short pause, "are you happy?" "I cannot be completely happy as long as I know that you are unhappy. But there is no sorrow which time does not heal. You will forget." "Never," she cried. And, lowering her voice, she added. "Can I forget you? Alas! My crime is fearful, but the punishment is still more so." People were coming down the road. "Compose yourself," I said. She made an effort to control her emotion. The people passed us, saluting politely. And after a moment she said again. "Well, and when is the wedding?" I trembled. She herself insisted upon an explanation. "No day has as yet been fixed," I replied. "Had I not to see you first? You uttered once grave threats. And you were afraid?" "No, I was sure I knew you too well to fear that you would punish me for having loved you, as if that had been a crime. So many things have happened since the day when you made those threats." "Yes," she replied, "many things indeed. My poor father is incorrigible. Once more he has committed himself fearfully. And once more my husband has been compelled to sacrifice a large sum to save him. Ah, Count Claudius has a noble heart, and it is a great pity I should be the only one towards whom he has failed to show generosity. Every kindness which he shows me is a new grievance for me, but, having accepted them all, I have forfeited the right to strike him, as I had intended to do. You may marry Dionysia, Jacques, you have nothing to fear from me." "Ah! I had not hoped for so much, Magloire." Overcome with joy, I seized her hand, and raising it to my lips, I said. "You are the kindest of friends." But promptly, as if my lips had burnt her hand, she drew it back, and said, turning very pale. "No, don't do that." Then, overcoming her emotion to a certain degree, she added. "But we must meet once more. You have my letters, I dare say. I have them all. Well, you must bring them to me. But where? And how? I can hardly absent myself at this time. My youngest daughter, our daughter, Jacques, is very ill. Still, an end must be made. Let us see, on Thursday, are you free then? Yes. Very well, then come on Thursday evening, towards 9 o'clock, to VALPINSON. You will find me at the edge of the wood, near the towers of the old castle, which my husband has repaired. Is that quite prudent? I asked. Have I ever left anything to chance, she replied, and would I be apt, at this time, to be imprudent? Rely on me. Come, we must part, Jacques. Thursday, and be punctual. Was I really free? Was the chain really broken? And had I become once more my own master? I thought so, and in my almost delirious joy I forgave the Countess all the anxieties of the last year. What do I say? I began to accuse myself of injustice and cruelty. I admired her for sacrificing herself to my happiness. I felt, in the fullness of my gratitude, like kneeling down, and kissing the hem of her dress. It had become useless now to confide my secret to M. de Chandor. I might have gone back to Boiscoran. But I was more than halfway. I kept on, and, when I reached Sauveterre, my face bore such evident trances of my relief, that Dionysia said to me, "Something very pleasant must have happened to you, Jacques." Oh, yes, very pleasant. For the first time, I breathed freely as I sat by her side. I could love her now, without fearing that my love might be fatal to her. This security did not last long. As I considered the matter, I thought it very singular that the Countess should have chosen such a place for our meeting. Can it be a trap? I asked, as the day drew nearer. All day long on Thursday I had the most painful presentiments. If I had known how to let the Countess know, I should certainly not have gone. But I had no means to send her word, and I knew her well enough to be sure that breaking my word would expose me to her full vengeance. I dined at the usual hour. And, when I had finished, I went up to my room, where I wrote to Dionysia not to expect me that evening, as I should be detained by a matter of the utmost importance. I handed the note to Michael, the son of one of my tenants, and told him to carry it to town without losing a minute. Then I tied up all of the Countess's letters in a parcel, put it in my pocket, took my gun, and went out. It might have been 8 o'clock, but it was still broad daylight. Whether M. Magloire accepted everything that the prisoner said as truth, or not, he was evidently deeply interested. He had drawn up his chair, and at every statement he uttered half-loud exclamations. Under any other circumstances, said Jacques, I should have taken one of the 2 public roads in going to VALPINSON. But troubled, as I was, by vague suspicions, I thought only of concealing myself and cut across the marshes. They were partly overflowed, but I counted upon my intimate familiarity with the ground, and my agility. I thought, moreover, that here I should certainly not be seen, and should meet no one. In this I was mistaken. When I reached the Seal Canal, and was just about to cross it, I found myself face to face with young Ribaud, the son of a farmer at Brecky. He looked so very much surprised at seeing me in such a place, that I thought to give him some explanation. And, rendered stupid by my troubles, I told him I had business at Brecky, and was crossing the marshes to shoot some birds. If that is so, he replied, laughing, we are not after the same kind of game. He went his way. But this accident annoyed me seriously. I continued on my way, swearing, I fear, at young Ribaud, and found that the path became more and more dangerous. It was long past 9 when I reached VALPINSON at last. But the night was clear, and I became more cautious than ever. The place which the Countess had chosen for our meeting was about 200 yards from the house and the farm buildings, sheltered by other buildings, and quite close to the wood. I approached it through this wood. Hid among the trees, I was examining the ground, when I noticed the Countess standing near one of the old towers. She wore a simple costume of light muslin, which could be seen at a distance. Finding everything quiet, I went up to her, and, as soon as she saw me, she said, "I have been waiting for you nearly an hour." I explained to her the difficulties I had met with on my way there. And then I asked her, "But where is your husband?" "He is laid up with rheumatism," she replied. "Will he not wonder at your absence?" "No, he knows I am sitting up with my youngest daughter." I left the house through the little door of the laundry. And, without giving me time to reply, she asked, "Where are my letters?" "Here they are," I said, handing them to her. She took them with feverish haste, saying in an undertone, "There ought to be 24. And, without thinking of the insult, she went to work counting them. "They are all here," she said when she had finished. Then, drawing a little package from her bosom, she added, "And here are yours." But she did not give them to me. "We'll burn them," she said. I started with surprise. "You cannot think of it," I cried, "here, and at this hour. The fire would certainly be seen." "What? Are you afraid? However, we can go into the wood. Come, give me some matches." I felt in my pockets, but I had none. "I have no matches," I said. "Oh, come. You who smoke all day long, you who, even in my presence, could never give up your cigars. I left my matchbox, yesterday, at M. de Chandor's." She stamped her foot vehemently. "Since that is so, I'll go in and get some." This would have delayed us, and thus would have been an additional imprudence. I saw that I must do what she wanted, and so I said, "That is not necessary. Wait. All sportsmen know that there is a way to replace matches." I employed the usual means. I took a cartridge out of my gun, emptied it and its shot, and put in, instead, a piece of paper. Then, resting my gun on the ground, so as to prevent a loud explosion, I made the powder flash up. We had fire, and put the letters to the flame. A few minutes later, and nothing was left of them but a few blackened fragments, which I crumbled in my hands, and scattered to the winds. Immovable, like a statue, the Countess Claudius had watched my operations. "And that is all," she said, "that remains of 5 years of our life, of our love, and of your vows, ashes." I replied by a commonplace remark. I was in a hurry to be gone. She felt this, and cried with great vehemence, "Ah! I inspire you with horror." "We have just committed a marvelous imprudence," I said. "Ah! What does it matter?" Then, in a hoarse voice, she added, "Happiness awaits you, and a new life full of intoxicating hopes. It is quite natural that you should tremble. I, whose life is ended, and who have nothing to look for, I, in whom you have killed every hope, I am not afraid." I saw her anger rising within her, and said very quietly, "I hope you do not repent of your generosity, Genevieve." "Perhaps I do," she replied, in an accent which made me tremble. "How you must laugh at me! What a wretched thing a woman is who is abandoned, who resigns, and sheds tears." Then she went on fiercely, "Confess that you have never loved me really. Ah, you know very well the contrary. Still you abandon me for another, for that Dionysia. You are married, you cannot be mine. Then if I were free, if I had been a widow, you would be my wife, you know very well." She raised her arms to heaven, like a drowning person, and, in a voice which I thought they could hear at the house, she cried, "His wife! If I were a widow, I would be his wife. Oh God!" Luckily, that thought, that terrible thought, never occurred to me before. All of a sudden, at these words, the eminent advocate of Sauveterre rose from his chair, and, placing himself before Jacques de Boiscoran, he asked, looking at him with one of those glances which seem to pierce our innermost heart, "And then?" Jacques had to summon all the energy that was left him to be able to continue with a semblance of calmness, at least. "Then I tried everything in the world to quiet the Countess, to move her, and bring her back to the generous feelings of former days. I was so completely upset that I hardly knew what I was saying. I hated her bitterly, and still I could not help pitying her. I am a man. And there is no man living who would not feel deeply moved at seeing himself the object of such bitter regrets and such terrible despair. Besides, my happiness and Dionysia's honor were at stake. How do I know what I said? I am not a hero of romance. No doubt I was mean. I humbled myself, I besought her, I told falsehoods, I vowed to her that it was my family, mainly, who made me marry. I hoped I should be able, by great kindness and caressing words, to soften the bitterness of the parting. She listened to me, remaining as impassive as a block of ice, and, when I paused, she said with a sinister laugh. And you tell me all that? You're Dionysia. Ah! If I were a woman like other women, I would say nothing today, and, before the year was over, you would again be at my feet. She must have been thinking of our meeting at the crossroads. Or was this the last outburst of passion at the moment and the last ties were broken off? I was going to speak again, but she interrupted me brusquely, saying, "Oh, that is enough. Spare me, at least, the insult of your pity. I'll see. I promise nothing. Goodbye." And she escaped toward the house, while I remained rooted to the spot, almost stupefied, and asking myself if she was not, perhaps at that moment, telling Count Claudius everything. It was at that moment that I drew from my gun, almost mechanically, the burnt cartridge and put in a fresh one. Then, as nothing stirred, I went off with rapid strides. "What time was it?" asked M. Magloire. I could not tell you precisely. My state of mind was such, that I had lost all idea of time. I went back through the forest of Rochepomere. And you saw nothing? No. Heard nothing? Nothing. Still, from your statement, you could not have been far from VALPINSON when the fire broke out. That is true, and, in the open country, I should certainly have seen the fire, but I was in a dense wood, the trees cut off all view. And these same trees prevented the sound of the 2 shots fired at Count Claudius from reaching your ear? They might have helped to prevent it, but there was no need for that. I was walking against the wind, which was very high. And it is an established fact, that, under such circumstances, the sound of a gun is not heard beyond 50 yards. M. Magloire once more could hardly restrain his impatience. And, utterly unconscious that he was even harsher than the magistrate, he said. "And you think your statement explains everything?" "I believe that my statement, which is founded upon the most exact truth, explains the charges brought against me by M. Galpin. It explains how I tried to keep my visit to VALPINSON secret. How I was met in going and in coming back, and at hours which correspond with the time of the fire. It explains, finally, how I came at first to deny. It explains how one of my cartridge cases was found near the ruins, and why I had to wash my hands when I reached home. Nothing seemed to be able to shake the lawyer's conviction. He asked. "And the day after, when they came to arrest you, what was your first impression?" "I thought at once of VALPINSON." "And when you were told that a crime had been committed?" "I said to myself, the Countess wants to be a widow." All of M. Magloire's blood seemed to rise in his face. He cried. "Unhappy man! How can you dare accuse the Countess Claudius of such a crime?" Indignation gave Jacques strength to reply. "Whom else should I accuse? A crime has been committed, and under such circumstances that it cannot have been committed by any one except by her or by myself. I am innocent, consequently she is guilty. Why did you not say so at once?" Jacques shrugged his shoulders, and replied in a tone of bitter irony. "How many times, and in how many ways, do you want me to give you my reasons? I kept silent the first day, because I did not then know the circumstances of the crime, and because I was reluctant to accuse a woman who had given me her love, and who had become criminal from passion. Because, in fine, I did not think at that time that I was in danger. After that I kept silent because I hoped justice would be able to discover the truth, or the Countess would be unable to bear the idea that I, the innocent one, should be accused. Still later, when I saw my danger, I was afraid. The advocate's feelings seemed to be revolted. He broke in. You do not tell the truth, Jacques, and I will tell you why you kept silent. It is very difficult to make up a story which is to account for everything. But you are a clever man, you thought it over, and you made out a story. There is nothing lacking in it, except probability. You might tell me that the Countess Claudius has unfairly enjoyed the reputation of a saint, and that she has given you her love, perhaps I might be willing to believe it. But when you say she has set her own house on fire, and taken up a gun to shoot her husband, that I can never admit. Still it is the truth. No, for the evidence of Count Claudius is precise. He has seen his murderer. It was a man who fired at him. And who tells you that Count Claudius does not know all, and wants to save his wife, and ruin me? There would be a vengeance for him. The objection took the advocate by surprise. But he rejected it at once, and said, Ah! Be silent, or prove. All the letters are burned. When one has been a woman's lover for 5 years, there are always proofs. But you see there are none. Do not insist, repeated M. Magloire. And, in a voice full of pity and emotion, he added. Unhappy man! Do you not feel, that, in order to escape from one crime, you are committing another which is 1,000 times worse? Jacques stood wringing his hand, and said. It is enough to drive me mad. And even if I, your friend, continued M. Magloire, should believe you, how would that help you? Would anyone else believe it? Look here, I will tell you exactly what I think. Even if I were perfectly sure of all the facts you mention, should never plead them in my defense, unless I had proofs. To plead them, understand me well, would be to ruin yourself inevitably. Still they must be pleaded, for they are the truth. Then, said M. Magloire, you must look for another advocate. And he went toward the door. He was on the point of leaving, when Jacques cried out, almost in agony. Great God, he forsakes me. No, replied the advocate, but I cannot discuss matters with you in the state of excitement in which you now are. You will think it over, and I will come again tomorrow. He left, and Jacques de Boiscoran fell, utterly undone, on one of the prison chairs. It is all over, he stammered, I am lost. Chapter 15. During all this time, they were suffering intense anxiety at M. de Chandor's house. Ever since 8 o'clock in the morning the two aunts, the old gentleman, the Marchioness, and M. Folgat had been assembled in the dining room, and were there waiting for the result of the interview. Dionysia had only come down later, and her grandfather could not help noticing that she had dressed more carefully than usual. Are we not going to see Jacques again? She replied with a smile full of confidence and joy. She had actually persuaded herself that one word from Jacques would suffice to convince the celebrated lawyer, and that he would reappear triumphant on M. Magloire's arm. The others did not share these expectations. The two aunts, looking as yellow as their old laces, sat immovable in a corner. The Marchioness was trying to hide her tears, and M. Folgat endeavored to look absorbed in a volume of engravings. M. de Chandor, who possessed less self-control, walked up and down in the room, repeating every 10 minutes. It is wonderful how long time seems when you are waiting. At 10 o'clock no news had come. Could M. Magloire have forgotten his promise, said Dionysia, becoming anxious. No, he has not forgotten it, replied a newcomer, M. Seneschal. It was really the excellent mayor, who had met M. Magloire about an hour before, and who now came to hear the news, for his own sake, as he said, but especially for his wife's sake, who was actually ill with anxiety. 11 o'clock, and no news. The Marchioness got up, and said, I cannot stand this uncertainty a minute longer. I am going to the prison. And I will go with you, dear mother, declared Dionysia. But such a proceeding was hardly suitable. M. de Chandor opposed it and was supported by M. Folgat, as well as by M. Seneschal. We might at least send somebody, suggested the two aunts timidly. That is a good idea, replied M. de Chandor. He rang the bell, and old Anthony came in. He had established himself the evening before in Sauveterre, having heard that the preliminary investigation was finished. As soon as he had been told what they wanted him to do, he said, "I shall be back in half an hour." He nearly ran down the steep street, hastened along National Street, and then climbed up more slowly Castle Street. When M. Blangen, the keeper, saw him appear, he turned very pale, for M. Blangen had not slept since Dionysia had given him the 17,000 francs. He, once upon a time the special friend of all gendarmes, now trembled when one of them entered the jail. Not that he felt any remorse about having betrayed his duty. Oh, no. But he feared discovery. More than 10 times he had changed the hiding place of his precious stocking, but, wherever he put it, he always fancied that the eyes of his visitors were riveted upon that very spot. He recovered, however, from his fright when Anthony told him his errand, and replied in the most civil manner. M. Magloire came here at 9 o'clock precisely. I took him immediately to M. de Boiscoran's cell. And ever since they have been talking. Are you quite sure? Of course I am. Must I not know everything that happens in my jail? I went and listened. You can hear nothing from the passage, they have shut the wicket, and the door is massive. That is strange, murmured the old servant. Yes, and a bad sign, declared the keeper with a knowing air. I have noticed that the prisoners who take so long to state their case to their advocate always catch the maximum of punishment. Anthony, of course, did not report to his masters the jailer's mournful anticipations. But what he told them about the length of the interview did not tend to relieve their anxiety. Gradually the color had faded from Dionysia's cheeks. And the clear ring of her voice was half drowned in tears, when she said, that it would have been better, perhaps, if she had put on mourning, and that seeing the whole family assembled thus reminded her of a funeral. The sudden arrival of Diar. Seignebos cut short her remarks. He was in a great passion, as usual, and as soon as he entered, he cried. What a stupid town Sauveterre is! Nothing but gossip and idle reports. The people are all of them old women. I feel like running away, and hiding myself. On my way here, 20 curious people have stopped me to ask me what M. de Boiscoran is going to do now. For the town is full of rumors. They know that Magloire is at the jail now. And everybody wants to be the first to hear Jacques' story. He had put his immense broad-brimmed hat on the table, and, looking around the room at all the sad faces, he asked. And you have no news yet? Nothing, replied M. Seneschal and M. Folgad at the same breath. And we are frightened by this delay, added Dionysia. And why? Asked the physician. Then taking down his spectacles, and wiping them diligently, he said. Did you think, my dear young lady, that Jacques de Boiscoran's affair could be settled in 5 minutes? If they let you believe that, they did wrong. I, who despise all concealment, I will tell you the truth. At the bottom of all these occurrences at VALPINSON, there lies, I am perfectly sure, some dark intrigue. Most assuredly we shall put Jacques out of his trouble. But I fear it will be hard work. M. Magloire, announced old Anthony. The eminent advocate of Sauveterre entered. He looked so undone, and bore so evidently the traces of his excitement, that all had the same terrible thought which Dionysia expressed. Jacques is lost. M. Magloire did not say no. I believe he is in danger. Jacques, murmured the old Marchioness, my son. I said in danger, repeated the advocate, but I ought to have said, he is in a strange, almost incredible, unnatural position. Let us hear, said the Marchioness. The lawyer was evidently very much embarrassed, and he looked with unmistakable distress, first at Dionysia, and then at the 2 old aunts. But nobody noticed this, and so he said. I must ask to be left alone with these gentlemen. In the most docile manner the Misses Laverand rose, and took their niece and Jacques' mother with them, the latter was evidently near fainting. As soon as the door was shut, Grandpapa Chandor, half mad with grief, exclaimed. "Thanks, M. Magloire, thanks for having given me time to prepare my poor child for the terrible blow. I see but too well what you are going to say. Jacques is guilty." "Stop," said the advocate, "I have said nothing of the kind. M. de Boiscoran still protests energetically that he is innocent, but he states in his defense a fact which is so entirely improbable, so utterly inadmissible." "But what does he say?" asked M. Seneschal. "He says that the Countess Claudius has been his mistress." Dr. Seignebos started, and, readjusting his spectacles, he cried triumphantly. "I said so. I have guessed it." M. Folgat had, on this occasion, very naturally, no deliberative voice. He came from Paris, with Paris ideas, and, whatever he might have been told, the name of the Countess Claudius revealed to him nothing. But, from the effect which it produced upon the others, he could judge what Jacques' accusation meant. Far from being of the doctor's opinion, M. de Chandor and M. Seneschal both seemed to be as much shocked as M. Magloire. "That is incredible," said one. "That is impossible," added the other. M. Magloire shook his head, and said. "That is exactly what I told Jacques." But the doctor was not the man to be surprised at what public opinion said, much less to fear it. He exclaimed. "Don't you hear what I say? Don't you understand me? The proof that the thing is neither so incredible nor so impossible is, that I had suspected it. And there were signs of it, I should think. Why on earth should a man like Jacques, young, rich, well-made, in love with a charming girl, and beloved by her, why should he amuse himself with setting houses on fire, and killing people? You tell me he did not like Count Claudius. Upon my word. If everybody who does not like Dr. Seignebos were to come and fire at him forthwith, do you know my body would look like a sieve? Among you all, M. Folgat is the only one who has not been struck with blindness." The young lawyer tried modestly to protest. "Sir." But the other cut him short, and went on. "Yes, sir, you saw it all. And the proof of it is, that you at once went to work in search of the real motive, the heart, in fine, the woman at the bottom of the riddle. The proof of it is, that you went and asked everybody, Anthony, M. de Chandor, M. Seneschal, and myself, if M. de Boiscoran had not now, or had not had, some love affair in the country. They all said no, being far from suspecting the truth. I alone, without giving you a positive answer, told you that I thought as you did, and told you so in M. de Chandor's presence." "That is so," replied the old gentleman and M. Folgat. Dr. Seignebos was triumphant. Gesticulating, and continually handling his spectacles, he added. "You see, I have learnt to mistrust appearances, and hence I had my misgivings from the beginning. I watched the Countess Claudius the night of the fire. And I saw that she looked embarrassed, troubled, suspicious. I wondered at her readiness to yield to M. Galpin's whim, and to allow Coquelieu to be examined, for I knew that she was the only one who could ever make that so-called idiot talk. You see, I have good eyes, gentlemen, in spite of my spectacles. Well, I swear by all I hold most sacred, on my republican faith, I am ready to affirm upon oath, that, when Coquelieu uttered Jacques de Boiscoran's name, the Countess exhibited no sign of surprise. Never before, in their life, had the mayor of Sauveterre and Dr. Seignebos been able to agree on any subject. This question was not likely to produce such an effect all of a sudden, hence M. Seneschal said. I was present at Coquelieu's examination, and I noticed, on the contrary, the amazement of the Countess. The doctor raised his shoulders, and said. Certainly she said, ah. But that is no proof. I, also, could very easily say, ah, if anybody should come and tell me that the mayor of Sauveterre was in the wrong, and still I should not be surprised. Doctor, said M. de Chandor, anxious to conciliate, Doctor. But Dr. Seignebos had already turned to M. Magloire, whom he was anxious to convert, and went on. Yes, the face of the Countess Claudius expressed amazement, but her eyes spoke of bitter, fierce hatred, of joy, and of vengeance. And that is not all. Will you please tell me, Mr. Mayor, when Count Claudius was roused by the fire, was the Countess by him? No, she was nursing her youngest daughter, who had the measles. Hm. What do you think of measles which make sitting up at night necessary? And when the 2 shots were fired, where was the Countess then? Still with her daughter, and on the other side of the house from where the fire was. The mayor of Sauveterre was no less obstinate than the doctor. He at once objected. I beg you will notice, doctor, that Count Claudius himself deposed how, when he ran to the fire, he found the door shut from within, just as he had left it a few hours before. Dar. Seignebos returned a most ironical bow, and then asked. Is there really only one door in the chateau at Valpinson? To my knowledge, said M. de Chandor, there are at least 3. And I must say, added M. Magloire, that according to M. de Boiscoran's statement, the Countess, on that evening, had gone out by the laundry door when she came to meet him. What did I say? Exclaimed the doctor. And, wiping his glasses in a perfect rage, he added. And the children? Does Mr. Mayor think it natural that the Countess Claudius, this incomparable mother in his estimation, should forget her children in the height of the fire? What? The poor woman is called out by the discharge of firearms, she sees her house on fire. She stumbles over the lifeless body of her husband, and you blame her for not having preserved all her presence of mind. That is one view of it, but it is not the one I take. I rather think that the Countess, having been delayed out of doors, was prevented by the fire from getting in again. I think, also, that Coqueliu came very opportunely. And that it was very lucky Providence should inspire his mind with that sublime idea of saving the children at the risk of his life. This time M. Seneschal made no reply. Supported by all these facts, continued the doctor, my suspicions became so strong that I determined to ascertain the truth, if I could. The next day I questioned the Countess, and, I must confess, rather treacherously. Her replies and her looks were not such as to modify my views. When I asked her, looking straight into her eyes, what she thought of Coqueliu's mental condition, she nearly fainted. And she could hardly make me hear her when she said that she occasionally caught glimpses of intelligence in him. When I asked her if Coqueliu was fond of her, she said, in a most embarrassed manner, that his devotion was that of an animal which is grateful for the care taken of him. What do you think of that, gentlemen? To me it appeared that Coqueliu was at the bottom of the whole affair, that he knew the truth, and that I should be able to save Jacques, if I could prove Coqueliu's imbecility to be assumed, and his speechlessness to be an imposture. And I would have proved it, if they had associated with me any one else but this ass and this jackanapes from Paris. He paused for a few seconds. But, without giving anybody time to reply, he went on. Now, let us go back to our point of departure, and draw our conclusions. Why do you think it so improbable and impossible that the Countess Claudius should have betrayed her duties? Because she has a worldwide reputation for purity and prudence. Well. But was not Jacques de Boiscoran's reputation as a man of honor also above all doubt? According to your views, it is absurd to suspect the Countess of having had a lover. According to my notions, it is absurd that Jacques should, overnight, have become a scoundrel. Oh. That is not the same thing, said M. Seneschal. Certainly not, replied the doctor, and there you are right, for once. If M. de Boiscoran had committed this crime, it would be one of those absurd crimes which are revolting to us. But, if committed by the Countess, it is only the catastrophe prepared by Count Claudius on the day when he married a woman 30 years younger than he was. The great wrath of Dr. Seignebos was not always as formidable as it looked. Even when he appeared to be almost beside himself, he never said more than he intended to say, possessed as he was of that admirable southern quality, which enabled him to pour forth fire and flames, and to remain as cold as ice within. But in this case he showed what he thought fully. He had said quite enough, too, and had presented the whole affair under such a new aspect, that his friends became very thoughtful. "You would have converted me, doctor," said Folgat, "if I had not been of your opinion before." "I am sure," added de Chandor, after hearing the doctor, "the thing no longer looks impossible." "Nothing is impossible," said Seneschal, like a philosopher. The eminent advocate of Sauveterre alone remained unmoved. "Well," said he, "I had rather admit 1 hour of utter insanity even than 5 years of such monstrous hypocrisy. Jacques may have committed the crime, and be nothing but a madman. But, if the Countess is guilty, one might despair of mankind, and renounce all faith in this world. I have seen her, gentlemen, with her husband and her children. No one can feign such looks of tenderness and affection." "He will never give her up," growled Dr. Seignebos. And touching his friend on the shoulder, for Magloire had been his friend for many years, and they were quite intimate, he said, "Ah! There I recognize my friend, the strange lawyer, who judges others by himself, and refuses to believe anything bad. Oh, do not protest. For we love and honor you for that very faith, and are proud to see you among us Republicans. But I must confess you are not the man to bring light into such a dark intrigue. At 28 you married a girl whom you loved dearly, you lost her, and ever since you have remained faithful to her memory, and lived so far from all passions that you no longer believe in their existence. Happy man! Your heart is still at 20, and with your grey hair you still believe in the smiles and looks of woman. There was much truth in this, but there are certain truths which we are not overfond of hearing. My simplicity has nothing to do with the matter," said Magloire. "I affirm and maintain that a man who has been for 5 years the lover of a woman must have some proof of it." "Well, there you are mistaken, master," said the physician, arranging his spectacles with an air of self-conceit, which, under other circumstances, would have been irresistibly ludicrous. "When women determine to be prudent and suspicious," remarked de Chandor, "they never are so by halves. It is evident, besides," added Folgat, "that the Countess Claudius would never have determined upon so bold a crime, if she had not been quite sure, that after the burning of her letters, no proof could be brought against her." "That is it," cried the doctor. Magloire did not conceal his impatience. He said dryly, "Unfortunately, gentlemen, it does not depend on you to acquit or condemn de Boiscoran. I am not here to convince you, or to be convinced, I came to discuss with de Boiscoran's friends our line of conduct, and the basis of our defense." And Magloire was evidently right in this estimate of his duty. He went and leaned against the mantelpiece. And, when the others had taken their seats around him, he began. "In the first place, I will admit the allegations made by de Boiscoran. He is innocent. He has been the lover of Countess Claudius, but he has no proof. This being granted, what is to be done? Shall I advise him to send for the magistrate, and to confess it all?" No one replied at first. It was only after a long silence that Dr. Seignebos said, "That would be very serious." "Very serious, indeed," repeated the famous lawyer. "Our own feelings give us the measure of what Galpin will think. First of all, he, also, will ask for proof, the evidence of a witness, anything, in fact. And, when Jacques tells him that he has nothing to give but his word, Galpin will tell him that he does not speak the truth. He might, perhaps, consent to extend the investigation," said Seneschal. "He might possibly summon the Countess." Magloire nodded, and said, "He would certainly summon her. But, then, would she confess? It would be madness to expect that. If she is guilty, she is far too strong-minded to let the truth escape her. She would deny everything, haughtily, magnificently, and in such a manner as not to leave a shadow of doubt." "That is only too probable," growled the doctor. "That poor Galpin is not the strongest of men." "What would be the result of such a step?" asked Magloire. De Boiscoran's case would be 100 times worse, for to his crime would now be added the odium of the meanest, vilest calumny. M. Folgat was following with the utmost attention. He said, "I am very glad to hear my honorable colleague give utterance to that opinion. We must give up all hope of delaying the proceedings, and let M. de Boiscoran go into court at once." M. de Chandor raised his hands to heaven, as if in sheer despair. "But Dionysia will die of grief and shame," he exclaimed. M. Magloire, absorbed in his own views, went on. "Well, here we are now before the court at Sauveterre, before a jury composed of people from this district, incapable of prevarication, I am sure, but, unfortunately, under the influence of that public opinion which has long since condemned M. de Boiscoran. The proceedings begin, the judge questions the accused. Will he say what he told me, that, after having been the lover of the Countess Claudius, he had gone to Valpinson to carry her back her letters, and to get his own, and that they are all burnt? Suppose he says so. Immediately then there will arise a storm of indignation, and he will be overwhelmed with curses and with contempt. Well, thereupon, the president of the court uses his discretionary powers, suspends the trial, and sends for the Countess Claudius. Since we look upon her as guilty, we must needs endow her with supernatural energy. She had foreseen what is coming, and has read over her part. When summoned, she appears, pale, dressed in black. And a murmur of respectful sympathy greets her at her entrance. You see her before you, don't you? The president explains to her why she has been sent for, and she does not comprehend. She cannot possibly comprehend such an abominable calumny. But when she has comprehended it, do you see the lofty look by which she crushes Jacques, and the grandeur with which she replies, when this man had failed in trying to murder my husband, he tried to disgrace his wife. I entrust to you my honor as a mother and a wife, gentlemen. I shall not answer the infamous charges of this abject calumniator. But that means the galleys for Jacques, exclaimed M. de Chandor, or even the scaffold. That would be the maximum, at all events, replied the advocate of Sauveterre. But the trial goes on, the prosecuting attorney demands an overwhelming punishment, and at last the prisoner's counsel is called upon to speak. Gentlemen, you were impatient at my persistence. I do not credit, I confess, the statement made by M. de Boiscoran. But my young colleague here does credit it. Well, let him tell us candidly. Would he dare to plead this statement, and assert that the Countess Claudius had been Jacques' mistress? M. Folgat looked annoyed. I don't know, he said in an undertone. Well, I know you would not, exclaimed M. Magloire. And you would be right, for you would risk your reputation without the slightest chance of saving Jacques. Yes, no chance whatever. For after all, let us suppose, what can hardly be even supposed, you should prove that Jacques has told the truth, that he has been the lover of the Countess. What would happen then? They arrest the Countess. Do they release M. de Boiscoran on that account? Certainly not. They keep him in prison, and say to him, this woman has attempted her husband's life, but she had been your mistress, and you are her accomplice. That is the situation, gentlemen. M. Magloire had stripped it of all unnecessary comments, of idle conjecture, and all sentimental phraseology, and placed it before them as it had to be looked at, in all its fearful simplicity. Grandpapa Chandor was terrified. He rose, and said in an almost inaudible voice, Ah, all is over indeed. Innocent, or guilty, Jacques de Boiscoran will be condemned. M. Magloire made no reply. And that is, continued the old gentleman, what you call justice. Alas! Sighed M. Seneschal, it is useless to deny it, trials by jury are a lottery. M. de Chandor, driven nearly to madness by his despair, interrupted him. In other words, Jacques' honor and life depend at this hour on a chance, on the weather on the day of the trial, or the health of a juror. And if Jacques was the only one. But there is Dionysia's life, gentlemen, my child's life, also at stake. If you strike Jacques, you strike Dionysia. M. Folgat could hardly restrain a tear. M. Seneschal, and even the doctor, shuddered at such grief in an old man, who was threatened in all that was dearest to him, in his one great love upon earth. He had taken the hand of the great advocate of Sauveterre, and, pressing it convulsively, he went on. You will save him, Magloire, won't you? What does it matter whether he be innocent or guilty, since Dionysia loves him? You have saved so many in your life. It is well known the judges cannot resist the weight of your words. You will find means to save a poor, unhappy man who once was your friend. The eminent lawyer looked cast down, as if he had been guilty himself. When Dr. Seignebos saw this, he exclaimed. What do you mean, friend Magloire? Are you no longer the man whose marvelous eloquence is the pride of our country? Hold your head up, for shame. Never was a nobler cause entrusted to you. But he shook his head, and murmured. I have no faith in it, and I cannot plead when my conscience does not furnish the arguments. And becoming more and more embarrassed, he added. Seignebos was right in saying just now, I am not the man for such a cause. Here all my experience would be of no use. It will be better to entrust it to my young brother here. For the first time in his life, M. Folgat came here upon a case such as enables a man to rise to eminence, and to open a great future before him. For the first time, he came upon a case in which were united all the elements of supreme interest, greatness of crime, eminence of victim, character of the accused, mystery, variety of opinions, difficulty of defense, and uncertainty of issue. One of those causes for which an advocate is filled with enthusiasm, which he seizes upon with all his energies, and in which he shares all the anxiety and all the hopes with his client. He would readily have given 5 years' income to be offered the management of this case, but he was, above all, an honest man. He said, therefore, you would not think of abandoning M. de Boiscoran, M. Magloire. You will be more useful to him than I can be, was the reply. Perhaps M. Folgat was inwardly of the same opinion. Still he said. You have not considered what an effect this would have. Oh! What would the public think if they heard all of a sudden that you had withdrawn? This affair of M. de Boiscoran must be a very bad one indeed, they would say, that M. Magloire should refuse to plead in it. And that would be an additional burden laid upon the unfortunate man. The doctor gave his friend no time to reply. Magloire is not at liberty to withdraw, he said, but he has the right to associate a brother lawyer with himself. He must remain the advocate and counsel of M. de Boiscoran, but M. Folgat can lend him the assistance of his advice, the support of his youth and his activity, and even of his eloquence. A passing blush colored the cheeks of the young lawyer. I am entirely at M. Magloire's service, he said. The famous advocate of Sauveterre considered a while. After a few moments he turned to his young colleague, and asked him. Have you any plan? Any idea? What would you do? To the astonishment of all, M. Folgat now revealed his true character to some extent. He looked taller, his face brightened up, his eyes shone brightly, and he said in a full, sonorous voice, a voice which by its metallic ring made all hearts vibrate. First of all, I should go and see M. de Boiscoran. He alone should determine my final decision. But my plan is formed now. Gentlemen, I have faith, as I told you before. The man whom Miss Dionysia loves cannot be a criminal. What would I do? I would prove the truth of M. de Boiscoran's statement. Can that be done? I hope so. He tells us that there are no proofs or witnesses of his intimacy with the Countess Claudius. I am sure he is mistaken. She has shown, he says, extraordinary care and prudence. That may be. But mistrust challenges suspicion, and, when you take the greatest precautions, you are most likely to be watched. You want to hide, and you are discovered. You see nobody, but they see you. If I were charged with the defense, I should commence tomorrow a counter-investigation. We have money, the Marquis de Boiscoran has influential connections, and we should have help everywhere. Before 48 hours are gone, I should have experienced agents at work. I know Vine Street in Passy. It is a lonely street, but it has eyes, as all streets have. Why should not some of these eyes have noticed the mysterious visits of the Countess? My agents would inquire from house to house. Nor would it be necessary to mention names. They would not be charged with a search after the Countess Claudius, but after an unknown lady, dressed so and so, and, if they should discover anyone who had seen her, and who could identify her, that man would be our first witness. In the meantime, I should go in search of this friend of M. de Boiscoran's, this Englishman, whose name he assumed, and the London police would aid me in my efforts. If that Englishman is dead, we would hear of it, and it would be a misfortune. If he is only at the other end of the world, the transatlantic cable enables us to question him, and to be answered in a week. I should, at the same time, have sent detectives after that English maid-servant who attended to the house in Vine Street. M. de Boiscoran declares that she has never even caught a glimpse of the Countess. I do not believe it. It is out of question that a servant should not wish for the means, and find them, of seeing the face of the woman who comes to see her master. And that is not all. There were other people who came to the house in Vine Street. I should examine them one by one, the gardener and his help, the water carrier, the upholsterer, the errand boys of all the merchants. Who can say whether one of them is not in possession of this truth which we are seeking? Finally, when a woman has spent so many days in a house, it is almost impossible that she should not have left some traces of her passage behind her. Since then, you will say, there has been the war, and then the Commune. Nevertheless, I should examine the ruins, every tree in the garden, every pane in the windows. I should compel the very mirrors that have escaped destruction to give me back the image which they have so often reflected. Ah, I call that speaking! Cried the doctor, full of enthusiasm. The others trembled with excitement. They felt that the struggle was commencing. But, unmindful of the impression he had produced, M. Folgat went on. Here in Sauveterre, the task would be more difficult. But, in case of success, the result, also, would be more decided. I should bring down from Paris one of those keen, subtle detectives who have made an art of their profession, and I should know how to stimulate his vanity. He, of course, would have to know everything, even the names, but there would be no danger in that. His desire to succeed, the splendor of the reward, even his professional habits, would be our security. He would come down secretly, concealed under whatever disguise would appear to him most useful for his purpose, and he would begin once more, for the benefit of the defense, the investigation carried on by M. Galpin for the benefit of the prosecution. Would he find out anything? We can but hope so. I know detectives, who, by the aid of smaller material, have unraveled far deeper mysteries. Grandpapa Chandor, excellent M. Seneschal, Dr. Seignebos, and even M. Magloire, were literally drinking in the words of the Paris lawyer. Is that all, gentlemen? He continued. By no means. Thanks to his great experience, Dr. Seignebos had, on the very first day, instinctively guessed who was the most important personage of this mysterious drama. Kokoliou. Exactly, Kokoliou. Whether he be actor, confidant, or eyewitness, Kokoliou has evidently the key to this mystery. This key we must make every effort to obtain from him. Medical experts have just declared him idiotic, nevertheless, we protest. We claim that the imbecility of this wretch is partly assumed. We maintain that his obstinate silence is a vile imposture. What? He should have intelligence enough to testify against us, and yet not have left enough of it now to explain, or even to repeat his evidence. That is inadmissible. We maintain that he keeps silent now just as he spoke that night, by order. If his silence was less profitable for the prosecution, they would soon find means to break it. We demand that such means should be employed. We demand that the person who has before been able to loosen his tongue should be sent for, and ordered to try the experiment over again. We call for a new examination by experts. We cannot judge all of a sudden, and in 48 hours, what is the true mental condition of a man, especially when that man is suspected of being an impostor. And we require, above all, that these new experts should be qualified by knowledge and experience. Dr. Senyebos was quivering with excitement. He heard all his own ideas repeated in a concise, energetic manner. Yes, he cried, that is the way to do it. Let me have full power, and in less than a fortnight Kokoliou is unmasked. Less expansive, the eminent advocate of Sauveterre simply shook hands with M. Folgat, and said, "You see, M. de Boiscoran's case ought to be put in your hands." The young lawyer made no effort to protest. When he began to speak, his determination was already formed. "Whatever can humanly be done," he replied, "I will do. If I accept the task, I shall devote myself body and soul to it. But I insist upon it, it is understood, and must be publicly announced, that M. Magloire does not withdraw from the case, and that I act only as his junior." "Agreed," said the old advocate. "Well. When shall we go and see M. de Boiscoran?" "Tomorrow morning. I can, of course, take no steps till I have seen him." "Yes, but you cannot be admitted, except by a special permission from M. Galpin. And I doubt if we can procure that today. That is provoking." "No, since we have our work all cut out for today. We have to go over all the papers of the proceedings, which the magistrate has placed in my hands." Dar. Senyebos was boiling over with impatience. He broke in. "Oh, what words! Go to work, Mr. Advocate, to work, I say. Come, shall we go?" They were leaving the room when M. de Chandor called them back by a gesture. He said, "So far, gentlemen, we have thought of Jacques alone. And Dionysia?" The others looked at him, full of surprise. "What am I to say if she asks me what the result of M. Magloire's interview with Jacques has been, and why you would say nothing in her presence?" Dr. Senyebos had confessed it more than once, he was no friend of concealment. "You will tell her the truth," was his advice. "What? How can I tell her that Jacques has been the lover of the Countess Claudius? She will hear of it sooner or later. Miss Dionysia is a sensible, energetic girl." "Yes, but Miss Dionysia is as ignorant as a holy angel," broke in M. Folgat eagerly, "and she loves M. de Boiscoran. Why should we trouble the purity of her thoughts and her happiness? Is she not unhappy enough? M. de Boiscoran is no longer kept in close confinement. He will see his betrothed, and, if he thinks proper, he can tell her. He alone has the right to do so. I shall, however, dissuade him. From what I know of Miss Chandor's character, it would be impossible for her to control herself, if she should meet the Countess Claudius." "M. de Chandor ought not to say anything," said M. Magloire decisively. "It is too much already, to have to entrust the Marchioness with the secret, for you must not forget, gentlemen, that the slightest indiscretion would certainly ruin all of M. Folgat's delicate plans." Thereupon all went out, and M. de Chandor, left alone, said to himself, "Yes, they are right, but what am I to say?" He was thinking it over almost painfully, when a maid came in, and told him that Miss Dionysia wanted to see him. "I am coming," he said. And he followed her with heavy steps, and trying to compose his features so as to efface all traces of the terrible emotions through which he had passed. The two aunts had taken Dionysia and the Marchioness to the parlour in the upper story. Here M. de Chandor found them all assembled, the Marchioness, pale and overcome, extended in an easy chair, but Dionysia, walking up and down with burning cheeks and blazing eyes. As soon as he entered, she asked him in a sharp, sad voice, "Well? There is no hope, I suppose?" "More hope than ever, on the contrary," he replied, trying to smile. "Then why did M. de Magloire send us all out?" The old gentleman had had time to prepare a fib. "Because M. Magloire had to tell us a piece of bad news. There is no chance of no true bill being found. Jacques will have to appear in court. The Marchioness jumped up like a piece of mechanism, and cried. What? Jacques before the assizes? My son. A Boiscoran? And she fell back into her chair. Not a muscle in Dionysia's face had moved. She said in a strange tone of voice. I was prepared for something worse. One may avoid the court. With these words she left the room, shutting the door so violently, that both the Misses Laverand hastened after her. Now M. de Chandor thought he might speak freely. He stood up before the Marchioness, and gave vent to that fearful wrath which had been rising within him for a long time. Your son, he cried, your Jacques, I wish he were dead 1,000 times. The wretch who is killing my child, for you see he is killing her. And, without pity, he told her the whole story of Jacques and the Countess Claudius. The Marchioness was overcome. She had even ceased to sob, and had not strength enough left to ask him to have pity on her. And, when he had ended, she whispered to herself with an expression of unspeakable suffering. Adultery. Oh, my God! What punishment! Chapter 16. M. Folgat and M. Magloire went to the courthouse, and, as they descended the steep street from M. de Chandor's house, the Paris lawyer said. M. Galpin must fancy himself wonderfully safe in his position, that he should grant the defense permission to see all the papers of the prosecution. Ordinarily such leave is given only after the court has begun proceedings against the accused, and the presiding judge has questioned him. This looks like crying injustice to the prisoner. And hence arrangements can be made by which the rigor of the law is somewhat mitigated. With the consent of the Commonwealth attorney, and upon his responsibility, the magistrate who had carried on the preliminary investigation may inform the accused, or his counsel, by word of mouth, or by a copy of all or of part, of what has happened during the first inquiry. That is what M. Galpin had done. And on the part of a man who was ever ready to interpret the law in its strictest meaning, and who no more dared proceed without authority for every step than a blind man without his staff, or on the part of such a man, an enemy, too, of M. de Boiscoran, this permission granted to the defense was full of meaning. But did it really mean what M. Folgat thought it did? I am almost sure you are mistaken, said M. Magloire. I know the good man, having practiced with him for many years. If he were sure of himself, he would be pitiless. If he is kind, he is afraid. This concession is a door which he keeps open, in case of defeat. The eminent counsel was right. However well convinced M. Galpin might be of Jacques' guilt, he was still very much troubled about his means of defense. 20 examinations had elicited nothing from his prisoner but protestations of innocence. When he was driven to the wall, he would reply, I shall explain when I have seen my counsel. This is often the reply of the most stupid scamp, who only wants to gain time. But M. Galpin knew his former friend, and had too high an opinion of his mind, not to fear that there was something serious beneath his obstinate silence. What was it? A clever falsehood? A cunningly devised alibi? Or witnesses bribed long beforehand? M. Galpin would have given much to know. And it was for the purpose of finding it out sooner, that he had given the permission. Before he granted it, however, he had conferred with the Commonwealth attorney. Excellent M. Dubigeon, whom he found, as usual, admiring the beautiful gilt edging of his beloved books, had treated him badly. Do you come for any more signatures? He had exclaimed. You shall have them. If you want anything else, your servant. When the blunder is made, it is too late, I tell thee, to come for advice. However discouraging such a welcome might be, M. Galpin did not give up his purpose. He said in his bitterest tone. You still insist that it is a blunder to do one's duty. Has not a crime been committed? Is it not my duty to find out the author, and to have him punished? Well, is it my fault if the author of this crime is an old friend of mine, and if I was once upon a time on the point of marrying a relation of his? There is no one in court who doubts M. de Boiscoran's guilt. There is no one who dares blame me, and yet they are all as cold as ice towards me. Such is the world, said M. Dubidgeon with a face full of irony. They praise virtue, but they hate it. Well, yes. That is so, cried M. Galpin in his turn. Yes, they blame people who have done what they had not the courage to do. The Attorney General has congratulated me, because he judges things from on high and impartially. Here cliques are all powerful. Even those who ought to encourage and support me, cry out against me. My natural ally, the Commonwealth Attorney, forsakes me and laughs at me. The President of the Court, my immediate superior, said to me this morning with intolerable irony, I hardly know any magistrate who would be able as you are to sacrifice his relations and his friends to the interests of truth and justice. You are one of the ancients, you will rise high. His friend could not listen any further. He said, let us break off there, we shall never understand each other. Is Jacques de Boiscoran innocent, or guilty? I do not know. But I do know that he was the pleasantest man in the world, an admirable host, a good talker, a scholar, and that he owned the finest editions of Horace and Juvenal that I have ever seen. I liked him. I like him still. And it distresses me to think of him in prison. I know that we had the most pleasant relations with each other, and that now they are broken off. And you complain. Am I the ambitious man? Do I want to have my name connected with a world-famous trial? M. de Boiscoran will in all probability be condemned. You ought to be delighted. And still you complain. Why, one cannot have everything. Who ever undertook a great enterprise, and never repented of it? After that there was nothing left for M. Galpin but to go away. He did go in a fury, but at the same time determined to profit by the rude truths which M. Dubidgeon had told him. For he knew very well that his friend represented in his views nearly the whole community. He was fully prepared to carry out his plan. Immediately after his return, he communicated the papers of the prosecution to the defense, and directed his clerk to show himself as obliging as he could. M. Mechenet was not a little surprised at these orders. He knew his master thoroughly, this magistrate, whose shadow he had been now for so many years. You are afraid, dear sir, he had said to himself. And as M. Galpin repeated the injunction, adding that the honor of justice required the utmost courtesy when rigor was not to be employed, the old clerk replied very gravely. Oh! Be reassured, sir. I shall not be wanting in courtesy. But, as soon as the magistrate turned his back, Mechenet laughed aloud. He would not recommend me to be obliging, he thought, if he suspected the truth, and knew how far I am devoted to the defense. What a fury he would be in, if he should ever find out that I have betrayed all the secrets of the investigation, that I have carried letters to and from the prisoner, that I have made of Trumance an accomplice, and of Blangen the jailer an agent. That I have helped Miss Dionysia to visit her betrothed in jail. For he had done all this 4 times more than enough to be dismissed from his place, and even to become, at least for some months, one of Blangen's boarders. He shivered all down his back when he thought of this. And he had been furiously angry, when, one evening, his sisters, the devout seamstresses, had taken it into their heads to say to him, Certainly, Mechenet, you are a different man ever since that visit of Miss Chandor. Abominable talkers. He had exclaimed, in a tone of voice which frightened them out of their wits. Do you want to see me hanged? But, if he had these attacks of rage, he felt not a moment's remorse. Miss Dionysia had completely bewitched him, and he judged M. Galpin's conduct as severely as she did. To be sure, M. Galpin had done nothing contrary to law, but he had violated the spirit of the law. Having once summoned courage to begin proceedings against his friend, he had not been able to remain impartial. Afraid of being charged with timidity, he had exaggerated his severity. And, above all, he had carried on the inquiry solely in the interests of a conviction, as if the crime had been proved, and the prisoner had not protested his innocence. Now, Mechenet firmly believed in this innocence. And he was fully persuaded that the day on which Jacques de Boiscoran saw his counsel would be the day of his justification. This will show with what eagerness he went to the courthouse to wait for M. Magloire. But at noon the great lawyer had not yet come. He was still consulting with M. de Chandor. Could anything amiss have happened, thought the clerk. And his restlessness was so great, that, instead of going home to breakfast with his sisters, he sent an office boy for a roll and a glass of water. At last, as 3 o'clock struck, M. Magloire and M. Folgat arrived. And Mechenet saw at once in their faces, that he had been mistaken, and that Jacques had not explained. Still, before M. Magloire, he did not dare inquire. "Here are the papers," he said simply, putting upon the table an immense box. Then, drawing M. Folgat aside, he asked, "What is the matter, pray?" The clerk had certainly acted so well, that they could have no secret from him, and he so was fully committed, that there was no danger in relying upon his discretion. Still M. Folgat did not dare to mention the name of the Countess Claudius, and he replied evasively. "This is the matter, M. de Boiscoran explains fully, but he had no proofs for his statement, and we are busy collecting proofs." Then he went and sat down by M. Magloire, who was already deep in the papers. With the help of those documents, it was easy to follow step by step M. Galpin's work, to see the efforts he had made, and to comprehend his strategy. First of all, the two lawyers looked for the papers concerning Coqueliu. They found none. Of the statement of the idiot on the night of the fire, of the efforts made since to obtain from him a repetition of this evidence, of the report of the experts, of all this there was not a trace to be found. M. Galpin dropped Coqueliu. He had a right to do so. The prosecution, of course, only keeps those witnesses which it thinks useful, and drops all the others. "Ah, the scamp is clever," growled M. Magloire in his disappointment. It was really very well done. M. Galpin deprived by this step the defense of one of their surest means, of one of those incidents in a trial which are apt to affect the mind of the jury so powerfully. "We can, however, summon him at any time," said M. Magloire. They might do so, it is true, but what a difference it would make. If Coqueliu appeared for M. Galpin, he was a witness for the prosecution, and the defense could exclaim with indignation. "What? You suspect the prisoner upon the evidence of such a creature?" But, if he had to be summoned by the defense, he became prisoner's evidence, that is to say, one of those witnesses whom the jury always suspect. And then the prosecution would exclaim, "What do you hope for from a poor idiot, whose mental condition is such, that we refused his evidence when it might have been most useful to us?" "If we have to go into court," murmured M. Folgat, "here is certainly a considerable chance of which we are deprived. The whole character of the case is changed. But, then, how can M. Galpin prove the guilt?" "Oh! In the simplest possible manner. He started from the fact that Count Claudius was able to give the precise hour at which the crime was committed. Thence he passed on immediately to the deposition of young Ribaud, who had met M. de Boiscoran on his way to Valpinson, crossing the marshes, before the crime, and to that of Gaudry, who had seen him come back from Valpinson through the woods, after the crime. 3 other witnesses who had turned up during the investigation confirmed this evidence, and by these means alone, and by comparing the hours, M. Galpin succeeded in proving, almost beyond doubt, that the accused had gone to Valpinson, and nowhere else, and that he had been there at the time the crime was committed. What was he doing there? To this question the prosecution replied by the evidence taken on the first day of the inquiry, by the water in which Jacques had washed his hands, the cartridge case found near the house, and the identity of the shot extracted from the Count's wounds with those seized with the gun at Boiscoran. Everything was plain, precise, and formidable, admitting of no discussion, no doubt, no suggestion. It looked like a mathematical deduction. "Whether he be innocent or guilty," said M. Magloire to his young colleague, "Jacques is lost, if we cannot get hold of some evidence against the Countess Claudius. And even in that case, even if it should be established that she is guilty, Jacques will always be looked upon as her accomplice. Nevertheless, they spent a part of the night in going over all the papers carefully, and in studying every point made by the prosecution. Next morning, about 9 o'clock, having had only a few hours' sleep, they went together to the prison. Chapter 17. The night before, the jailer of Sauveterre had said to his wife, at supper, "I am tired of the life I am leading here. They have paid me for my place, have not they? Well, I mean to go." "You are a fool," his wife had replied. "As long as M. de Boiscoran is a prisoner there is a chance of profit. You don't know how rich those Chandors are. You ought to stay." Like many other husbands, Blangen fancied he was master in his own house. He remonstrated. He swore to make the ceiling fall down upon him. He demonstrated by the strength of his arm that he was master. But, notwithstanding all this, Mrs. Blangen having decided that he should stay, he did stay. Sitting in front of his jail, and given up to the most dismal presentiments, he was smoking his pipe, when M. Magloire and M. Folgat appeared at the prison, and handed him M. Galpin's permit. He rose as they came in. He was afraid of them, not knowing whether they were in Miss Dionysia's secret or not. He therefore politely doffed his worsted cap, took his pipe from his mouth, and said, "Ah! You come to see M. de Boiscoran, gentlemen? I will show you in, just give me time to go for my keys." M. Magloire held him back. "First of all," he said, "how is M. de Boiscoran?" "Only a so-so," replied the jailer. "What is the matter?" "Why, what is the matter with all prisoners when they see that things are likely to turn out badly for them?" The two lawyers looked at each other sadly. It was clear that Blangen thought Jacques guilty, and that was a bad omen. The persons who stand guard over prisoners have generally a very keen scent, and not unfrequently lawyers consult them, very much as an author consults the actors of the theatre on which his piece is to appear. "Has he told you anything?" asked M. Folgat. "Me personally, nothing," replied the jailer. And shaking his head, he added, "But you know we have our experience. When a prisoner has been with his counsel, I almost always go up to see him, and to offer him something, a little trifle to set him up again. So yesterday, after M. Magloire had been here, I climbed up. And you found M. de Boiscoran sick?" "I found him in a pitiful condition, gentlemen. He lay on his stomach on his bed, his head in the pillow, and stiff as a corpse. I was some time in his cell before he heard me. I shook my keys, I stamped, I coughed. No use. I became frightened. I went up to him, and took him by the shoulder. Sir! Great God!" He leaped up as if shot and, sitting up, he said, "What do you want?" Of course, I tried to console him, to explain to him that he ought to speak out. That it is rather unpleasant to appear in court, but that people don't die of it, that they even come out of it as white as snow, if they have a good advocate. I might just as well have been singing, "O sensible woman." The more I said, the fiercer he looked, and at last he cried, without letting me finish, "Get out from here. Leave me." He paused a moment to take a whiff at his pipe. But it had gone out, he put it in his pocket, and went on. I might have told him that I had a right to come into the cells whenever I liked, and to stay there as long as it pleases me. But prisoners are like children, you must not worry them. But I opened the wicket, and I remained there, watching him. Ah, gentlemen, I have been here 20 years, and I have seen many desperate men, but I never saw any despair like this young man's. He had jumped up as soon as I turned my back, and he was walking up and down, sobbing aloud. He looked as pale as death, and the big tears were running down his cheeks in torrents. M. Magloire felt each one of these details like a stab at his heart. His opinion had not materially changed since the day before, but he had had time to reflect, and to reproach himself for his harshness. I was at my post for an hour at least, continued the jailer, when all of a sudden M. de Boiscoran throws himself upon the door, and begins to knock at it with his feet, and to call as loud as he can. I keep him waiting a little while, so he should not know I was so nearby, and then I open, pretending to have hurried up ever so fast. As soon as I show myself, he says, I have the right to receive visitors, have I not? And nobody has been to see me? No one. Are you sure? Quite sure. I thought I had killed him. He put his hands to his forehead this way, and then he said, no one, no mother, no betrothed, no friend. Well, it is all over. I am no longer in existence. I am forgotten, abandoned, disowned. He said this in a voice that would have drawn tears from stones, and I suggested to him to write a letter, which I would send to M. de Chandor. But he became furious at once, and cried, no, never. Leave me. There is nothing left for me but death. M. Folgat had not uttered a word, but his pallor betrayed his emotions. You will understand, gentlemen, Blangen went on, that I did not feel quite reassured. It is a bad cell that in which M. de Boiscoran is staying. Since I have been at Sauveterre, one man has killed himself in it, and one man has tried to commit suicide. So I called Trumans, a poor vagrant who assists me in the jail. And we arranged it that one of us would always be on guard, never losing the prisoner out of sight for a moment. But it was a useless precaution. At night, when they carried M. de Boiscoran his supper, he was perfectly calm. And he even said he would try to eat something to keep his strength. Poor man! If he has no other strength than what his meal would give him, he won't go far. He had not swallowed 4 mouthfuls, when he was almost smothered. And Trumans and I at one time thought he would die on our hands. I almost thought it might be fortunate. However, about 9 o'clock he was a little better, and he remained all night long at his window. M. Magloire could stand it no longer. Let us go up, he said to his colleague. They went up. But, as they entered the passage, they noticed Trumans, who was making signs to them to step lightly. What is the matter? They asked in an undertone. I believe he is asleep, replied the prisoner. Poor man! Who knows but he dreams he is free, and in his beautiful chateau. M. Folgat went on tiptoe to the wicket. But Jacques had waked up. He had heard steps and voices, and he had just risen. Blangen, therefore, opened the door, and at once M. Magloire said the prisoner. I bring you reinforcements, M. Folgat, my colleague, who has come down from Paris, with your mother. Coolly, and without saying a word, M. de Boiscoran bowed. I see you are angry with me, continued M. Magloire. I was too quick yesterday, much too quick. Jacques shook his head, and said in an icy tone. I was angry, but I have reflected since, and now I thank you for your candor. At least, I know my fate. Innocent though I be, if I go into court, I shall be condemned as an incendiary and a murderer. I shall prefer not going into court at all. Poor man! But all hope is not lost. Yes. Who would believe me, if you, my friend, cannot believe me? I would, said M. Folgat promptly, I, who, without knowing you, from the beginning believed in your innocence, I who, now that I have seen you, adhere to my conviction. Quicker than thought, M. de Boiscoran had seized the young advocate's hand, and, pressing it convulsively, said. Thanks, oh, thanks for that word alone. I bless you, sir, for the faith you have in me. This was the first time that the unfortunate man, since his arrest, felt a ray of hope. Alas! It passed in a second. His eye became dim again, his brow clouded over, and he said in a hoarse voice. Unfortunately, nothing can be done for me now. No doubt M. Magloire has told you my sad history and my statement. I have no proof, or at least, to furnish proof, I would have to enter into details which the court would refuse to admit. Or if by a miracle they were admitted, I should be ruined forever by them. They are confidences which cannot be spoken of, secrets which are never betrayed, veils which must not be lifted. It is better to be condemned innocent than to be acquitted infamous and dishonored. Gentlemen, I decline being defended. What was his desperate purpose that he should have come to such a decision? His counsel trembled as they thought they guessed it. You have no right, said M. Folgat, to give yourself up thus. Why not? Because you are not alone in your trouble, sir. Because you have relations, friends, and... A bitter, ironical smile appeared on the lips of Jacques de Boiscoran as he broke in. What do I owe to them? If they have not even the courage to wait for the sentence to be pronounced before they condemn me? Their merciless verdict has actually anticipated that of the jury. It was to an unknown person, to you, M. Folgat, that I had to be indebted for the first expression of sympathy. Ah, that is not so, exclaimed M. Magloire, you know very well. Jacques did not seem to hear him. He went on. Friends? Oh, yes. I had friends in my days of prosperity. There was M. Galpin and M. Dubigeon, they were my friends. One has become my judge, the most cruel and pitiless of judges. And the other, who is Commonwealth attorney, has not even made an effort to come to my assistance. M. Magloire also used to be a friend of mine, and told me 100 times, that I could count upon him as I count upon myself, and that was my reason to choose him as my counsel. And, when I endeavored to convince him of my innocence, he told me I lied. Once more the eminent advocate of Sauveterre tried to protest, but it was in vain. Relations, continued Jacques with a voice trembling with indignation, oh, yes. I have relations, a father and a mother. Where are they when their son, victimized by unheard-of fatality, is struggling in the meshes of a most odious and infamous plot? My father stays quietly in Paris, devoted to his pursuits and usual pleasures. My mother has come down to Sauveterre. She is here now, and she has been told that I am at liberty to receive visitors, but in vain. I was hoping for her yesterday. But the wretch who is accused of a crime is no longer her son. She never came. No one came. Henceforth I stand alone in the world, and now you see why I have a right to dispose of myself. M. Folgat did not think for a moment of discussing the point. It would have been useless. Despair never reasons. He only said. You forget Miss Chandor, sir. Jacques turned crimson all over, and he murmured, trembling in all his limbs. Dionysia. Yes, Dionysia, said the young advocate. You forget her courage, her devotion, and all she has done for you. Can you say that she abandons and denies you, she who set aside all her reserve and her timidity for your sake, and came and spent a whole night in this prison? She was risking nothing less than her maidenly honor. For she might have been discovered or betrayed. She knew that very well, nevertheless she did not hesitate. Ah! You are cruel, sir, broke in Jacques. And pressing the lawyer's arm hard, he went on. And do you not understand that her memory kills me, and that my misery is all the greater as I know but too well what bliss I am losing? Do you not see that I love Dionysia as woman never was loved before? Ah, if my life alone was at stake! At least, I have to make amends for a great wrong, but she, great God, why did I ever come across her path? He remained for a moment buried in thought, then he added. And yet she, also, did not come yesterday. Why? Oh! No doubt they have told her all. They have told her how I came to be at Valpinson the night of the crime. You are mistaken, Jacques, said M. Magloire. Miss Chandor knows nothing. Is it possible? M. Magloire did not speak in her presence, added M. Folgat, and we have bound over M. de Chandor to secrecy. I insisted upon it that you alone had the right to tell the truth to Miss Dionysia. Then how does she explain it to herself that I am not set free? She cannot explain it. Great God! She does not also think I am guilty? If you were to tell her so yourself, she would not believe you. And still she never came here yesterday. She could not. Although they told her nothing, your mother had to be told. The Marchioness was literally thunderstruck. She remained for more than an hour unconscious in Miss Dionysia's arms. When she recovered her consciousness, her first words were for you, but it was then too late to be admitted here. When M. Folgat mentioned Miss Dionysia's name, he had found the surest, and perhaps the only means to break Jacques' purpose. "How can I ever sufficiently thank you, sir?" asked the latter. "By promising me that you will forever abandon that fatal resolve which you had formed," replied the young advocate. "If you were guilty, I should be the first to say, 'Be it so,' and I would furnish you with the means. Suicide would be an expiation. But, as you are innocent, you have no right to kill yourself. Suicide would be a confession. What am I to do? Defend yourself. Fight. Without hope. Yes, even without hope. When you faced the Prussians, did you ever think of blowing out your brains? No. And yet you knew that they were superior in numbers, and would conquer, in all probability. Well, you are once more in face of the enemy. And even if you were certain of being conquered, that is to say, of being condemned, and it was the day before you should have to mount the scaffold, I should still say, fight. You must live on. For up to that hour something may happen which will enable us to discover the guilty one. And, if no such event should happen, I should repeat, nevertheless, you must wait for the executioner in order to protest from the scaffold against the judicial murder, and once more to affirm your innocence." As M. Folgat uttered these words, Jacques had gradually recovered his bearing, and now he said, "Upon my honor, sir, I promise you I will hold out to the bitter end." "Well," said M. Magloire, "very well." "First of all," replied M. Folgat, "I mean to recommence, for our benefit the investigation which M. Galpin has left incomplete. Tonight your mother and I will leave for Paris. I have come to ask you for the necessary information, and for the means to explore your house in Vine Street, to discover the friend whose name you assumed, and the servant who waited upon you." The bolts were drawn as he said this. And at the open wicket appeared Blangin's rubicund face. "The Marchioness de Boiscoran," he said, "is in the parlour, and begs you will come down as soon as you have done with these gentlemen." Jacques turned very pale. "My mother," he murmured. Then he added, speaking to the jailer, "Do not go yet. We have nearly done." His agitation was too great, he could not master it. He said to the two lawyers, "We must stop here for today. I cannot think now." But M. Folgat had declared he would leave for Paris that very night, and he was determined to do so. He said, therefore, "Our success depends on the rapidity of our movements. I beg you will let me insist upon your giving me at once the few items of information which I need for my purposes." Jacques shook his head sadly. He began. "The task is out of your power, sir." "Nevertheless, do what my colleague asks you," urged M. Magloire. Without any further opposition, and, who knows, perhaps with a secret hope which he would not confess to himself, Jacques informed the young advocate of the most minute details about his relations to the Countess Claudius. He told him at what hour she used to come to the house, what road she took, and how she was most commonly dressed. The keys of the house were at Boiscoran, in a drawer which Jacques described. He had only to ask Anthony for them. Then he mentioned how they might find out what had become of that Englishman whose name he had borrowed. Sir Francis Burnett had a brother in London. Jacques did not know his precise address. But he knew he had important business relations with India, and had, once upon a time, been cashier in the great house of Gilmore and Benson. As to the English servant girl who had for 3 years attended to his house in Vine Street, Jacques had taken her blindly, upon the recommendation of an agency in the suburbs. And he had had nothing to do with her, except to pay her her wages, and, occasionally, some little gratuity besides. All he could say, and even that he had learned by mere chance, was, that the girl's name was Sucky Wood. That she was a native of Folkestone, where her parents kept a sailor's tavern, and that, before coming to France, she had been a chambermaid at the Adelphi in Liverpool. M. Folgat took careful notes of all he could learn. Then he said, This is more than enough to begin the campaign. Now you must give me the name and address of your tradesman in Passy. You will find a list in a small pocket-book which is in the same drawer with the keys. In the same drawer are also all the deeds and other papers concerning the house. Finally, you might take Anthony with you, he is devoted to me. I shall certainly take him, if you permit me, replied the lawyer. Then putting up his notes, he added. I shall not be absent more than 3 or 4 days, and, as soon as I return, we will draw up our plan of defense. Till then, my dear client, keep up your courage. They called Blangin to open the door for them, and, after having shaken hands with Jacques de Boiscoran, M. Folgat and M. Magloire went away. Well, are we going down now? Asked the jailer. But Jacques made no reply. He had most ardently hoped for his mother's visit, and now, when he was about to see her, he felt assailed by all kinds of vague and somber apprehensions. The last time he had kissed her was in Paris, in the beautiful parlor of their family mansion. He had left her, his heart swelling with hopes and joy, to go to his Dionysia. And his mother, he remembered distinctly, had said to him, I shall not see you again till the day before the wedding. And now she was to see him again, in the parlor of a jail, accused of an abominable crime. And perhaps she was doubtful of his innocence. Sir, the Marchioness is waiting for you, said the jailer once more. At the man's voice, Jacques trembled. I am ready, he replied, let us go. And, while descending the stairs, he tried his best to compose his features, and to arm himself with courage and calmness. For, he said, she must not become aware of it, how horrible my position is. At the foot of the steps, Blangin pointed at a door, and said. That is the parlor. When the Marchioness wants to go, please call me. On the threshold, Jacques paused once more. The parlor of the jail at Sauveterre is an immense vaulted hall, lighted up by 2 narrow windows with close, heavy iron gratings. There is no furniture save a coarse bench fastened to the damp, untidy wall. And on this bench, in the full light of the sun, sat, or rather lay, apparently bereft of all strength, the Marchioness of Boiscoran. When Jacques saw her, he could hardly suppress a cry of horror and grief. Was that really his mother, that thin old lady with the sallow complexion, the red eyes, and trembling hands? Oh God, he murmured. She heard him, for she raised her head, and, when she recognized him, she wanted to rise. But her strength forsook her, and she sank back upon the bench, crying. Oh Jacques, my child. She, also, was terrified when she saw what 2 months of anguish and sleeplessness had done for Jacques. But he was kneeling at her feet upon the muddy pavement, and said in a barely intelligible voice. Can you pardon me the great grief I cause you? She looked at him for a moment with a bewildered air. And then, all of a sudden, she took his head in her 2 hands, kissed him with passionate vehemence, and said. Will I pardon you? Alas, what have I to pardon? If you were guilty, I should love you still, and you are innocent. Jacques breathed more freely. In his mother's voice he felt that she, at least, was sure of him. And father? He asked. There was a faint blush on the pale cheeks of the Marchioness. I shall see him tomorrow, she replied. For I leave tonight with M. Folgat. What? In this state of weakness? I must. Could not father leave his collections for a few days? Why did he not come down? Does he think I am guilty? No. It is just because he is so sure of your innocence, that he remains in Paris. He does not believe you in danger. He insists upon it that justice cannot err. I hope so, said Jacques with a forced smile. Then changing his tone. And Dionysia? Why did she not come with you? Because I would not have it. She knows nothing. It has been agreed upon that the name of the Countess Claudius is not to be mentioned in her presence, and I wanted to speak to you about that abominable woman. Jacques, my poor child, where has that unlucky passion brought you? He made no reply. Did you love her? Asked the Marchioness. I thought I did. And she? Oh, she. God alone knows the secret of that strange heart. There is nothing to hope from her, then, no pity, no remorse. Nothing. I have given her up. She has had her revenge. She had forewarned me. The Marchioness sighed. I thought so, she said. Last Sunday, when I knew as yet of nothing, I happened to be close to her at church, and unconsciously admired her profound devotion, the purity of her eye, and the nobility of her manner. Yesterday, when I heard the truth, I shuddered. I felt how formidable a woman must be who can affect such calmness at a time when her lover lies in prison accused of the crime which she has committed. Nothing in the world would trouble her, mother. Still she ought to tremble. For she must know that you have told us everything. How can we unmask her? But time was passing, and Blangen came to tell the Marchioness that she had to withdraw. She went, after having kissed her son once more. That same evening, according to their arrangement, she left for Paris, accompanied by M. Folgat and old Anthony. Chapter 18. At Sauveterre, everybody, M. de Chandor as much as Jacques himself, blamed the Marquis de Boiscoran. He persisted in remaining in Paris, it is true, but it was certainly not from indifference, for he was dying with anxiety. He had shut himself up, and refused to see even his oldest friends, even his beloved dealers in curiosities. He never went out, the dust accumulated on his collections. And nothing could arouse him from this state of prostration, except a letter from Sauveterre. Every morning he received 3 or 4, from the Marchioness or M. Folgat, from M. Seneschal or M. Magloire, from M. de Chandor, Dionysia, or even from Dr. Seignebos. Thus he could follow at a distance all the phases, and even the smallest changes, in the proceedings. Only one thing he would not do, he would not come down, however important his coming might be for his son. He did not move. Once only he had received, through Dionysia's agency, a letter from Jacques himself. And then he ordered his servant to get ready his trunks for the same evening. But at the last moment he had given counter-orders, saying that he had reconsidered, and would not go. There is something extraordinary going on in the mind of the Marquis, said the servants to each other. The fact is, he spent his days, and a part of his nights, in his cabinet, half buried in an armchair, resting little, and sleeping still less, insensible to all that went on around him. On his table he had arranged all his letters from Sauveterre in order, and he read and reread them incessantly, examining the phrases, and trying, ever in vain, to disengage the truth from this mass of details and statements. He was no longer as sure of his son as at first, far from it. Every day had brought him a new doubt, every letter, additional uncertainty. Hence he was all the time a prey to most harassing apprehensions. He put them aside. But they returned, stronger and more irresistible than before, like the waves of the rising tide. He was thus one morning in his cabinet. It was very early yet, but he was more than ever suffering from anxiety, for M. Folgat had written, "Tomorrow all uncertainty will end. Tomorrow the close confinement will be raised, and M. Jacques will see M. Magloire, the counsel whom he has chosen. We will write immediately." It was for this news the Marquis was waiting now. Twice already he had rung to inquire if the mail had not come yet, when all of a sudden his valet appeared and with a frightened air said, "The Marchioness. She has just come with Anthony, M. Jacques' own man." He hardly said so, when the Marchioness herself entered, looking even worse than she had done in the prison parlour, for she was overcome by the fatigue of a night spent on the road. The Marquis had started up suddenly. As soon as the servant had left the room, and shut the door again, he said with trembling voice, as if wishing for an answer, and still fearing to hear it, "Has anything unusual happened?" "Yes." "Good or bad?" "Sad." "Great God! Jacques has not confessed." "How could he confess when he is innocent?" "Then he has explained." "As far as I am concerned, and M. Folgat, Dr. Seignebos, and all who know him and love him, yes, but not for the public, for his enemies, or the law. He has explained everything, but he has no proof. The mournful features of the Marquis settled into still deeper gloom. In other words, he has to be believed on his own word, he asked. Don't you believe him? I am not the judge of that, but the jury. Well, for the jury he will find proof. M. Folgat, who has come in the same train with me, and whom you will see today, hopes to discover proof. Proof of what? Perhaps the Marchioness was not unprepared for such a reception. She expected it, and still she was disconcerted. Jacques, she began, has been the lover of the Countess Claudius. Ah, broke in the Marquis. And, in a tone of offensive irony, he added. No doubt another story of adultery, eh? The Marchioness did not answer. She quietly went on. When the Countess heard of Jacques' marriage, and that he abandoned her, she became exasperated, and determined to be avenged. And, in order to be avenged, she attempted to murder her husband, eh? She wished to be free. The Marquis de Boiscoran interrupted his wife with a formidable oath. Then he cried. And that is all Jacques could invent. And to come to such an abortive story, was that the reason of his obstinate silence? You do not let me finish. Our son is the victim of unparalleled coincidences. Of course. Unparalleled coincidences. That is what every one of the 1,000 or 2,000 rascals say who are sentenced every year. Do you think they confess? Not they. Ask them, and they will prove to you that they are the victims of fate, of some dark plot, and, finally, of an error of judgment. As if justice could err in these days of ours, after all these preliminary examinations, long inquiries, and careful investigations. You will see M. Folgat. He will tell you what hope there is. And if all hope fails? The Marchioness hung her head. All would not be lost yet. But then we should have to endure the pain of seeing our son brought up in court. The tall figure of the old gentleman had once more risen to its full height, his face grew red. And the most appalling wrath flashed from his eyes. Jacques brought up in court, he cried, with a formidable voice. And you come and tell me that coolly, as if it were a very simple and quite natural matter. And what will happen then, if he is in court? He will be condemned, and a Boiscoran will go to the galleys. But no, that cannot be. I do not say that a Boiscoran may not commit a crime, passion makes us do strange things. But a Boiscoran, when he regains his senses, knows what becomes him to do. Blood washes out all stains. Jacques prefers the executioner, he waits, he is cunning, he means to plead. If he but save his head, he is quite content. A few years at hard labor, I suppose, will be a trifle to him. And that coward should be a Boiscoran, my blood should flow in his veins. Come, madam, Jacques is no son of mine. Crushed as the Marchioness had seemed to be till now, she rose under this atrocious insult. Sir, she cried. But M. de Boiscoran was not in a state to listen to her. I know what I am saying, he went on. I remember everything, if you have forgotten everything. Come, let us go back to your past. Remember the time when Jacques was born, and tell me what year it was when M. de Margerel refused to meet me. Indignation restored to the Marchioness her strength. She cried. And you come and tell me this today, after 30 years, and God knows under what circumstances. Yes, after 30 years. Eternity might pass over these recollections, and it would not efface them. And, but for these circumstances to which you refer, I should never have said anything. At the time to which I allude, I had to choose between two evils, either to be ridiculous, or to be hated. I preferred to keep silence, and not to inquire too far. My happiness was gone, but I wished to save my peace. We have lived together on excellent terms, but there has always been between us this high wall, this suspicion. As long as I was doubtful, I kept silent. But now, when the facts confirm my doubts, I say again, Jacques is no son of mine. Overcome with grief, shame, and indignation, the Marchioness de Boiscoran was wringing her hands. Then she cried. "What a humiliation! What you are saying is too horrible. It is unworthy of you to add this terrible suffering to the martyrdom which I am enduring." M. de Boiscoran laughed convulsively. "Have I brought about this catastrophe? Well then, yes. One day I was imprudent and indiscreet. I was young. I knew nothing of life, the world worshipped me, and you, my husband, my guide, gave yourself up to your ambition, and left me to myself. I could not foresee the consequences of a very inoffensive piece of coquetry. You see, then, now these consequences. After 30 years, I disown the child that bears my name, and I say, that, if he is innocent, he suffers for his mother's sins. Fate would have it that your son should covet his neighbor's wife, and, having taken her, it is but justice that he should die the death of the adulterer. But you know very well that I have never forgotten my duty. I know nothing. You have acknowledged it, because you refused to hear the explanation which would have justified me. True, I did shrink from an explanation, which, with your unbearable pride, would necessarily have led to a rupture, and thus to a fearful scandal. The Marchioness might have told her husband, that, by refusing to hear her explanation, he had forfeited all right to utter a reproach. But she felt it would be useless, and thus he went on. All I do know is, that there is somewhere in this world a man whom I wanted to kill. Gossiping people betrayed his name to me. I went to him, and told him that I demanded satisfaction, and that I hoped he would conceal the real reason for our encounter even from our seconds. He refused to give me satisfaction, on the ground that he did not owe me any, that you had been calumniated, and that he would meet me only if I should insult him publicly. Well, what could I do after that? Investigate the matter. You had no doubt taken your precautions, and it would have amounted to nothing. Watch you. I should only have demeaned myself uselessly, for you were no doubt on your guard. Should I ask for a divorce? The law afforded me that remedy. I might have dragged you into court, held you up to the sarcasms of my counsel, and exposed you to the jests of your own. I had a right to humble you, to dishonor my name, to proclaim your disgrace, to publish it in the newspapers. Ah, I would have died rather. The Marchioness seemed to be puzzled. That was the explanation of your conduct? Yes, that was my reason for giving up public life, ambitious as I was. That was the reason why I withdrew from the world. For I thought everybody smiled as I passed. That is why I gave up to you the management of our house and the education of your son, why I became a passionate collector, a half-mad original. And you find out only today that you have ruined my life? There was more compassion than resentment in the manner in which the Marchioness looked at her husband. You had mentioned to me your unjust suspicions, she replied. But I felt strong in my innocence, and I was in hope that time and my conduct would efface them. Faith once lost never comes back again. The fearful idea that you could doubt of your paternity had never even occurred to me. The Marquis shook his head. Still it was so, he replied. I have suffered terribly. I loved Jacques. Yes, in spite of all, in spite of myself, I loved him. Had he not all the qualities which are the pride and the joy of a family? Was he not generous and noble-hearted, open to all lofty sentiments, affectionate, and always anxious to please me? I never had to complain of him. And even lately, during this abominable war, has he not again shown his courage, and valiantly earned the cross which they gave him? At all times, and from all sides, I have been congratulated on his account. They praised his talents and his assiduity. Alas! At the very moment when they told me what a happy father I was the most wretched of men. How many times would I have drawn him to my heart? But immediately that terrible doubt rose within me, if he should not be my son, and I pushed him back, and looked in his features for a trace of another man's features. His wrath had cooled down, perhaps by its very excess. He felt a certain tenderness in his heart, and sinking into his chair, and hiding his face in his hands, he murmured. If he should be my son, however, if he should be innocent? Ah, this doubt is intolerable. And I who would not move from here, I who have done nothing for him, I might have done everything at first. It would have been easy for me to obtain a change of venue to free him from this Galpin, formerly his friend, and now his enemy. M. De Boiscoran was right when he said that his wife's pride was unmanageable. And still, as cruelly wounded as woman well could be, she now suppressed her pride, and, thinking only of her son, remained quite humble. Drawing from her bosom the letter which Jacques had sent to her the day before she left Sauveterre, she handed it to her husband, saying, "Will you read what our son says?" The Marquis's hand trembled as he took the letter. And, when he had torn it open, he read. "Do you forsake me too, father, when everybody forsakes me? And yet I have never needed your love as much as now. The peril is imminent. Everything is against me. Never has such a combination of fatal circumstances been seen before. I may not be able to prove my innocence, but you surely cannot think your son guilty of such an absurd and heinous crime. Oh, no. Surely not. My mind is made up. I shall fight to the bitter end. To my last breath I shall defend, not my life, but my honor. Ah, if you but knew. But there are things which cannot be written, and which only a father can be told. I beseech you come to me, let me see you, let me hold your hand in mine. Do not refuse this last and greatest comfort to your unhappy son." The Marquis had started up. "Oh, yes, very unhappy indeed," he cried. And, bowing to his wife, he said, "I interrupted you. Now, pray tell me all." Maternal love conquered womanly resentment. Without a shadow of hesitation, and as if nothing had taken place, the Marchioness gave her husband the whole of Jacques' statement as he had made it to M. Magloire. The Marquis seemed to be amazed. "That is unheard of," he said. And, when his wife had finished, he added, "That was the reason why Jacques was so very angry when you spoke of inviting the Countess Claudius, and why he told you, that, if he saw her enter at one door, he would walk out of the other. We did not understand his aversion. Alas! It was not aversion. Jacques only obeyed at that time the cunning lessons given him by the Countess." In less than 1 minute the most contradictory resolutions seemed to flit across the Marquis's face. He hesitated, and at last he said, "Whatever can be done to make up for my inaction, I will do. I will go to Sauveterre. Jacques must be saved. M. de Margerel is all-powerful. Go to him. I permit it. I beg you will do it." The eyes of the Marchioness filled with tears, hot tears, the first she had shed since the beginning of this scene. "Do you not see," she asked, "that what you wish me to do is now impossible? Everything, yes, everything in the world but that. But Jacques and I, we are innocent. God will have pity on us. M. Folgat will save us." Chapter 19. M. Folgat was already at work. He had confidence in his cause, a firm conviction of the innocence of his client, a desire to solve the mystery, a love of battle, and an intense thirst for success. All these motives combined to stimulate the talents of the young advocate, and to increase his activity. And, above all this, there was a mysterious and indefinable sentiment with which Dionysia had inspired him, for he had succumbed to her charms, like everybody else. It was not love, for he who says love says hope. And he knew perfectly well that altogether and forever Dionysia belonged to Jacques. It was a sweet and all-powerful sentiment, which made him wish to devote himself to her, and to count for something in her life and in her happiness. It was for her sake that he had sacrificed all his business, and forgotten his clients, in order to stay at Sauveterre. It was for her sake, above all, that he wished to save Jacques. He had no sooner arrived at the station, and left the Marchioness de Boiscoran in old Anthony's care, than he jumped into a cab, and had himself driven to his house. He had sent a telegram the day before, and his servant was waiting for him. In less than no time he had changed his clothes. Immediately he went back to his carriage, and went in search of the man, who, he thought, was most likely to be able to fathom this mystery. This was a certain Gowder, who was connected with the police department in some capacity or other, and at all events received an income large enough to make him very comfortable. He was one of those agents for everything whom the police keep employed for specially delicate operations, which require both tact and keen scent, an intrepidity beyond all doubt, and imperturbable self-possession. M. Folgat had had opportunities of knowing and appreciating him in the famous case of the Mutual Discount Society. He was instructed to track the cashier who had fled, having a deficit of several millions. Gowder had caught him in Canada, after pursuing him for 3 months all over America, but, on the day of his arrest, this cashier had in his pocketbook and his trunk only some 40,000 francs. What had become of the millions? When he was questioned, he said he had spent them. He had gambled in stocks, he had become unfortunate, etc. Everybody believed him except Gowder. Stimulated by the promise of a magnificent reward, he began his campaign once more. And, in less than 6 weeks, he had gotten hold of 1,600,000 francs which the cashier had deposited in London with a woman of bad character. The story is well known. But what is not known is the genius, the fertility of resources, and the ingenuity of expedients, which Gowder displayed in obtaining such a success. M. Folgat, however, was fully aware of it. For he had been the counsel of the stockholders of the Mutual Discount Society, and he had vowed, that, if ever the opportunity should come, he would employ this marvellously able man. Gowder, who was married, and had a child, lived out of the world on the road to Versailles, not far from the fortifications. He occupied with his family a small house which he owned, a veritable philosopher's home, with a little garden in front, and a vast garden behind, in which he raised vegetables and admirable fruit, and where he kept all kinds of animals. When M. Folgat stepped out of his carriage before this pleasant home, a young woman of 25 or 26, of surpassing beauty, young and fresh, was playing in the front garden with a little girl of 3 or 4 years, all milk and roses. M. Gowder, madam, asked M. Folgat, raising his hat. The young woman blushed slightly, and answered modestly, but without embarrassment, and in a most pleasing voice. My husband is in the garden. And you will find him, if you will walk down this path around the house. The young man followed the direction, and soon saw his man at a distance. His head covered with an old straw hat, without a coat, and in slippers, with a huge blue apron such as gardeners wear, Gowder had climbed up a ladder, and was busy dropping into a horsehair bag the magnificent chasselas grapes of his trellises. When he heard the sand grate under the footsteps of the newcomer, he turned his head, and at once said, "Why, M. Folgat. Good morning, sir." The young advocate was not a little surprised to see himself recognized so instantaneously. He should certainly never have recognized the detective. It was more than 3 years since they had seen each other, and how often had they seen each other then? Twice, and not an hour each time. It is true that Gowder was one of those men whom nobody remembers. Of middle height, he was neither stout nor thin, neither dark or light-haired, neither young nor old. A clerk in a passport office would certainly have written him down thus: forehead, ordinary, nose, ordinary, mouth, ordinary, eyes, neutral color, special marks, none. It could not be said that he looked stupid, but neither did he look intelligent. Everything in him was ordinary, indifferent, and undecided. Not one marked feature. He would necessarily pass unobserved, and be forgotten as soon as he had passed. "You find me busy securing my crops for the winter," he said to M. Folgat. "A pleasant job. However, I am at your service. Let me put these 3 bunches into their 3 bags, and I'll come down." This was the work of an instant. And, as soon as he had reached the ground, he turned round, and asked, "Well, and what do you think of my garden?" And at once he begged M. Folgat to visit his domain, and, with all the enthusiasm of the landowner, he praised the flavor of his Duchess pears, the bright colors of his dahlias, the new arrangements in his poultry yard, which was full of rabbit houses. And the beauty of his pond, with its ducks of all colors and all possible varieties. In his heart, M. Folgat swore at this enthusiasm. What time he was losing! But, when you expect a service from a man, you must, at least, flatter his weak side. He did not spare praise, therefore. He even pulled out his cigar case, and, still with a view to win the great man's good graces, he offered it to him, saying, "Can I offer you one?" "Thanks. I never smoke," replied Gowder. And, when he saw the astonishment of the advocate, he explained. "At least not at home. I am disposed to think the odor is unpleasant to my wife." Positively, if M. Folgat had not known the man, he would have taken him for some good and simple retired grocer, inoffensive, and anything but bright, and, bowing to him politely, he would have taken his leave. But he had seen him at work. And so he followed him obediently to his greenhouse, his melon house, and his marvelous asparagus beds. At last Gowder took his guest to the end of the garden, to a bower in which were some chairs and a table, saying, "Now let us sit down, and tell me your business, for I know you did not come solely for the pleasure of seeing my domain." Gowder was one of those men who have heard in their lives more confessions than 10 priests, 10 lawyers, and 10 doctors all together. You could tell him everything. Without a moment's hesitation, therefore, and without a break, M. Folgat told him the whole story of Jacques and the Countess Claudius. He listened, without saying a word, without moving a muscle in his face. When the lawyer had finished, he simply said, "Well?" "First of all," replied M. Folgat, "I should like to hear your opinion. Do you believe the statement made by M. de Boiscoran?" "Why not? I have seen much stranger cases than that." "Then you think, that, in spite of the charges brought against him, we must believe in his innocence?" "Pardon me, I think nothing at all." "Why, you must study a matter before you can have an opinion." He smiled. And, looking at the young advocate, he said, "But why all these preliminaries? What do you want of me?" "Your assistance to get at the truth." The detective evidently expected something of the kind. After a minute's reflection, he looked fixedly at M. Folgat and said, "If I understand you correctly, you would like to begin a counter-investigation for the benefit of the defense?" "Exactly." "And unknown to the prosecution?" "Precisely." "Well, I cannot possibly serve you." The young advocate knew too well how such things work not to be prepared for a certain amount of resistance, and he had thought of means to overcome it. "That is not your final decision, my dear Gowder," he said. "Pardon me. I am not my own master. I have my duty to fulfill, and my daily occupation. You can at any time obtain leave of absence for a month. So I might, but they would certainly wonder at such a furlough at headquarters. They would probably have me watched, and, if they found out that I was doing police work for private individuals, they would scold me grievously, and deprive themselves henceforth of my services. Oh! There is no 'oh' about it. They would do what I tell you, and they would be right, for, after all, what would become of us, and what would become of the safety and liberty of us all, if anyone could come and use the agents of the police for his private purposes? And what would become of me if I should lose my place? M. de Boiscoran's family is very rich, and they would prove their gratitude magnificently to the man who would save him. And if I did not save him? And if, instead of gathering proof of his innocence, I should only meet with more evidence of his guilt? The objection was so well founded, that M. Folgat preferred not to discuss it. "I might," he said, "hand you at once, and as a retainer, a considerable sum, which you could keep, whatever the result might be." "What sum?" 100 Napoleons. "Certainly 100 Napoleons are not to be despised. But what would they do for me if I were turned out? I have to think of somebody else besides myself. I have a wife and a child, and my whole fortune consists in this little cottage, which is not even entirely paid for. My place is not a gold mine. But, with the special rewards which I receive, it brings me, good years and bad years, 7 or 8,000 francs, and I can lay by 2 or 3,000. The young lawyer stopped him by a friendly gesture, and said, "If I were to offer you 10,000 francs? A year's income. If I offered you 15,000? Gowder made no reply, but his eyes spoke. It is a most interesting case, this case of M. de Boiscoran, continued M. Folgat, and such as does not occur often. The man who should expose the emptiness of the accusation would make a great reputation for himself. Would he make friends also at the bar? I admit he would not." The detective shook his head. "Well, I confess," he said, "I do not work for glory, nor from love of my art. I know very well that vanity is the great motive power with some of my colleagues, but I am more practical. I have never liked my profession, and, if I continue to practice it, it is because I have not the money to go into any other. It drives my wife to despair. Besides, she is only half alive as long as I am away, and she trembles every morning for fear I may be brought home with a knife between my shoulders." M. Folgat had listened attentively. But at the same time he had pulled out a pocketbook, which looked decidedly plethoric, and placed it on the table. "With 15,000 francs, he said, a man may do something. That is true. There is a piece of land for sale adjoining my garden, which would suit me exactly. Flowers bring a good price in Paris, and that business would please my wife. Fruit also yields a good profit." The advocate knew now that he had caught his man. "Remember, too, my dear Gowder, that, if you succeed, these 15,000 francs would only be a part payment. They might, perhaps, double the sum. M. de Boiscoran is the most liberal of men, and he would take pleasure in royally rewarding the man who should have saved him." As he spoke, he opened the pocketbook, and drew from it 15,000-franc notes, which he spread out on the table. "To any one but to you," he went on, "I should hesitate to pay such a sum in advance. Another man might take the money, and never trouble himself about the affair. But I know your uprightness. And, if you give me your word in return for the notes, I shall be satisfied. Come, shall it be so?" The detective was evidently not a little excited, for, self-possessed as he was, he had turned somewhat pale. He hesitated, handled the banknotes, and then, all of a sudden, said, "Wait 2 minutes." He got up instantly, and ran towards the house. Is he going to consult his wife? M. Folgat asked himself. He did so. For the next moment they appeared at the other end of the walk, engaged in a lively discussion. However, the discussion did not last long. Gowder came back to the bower, and said, "Agreed. I am your man." The advocate was delighted, and shook his hand. "Thank you," he cried, "for, with your assistance, I am almost sure of success. Unfortunately, we have no time to lose. When can you go to work?" "This moment. Give me time to change my costume. And I am at your service. You will have to give me the keys of the house in Passy. I have them here in my pocket." "Well, then let us go there at once, for I must, first of all, reconnoiter the ground. And you shall see if it takes me long to dress." In less than 15 minutes he reappeared in a long overcoat, with gloves on, looking, for all the world, like one of those retired grocers who have made a fortune, and settled somewhere outside of the Corporation of Paris. Displaying their idleness in broad daylight, and repenting forever that they have given up their occupation. "Let us go," he said to the lawyer. After having bowed to Mrs. Gowder, who accompanied them with a radiant smile, they got into the carriage, calling out to the driver. Vine Street, Passy, number 23. This Vine Street is a curious street, leading nowhere, little known, and so deserted, that the grass grows everywhere. It stretches out long and dreary, is hilly, muddy, scarcely paved, and full of holes, and looks much more like a wretched village lane than like a street belonging to Paris. No shops, only a few homes, but on the right and the left interminable walls, overtopped by lofty trees. Ah! The place is well chosen for mysterious rendezvous, growled Gowder. Too well chosen, I dare say. For we shall pick up no information here. The carriage stopped before a small door, in a thick wall, which bore the traces of the 2 sieges in a number of places. Here is number 23, said the driver, but I see no house. It could not be seen from the street, but, when they got in, Mr. Folgat and Gowder saw it, rising in the center of an immense garden, simple and pretty, with a double porch, a slate roof, and newly painted blinds. Great God! Exclaimed the detective, what a place for a gardener. And M. Folgat felt so keenly the man's ill-concealed desire, that he at once said, if we save M. de Boiscoran, I am sure he will not keep this house. Let us go in, cried the detective, in a voice which revealed all his intense desire to succeed. Unfortunately, Jacques de Boiscoran had spoken but too truly, when he said that no trace was left of former days. Furniture, carpets, all was new. And Gowder and M. Folgat in vain explored the 4 rooms downstairs, and the 4 rooms upstairs, the basement, where the kitchen was, and finally the garret. We shall find nothing here, declared the detective. To satisfy my conscience, I shall come and spend an afternoon here, but now we have more important business. Let us go and see the neighbors. There are not many neighbors in Vine Street. A teacher and a nurseryman, a locksmith and a liveryman, 5 or 6 owners of houses, and the inevitable keeper of a wine shop and restaurant, these were the whole population. We shall soon make the rounds, said Gowder, after having ordered the coachman to wait for them at the end of the street. Neither the headmaster nor his assistants knew anything. The nurseryman had heard it said that no. 23 belonged to an Englishman, but he had never seen him, and did not even know his name. The locksmith knew that he was called Francis Burnett. He had done some work for him, for which he had been well paid, and thus he had frequently seen him. But it was so long since, that he did not think he would recognize him. We are unlucky, said M. Folgat, after this visit. The memory of the liveryman was more trustworthy. He said he knew the Englishman of no. 23 very well, having driven him 3 or 4 times, and the description he gave of him answered fully to Jacques de Boiscoran. He also remembered that one evening, when the weather was wretched, Sir Burnett had come himself to order a carriage. It was for a lady, who had got in alone, and who had been driven to the Place de la Madeleine. But it was a dark night, the lady wore a thick veil. He had not been able to distinguish her features, and all he could say was that she looked above medium height. It is always the same story, said Gowder. But the wine merchant ought to be best informed. If I were alone I would breakfast there. I shall breakfast with you, said M. Folgat. They did so, and they did wisely. The wine merchant did not know much. But his waiter, who had been with him 5 or 6 years, knew Sir Burnett, as everybody called the Englishman, by sight, and was quite well acquainted with the servant girl, Sucky Wood. While he was bringing in breakfast, he told them all he knew. Sucky, he said, was a tall, strapping girl, with hair red enough to set her bonnets on fire, and graceful enough to be mistaken for a heavy dragoon in female disguise. He had often had long talks with her when she came to fetch some ready-made dish, or to buy some beer, of which she was very fond. She told him she was very pleased with her place, as she got plenty of money, and had, so to say, nothing to do, being left alone in the house for 9 months in the year. From her the waiter had also learned that Sir Burnett must have another house, and that he came to Vine Street only to receive visits from a lady. This lady troubled Sucky very much. She declared she had never been able to see the end of her nose even, so very cautious was she in all her movements, but she intended to see her in spite of all. And you may be sure she managed to do it some time or other, Gowder whispered into M. Folgat's ear. Finally they learned from this waiter, that Sucky had been very intimate with the servant of an old gentleman who lived quite alone in number 27. We must see her, said Gowder. Luckily the girl's master had just gone out, and she was alone in the house. At first she was a little frightened at being called upon and questioned by two unknown men. But the detective knew how to reassure her very quickly, and, as she was a great talker, she confirmed all the waiter at the restaurant had told them, and added some details. Sucky had been very intimate with her. She had never hesitated to tell her that Burnett was not an Englishman. That his name was not Burnett, and that he was concealing himself in Vine Street under a false name, for the purpose of meeting there his lady love, who was a grand, fine lady, and marvelously beautiful. Finally, at the outbreak of the war, Sucky had told her that she was going back to England to her relations. When they left the old bachelor's house, Gowder said to the young advocate, "We have obtained but little information, and the jurymen would pay little attention to it, but there is enough of it to confirm, at least in part, M. de Boiscoran's statement. We can prove that he met a lady here who had the greatest interest in remaining unknown. Was this, as he says, the Countess Claudius? We might find this out from Sucky, for she has seen her, beyond all doubt. Hence we must hunt up Sucky. And now, let us take our carriage, and go to headquarters. You can wait for me at the café near the Palais de Justice. I shall not be away more than a quarter of an hour." It took him, however, a good hour and a half. M. Folgat was beginning to be troubled, when he at last reappeared, looking very well pleased. "Waiter, a glass of beer," he said. And, sitting down so as to face the advocate, he said, "I stayed away rather long, but I did not lose any time. In the first place, I procured a month's leave of absence, then I put my hand upon the very man whom I wanted to send after Sir Burnett and Miss Sucky. He is a good fellow, called Barousse, fine like a needle, and speaks English like a native. He demands 25 francs a day, his travelling expenses, and a gratuity of 1,500 francs if he succeeds. I have agreed to meet him at 6 to give him a definite answer. If you accept the conditions, he will leave for England tonight, well drilled by me." Instead of any answer, M. Folgat drew from his pocketbook a 1,000-franc note, and said, "Here is something to begin with." Gowder had finished his beer, and said, "Well, then, I must leave you. I am going to hang about M. de Tasser's house, and make my inquiries. Perhaps I may pick up something there. Tomorrow I shall spend my day in searching the house in Vine Street and in questioning all the tradesmen on your list. The day after tomorrow I shall probably have finished here. So that in 4 or 5 days there will arrive in Salvatierra somebody, who will be myself." And as he got up, he added, "For I must save M. de Boiscoran. I will and I must do it. He has too nice a house. Well, we shall see each other at Salvatierra." It struck 4 o'clock. M. Folgat left the café immediately after Gowder, and went down the river to University Street. He was anxious to see the Marquis and the Marchioness. "The Marchioness is resting," said the valet, "but the Marquis is in his cabinet." M. Folgat was shown in, and found him still under the effects of the terrible scene he had undergone in the morning. He had said nothing to his wife that he did not really think, but he was distressed at having said it under such circumstances. And yet he felt a kind of relief. For, to tell the truth, he felt as if the horrible doubts which he had kept secret so many years had vanished as soon as they were spoken out. When he saw M. Folgat, he asked in a sadly changed voice, "Well?" The young advocate repeated in detail the account given by the Marchioness, but he added what the latter had not been able to mention, because she did not know it, the desperate resolution which Jacques had formed. At this revelation the Marquis looked utterly overcome. "The unhappy man," he cried. "And I accused him of, he thought of killing himself. And we had a great trouble, M. Magloire, and myself," added M. Folgat, to overcome his resolution, great trouble to make him understand, that never, under any circumstances, ought an innocent man to think of committing suicide. A big tear rolled down the furrowed cheek of the old gentleman. And he murmured, "Ah! I have been cruelly unjust. Poor, unhappy child." Then he added aloud, But I shall see him. I have determined to accompany the Marchioness to Sauveterre. When will you leave? Nothing keeps me here in Paris. I have done all that could be done, and I might return this evening. But I am really too tired. I think I shall tomorrow take the train at 10:45. If you do so, we shall travel in company, you understand? Tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the Orleans station. We shall reach Sauveterre by midnight. Chapter 20. When the Marchioness de Boiscoran, on the day of her departure for Paris, had gone to see her son, Dionysia had asked her to let her go with her. She resisted, and the young girl did not insist. I see they are trying to conceal something from me, she said simply, but it does not matter. And she had taken refuge in the sitting room. And there, taking her usual seat, as in the happy days when Jacques spent all his evenings by her side, she had remained long hours immovable, looking as if, with her mind's eye, she was following invisible scenes far away. Grandpapa Chandor and the two aunts were indescribably anxious. They knew their Dionysia, their darling child, better than she knew herself, having nursed and watched her for 20 years. They knew every expression of her face, every gesture, every intonation of voice, and could almost read her thoughts in her features. Most assuredly Dionysia is meditating upon something very serious, they said. She is evidently calculating and preparing for a great resolution. The old gentleman thought so too, and asked her repeatedly. What are you thinking of, dear child? Of nothing, dear papa, she replied. You are sadder than usual, why are you so? Alas! How do I know? Does anybody know why one day we have sunshine in our hearts, and another day dismal clouds? But the next day she insisted upon being taken to her seamstresses, and finding Mechanet, the clerk, there, she remained a full half-hour in conference with him. Then, in the evening, when Dr. Seignebos, after a short visit, was leaving the room, she lay in wait for him, and kept him talking a long time at the door. Finally, the day after, she asked once more to be allowed to go and see Jacques. They could no longer refuse her this sad satisfaction, and it was agreed that the older of the two Mrs. Laverand, Miss Adelaide, should accompany her. About 2 o'clock on that day they knocked at the prison door, and asked the jailer, who had come to open the door, to let them see Jacques. I'll go for him at once, madam, replied Blangen. In the meantime pray step in here, the parlour is rather damp, and the less you stay in it, the better it will be. Dionysia did so, or rather, she did a great deal more, for, leaving her aunt downstairs, she drew Mrs. Blangen to the upper room, having something to say to her, as she pretended. When they came down again, Blangen told them that M. de Boiscoran was waiting for them. Come, said the young girl to her aunt. But she had not taken 10 steps in the long narrow passage which led to the parlour, when she stopped. The damp which fell from the vaulted ceiling like a pall upon her, and the emotions which were agitating her heart, combined to overwhelm her. She tottered, and had to lean against the wall, reeking as it was with wet and with saltpetre. "Oh Lord, you are ill," cried Miss Adelaide. Dionysia beckoned to her to be silent. "Oh, it is nothing," she said. "Be quiet." And gathering up all her strength, and putting her little hand upon the old lady's shoulder, she said, "My darling auntie, you must render us an immense service. It is all important that I should speak to Jacques alone. It would be very dangerous for us to be overheard. I know they often set spies to listen to prisoners talk. Do please, dear aunt, remain here in the passage, and give us warning, if anybody should come. You do not think of it, dear child. Would it be proper?" The young girl stopped her again. "Was it proper when I came and spent a night here? Alas! In our position, everything is proper that may be useful." And, as Aunt Laverand made no reply, she felt sure of her perfect submission, and went on towards the parlour. "Dionysia," cried Jacques as soon as she entered, "Dionysia." He was standing in the centre of this mournful hall, looking whiter than the whitewash on the wall, but apparently calm, and almost smiling. The violence with which he controlled himself was horrible. But how could he allow his betrothed to see his despair? Ought he not, on the contrary, do everything to reassure her? He came up to her, took her hands in his, and said, "Ah, it is so kind in you to come. And yet I have looked for you ever since the morning. I have been watching and waiting, and trembling at every noise. But will you ever forgive me for having made you come to a place like this, untidy and ugly, without the fatal poetry of horror even?" She looked at him with such obstinate fixedness, that the words expired on his lips. "Why will you tell me a falsehood?" she said sadly. "I tell you a falsehood." "Yes. Why do you affect this gaiety and tranquility, which are so far from your heart? Have you no longer confidence in me? Do you think I am a child, from whom the truth must be concealed, or so feeble and good for nothing, that I cannot bear my share of your troubles? Do not smile, Jacques, for I know you have no hope. You are mistaken, Dionysia, I assure you. No, Jacques. They are concealing something from me, I know, and I do not ask you to tell me what it is. I know quite enough. You will have to appear in court. I beg your pardon. That question has not yet been decided. But it will be decided, and against you." Jacques knew very well it would be so, and dreaded it, but he still insisted upon playing his part. "Well," he said, "if I appear in court, I shall be acquitted." "Are you quite sure of that?" "I have 99 chances out of 100 for me." "There is one, however, against you," cried the young girl. And seizing Jacques' hands, and pressing them with a force of which he would never have suspected her, she added, "You have no right to run that one chance." Jacques trembled in all his limbs. Was it possible? Did he understand her? Did Dionysia herself come and suggest to him that act of supreme despair, from which his counsel had so strongly dissuaded him? "What do you mean?" he said with trembling voice. "You must escape." "Escape? Nothing so easy. I have considered the whole matter thoroughly. The jailers are in our pay. I have just come to an understanding with Blangion's wife. One evening, as soon as night falls, they will open the doors to you. A horse will be ready for you outside of town, and relays have been prepared. In 4 hours you can reach Rochelle. There, one of those pilot boats which can stand any storm takes you on board, and carries you to England." Jacques shook his head. "That cannot be," he replied. "I am innocent. I cannot abandon all I hold dear, you, Dionysia." A deep flush covered the young girl's cheeks. She stammered. "I have expressed myself badly. You shall not go alone." He raised his hands to heaven, as if in utter despair. "Great God! Thou grantest me this consolation." But Dionysia went on speaking in a firmer voice. "Did you think I would be mean enough to forsake the friend who is betrayed by everybody else? No, no. Grandpapa and my aunts will accompany me, and we will meet you in England. You will change your name, and go across to America. And we will look out, far in the west, for some new country where we can establish ourselves. It won't be France, to be sure. But our country, Jacques, is the country where we are free, where we are beloved, where we are happy." Jacques de Boiscoran was moved to the last fibre of his innermost heart, and in a kind of ecstasy which did not allow him to keep up any longer his mask of impassive indifference. Was there a man upon earth who could receive a more glorious proof of love and devotion? And from what a woman! From a young girl, who united in herself all the qualities of which a single one makes others proud, intelligence and grace, high rank and fortune, beauty and angelic purity. Ah! She did not hesitate like that other one. She did not think of asking for securities before she granted the first favor, she did not make a science of duplicity, nor hypocrisy her only virtue. She gave herself up entirely, and without the slightest reserve. And all this at the moment when Jacques saw everything else around him crumble to pieces, when he was on the very brink of utter despair. Just then this happiness came to him, this great and unexpected happiness, which well nigh broke his heart. For a moment he could not move, he could not think. Then all of a sudden, drawing his betrothed to him, pressing her convulsively to his bosom, and covering her hair with 1,000 kisses, he cried. I bless you, oh, my darling. I bless you, my well-beloved. I shall mourn no longer. Whatever may happen, I have had my share of heavenly bliss. She thought he consented. Palpitating like the bird in the hand of a child, she drew back, and looking at Jacques with ineffable love and tenderness, she said. Let us fix the day. What day? The day for your flight. This word alone recalled Jacques to a sense of his fearful position. He was soaring in the supreme heights of the ether, and he was plunged down into the vile mud of reality. His face, radiant with celestial joy, grew dark in an instant, and he said hoarsely. That dream is too beautiful to be realized. What do you say? She stammered. I cannot, I must not, escape. You refuse me, Jacques. He made no reply. You refuse me, when I swear to you that I will join you, and share your exile. Do you doubt my word? Do you fear that my grandfather or my aunts might keep me here in spite of myself? As this suppliant voice fell upon his ears, Jacques felt as if all his energy abandoned him, and his will was shaken. I beseech you, Dionysia, he said, do not insist, do not deprive me of my courage. She was evidently suffering agonies. Her eyes shone with unbearable fire. Her dry lips were trembling. You will submit to being brought up in court? She asked. Yes. And if you are condemned? I may be, I know. This is madness, cried the young girl. In her despair she was wringing her hands, and then the words escaped from her lips, almost unconsciously. Great God, she said, inspire me. How can I bend him? What must I say? Jacques, do you love me no longer? For my sake, if not for your own, I beseech you, let us flee. You escape disgrace, you secure liberty. Can nothing touch you? What do you want? Must I throw myself at your feet? And she really let herself fall at his feet. Flee. She repeated again and again. Oh, flee. Like all truly energetic men, Jacques recovered in the very excess of his emotion all his self-possession. Gathering his bewildered thoughts by a great effort of mind, he raised Dionysia, and carried her, almost fainting, to the rough prison bench. Then, kneeling down by her side, and taking her hands he said. Dionysia, for pity's sake, come to yourself and listen to me. I am innocent, and to flee would be to confess that I am guilty. Ah! What does that matter? Do you think that my escape would stop the trial? No. Although absent, I should still be tried, and found guilty without any opposition, I should be condemned, disgraced, irrevocably dishonored. What does it matter? Then he felt that such arguments would never bring her back to reason. He rose, therefore, and said in a firm voice. Let me tell you what you do not know. To flee would be easy, I agree. I think, as you do, we could reach England readily enough, and we might even take ship there without trouble. But what then? The cable is faster than the fastest steamer. And, upon landing on American soil, I should, no doubt, be met by agents with orders to arrest me. But suppose even I should escape this first danger. Do you think there is in all this world an asylum for incendiaries and murderers? There is none. At the extreme confines of civilization I should still meet with police agents and soldiers, who, an extradition treaty in hand, would give me up to the government of my country. If I were alone, I might possibly escape all these dangers. But I should never succeed if I had you near me, and Grandpapa Chandor, and your 2 aunts. Dionysia was forcibly struck by these objections, of which she had had no idea. She said nothing. Still, suppose we might possibly escape all such dangers. What would our life be? Do you know what it would mean to have to hide and to run incessantly, to have to avoid the looks of every stranger, and to tremble, day by day, at the thought of discovery? With me, Dionysia, your existence would be that of the wife of one of those banditti whom the police are hunting down in his dens. And you ought to know that such a life is so intolerable, that hardened criminals have been unable to endure it, and have given up their life for the boon of a night's quiet sleep. Big tears were silently rolling down the poor girl's cheeks. She murmured. Perhaps you are right, Jacques. But, oh Jacques, if they should condemn you. Well, I should at least have done my duty. I should have met fate, and defended my honor. And, whatever the sentence may be, it will not overthrow me. For, as long as my heart beats within me, I mean to defend myself. And, if I die before I succeed in proving my innocence, I shall leave it to you, Dionysia, to your kindred, and to my friends, to continue the struggle, and to restore my honor. She was worthy of comprehending and of appreciating such sentiments. I was wrong, Jacques, she said, offering him her hand, you must forgive me. She had risen, and, after a few moments' hesitation, was about to leave the room, when Jacques retained her, saying, I do not mean to escape. But would not the people who have agreed to favor my evasion be willing to furnish me the means for passing a few hours outside of my prison? I think they would, replied the young girl, and, if you wish it, I will make sure of it. Yes. That might be a last resort. With these words they parted, exhorting each other to keep up their courage, and promising each other to meet again during the next days. Dionysia found her poor Aunt Laverande very tired of the long watch. And they hastened home. How pale you are, exclaimed M. de Chandor, when he saw his granddaughter, and how red your eyes are. What has happened? She told him everything. And the old gentleman felt chilled to the marrow of his bones, when he found that it had depended on Jacques alone to carry off his grandchild. But he had not done so. Ah, he is an honest man, he said. And, pressing his lips on Dionysia's brow, he added. And you love him more than ever? Alas, she replied, is he not more unhappy than ever? Chapter 21. Have you heard the news? No, what is it? Dionysia de Chandor has been to see M. de Boiscoran in prison. Is it possible? Yes, indeed. 20 people have seen her come back from there, leaning on the arm of the older Miss Laverande. She went in at 10 minutes past 10, and she did not come out till 3:15. Is the young woman mad? And the aunt, what do you think of the aunt? She must be as mad as the niece. And then, de Chandor. He must have lost his senses to allow such a scandal. But you know very well, grandfather and aunts never had any will but Dionysia's. A nice training. And nice fruits of such an education. After such a scandal, no man will be bold enough to marry her. Such were the comments on Dionysia's visit to Jacques, when the news became known. It flew at once all over town. The ladies, in society, could not recover from it, for people are exceedingly virtuous at Sauveterre, and hence they claim the right of being exceedingly strict in their judgment. There is no trifling permitted on the score of propriety. The person who defies public opinion is lost. Now, public opinion was decidedly against Jacques de Boiscoran. He was down, and everybody was ready to kick him. Will he get out of it? This problem, which was day by day discussed at the literary club, had called forth torrents of eloquence, terrible discussions, and even one or two serious quarrels, one of which had ended in a duel. But nobody asked any longer. Is he innocent? Dr. Seignebos's eloquence, the influence of M. Seneschal, and the cunning plots of Mechenet, had all failed. Ah, what an interesting trial it will be! Said many people, who were all eagerness to know who would be the presiding judge, in order to ask him for tickets of admission. Day by day the interest in the trial became deeper. And all who were in any way connected with it were watched with great curiosity. Everybody wanted to know what they were doing, what they thought, and what they had said. They saw in the absence of the Marquis de Boiscoran an additional proof of Jacques' guilt. The continued presence of M. Folgat also created no small wonder. His extreme reserve, which they ascribed to his excessive and ill-placed pride, had made him generally disliked. And now they said, he must have hardly anything to do in Paris, that he can spend so many months in Sauveterre. The editor of the Sauveterre Independent naturally found the affair a veritable goldmine for his paper. He forgot his old quarrel with the editor of the Impartial Journal, whom he accused of Bonapartism, and who retaliated by calling him a communist. Each day brought, in addition to the usual mention under the local head, some article on the Boiscoran case. He wrote, "The health of Count C, instead of improving, is declining visibly. He used to get up occasionally when he first came to Sauveterre, and now he rarely leaves his bed. The wound in the shoulder, which at first seemed to be the least dangerous, has suddenly become much inflamed, owing to the tropical heat of the last days. At one time gangrene was apprehended, and it was feared that amputation would become necessary. Yesterday Drives seemed to be much disturbed. And, as misfortunes never come singly, the youngest daughter of Count C is very ill. She had the measles at the time of the fire, and the fright, the cold, and the removal, have brought on a relapse, which may be dangerous. Amid all these cruel trials, the Countess C is admirable in her devotion, her courage, and her resignation. Whenever she leaves the bedside of her dear patients to pray at church for them, she is received with the most touching sympathy and the most sincere admiration by the whole population. Ah, that wretch Boiscoran!" cried the good people of Sauveterre when they read such an article. The next day, they found this. "We have sent to the hospital to inquire from the Lady Superior how the poor idiot is, who has taken such a prominent part in the bloody drama at VALPINSON. His mental condition remains unchanged since he has been examined by experts. The spark of intelligence which the crime had elicited seems to be extinguished entirely and forever. It is impossible to obtain a word from him. He is, however, not locked up. Inoffensive and gentle, like a poor animal that has lost its master, he wanders mournfully through the courts and gardens of the hospital. Drives, who used to take a lively interest in him, hardly ever sees him now. It was thought at one time, that C would be summoned to give evidence in the approaching trial. We are informed by high authority, that such a dramatic scene must not be expected to take place. C will not appear before the jury. Certainly, Cocolliu's deposition must have been an interposition of Providence, said people who were not far from believing that it was a genuine miracle. The next day the editor took M. Galpin in hand. M.G. The eminent magistrate, is very unwell just now, and very naturally so after an investigation of such length and importance as that which preceded the Boiscoran trial. We are told that he only awaits the decree of the court, to ask for a furlough and to go to one of the rural stations of the Pyrenees. Then came Jacques' turn. M. J. de B. stands his imprisonment better than could be expected. According to direct information, his health is excellent, and his spirits do not seem to have suffered. He reads much, and spends part of the night in preparing his defense, and making notes for his counsel. Then came, from day to day, smaller items. M. J. de B. is no longer in close confinement. Or, M. de B. had this morning an interview with his counsel, M. M., the most eminent member of our bar, and M. F., a young but distinguished advocate from Paris. The conference lasted several hours. We abstain from giving details. But our readers will understand the reserve required in the case of an accused who insists upon protesting energetically that he is innocent. And, again, M. de B. was yesterday visited by his mother. Or, finally, we hear at the last moment that the Marchioness de B. and M. Folgat have left for Paris. Our correspondent in P. writes us that the decree of the court will not be delayed much longer. Never had the Sauveterre Independent been read with so much interest. And, as everybody endeavored to be better informed than his neighbor, quite a number of idle men had assumed the duty of watching Jacques' friends, and spent their days in trying to find out what was going on at M. de Chandour's house. Thus it came about, that, on the evening of Dionysia's visit to Jacques, the street was full of curious people. Towards 10:30, they saw M. de Chandor's carriage come out of the courtyard, and draw up at the door. At 11 o'clock M. de Chandor and Dr. Signebos got in, the coachman whipped the horse, and they drove off. "Where can they be going?" asked they. They followed the carriage. The two gentlemen drove to the station. They had received a telegram, and were expecting the return of the Marchioness and M. Folgat, accompanied, this time, by the old Marquis. They reached there much too soon. The local branch railway which goes to Sauveterre is not famous for regularity, and still reminds its patrons occasionally of the old habits of stage-coaches, when the driver or the conductor had, at the last moment, to stop to pick up something they had forgotten. At midnight the train, which ought to have been there 20 minutes before, had not yet been signaled. Everything around was silent and deserted. Through the windows the station-master might be seen fast asleep in his huge leather chair. Clerks and porters all were asleep, stretched out on the benches of the waiting-room. But people are accustomed to such delays at Sauveterre. They are prepared for being kept waiting, and the doctor and M. de Chandor were walking up and down the platform, being neither astonished nor impatient at the irregularity. Nor would they have been much surprised if they had been told that they were closely watched all the time. They knew their good town. Still it was so. Two curious men, more obstinate than the others, had jumped into the omnibus which runs between the station and the town, and now, standing a little aside, they said to each other, "I say, what can they be waiting for?" At last towards 1 o'clock, a bell rang, and the station seemed to start into life. The station-master opened his door, the porters stretched themselves and rubbed their eyes, oaths were heard, doors slammed, and the large hand-barrows came in sight. Then a low thunder-like noise came nearer and nearer. And almost instantly a fierce red light at the far end of the track shone out in the dark night like a ball of fire. M. de Chandor and the doctor hastened to the waiting-room. The train stopped. A door opened, and the Marchioness appeared, leaning on M. Folgat's arm. The Marquis, a travelling bag in hand, followed next. "That was it," said the volunteer spies, who had flattened their noses against the window-panes. And, as the train brought no other passengers, they succeeded in making the omnibus conductor start at once, eager as they were to proclaim the arrival of the prisoner's father. The hour was unfavourable, everybody was asleep. But they did not give up the hope of finding somebody yet at the club. People stay up very late at the club, for there is play going on there, and at times pretty heavy play. You can lose your 500 francs quite readily there. Thus the indefatigable news hunters had a fair chance of finding open ears for their great piece of news. And yet, if they had been less eager to spread it, they might have witnessed, perhaps not entirely unmoved, this first interview between M. de Chandor and the Marquis de Boiscoran. By a natural impulse they had both hastened forward, and shook hands in the most energetic manner. Tears stood in their eyes. They opened their lips to speak, but they said nothing. Besides, there was no need of words between them. That close embrace had told Jacques' father clearly enough what Dionysia's grandfather must have suffered. They remained thus standing motionless, looking at each other, when Dr. Signebos, who could not be still for any length of time, came up, and asked, "The trunks are on the carriage, shall we go?" They left the station. The night was clear. And on the horizon, above the dark mass of the sleeping town, there rose against the pale blue sky the two towers of the old castle, which now served as prison to Sauveterre. "That is the place where my Jacques is kept," murmured the Marquis. "There my son is imprisoned, accused of horrible crimes." "We will get him out of it," said the doctor cheerfully, as he helped the old gentleman into the carriage. But in vain did he try, during the drive, to rouse, as he called it, the spirits of his companions. His hopes found no echo in their distressed hearts. M. Folgat inquired after Dionysia, whom he had been surprised not to see at the station. M. de Chandor replied that she had stayed at home with the Misses Laverand, to keep M. Magloire company, and that was all. There are situations in which it is painful to talk. The Marquis had enough to do to suppress the spasmodic sobs which now and then would rise in his throat. He was upset by the thought that he was at Sauveterre. Whatever may be said to the contrary, distance does not weaken our emotions. Shaking hands with M. de Chandor in person had moved him more deeply than all the letters he had received for a month. And when he saw Jacques' prison from afar, he had the first clear notion of the horrible tortures endured by his son. The Marchioness was utterly exhausted, she felt as if all the springs in her system were broken. M. de Chandor trembled when he looked at them, and saw how they all were on the point of succumbing. If they despaired, what could he hope for, he, who knew how indissolubly Dionysia's fate in life was connected with Jacques? At length the carriage stopped before his house. The door opened instantly, and the Marchioness found herself in Dionysia's arms, and soon after comfortably seated in an easy chair. The others had followed her. It was past 2 o'clock, but every minute now was valuable. Arranging his spectacles, Dr. Seignebos said, "I propose that we exchange our information. For my part, I am still at the same point. But you know my views. I do not give them up. Kokoliou is an impostor, and it shall be proved. I appear to notice him no longer, but, in reality, I watch him more closely than ever." Dionysia interrupted him, saying, "Before anything is decided, there is one fact which you all ought to know. Listen." Pale like death, for it cost her a great struggle to reveal thus the secret of her heart, but with a voice full of energy, and an eye full of fire, she told them what she had already confessed to her grandfather, viz. the propositions she had made to Jacques, and his obstinate refusal to accede to them. "Well done, madam," said Dr. Seignebos, full of enthusiasm. "Well done. Jacques is very unfortunate, and still he is to be envied." Dionysia finished her recital. Then, turning with a triumphant air to M. Magloire, she added, "After that, is there anyone yet who could believe that Jacques is a vile assassin?" The eminent advocate of Sauveterre was not one of those men who prize their opinions more highly than truth itself. "I confess," he said, "that, if I were to go and see Jacques tomorrow for the first time, I should not speak to him as I did before." "And I," exclaimed the Marquis de Boiscoran, "I declare that I answer for my son as for myself, and I mean to tell him so tomorrow." Then turning towards his wife, and speaking so low, that she alone could hear him, he added, "And I hope you will forgive me those suspicions which now fill me with horror." But the Marchioness had no strength left, she fainted, and had to be removed, accompanied by Dionysia and the Misses Laverand. As soon as they were out of the room, Dr. Seignebos locked the door, rested his elbow on the chimney, and, taking off his spectacles to wipe them, said to M. Folgat, "Now we can speak freely. What news do you bring us?" Chapter 22. It had just struck 11 o'clock, when the jailer, Blangen, entered Jacques' cell in great excitement, and said, "Sir, your father is downstairs." The prisoner jumped up, thunderstruck. The night before he had received a note from M. de Chandor, informing him of the Marquis's arrival, and his whole time had since been spent in preparing himself for the interview. How would it be? He had nothing by which to judge. He had therefore determined to be quite reserved. And, whilst he was following Blangen along the dismal passage and down the interminable steps, he was busily composing respectful phrases, and trying to look self-possessed. But, before he could utter a single word, he was in his father's arms. He felt himself pressed against his heart, and heard him stammer, "Jacques, my dear son, my unfortunate child." In all his life, long and stormy as it had been, the Marquis had not been tried so severely. Drawing Jacques to one of the parlour windows, and leaning back a little, so as to see him better, he was amazed how he could ever have doubted his son. It seemed to him that he was standing there himself. He recognized his own feature and carriage, his own frank but rather haughty expression, his own clear, bright eye. Then, suddenly noticing details, he was shocked to see Jacques so much reduced. He found him looking painfully pale, and he actually discovered at the temples more than one silvery hair amid his thick black curls. "Poor child," he said. "How you must have suffered." "I thought I should lose my senses," replied Jacques simply. And with a tremor in his voice, he asked, "But, dear father, why did you give me no sign of life? Why did you stay away so long?" The Marquis was not unprepared for such a question. But how could he answer it? Could he ever tell Jacques the true secret of his hesitation? Turning his eyes aside, he answered, "I hoped I should be able to serve you better by remaining in Paris." But his embarrassment was too evident to escape Jacques. "You did not doubt your own child, father?" he asked sadly. "Never," cried the Marquis, "I never doubted a moment. Ask your mother, and she will tell you that it was this proud assurance I felt which kept me from coming down with her. When I heard of what they accused you, I said, it is absurd." Jacques shook his head, and said, "The accusation was absurd, and yet you see what it has brought me to." Two big tears, which he could no longer retain, burnt in the eyes of the old gentleman. "You blame me, Jacques," he said. "You blame your father. There is not a man alive who could see his father shed tears, and not feel his heart melt within him." All the resolutions Jacques had formed vanished in an instant. Pressing his father's hand in his own, he said, "No, I do not blame you, father. And still I have no words to tell you how much your absence has added to my sufferings. I thought I was abandoned, disowned. For the first time since his imprisonment, the unfortunate man found a heart to whom he could confide all the bitterness that overflowed in his own heart. With his mother and with Dionysia, honor forbade him to show despair. The incredulity of M. Magloire had made all confidence impossible, and M. Folgat, although as sympathetic as man could be was, after all, a perfect stranger. But now he had near him a friend, the dearest and most precious friend that a man can ever have, his father. Now he had nothing to fear. "Is there a human being in this world," he said, "whose misfortunes equal mine? To be innocent, and not to be able to prove it. To know the guilty one, and not to dare mention the name. Ah! At first I did not take in the whole horror of my situation. I was frightened, to be sure. But I had recovered, thinking that surely justice would not be slow in discovering the truth. Justice! It was my friend Galpin who represented it, and he cared little enough for truth. His only aim was to prove that the man whom he accused was the guilty man. Read the papers, father, and you will see how I have been victimized by the most unheard-of combination of circumstances. Everything is against me. Never has that mysterious, blind, and absurd power manifested itself so clearly, that awful power which we call fate. First I was kept by a sense of honor from mentioning the name of the Countess Claudius, and then by prudence. The first time I mentioned it to M. Magloire, he told me I lied. Then I thought everything lost. I saw no other end but the court, and, after the trial, the galleys or the scaffold. I wanted to kill myself. My friends made me understand that I did not belong to myself, and that, as long as I had a spark of energy and a ray of intelligence left me, I had no right to dispose of my life. "Poor, poor child," said the Marquis. "No, you have no such right. Yesterday," continued Jacques, "Dionysia came to see me. Do you know what brought her here? She offered to flee with me. Father, that temptation was terrible. Once free, and Dionysia by my side, what cared I for the world? She insisted, like the matchless girl that she is, and look there, on the spot where you now stand, she threw herself at my feet, imploring me to flee. I doubt whether I can save my life, but I remain here." He felt deeply moved, and sank upon the rough bench, hiding his face in his hands, perhaps to conceal his tears. Suddenly, however, he was seized with one of those attacks of rage which had come to him but too often during his imprisonment, and he exclaimed, "But what have I done to deserve such fearful punishment?" The brow of the Marquis suddenly darkened, and he replied solemnly, "You have coveted your neighbor's wife, my son. Jacques shrugged his shoulders. He said. I loved the Countess Claudius, and she loved me. Adultery is a crime, Jacques. A crime? Magloire said the same thing. But, father, do you really think so? Then it is a crime which has nothing appalling about it, to which everything invites and encourages, of which everybody boasts, and at which the world smiles. The law, it is true, gives the husband the right of life and death, but, if you appeal to the law, it gives the guilty man 6 months' imprisonment, or makes him pay a few thousand francs. Ah, if he had known, the unfortunate man. Jacques, said the Marquis, the Countess Claudius hints, as you say, that one of her daughters, the youngest, is your child. That may be so. The Marquis de Boiscoran shuddered. Then he exclaimed bitterly. That may be so. You say that carelessly, indifferently, madman. Did you never think of the grief Count Claudius would feel if he should learn the truth? And even if he merely suspected it. Can you not comprehend that such a suspicion is quite sufficient to embitter a whole life, to ruin the life of that girl? Have you never told yourself that such a doubt inflicts a more atrocious punishment than anything you have yet suffered? He paused. A few words more, and he would have betrayed his secret. Checking his excitement by an heroic effort, he said. But I did not come here to discuss this question. I came to tell you, that, whatever may happen, your father will stand by you, and that, if you must undergo the disgrace of appearing in court, I will take a seat by your side. In spite of his own great trouble, Jacques had not been able to avoid seeing his father's unusual excitement and his sudden vehemence. For a second, he had a vague perception of the truth. But, before the suspicion could assume any shape, it had vanished before this promise which his father made, to face by his side the overwhelming humiliation of a judgment in court, a promise full of divine self-abnegation and paternal love. His gratitude burst forth in the words. Ah, Father! I ought to ask your pardon for ever having doubted your heart for a moment. M. de Boiscoran tried his best to recover his self-possession. At last he said in an earnest voice. Yes, I love you, my son, and still you must not make me out more of a hero than I am. I still hope we may be spared the appearance in court. Has anything new been discovered? M. Folgat has found some traces which justify legitimate hopes, although, as yet, no real success has been achieved. Jacques looked rather discouraged. Traces, he asked. Be patient. They are feeble traces, I admit, and such as could not be produced in court, but from day to day they may become decisive. And already they have had one good effect, they have brought us back M. Magloire. O God! Could I really be saved? I shall leave to M. Folgat, continued the Marquis, the satisfaction of telling you the result of his efforts. He can explain their bearing better than I could. And you will not have long to wait. For last night, or rather this morning, when we separated, he and M. Magloire agreed to meet here at the prison, before 2 o'clock. A few minutes later a rapid step approached in the passage. And Trumance appeared, the prisoner of whom Blangen had made an assistant, and whom Mechenet had employed to carry Jacques' letters to Dionysia. He was a tall well-made man of 25 or 6 years, whose large mouth and small eyes were perpetually laughing. A vagabond without hearth or home, Trumance had once been a landowner. At the death of his parents, when he was only 18 years old, Trumance had come into possession of a house surrounded by a yard, a garden, several acres of land, and a salt meadow, all worth about 15,000 francs. Unfortunately the time for the conscription was near. Like many young men of that district, Trumance believed in witchcraft, and had gone to buy a charm, which cost him 50 francs. It consisted of 3 tamarind branches gathered on Christmas Eve, and tied together by a magic number of hairs drawn from a dead man's head. Having sewed this charm into his waistcoat, Trumance had gone to town, and, plunging his hand boldly into the urn, had drawn number 3. This was unexpected. But as he had a great horror of military service, and, well made as he was, felt quite sure that he would not be rejected, he determined to employ a chance much more certain to succeed, namely, to borrow money in order to buy a substitute. As he was a landowner, he found no difficulty in meeting with an obliging person, who consented to lend him for 2 years 3,500 francs, in return for a first mortgage on his property. When the papers were signed, and Trummans had the money in his pocket, he set out for Rochefort, where dealers in substitutes abounded. And for the sum of 2,000 francs, exclusive of some smaller items, they furnished him a substitute of the best quality. Delighted with the operation, Trummans was about to return home, when his evil star led him to sup at his inn with a countryman, a former schoolmate, who was now a sailor on board a coal barge. Of course, countrymen when they meet must drink. They did drink. And, as the sailor very soon scented the 1,200 francs which remained in Trummans's pockets, he swore that he was going to have a jolly time, and would not return on board his barge as long as there remained a cent in his friend's pocket. So it happened, that, after a fortnight's carouse, the sailor was arrested and put in jail, and Trummans was compelled to borrow 5 francs from the stage driver to enable him to get home. This fortnight was decisive for his life. During these days he had lost all taste for work, and acquired a real passion for taverns where they played with greasy cards. After his return he tried to continue this jolly life, and, to do so, he made more debts. He sold, piece after piece, all he possessed that was saleable, down to his mattress and his tools. This was not the way to repay the 3,500 francs which he owed. When payday came, the creditor, seeing that his security was diminishing every day, lost no time. Before Trummans was well aware of what was going on, an execution was in the house, his lands were sold. And one fine day he found himself in the street, possessing literally nothing in the world but the wretched clothes on his back. He might easily have found employment, for he was a good workman, and people were fond of him in spite of all. But he was even more afraid of work than he was fond of drink. Whenever want pressed too hard, he worked a few days, but, as soon as he had earned 10 francs, goodbye. Off he went, lounging by the roadside, talking with the wagoners, or loafing about the villages, and watching for one of those kind topers, who, rather than drink alone, invite the first comer. Trummans boasted of being well known all along the coast, and even far into the department. And what was most surprising was that people did not blame him much for his idleness. Good housewives in the country would, it is true, greet him with a, "Well, what do you want here, good for nothing?" But they would rarely refuse him a bowl of soup or a glass of white wine. His unchanging good humor, and his obliging disposition, explained this forbearance. This man, who would refuse a well-paid job, was ever ready to lend a hand for nothing. And he was handy at everything, by land and by water, he called it, so that the farmer whose business was pressing, and the fisherman in his boat who wanted help, appealed alike to Trummans. The mischief, however, is, that this life of rural beggary, if it has its good days, also has its evil times. On certain days, Trummans could not find either kind-hearted topers or hospitable housewives. Hunger, however, was ever on hand. Then he had to become a marauder, dig some potatoes, and cook them in a corner of a wood, or pilfer the orchards. And if he found neither potatoes in the fields, nor apples in the orchards, what could he do but climb a fence, or scale a wall? Relatively speaking, Trummans was an honest man, and incapable of stealing a piece of money, but vegetables, fruits, chickens. Thus it had come about that he had been arrested twice, and condemned to several days' imprisonment. And each time he had vowed solemnly that he would never be caught at it again, and that he was going to work hard. And yet he had been caught again. The poor fellow had told his misfortunes to Jacques. And Jacques, who owed it to him that he could, when still in close confinement, correspond with Dionysia, felt very kindly towards him. Hence, when he saw him come up very respectful, and cap in hand, he asked, "What is it, Trummans?" "Sir," replied the vagrant, "M. Blangen sends you word that the 2 advocates are coming up to your room." Once more the Marquis embraced his son, saying, "Do not keep them waiting, and keep up your courage.